PLC and Hexam are well and truly pulling ahead at the moment.
Yeah, they are. They do seem to be quite a mismatched pair here, but I mean, you know, they seem to be doing quite well. They're obviously, this is everybody's first race, so it is rather impressive, you know, that they can, you know, even take part on, you know, as Luke said earlier, the first Durham Regatta since 2018. But it's not been boring for these guys, has it? You know, it does seem quite mismatched, but it's also, you know, one of the first races that these teams will have had recently, and that's incredible, isn't it? Luke, all the time and effort that they've put into this.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been hours of preparation. Even the junior crews, the novices, have been training up to 4 times a week. It is a very professional setup of preparation. We are hopefully getting a second race starting up soon. By the way, I should inform you just in advance, we are not allowed to preempt the results. We must have the results confirmed by the team of umpires before we can communicate those to you. So if you're wondering why there's a delay, that is simply because we are not allowed to say. And from where we are, we can't actually see the finish line. But that is the best we can do. Thank you for joining us here on PalTV. It is an early morning. Thank you for getting up on time to watch it, because it means a lot to us. It means a lot to us.
Indeed.
And Raheem Hussain, next up we'll have Hillbead against Yarm School in the Open Beginners 8s.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, these are, you know, we've got teams here today that have come from all over the world. I can see later on we've got teams that have come from Bradford, Sheffield, you know, Lancaster. And just having a quick look down our schedule for today, there's so many teams that have put so much effort into this regatta, and I think it's just incredible how far, you know, they have the potential to go today, Luke.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of effort, imagine if you were Cosmo. He's one of the Hillbead rowers today. I think we filmed pretty much every interview with Hillbead with him ahead of this regatta. We sent out several film crews, and every single time when we got the VTs back, it ended up being Cosmo on the camera. Do you know what the name Cosmo means, Raheem, by any chance?
Oh, I'm not sure, Luke, but I think if I spot rightly, that is the definition of the word, of the name Cosmo on your screen. So why don't you
just is. It is.
Inform our lovely viewers.
Cosmo means order, decency, and beauty. Just like you, Raheem.
Oh, you're too kind, Luke. You're far too kind.
Just a bit of mild flirtation here in the early morning on PalTV. We can't actually still see Hillbead or Yarm School at the moment.
I think they are just queuing up to go now.
Yeah, we are running a few minutes behind schedule. We are running slightly behind schedule, however we should be... Do stay with us for the entire day. It is going to be a very long one. We are looking at the last race being scheduled for 7 PM. 7 PM, that is a long old day. We're going to be here for every moment of it. We only hope that you are as well.
Definitely, I mean, we're here for so long, we're going to be here all day, and there's so many good races happening here. And I hope we get to see some good rowing action. I mean, I've not really been so involved in rowing before, but I'm quite excited. I'm excited to see what happens here today. I'm excited to see how the teams get on through the day, how they progress through the trophies. And having said that, I think the second race is about to kick off today.
Yep, and we are starting to see the first crowds assemble. There aren't many people here so far today, but we are seeing over on the Hillbead landing stage, we have a flag over there, some proud supporters. They'll be cheering their team on today, I'm absolutely sure. We are being told that on a good day, the regatta can reach up to 10,000 spectators, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, it's an absolutely massive event. It is well and truly woven into the culture of Durham. I cannot emphasise how much Durham Regatta means. I'm just looking at the stands over there, the small local businesses who are going to make, hopefully, a lot of dollar from this, Raheem.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we can't really see from our commentary position, but as I'm sure you can see on our cameras, you know, there you are. You've got how busy it's starting to get. You can see further down towards the start line. There are quite significant crowds building up, and I think as the weather picks up and as we get later into the day, we are going to see significant crowds turn up. And it is a ticketed event because they get so much coverage, so many people here, and you know, that just goes to show how important this is to the local community. You know, it used to be a separate event, you know, one run by the university and one run by the local people, and over time it became such a big event that they've just merged, and it's quite nice to see, really, isn't it? You know, the local community and the university working together and making this such a big event as it is. And here we are. I think that is the second race of the day kicking off now. There's the air horn to signify the start.
Kick starting with the second race.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, as you were saying, Durham Regatta were set up initially by Durham University. They, in 1834, as it was, helped to assemble crews to put on the very first Durham Regatta.
Yeah, definitely. And this race is looking a little bit more matched than the first one we saw. I suppose it is a beginner's race, but you know, that's good to see that they've got the matchings quite right there, and that comes from the rankings, doesn't it, Luke?
Yeah, so on the left-hand side of your screen you will have the Yarm School, and on the right-hand side Hild Bede. And yeah, as you were saying, it comes from the ranking. So what happens is that each of the racers, each of the rowers in the boat will contribute a certain number of points depending on their past performance, and when they add up the total number of points for that boat, that determines what category they go in, whether that be beginners, intermediate or elite.
Which is rather interesting, really. I mean, you know, just to see, you know, these 8 people on these boats that have put in obviously so much effort to make these teams work, and you know, we can see the Yarm School team ever slightly pulling away there, but you know, the Hild Bede supporters going strong on the side there, and yeah, it's honestly incredible. It's incredible to see.
Yeah, they're doing very well, Yarm School. They seem to have good form. They're all in time. And look at that. However, you can't always predict halfway through the race how it's going. People do tail off, even in Olympic races. And you do wonder if Hild Bede are just catching up here. I do believe Yarm School will get the victory in the end, unless there was some sort of thing at the start. But I mean, it's a solid effort from both teams. Remember, these are all beginners at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I did hear a very frantic Cox's voice as they passed our commentary booth there. I'm not sure what happened there, but you know, I'm sure the rowers are all doing incredible. But it's interesting to see, but even with a beginners team, the uniformity with which they move.
Oh, so there has been an issue with Hild Bede seat 7, apparently. Not entirely sure what that issue is exactly. They were behind, but they seem to have stopped rowing. I'm not entirely sure what will happen there, whether there'll be a rerun. We were told that the umpires occasionally, if a certain crew were reasonably far ahead, that even if there was some sort of difficulty, they would just call them as the winners.
Yeah, definitely. And
yeah.
I mean, it's a very busy day. You know, they've got so many races lined up, whether they'd have the time for the reruns. I'm sure they would fit it in. But yeah, that's why it's so complex. That's why we can't sort of declare who's won. Yeah, because there's so much going on.
At the moment we aren't able to bring it's not being updated. That is how we find out the results from. They update the Twitter feed, relay to you who the winners are. Maybe you're a proud parent watching on from home, wondering if your child has been a success.
You know, it's an automatic system they've got for announcing the winners, and I guess that becomes kind of difficult if there's no one. Everyone's so busy doing the active things. And it's the third race.
It is the third race. It's the women's junior 15s, just a pair in the boat. It is Durham School on the racecourse side and Queen Elizabeth High School on the Pelaw Wood side.
So for our viewers, that is Queen Elizabeth on the left-hand side of your screen and Durham School on the right. And again, it seems to be quite well matched. Now, we're not seeing one team pull ahead too far. Durham School does seem to be just that little bit further ahead, but you know, generally there seems to be quite a good
competing today.
I'm sure many of our students have walked past the schools on their way to and from the library on those early 9 AM mornings. But
yeah, we do have some high performing scullers. Queen Elizabeth High School actually in the last Durham Regatta got 6 race wins, which is fairly impressive. In the British Championships in 2018, they were the Junior 18 Open singles winners. Obviously that doesn't really affect today's result so much. That was 4 years ago in an entirely different type of boat, but it gives some indication that these rear good talent at Queen Elizabeth High School.
Definitely, they've got good training, they've got good coaches behind them, and you know, that just goes to show all the entries they've got here today and all the teams that we've got, you know, competing, just because there's so much happening. And it's, you know, and of course we only see sort of the 2 people in this boat, the 8 people in the other boats, but there are entire teams behind making these races successful. You know, you've got trainers, you've got coaches, you've got all the people who sort out the exercise, and it's just incredible, the people who teach technique. And you know, I think it's important we shout them out. It's important we give the extra people who are behind the scenes, who are not on your screens right now, a mention as well.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the exact same for PalTV. We have a massive crew of about 40 people working over the course of the weekend. Maybe if you stay till the end of Sunday, you will get to meet them all on camera, something like that. It'll probably be quite laborious to list every single person at the moment, but I will just give a quick shout out to Sophie Garnett, our commentary producer at the moment, sat across from me. Looks rather amused by the shout outs. You'll actually be commentating just a bit later at 10 a.m. with Max Kendicks.
Indeed, I would also recommend following us on Instagram at PalTV UK, where we will maybe have a picture of everybody on the team afterwards, all tagged in. And here is the fourth race today, the Open Beginners 8 with Bradford Grammar School and University College Durham. So we've got University College Durham on the left-hand side of your screen and Bradford Grammar School on the right. And Bradford Grammar School seem to be pulling away, but again, this is probably the most matched race we've had so far, Luke, don't you think?
Yeah, it's running closely. It's running closely. They're doing very well. University College Boat Club are, well, they're steeped in history. You know, they've won the Grand Challenge Cup the most number of times at Durham Regatta. They are a very prestigious team. But yeah, this has been a much more evenly matched race. We will endeavour to bring you the results as and when we can. However, we're not able to do that at the moment. As I said before, we will wait to hear from Durham Regatta.
No, definitely. And I mean, the Bradford club there is, you know, quite an illustrious club. It's been around for a very rowing later this afternoon, well, later this morning actually, and hopefully we'll get through later this afternoon as well. But yeah, I think we seem to be having the next race lining up now, which seems to be Hexam Rowing Club against Sheffield City, which again is gearing up to be another incredible race. We can see the crowd starting to build up as well, Luke. I'm not sure if you can see just over there on the hill. Themselves, they had their own Hexam Regatta last weekend. A lot of our teams were competing there as well, and yeah, it's looking really good. You know, Hexam Rowing Club, you know, quite close to us on the River Tyne. They have over 100 members, and you know, we spoke to them before the race, and they said, you know, the juniors have been training quite well, and you know, they're really excited. They've been training 4 times a week on the water, and they said their greatest strength is
you can see Hexam pulling away just about 4 boat lengths ahead. This is an outstanding run from them early in the day. Nice consistency, good form. Nobody's caught a crab yet, as far as we can see, which is good to see. Obviously, that is something that strikes fear into the heart of every single rower. You know, what happens if I mess up with my blade? But I mean, these have been fine performances. We need to remember a lot of these are juniors, and you know, these are just 15 years old. These are at the very start of their rowing careers. Who knows, potentially one day, you know, these could be on a TV screen being watched by more people than PalTV can gather. Just on that, I do recommend subscribing to PalTV. We are the best student broadcaster in the UK, officially voted.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Luke, because I've just seen clearly, you know, a sibling or a friend of one of the rowers running alongside the river trying to record the race. And you know, if you happen to know any of the people in these races, you know, do let them know that we're recording it for them. So there's no need for you to get all sweaty running up and down the river.
Yeah, they can be the second best broadcasters, the people running along the riverside. I should say, if you are supporting anybody today, this weekend, for the clouds to clear before you brave walking outside. Sadly, me and Raheem don't really have a choice. We might well get drenched as if we're on the river.
We might indeed. Well, hopefully we'll get drenched. You know, us and the rowers will stay out of the water. That would be the ideal situation here. But it does seem quite dry, and I think it is cheering up a little bit, which I'm glad to see. You know, we've got another. It's the same It's another women's junior under 15s doubles rowing here. That's Leeds against Yarm. We've got Yarm on the left hand side of your screen, and Yarm School, sorry, that is, and the Leeds Rowing Club on the right. And again, I'm sure as I can see that you can only see one of the teams on your stream there, but I can let you know that the other boat is side events of the weekend. We're having a classic car show on the side of the regatta, so if any of you are perhaps not as interested in boats as your friends but are interested in classic cars, please do come down. I'm sure it will be an incredible event, and it would be great to see you.
Yeah, but we will cut away at some point to interact with the various exhibits. There will be Vikings at some point. There will be a magician. Let's hope he can spook us all on camera at some point.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
And hopefully, you know, we get to give you a proper experience of the entire event, not just the races. You know, there's more to the Durham Regatta than just the rowing, and obviously the rowing is a significant part. It's, you know, possibly the most important part, but there are so many local businesses here today. There are so many extra events going on to keep people entertained, and we'd be doing you a disservice if we didn't bring that to you guys.
Indeed we would. The fascinations of modern technology. Durham Regatta from your living room. You couldn't have it better, could you?
What more can you ask for?
8:22 on a increasingly bright Saturday morning. Where else would you want to be apart from on your sofa watching Durham Regatta? Unless you were here. If you're here, then that is absolutely fantastic. I mean, we should say the organisers have put on an absolute show. They have been working flat out for months. I've been speaking with some of them, and you really respect the amount of dedication that they do devote to this. I mean, you know, I was in contact with the site manager who was on holiday in Turkey, still replying very promptly about risk assessments ahead of this. It sounds like a superb holiday in Turkey. Maybe, you know, he saw everything in one day and decided he had nothing better to do. But hopefully we will be seeing the next race coming up shortly.
Hopefully. And I think, you know, it is a massive event. You know, if I'm not too sure on this, but if I'm right, Luke, I believe this is the first time that this is being covered since 2012. It's the first time it's being covered by cameras, and we've got the privilege here today of being the only official broadcaster of the Durham Regatta, bringing this action to you live as it happens. And to be quite frank with you, you probably have a better view on our screens than you would if you were here. Because there is actually nowhere in Durham that you can stand and see the entire track. So, you know, I think that's quite impressive. Well, maybe you stood on Bats Bridge, but, you know.
Yeah. Race number 7 now. Stevenson College on the right-hand side of your screen against Collingwood. So this is a Durham University college rivalry in a way, and it would appear that Stevenson have had the better start. I should say, you know, we do have a lot of the Durham University College boat clubs competing today, and it will be fascinating to see them go head-to-head. Collingwood obviously highly rate themselves as sports people, but Collingwood are very, very good as well.
Yeah, this is, and in the second, sorry, no, yes, they've been doing really well recently. You know, last weekend at Hexam, they won a plethora of events in both the men's and the women's, and at the regatta last year, they won sort of many results as it was. They won the women's college championship, although they do concede that that was by default due to COVID.
Indeed.
You know, they put a lot of preparation into this. You know, the Hexam Regatta is the same distance as the short races here this weekend, and so it's good preparation for them. They've had a lot of work in, but they do say that their crews have been resting with illness this week. Are they preempting something there, Luke? I'm not sure.
Potentially. Who knows? I should say, if you can see on the right hand of your screen a boat that has stopped, that is not that people have just got lazy while they're rowing. They are actually making their way back down the river to the start line. We will be cutting to the studio in a few minutes, so hold on for that, because we'll have a very exciting segment coming up for you, but we will be bringing you the rest of this race at least, including Collingwood College, who are the largest boat club on the Weir, but at the moment, seemingly not the largest boat club on this river.
Yeah, as you can see, the number 85 of Stevenson College seems to have massively pulled ahead, and if that is the other team,
dear oh dear.
I'm not sure what happened there. They seem to have had an issue with their boat. They seem to be going quite sorry there. I'm not sure what's gone wrong.
There are so many factors at play in though. I would imagine if I was rowing in front of, you know, an increasingly big crowd, that I would be getting very nervous. Okay, and people also have other things. We've had exams recently. There's a lot of social events at the moment. You know, people don't have all the time in the world to prepare, so we respect every single team that is turning up today. And you know, Collingwood are going at their own pace and starting to pick up now towards the end. We should say that some sides, you know, they grow towards the end of a race. They might not necessarily have the best start. That doesn't mean that they aren't talented rowers.
Yeah, definitely. And you can just see the cocks at the back there, sort of.
Yeah, the cocks facing in the direction that the boat is travelling, which is a bit different to usual. But we can see that one of the seats isn't rowing, seat number 2.
Number 2 just seems to be, I'm not sure what's happened there. I'm not sure if he's had an issue with his oar or whether he's pulled a muscle, but that, I'm sure that sort of contributed to their effect here. And obviously, you know, these are only 4 men of four people on the boat here, so losing one is a massive loss. That's a quarter of their power gone. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with the next race kicking off.
Well, we will be cutting to the creative segment shortly. Sorry to deprive you of Izzy and Emily. They are beaming and they're ready to bring you some exciting content. However, we do seem to be having some audio difficulties at the moment, which is not something we can help.
That's alright though, we've got some incredible races lined up for you guys. We've got the women's beginners from both Hillbead and Hatfield College coming up next. We've got quite a few colleges lined up next, haven't we? We've got University College racing again, John Snow, and then we're back to sort of Sheffield City and Yarm School. And yeah, it's looking quite good. We've got, you know, quite a consecutive run of these 4-manned boats.
Yeah, look at Gray and Collingwood next. That's one of the rivalries on the hill. That will be absolutely massive. One of the biggest rivalries in Durham, arguably.
A rivalry close to your heart, perhaps?
Close to my heart indeed, as a proud Gray College student, not as a proud Gray College rower. I can't say I actually row personally, but I will be silently cheering them on.
Or arguably quite vocally, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, I mean, this is a team that I've actually had, you know, they've raced against each other before at Durham City. The Hillbead Club were actually disqualified, which they claim is due to some, and I do quote here, some, perhaps I won't quote, due to some perhaps abnormal steering by a Hatfield rower.
Abnormal?
I'm not sure what really happened there, but here we are today. They've both got a chance to prove themselves and show that they're over that sort of unfortunate event at Durham City, and hopefully we'll see a good race here today, a good clean race. Hopefully, which I didn't really think
yes.
you'd have.
Well, it should be Hildbead on the right-hand side of your screen and Hatfield on the left. Doesn't look like they have set off at the moment, but hopefully they will shortly. I hope you're excited. I should say, do subscribe to PalTV. We have a lot of sporting content. If you want to stick around until Tuesday, we'll be bringing you Fight Night from Rainton Arena. A massive event. We've covered the boxing before, got many viewers on it. People absolutely loved it, so I recommend it very highly. You wouldn't want them to be watching anything else.
And again, probably get a better view than you would if you were in the actual arena, because there are so many people and we get to sit right next to the ring.
Many drunk people who stand up when they're told to sit down.
But indeed, not the boxers who have, I'm sure, put in an incredible amount of work to make this happen. And again, a third result for you today. Durham School has won the third race. Quite an easy win.
Yeah, that was against Queen Elizabeth High School in the women's junior 15 doubles.
And it's quite a delay to the results coming out, isn't it? Look, it's quite a...
It is. There's a complex system of umpires. They were saying they were having umpire difficulties in advance, and they're having to do some of it internally. They do have 4 or 5 umpires, I believe, who contribute to the decision process of, how do we validate who wins a race.
Definitely.
So, they can't just instantly call, because if they're hot-headed and they say, right, these have won, it'd be very embarrassing if they had to overturn it. So it is the right thing to do, to keep their composure and make sure that they know everything before releasing the results.
Yeah, definitely. Here we are today, the women's 4 from Hildbead, and
the beginners
have indeed kicked off. They are a beginners team. Well, for the next sort of half an hour or so, we've got beginners team, and again the fourth race, Bradford Grammar School seem to have won by an entire length, which is quite close compared to some of the races we've seen. That was the one that we thought was quite close earlier.
This one is almost neck and neck. No, these are really doing well. So as I was saying before, on the right-hand side of your screen, we have Hildbead, on the left, Hatfield, in very similar colours.
And the Hildbead landing ground really making some noise here. Again, I can see more photographers on the side. Again, you've got excellent PalTV coverage if you wish to take those screenshots. And it's a different approach they're taking here, with both teams with one team having their cocks at the back and the other one having it at the front. I wonder whether that's going to have sort of a technical impact on the teams, but they seem to be doing quite well, quite neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, they're both facing in the direction of travel, obviously, but yeah, at the back, does that make a difference to the weighting of the boat potentially? I mean, it's going to be really close to call for the umpires. We should say, speaking of umpires, we can bring you another race result. It was race number 5, and it was Hexam who won seemingly quite easily against Sheffield City, so they'll be advancing to the next round, and they'll be in race number 40, which, well, I can't really tell you when that will be. Was originally scheduled to be 9:37 if you're interested in those. This is definitely going to be one of the closer races to call.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what happens with this one. If you're writing down race numbers to remember the results, I would keep down number 8, because it is looking like an incredibly tight race, and hopefully a very rewarding one for both teams.
Absolutely. I mean, I think we'll bring in Sophie Garnett now, who used to row. She's our commentary producer today. Rowing Gunner 4, how hard is it to work as a team to make sure that everybody's in time, to make sure everybody's being disciplined, Sophie?
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of practice. These crews have been training really hard. You've got to get you've got to make sure everyone's strengths are played to in the boat, make sure everyone's heights are matched, everything like that. It's definitely more difficult to coordinate with a larger crew than a smaller crew.
Yeah, a lot of decisions to be made by the coaches then.
Yeah, massive. It's all about switching people in and out of boats and seeing which one works best.
Thank you very much, Sophie, our resident expert here. She does have a little earpiece going on in her ear, so maybe she was slightly unhappy that I brought the mic over to her there. She's like, hang on, what's going on here? I can't hear Matty Grasso in my ear, but that was absolutely fantastic.
Luke Powell is back to the action as the Grey College team line up against Collingwood for the 9th race of the morning. And Grey College will be on the right hand side of your screens on the racecourse station.
Against Collingwood on the left.
And just lining up now, I think, at their starting positions. And it's incredible, isn't it, how they start these races. We went to sort of a chat with the organisers yesterday, and we asked the question, how do you actually start? Is it a gun, is it an air horn, what is it? It's actually both an air horn and a flag, if anyone's interested.
Yeah, a red flag, so if there's any bulls on the river, they better watch out, because, well...
Or any Formula 1 drivers halting to a stop.
Yes, there shouldn't be any other boats on the river. But yeah, as you can see, the racecourse side are doing incredibly well here.
Great college, Luke.
Yeah,
That's your
absolutely.
college.
Fantastic to see there in the sky blue. Speaking of sky blue, we can see the clouds parting overhead. Isn't that wonderful? We want, you know, sun in our eyes for this regatta so that we have to wear sunglasses. That's what you live for.
Yeah,
summer
definitely.
months.
And again, we're seeing a difference in technique here. We've got the grey, cock sat at the front, whereas on the other team they're sat further back, and it seems to make a difference. I wonder whether the Collingwood team has had something gone wrong. They all do seem to be rowing. I'm not sure whether something just went sort of a little bit haywire early on, or you know they got their initial strokes set up, because obviously they don't start on full stroke, they warm up with sort of perhaps a quarter stroke or 3/4 strokes, and then they get into their full strokes sort of a few lengths down the track. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure they've all put in an enormous amount of work, and it just hasn't gone their way on the day, which is unfortunate. But there's many more chances yet to come.
Many more chances to come. So yeah, this is the second Collingwood crew of the day on the river. So they're up bright and early, all of the Collingwood team.
We will be taking you back to our studios very shortly for another incredible creative segment, hopefully with less technical difficulties this time.
Just a couple of minutes to go until that. Please, I know you're going to miss us when we cut away, but we are handing you into some of the most esteemed hands in Durham. As and when that happens.
It should be good fun. And yeah, lining up next, it's another college team, but playing up against, we've got University College here, lining up against Lancaster University on the right-hand side, the left-hand side, sorry, of your screens, and the University College on the left. And again, you know, these are all beginners races, so some of these people, well, all of these people have probably never raced before, and I think that must be incredible, with your first race being at the Durham Regatta.
Absolutely. Well, it is a monumental occasion. As we were saying before, you can get 10,000 spectators on a day. Not quite 10,000 at the moment, but we're getting closer. Yeah, Lancaster are actually the oldest sports club at Lancaster University. So, you know, obviously a long, storied history.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, the team focuses on sweeping in larger boats, but obviously as a smaller boat, you know, this is going to be a Cox 4. But, you know, we'll be cutting out to you guys in a little second. We'll be going back to the creative team, as we mentioned earlier. So we hope you enjoy, and hopefully we'll see you soon for some more incredible rowing action.
Hello and welcome to PalTV's live studio. We are the creative team here at PalTV, and we're going to be providing you with some entertaining content throughout the regatta. My name's Izzy.
And I'm Emily.
And we're really excited to be bringing you coverage. We've got loads of games lined up. We've got Mrs. and Mrs. coming to test your college marriages, or your real marriages. What else have we got, Emily?
We've got Would You Rather, where we have actual paddles to get involved with.
We have Say It or Shot It. We've been promised water pistols, so come on down if you're feeling a bit hot later. Although the weather doesn't seem that cooperative at the moment, we're really hoping it will hold out for us.
It was meant to be sunny, so...
We've been promised good weather, so we're going to keep that good weather attitude among us.
So come to us later if you want to get involved, onto studio.
Yes, if you are here at the regatta and watching a live stream, that's an interesting choice, but come down, come get interviewed. We've got interviews running all day long. We're also hoping to be getting some coverage of the events throughout the day. We've got a Viking reenactment, I've heard.
Yeah, and classic cars.
And classic cars too.
And we are moving back to the commentary of the race.
We're cutting back to commentary.
And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back here with the exciting news that we seem to have skipped a few races. I'm not too sure what's going on there. It might be a scheduling thing. You know, they are quite busy. But you know, here we are. We've got Yarm School and Sheffield City for you. Yarm School on the left-hand side of your screen. Sorry, we really need to sort this out. We've got so many teams in front of us here. But Yarm School and Sheffield City for you there. Again, looking quite matched, with Yarm School perhaps pulling away a little bit. But yeah, this is looking like an incredible race. This is race number 12 for anyone looking on the order of racing for you guys. Sorry to any University College, John Snow College, Lancaster University or Sheffield University fans here today.
Oops.
What a shame. But here we are, we're seeing Yarm School seem to be pulling ahead a little bit.
All the races will happen at some point, by the way.
And as the Yarm School are racing, we're finding out that in the 6th race early today, Yarm School did indeed win.
Yeah, could it be another win for Yarm School here? Because they are pulling ahead, probably by a boat length or so. They're doing very well.
It is looking that way. We've got some incredible support for them on the side. We can see someone sort of running alongside in Yarm colours, cheering them on, which I'm sure is making all the difference here today, as I'm sure you can see with our excellent camera operators. And it's also interesting to see that Hillbead supporters seem to have brought down sofas to sit and watch, which I think is incredible. But yeah, hopefully you're enjoying the action. We'll have a trailer coming up for you very, very soon, just showcasing some of the exciting things we've got lined up for you guys over the next.
A trailer that we worked very hard on, Raheem. Very hard one.
Very hard indeed. Very hard indeed. But yes, lining up next, if we're following the order of racing,
just setting off now,
should be Leeds University and Sheffield University. A Yorkshire rivalry, perhaps, with race 13 on our schedule. Race 13, an ominous number for some, perhaps. Hopefully, both teams aren't superstitious. But that's interesting, isn't it? Because some sports just sort of skip over the 13, don't they? I know some hotels don't have a 13th floor.
Absolutely. Well, we are just about to cut away. Don't go anywhere. We've got an advert for you, and we'll be right back shortly.
One river,
one aim.
Through shine and rain.
Every stroke of every oar.
Driven by hours of pain. With fire in the belly.
The heroic of heart.
Take to the stage. To make waves in history.
Built on legends from history.
Thousands of stories since 1834.
All told on the same river, with the same aim.
The chance to make the name.
This is Durham Regatta.
one river,
one aim.
Through shine and rain.
Every stroke of every oar.
Driven by hours of pain. With fire in the belly.
The heroic of heart.
Take to the stage. To make waves in history.
Built on legends from history.
Thousands of stories since 1834.
All told on the same river, with the same aim.
The chance to make the name.
This is Durham Regatta.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. We've managed to bag an exclusive interview with Hatfield Boat Club President Sasha. Sasha, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling really good. We've got loads of boats out today. It's going to be a really big one. I mean, Durham is a regatta that we always look forward to every year because it's fantastic. It brings so many people across the country, and it's colloquially known as Henley of the North. So it's quite exciting to have it on our home ground because it means we get to practice a lot on the same stretch. But yeah, no, lots of boats out. Really excited, and I'm really proud of everyone from Hatfield College Boat Club that is racing today. So yeah.
That's amazing. So you've talked about preparation on the river. How has that been going? How are you feeling for the races? Do you think you're going to win?
I don't want to say whether we're going to win or not because Rose, I think, suspicious. I'm touching wood and hoping for the best. But you know, again, I'm just happy that we're getting boats out on the river, especially after like such a long period with COVID. It really brought rowing to a halt. So, I mean, preparations-wise, we've been getting as many people out in boats as much as possible, so I think we can only do our best.
That's great. We've seen a lot of tired rowers walking past us here at the live studio. Sleep deprivation, I've heard that's a normal thing for rowers.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever want people to be on time, invite rowers. We are very used to getting up at crack of dawn to literally just sit on a boat and be slightly chilly together, but I think it's a bit of not a cult, but once you're in, you don't want to leave ever. I literally only started rowing in May last year, and I can't imagine doing anything else with my time, and I will happily get up at 6 o'clock in the morning for the rest of my life if it means I can keep rowing.
That's what we want to hear from a boat club president. How did Hatfield compete in the 2021 regatta?
So unfortunately it's a bit of a sore subject. We all got COVID. So we did not, unfortunately, compete. It was there was a really big lead up. We were all very excited, but circumstances said otherwise, and so this is our first time back at the regatta in quite a few years, I think, since pre-COVID. So it's also the first time that Durham Regatta has run properly since before COVID. So we're all, I think, just very excited to be here.
The build-up is quite powerful among everyone here. It's very exciting. So what races are you rowing today?
So I'm rowing in the women's first 8. I think our first race is somewhere after 2. I'm not quite sure, I've got a lot of timings in my head at the moment, but yeah, no, I'm just in the women's at the moment. I suffered quite a bad injury back in March. I dislocated my shoulder in a race.
Wow, and you're back at it already.
I can't stay away. So yeah, no, I'm quite accident prone, but back on the water, and I'm going to spend probably the rest of the day just cheering on everyone from the club, just wishing them all well. Yeah.
That's amazing. And in terms of watching, what should people be looking out for if they're not experienced with rowing? What's the exciting parts of a race?
So, I mean, exciting parts are always when the boats get a little bit too close to each other. There's a little bit of a fight for the river, who's going to win. But I think it's just looking at the crews that really look like they are kind of motivated, and gritted teeth is often a good indicator of who's having a really good time. But yeah, no, just I think that's the biggest part of rowing. If you can't spot the technicalities, is just who is really enjoying what they're doing.
Oh, is this your team?
It is not, but I'm just keeping an eye out because our women's second 4 are going to be racing at some point. I may have to make a really dramatic exit and just go and scream at them.
That is fine. That is the priority here. That's why you're at the regatta.
Yeah, no, I'm just really excited that I can kind of be the leader for a club that is just so fantastic and such a community, and just makes me so proud.
That is really great. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Sasha. Thank you. I think we're going to cut back to commentary now. Hopefully we'll be seeing the Hatfield Boat Club. Women's, was it 4 you said?
Yeah, second 4.
Women's second 4.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us for that interview. We can bring you a few race results. So in race number 9 it was Collingwood, race number 10 Lancaster, and race number 11 John Snow, as Sheffield were also disqualified. We've just had an absolutely fantastic race, haven't we, Raheem?
Yeah, incredible Yorkshire derby there between Leeds University, and Sheffield University. Quite a well-matched race, but we're seeing now the St Aidan's College and the Van Muldet teams on the river, with the Van Muldet team on the Pulor Wood side seemingly pulling ahead quite well. And this is the last of the women's 4 Cox races.
In the beginners category, I should say, Van Mildert, what a story they've had. We'll be bringing you some videos on that later, but to briefly summarise, back in December, due to an arsonist, Van Mildert lost their boathouse and 8 boats, and that effectively meant that, well, they had to rebuild the club from scratch. And you know, with the help of Durham Amateur Rowing Club, they've done very well, and it is fantastic to see them back on the river. You know, they're all very enthusiastic individuals, and they do have a GoFundMe page if you were interested in donating. They do need to build up a catalogue of spare parts and tools and things like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think we are seeing the women's elite doubles here now. So that's Edinburgh University and Sheffield City. Again, we seem to have skipped a race, so perhaps we missed it during our creative segment. I'm not too sure, but again, we're seeing here, you know, the Pulaw Woodside, Sheffield City really pulling away. I'm not sure, you know, what happened earlier. You know, the Edinburgh rowers do seem to be rowing, you know, quite well. I'm not sure what's gone on there, but I'm sure they'll make it up later in the day, or later in the weekend, or at another regatta later this year. It's a very, very busy time for these rowers with lots of regattas on. There are many teams actually that are not able to make it here today because it's been so busy. There's another race going on somewhere in the country, but we can tell you now that in race number 13, Sheffield did win. Sheffield University beat Leeds in that early Yorkshire rivalry.
Yeah, that would have been while our interview was going on. Leeds, I mean, that is a blow for them. They do have quite a lot of famous alumni, Leeds. They do have an illustrious history. I mean, at the moment, you look at you know, the current Paralympic world and European champion Ellen Buttrick comes from the Leeds Rowing Club, and they have several others. Just as we've seen go past here, Raheem.
Speaking of derbies, we've got another local derby here. We've got the Durham Amateur Rowing Club against the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, with the Tyne seemingly pulling away just a little bit here.
Yeah, they'll be on the left of your screen.
And
the white.
It looks like it's gone significantly better than the earlier race. Well, you know, just saying, you know, there's not as much of a gap between the two boats, but
yeah, comparatively they are thundering through the water is the word I'd use. You know, that's a good race pace there. Clearly a lot of preparation that has paid off, well drilled athletes.
And we can see the wind picking up here. I wonder how this is going to affect the teams. I'm sure you can see with our coverage, you know, the teams are, you can see on the water the waves are really starting to pick up, and these, you know, just gusts of wind are quite influential on their race.
I mean, that can propel the even if you just look at the river, you can see how quickly the current is moving now. That could factor in the races. Speaking of races, we do have the next one up, Raheem.
Yeah, so we have the St Leonard's team versus, it's a Durham School Tyne Amateur Rowing Club composite team here in the women's under 16s.
Yeah, St Leonard's Boat Club. You might recognise the name Sir Steve Redgrave, 5-time Olympic champion. Well, he was reared there.
We do apologise, it seems to have skipped yet another race. This is the Arm School against Chester Street Rowing Club in the junior women's under 15 coxless singles. And again, we're seeing Chester Street on the Pulaw Woodside ever so slightly ahead, but indeed only ever so slightly. There is, especially with this wind, there is everything to win here, and you know, anyone could win it.
Absolutely, you'll just be seeing the camera operator Amy Haddo zooming in on the race there, trying to capture all the action. We have temporarily lost our secondary camera on the river,
but don't worry, we still have our main
bring that back in. Joseph Manley working desperately to get that camera back online to bring you the absolute best race coverage possible.
Don't worry, we might be having some technical difficulties, but we'll make sure that you can see the boats.
Oh well, Sophie Anslow to the rescue. There we go. New battery seeming to be installed by the looks of it. That might happen occasionally throughout the weekend.
Don't worry about it.
It happens to rowers as well. They run out of batteries, Raheem, don't they?
Well, I mean, some of these rowers could be racing all day. You know, they've got, you know, races of perhaps an hour after another, depending on you know, how well they do. And some of them could be up seeing multiple races today, which towards the end of the day could get quite tiring, especially when you've been on the water so many times.
Some of the trophies up for grabs, you have to go through, say, 3 heats to get there, you know, against increasingly stern competition. And I think that is, you know, fatigue is something that will really factor. Because what you also have in the early races as well, how much do you want to show off? How much do you want to, beat your chest early in the day? How much do you want to conserve your energy instead? Because that's the thing, if you waste all of your energy at the start, then by the end of the day, you might not have very much left. So that race management is really key. And especially in the races that are closer, that's a really hard tightrope to walk along, because, if you balance too much in the favour of energy conservation, you could see yourself dumped out of the competition.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, all teams, your opponents will have done the same thing. They will also be on the race earlier in the morning. So I guess it's a matter of how well prepared you are. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those really. We saw earlier that the Collingwood team had been at a similar regard to last week. That was the same length as this track, which I'm sure was excellent preparation for them. I believe they were quite successful there, the Collingwood team. But I'm sure. Well, I know that many of these teams have been racing all year. We can tell you now that in race 16, the Tyne Amateur Rowing Club did indeed win over Durham ARC, which again, that was quite a tight race there. But we saw with the wind, it was so close and anything could have happened. But yeah, coming up next, hopefully, if we can stick with the schedule, we should be seeing the women's intermediate, the first intermediate race of the day, I believe.
Oh, no, it's race 14 instead, apparently. Yeah, it's St Aidan's against Van Milder in the women's beginners.
Wow, we flipped it around there.
Yeah, they're making decisions as you go along with the schedule. Obviously, what we have to consider is that certain teams might not, say, be ready to go. There are delays that, obviously, the regatta, they can't be held accountable for that. There's all sorts of things that go into just making sure that people are on the start line, or if there's a small issue with the boat, that can take several minutes to amend. So it is incredibly normal that a regatta will, the original plan never quite happens.
Definitely. I think we are 25 minutes behind schedule officially at this point, but I think it is very much just see how things go at the moment, and that's fine. The boats will get on the river, they'll get a chance to race. We've got plenty of sunlight.
We're here all day for it.
We are.
We're bringing you every moment of the action here on PalTV, the best student broadcaster in the UK.
What else would you do on an overcast Saturday? You can't go outside. You can come here and see that Sheffield had an easy win in the 15th race. What more could you ask for?
Yeah. And you might not have even known that if you were here.
Exactly. The comfort and warmth of your house with excellent footage, seeing the entire race.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
Please do subscribe. We will be interacting with people in the comments. We can't actually see the viewer figures, but we heard before that we were on something close to 70, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's get those numbers bumping up. Please do share the link with anybody who you think might be interested. Durham Regatta matters a lot to people, we should say. And it is important that we get as many people watching this as possible who can't be here for whatever reason that is, because we want to bring them premium rowing action.
Definitely. This is the final beginners coxed race. It's that final block of fours that we had. We seem to be seeing anyway that the Van Milder team seem to have pulled ahead. The St Aidan's College team are... Oh no, the other way around actually. It's the St Aidan's College team that seem to have pulled ahead, with Van Milder quite far behind. I'm not sure what's gone wrong there.
They're not quite at the Hillbead landing stage yet, whereas obviously, advancing now, as you can see on your camera, towards Bath's Bridge.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not sure what's happened there. In the 12th race, Yarm again, easy win. We can see the runners, which I think is quite an interesting part of this regatta. We're seeing people run along with their boats. And yeah, all the rowers seem to be rowing fine, so I'm not sure what's happened there. It might have just been sort of...
Yeah, Yarm School, that was their second win of the day. 2 wins in 2 races, so well done to them. They're building up some momentum throughout the weekend. That's important, that team morale. You want to see your teammates out there doing well as well, because that can inspire you on to go better. But yeah, as you say, I mean, here, you can't detect any discernible problems, right? All of the motion seems to be going well.
A very animated cox, it all seems quite normal, but I mean...
The blades, they're going in square into the water, strong drive.
They might have just had sort of an accident on the starting line, or they might have had their sort of... Something might have gone wrong with the warm-up strokes getting set into the race, but here we are. And we're seeing another race.
Yeah, we do have another race. Hopefully... I'm not sure. I believe our second camera might well be operational now, and you can see that race coming along now?
We can indeed. I will hold
Still
off.
waiting to confirm to see who this race
I will
is.
hold off on telling you which race this is until I can see the numbers.
I mean, there are 4 people in the boat, which is a good thing. So, well, who knows who that could be? There's not another 4
most
on
likely,
the schedule for a while.
Most likely the St Leonard's race.
Could it be race 17? Durham School Untitled Composite Crew against St Leonard's. St Leonard's, of course, on your screen. They'd be on the right-hand side in the blue, and then on the yellow.
Now we're seeing here, I think, the Hatfields versus Lancaster University race. As you can see, we've got the 4 rowers and the cocks. Again, not sure what's going on here. But again, this is the first intermediate race we're seeing this morning. So obviously, supposedly, according to the England rowing rankings, a higher ranked team, supposedly, quote-unquote, better team. But we're seeing here the Hatfield team falling behind and Lancaster University pulling ahead. As you were saying earlier, Luke, the rowing club at Lancaster University is the oldest sports club at the entire university, which is, you know, steeped in history, as I'm sure many rowing clubs up and down the country are, including our very own, the Durham Amateur Rowing Club, working with, you know, the university and the local community to bring you regattas since
1834.
1834.
Although the roots go back to 1815, because there was actually a procession along the river after the Battle of Waterloo, and that is seen as the route of the regatta, that there was this boat procession along the water. And then Durham University, founded in 1833, drew some local teams together, Tyne, Weir, Tees, and held the very first Durham Regatta. Back then, obviously not many crews we're seeing over the course of this weekend.
Yeah,
46
definitely.
roughly you can get.
Well, we've got
In a big year, up to 1,000, 2,000 athletes competing over the course of the weekend, which is absolutely incredible. It just gives you some sense of the size of the operation.
Yeah, we have hundreds and hundreds of races on today, and we've got some shout outs for you here today. So we've got Miss Scott's Science Songs from Dubai, we've got Racing from Sunderland, and we've got JC watching
from his Durham bedroom, yes, and Eunice from Hong Kong. There we go.
So some incredible support there all over the world.
Yeah.
And please do share with your friends. Let's get an international following. Let's get this going.
Yeah, so we have now been handed a screen which shows us the stream, so we can interact with the comments in a more dynamic way. We're obviously relying on messages being relayed, scrolled hastily down on an iPad.
Whilst we wait for this next race to kick off, please do let us know.
But yeah, Angela Dressler, thanks so much for the shout out to your daughter Harriet Welch in Aiden's College. You're watching from Norfolk. That's fantastic that you're watching today. Thank you so much. Roy Cartwright as well. He asks, can we move the second camera to the finish line? Roy, sorry to disappoint you. It is a wired camera, so we're not able to do that towards the finish line, which is a shame, I do concede, but it's too far away for us to establish a wireless connection from our control room, and far too far away to establish a wired connection.
And the finish line is also blocked by the official Durham Regatta commentary box.
But please do keep coming in the comments, guys. 67 of you watching so far. It'll be absolutely fantastic to hear from more of you. We really do enjoy interacting with people, and I have to say, honestly, it is a massive honour, because there are broadcasters who have millions of pounds, okay? And you could be watching something on those. For you to be watching PalTV really does mean a lot, because hundreds of hours of preparation have gone into making this happen, from our end. So it is a real privilege that we're joined by so many of you today. So thank you so much. Keep the comments coming in.
Definitely. Here we are with what I believe is race number 17, the St Leonard's versus Durham School Tyne Amateur Rowing Club composite squad. It is a junior under 16 women's team, and I believe it is a coxless sculling quad here today.
Yeah.
And that seems
Junior
to be right.
16s.
Looking at the boat, there seem to only be 4 people on the boat. It doesn't seem to be a cox, so I believe I have got you the right race there. And yes, St Leonard's and this composite squad, which is really interesting. I'll pull up some information on St Leonard's for you.
Yeah, well, I can tell some people about St Leonard's. Shout out to woodwork teacher Mr. Parker, who founded the team in the early 1970s, and they raced through a lot of success in the 80s and 90s. Are we seeing success here?
Well, it is looking that way. We've got the St Leonard's team on the right-hand side of your team, of your screen, and we've got that composite squad on the left. The composite squad does seem to be pulling ahead a little bit, but as we said earlier, with the wind, there's so many factors here today that could twist it up. But it is looking like that composite squad is pulling away. And again, we will be taking you back to the studio very shortly for another incredible interview. I can see them lining up in the background now.
Yeah, that'll be fantastic. Only 3 minutes to go until that.
Yeah.
Grab your popcorn, people. Another interview.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see another
Sheffield
race
City. Sheffield City against Bradford. So Raheem's hometown. Again, Bradford. Another Yorkshire derby.
We are back again. I wonder which race this is. This seems to be supposedly race 22. So we seem to have skipped at least 5 there, but there we are.
Yeah, that is what we're being told by the man on the megaphone. Not entirely sure who that is. It's probably Andrew Bryant on the megaphone, the long-time regatta commentator. I was chatting with him. He's been doing it for 10 years.
A legend of the regatta itself.
Yeah, a man who offered so many wise words. He was saying that often when the races are running behind schedule throughout the day, you can end up seeing 4 races on the river at one time, scheduled shortly after each other, just so they can catch up. So throughout the day it will get increasingly hectic.
So here we are. This is a singles race now. We're seeing the Bradford Grammar School women's under 15 racing against Sheffield City, and again a single race. So this will seem, anyway, compared to other races, a lot slower because there's only one man,
a longer one
on the boat. But that must be so difficult compared to the races with Coxes, for example, where you don't have anyone sort of motivating you and giving you that team spirit in what is, it seems to be quite a team sport.
Yeah, it must feel a lonely place, especially when you get towards the middle of the course. There's no particular markers, you might have had a good start, you might be thundering towards the finish. When you're in the middle stretch of the river, it's just about being in the zone, trying to find the pace that will work for you.
And to bring you some more results from earlier in the day, it seems that in race 14, St Aidan's team had quite an easy win over the Van Milder Boat Club. I'm sure they've both got many more races lined up today. But we've had lots of races for the last little bit, and we'll take you back to the studio now, where we've got an incredible interview lined up for you with our incredible presenters. It's looking really excited. They seem to be having an incredible shot already, so I hope you're not missing out too much, but we'll take you back ever so shortly, and here we are. Hopefully they've got some interesting questions in line for you guys, but we'll see you back here very shortly.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. We're with Hannah, a rower from Aidan's. Hannah, tell us, how are you finding regatta?
Yeah, really good. It's really exciting to see everyone who's come out already so early in the morning, and nice to see all the kind of companies that are here as well.
Amazing. Are you racing this week?
Not today, but yeah, later on in the events.
Amazing. And how are you feeling about racing?
Yeah, pretty good. So I get pretty nervous with competition, so feeling a bit nervous, but I'm excited to be doing it. It's my first year of rowing as well, so it's really fun to be kind of doing a competition that's not just Knock Cup this year.
That's great, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure the question on everyone's mind, how do you deal with the early mornings?
I mean, it can be pretty rough, especially in winter when it's like pitch black and freezing cold. But the trick is to just wake up like 10 minutes before you've got to go, so that you just have to roll out of bed and get going. Yeah, and you don't have time to think about it.
So you said you started this year.
Yes.
Why did you join rowing?
To be honest, I just kind of felt like it would be such a shame to leave Durham without having tried rowing. I did like the Learn to Row course in first year, and then obviously COVID meant I couldn't row for a while. So I actually did start getting on the water and things this year, but it's been so good, and yeah, I'm really happy to have this experience. Not sure I'll do it going forward, but it's been so good for this year.
That's amazing, great.
So how do you find like you're doing an 8 boat tomorrow, right? How does it differ doing one with more people than just like 2 or 3?
I actually like it a lot more because first of all, there's not so much like all on you. You've all just got to kind of like get into a rhythm of it together. The boat's also more like balanced. Like each stroke of yours tips the boat less. I don't know why that is, but yeah, I do enjoy the 8 more, and it's more of like kind of a feeling of team. Okay, we got this.
And do you have any rowing horror stories? We've heard of things like catching crabs and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that real? Does it happen? What is it like?
Yeah, that absolutely happens, especially because this is my first year. It happens to us all the time. Thankfully, we've never capsized, which would be the absolute worst nightmare to happen. But things like when you're training on a sunny day and everyone's out by the, like, having a walk, that's a nightmare because everyone's watching you. You can feel everyone filming and things. And then I've definitely caught a lot of very severe crabs where you have to kind of like lean completely flat back in the boat. And that's kind of embarrassing because you hear people laughing on the bank. But other than that, yeah, it's okay.
That's great.
But you mentioned crabs. How was it like learning the rowing terminology?
It was pretty. It's kind of funny, like watching us all trying to like stumble around it, especially because the people teaching us were also kind of relatively new to rowing, so it wasn't even like they had it all kind of sorted out. It definitely makes you feel quite like professional and sporty though. So yeah, I'm happy to have learned the slang now.
And getting into the rowing world, you're at Aiden's, obviously.
Yes.
Is there college rivalry?
Yeah, 1000%. Even if, like I said, our entire crew is novices this year, we're still so competitive. Like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, there's definitely college rivalry, but there's also a lot of kind of college collaboration as well. So yeah, it's really good. I've gotten to know a lot of other people from other colleges through rowing, and yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much for talking to us. We're going to cut back now to the commentators. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to some more incredible rowing action. You have just missed the Sunderland City and Lancaster University Open Beginners 8 coxed race. What we're seeing on the river now, it's looking like the Yarm School versus Durham Amateur Rowing Club race. That would be a women's under 15 coxless race.
Yeah, we suppose it's that race. They aren't on the schedule until a few races' time, but we would seem to discern that they are this race.
We are indeed, as in the dark as you are. But we can see here, it does look like the Durham Amateur Rowing Club team are pulling ahead. We can see we don't have a Yarm runner here today, but we can see earlier in the day Yarm won race 18 by 2 lengths. That doesn't seem to be the case very much here.
Yarm had won 2 of their races, haven't they already?
Yeah, we've got Lancaster University winning both races, 19 and 20 as well.
Yeah,
so
Lancaster.
A good day for them.
Yeah, Lancaster were involved in the 8s, and they just blasted down the river. They were so fast. It was a really, really competitive race with Sunderland. That was a really enjoyable one to watch, as you would have seen it in the corner of your screen. It was really exciting to see. Yeah, let's see what we have coming up next. We are getting more and more people filtering through the regatta now, a bit of noise seeping through. You can feel the anticipation in the air. It is absolutely fantastic to be here as the sole broadcasters. Maybe we'll see the Waffle Company or the Greek food van get a bit of business soon. Maybe some peckish customers. Race number 7 just about had that result now, and that's St Chad's who won there. It was an easy win called. So yeah. Although on the schedule,
I'm not sure we've seen the Chad's team
yeah,
on the river
they don't
yet,
seem
but
to have been.
I'm not sure what's happened
We're
there.
not entirely sure why that result was relayed to us, but what can we do? We can only say what we're being told.
Oh, well, by the looks of it, a win for Chads.
Yeah, fantastic for Chads.
Fantastic for Chads, even if they haven't had to go on the river. So I guess
you're from Chads, aren't you?
I am indeed. I'm wearing a Chads jumper right now because it's rather cold.
Another one of those invisible boats.
Honestly, we're seeing quite a few of them today. I mean, it must be
these races that never happened, where the results are being called for them. I don't know.
It's supposed to be a great race for the Wizards watching, but what can you do? But yeah, it's looking like a good day, and I believe they have just announced that St Chad's College are lining up.
There we go. That'll be
so
the next race then, instead of a previous result, perhaps. And they'd be against Grey, so that's my college. Another rivalry here. It's Open Maidens, the 4s. They are coxed.
Yeah, hopefully
sweeping.
It'll be quite a good race. Again, it's a 4. It is a maiden race, so it's going to be a mixed team, but it will be possibly their first time. Their
very first
racing,
time.
But
wow, how do you feel on that sort of occasion? Because obviously the crowds are gathering now. You know, I wonder if it's hard to concentrate when you're in the boat, or is it easy to concentrate when you have a crowd?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I suppose that's what the cox is for, isn't it? To drive you into focus and get rid of any stray nerves or stray thoughts on your mind.
You have to have tunnel vision.
Yeah, I mean,
and probably not worry too much about what the other boat is doing. You have to focus on your own game, because one misstep, and I mean, we see this, say, in the Tokyo 2020 races. You know, I think back to the semi-finals where, I mean, the Netherlands actually capsized, I believe. Capsized, that was it.
Incredible.
They caught a crab. Yeah.
Incredible background knowledge from you there, Luke.
Oh, there we go.
Incredible.
That's what a quick Google search. It was either Netherlands or Norway.
Well,
one of the ends.
We'll take your background knowledge as
Whichever
gospel
one
there.
that it wasn't did actually catch 2 crabs in the final and threw away a gold, though.
Ah,
so,
well,
there you go.
What can you do?
Yeah.
What can you do?
I'm a semi-reliable source on that front.
You are indeed, and we seem to be seeing.
So we see that it
boats
happens
on
at
the
an
river.
elite level.
I am imagining that on your left-hand side, that very, very green boat in the river will probably be the chance boat. I know from my own friends who are involved in the boat club. They've spent.
And the red on the right-hand side for grey would make sense. That is their club colours.
For races 21 and 22, we've had 24, sorry, and 22. We've had the Durham Amateur Rowing Club and Bradford Grammar School win there as well. Bradford Grammar School quite easily, and here we're seeing Grey College seemingly
storming through on the racecourse side on the right hand of your screen. Look at that. That is absolutely electrifying.
Their cox looks very relaxed. He seems to have.
He's not saying anything.
Happy.
He doesn't need to pass on any instructions. These are obviously just expert rowers who seemingly don't need any direction from the cox.
Supposedly on their maiden race here.
Yeah.
Well, I know the Chad's team haven't had.
Have Gray cheated and put experts in the maiden category just to steal an easy win, perhaps?
Well,
is there some subterfuge going on here?
I'm not so sure.
I
feel as though I can make excuses for the Chad's team here. They haven't had very much training time. They've been very busy with exams, as I'm sure all teams have.
Yeah, exams aren't exclusive to St. Chad's, unfortunately, Raheem.
But we can hear on the sidelines there seems to be quite a following here.
Yeah.
Whether that is for
Chad's.
Chad's.
One of the smaller colleges as well.
Well, I mean,
bigger following here today.
I mean, here we are. We're seeing a Chad's alumni climbing over the fence to come and support his college team, screaming them on from the foreground. And at least no one can say that this Chad's team hasn't got spirit.
They have got a lot of spirit. They're keeping it up with the sweep in there. Nice, loud support. Unfortunately, the supporters on the touchline are not quite keeping up with the boat. So that gives some indication that at least they're doing okay. Well, they're not being outwalked by anybody.
I can see Milo Coombs there in the number 2 position with an incredible set of form. And I think that might just be Tiffany Chan in the coxing position.
There you go. Insider knowledge from Raheem Hussain. I mean, it's fantastic. These are maiden rowers. This is their first ever time in Durham Regatta. As we switch along to the next race.
Yes, I think they are just lining up on. Oh, they've just set off.
They're well away. They're well away. Our cameras have just picked them up.
Is that a boat we're seeing on the side just somewhat stranded?
They will be making their way back up the river. It is 4 people in the boat.
They have got a cox, so it is quite possible that this is race number 21.
Yeah, and that would be Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the left of your screen, and then a mixed crew of Durham School and Old Dunelmians on the right-hand side. Yeah, I think we can strongly believe that that would be these crews. Oh no, maybe not, because they'd be the women's intermediates. They don't look like women to me.
These are races 1890. This is St. John's College and St. Mary's College. We're having in another maiden race, which is also a 4-man coxed crew.
I do apologise. We should say that from where we are stationed, we cannot see the start line. We can't really hear the announcements for which race is next. So when things are going out of schedule, all we can do is speculate which race is going on based off the number of people in the boat. And in race number 23, it was an easy win for Gray there. Predictably,
we are sorry to tell you, for St. Chad's College, a loss on their maiden voyage, but I'm sure they'll be on the boats again very, very shortly. And we can see actually a Chad's runner running alongside.
There we go.
The boat
very far behind.
The boat has long gone, but I'm sure he will.
He's
determined.
Go on, lad. Yeah,
he will
so
be there soon.
please do keep interacting with us in the YouTube comments. So Miss Scott, you say Mr. Parker was my rowing coach when I rowed for the Leonards. Sadly passed away, but defo a rowing legend. Well, thank you for coming in with that. You know, we do wish the best of memories to Mr. Parker. It sounds like he's made an enormous impact on rowing here.
Definitely,
in
and
the
that is St. Leonard's, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, they were joined by Mr. Proud in the 80s. You know, and initially they were only sort of focused on boys rowing, weren't they?
Yeah.
But over time they've opened up to, well, quite early though. You know, in the 80s and the 90s they opened up to women as well, and you know they've had quite a tumultuous few years. 2006 was quite good. You know, they had lots of wins, but also they need to replace the boathouse.
Yeah,
and the roof of their boathouse. We're seeing the
build
Chad's team walking by now after their maiden race. Hopefully, there we are.
I reckon that man wins beard of the day. Matty Grasso, our current race director, has a competitor for the best beard of the day there.
Honestly, that's David there, the former Chad's boat club captain. But honestly, more races today, and people are starting to show up. We're starting to see around us. It's getting quite busy. There's quite a lot of people here.
Clutching their programmes.
Yeah, race 25.
In race 25, it was St Mary's.
Yeah, that was, again,
claiming
the victory once again. I say once again, that was, I believe, their first race of the day. But, you know, and we seem to have quite
just hearing a reminder here from one of the commentators down there. They seem to be reminding the rowers that they need to arrive 20 minutes before their allocated race start. You wonder if people arriving late has been the reason why we've been so off kilter with the schedule today, potentially. You know, why did they have to issue that reminder to the rowers?
Well,
it would seem they're not doing it.
I guess having not had a regatta in 3 years, you have those sort of logistical difficulties that people just don't understand after so many years.
Yeah, so
many of the people here probably haven't took part in a regatta before.
Yeah, you have to go back to 4th years, 5th years to see somebody who had. There was a very limited Durham Regatta last year in 2021. The year before that, because of COVID, it was called off. The year before that, in 2019, before we knew COVID was a thing, there was actually a lot of flooding that meant it couldn't go ahead. So this is the first time since 2018 that we're seeing the Durham Regatta, and more people filtering in now. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you the next race. As you can see on your screen, from what we can see here, looks like one person in the boat.
One person.
We can bring you another race result as well. Durham School was an easy win in race 26. And congratulations to them.
And you can see live on your screens where we're coming from. You know, we are seeing about as much as you are. We're trying to determine which races are on. Perhaps you can hear in the background the announcements. It's not massively clear, but we are doing our best.
Well, it is 2 people in the boat,
which I'm sure you all sort of been able to realise. I imagine this is probably the Collingwood versus Chester Street, but as they fly by, I will try and get my eyes on the identifying numbers on the back of the boat.
Absolutely.
So that looks like a 220, which is Tees Rowing Club. So this is Tees Rowing Club against the Durham University Boat Club. This is the women's elite coxless race.
Yeah.
And we seem anyway to have the Pelo Woodside, which is the Durham University Boat Club, falling back a little bit here, which, you know, could be for so many reasons, as we've seen throughout the morning.
Well, Tees Rowing Club do have a large community to call on. They have about 200 rowers as part of the club, so that is, you know, depth of resources that they can call on. And yeah, they're a community club. They have people ranging, you know, various ages, right from 12 all the way to 80. I'm not entirely sure if we'll see an 80-year-old today. However, there are a lot of masters categories racing, especially later on in the day, so do look out for those. Anybody who is designated as a masters is at least the age of 27, and then they have different bands for the various ages.
Definitely. And wouldn't that be incredible, Luke, to see people who've been rowing for so many years?
Yes.
And just, you know, for some of them it might be their last race. For some of them, they might, you know, plan to keep racing for another decade. It's just incredible to see the range of rowers we're seeing on this track of river here today.
Absolutely. We will be cutting back to a studio segment in a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere, because we have 3 excitable young men lined up on the couch, ready to be interviewed by Izzy Jones.
And I'm sure they've got some exciting tales from training and from their experiences rowing for you here today. And we can see it is picking up a bit now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Louis?
we're currently waiting for the next race. As you can see on the right hand side there, lots of boats going down the river back towards the paddock.
You can imagine just sort of hanging out. Race number 29, an easy win for the Tees Club.
Yeah, Teesside, they actually share facilities with Teesside University Rowing Club.
And yeah, it's an incredible sport, an incredible sort of arrangement we've got here today. But very, very shortly, we'll be heading back to the studio for you guys. We've got an incredible interview lined up for you, and yeah, we hope you enjoy, and hopefully we'll see you back for some races very shortly.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm here with Edward, Harrison and Tom, 15 rowers. Guys, how are you feeling for the regatta?
Good.
I'm feeling quite confident in our abilities, yeah.
Nervous. I'm scared.
You're scared? Have you rowed before? Like, is this your first regatta? What's your experience like?
We've done quite a few regattas over the years.
Like, I joined later, so yeah, we still have done quite a few, yeah.
Yeah. Most people's second Durham, and then we've done a lot of other ones.
And I'm going to pass this back to you, Tom. Like, how have you found, so this is your second Durham regatta, how is it compare? How was last year compared to this year?
Well, there was no tents last year because of COVID, so it's kind of empty, so yeah.
What you guys want to pass on?
Yeah, we also stayed overnight last time, so that was a difference.
There was like none of the shops or anything, no stores or anything. It was good though.
Okay, so are you excited that Durham regatta's a bit more hype this year?
Yeah, it's good. It's a lot more action.
Awesome. And so how long have you guys been rowing for?
2 years, just over 2 years.
Probably about a year and a half for me.
Yeah, 2 years as well, probably.
2 years. And why did you guys get into rowing?
It was a school thing, and it just seems really cool.
I didn't do it at first, but then my mate actually got me into it because he just said, "Oh, you should join," and then told me the perks and everything, so I decided to join.
Mainly my brother, because he found it fun, and I joined, and it's quite sociable. So yeah.
That's great. So what's the best part of rowing?
It's actually quite fun. Like one of the funnest things to do is going overnight to places. Like for example, for Nottingham, that was really fun. And also the buses are quite fun as well as the actual regatta.
Yeah, I'd probably agree that overnights are quite fun. Yeah, and the rowing as well. That's quite fun. Yeah.
Yeah, only slightly.
Yeah, just being with your friends is the best, but the buses are really hella funny.
Yeah. What's the worst bit?
Probably when it's cold, like when it's really cold.
Like when it's also really windy, it's also absolutely horrific.
And all like the rigging and the de-rigging and the loading of the trailers. And when you get back after a regatta and you're just tired and you want to go home, and then you can't be bothered. So.
Okay, but it's still worth it, you would say. Yeah. Okay, and how are you feeling for the races? Are you guys confident you're going to win your category? How are you feeling?
We hope so, but I mean, we don't know for sure. I mean, we're against people we've been against before, and it was really close.
Yeah, like it was really close. For example, we did it at Hexam, and then Durham was extremely close. I think it was. They said it was a canvas difference, so it really depends on how the course is.
Yeah, we were against someone who was like an exchange, and now they've gone home, so we're hoping to win. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much, guys. I really hope you do win your category. We're going to go back to commentary now. So that's been really great. Please keep tuning in throughout the rest of the regatta. But yeah, back to commentary now. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us back here on PalTV. Currently we have an outstanding race here. It is Van Milder against Bradford. Bradford, the first repeat rowers of the day. As you can see, if they can get through, they'll be through to the semi-finals
of the Alderman Cup. And
yeah, Bradford should just be on the left-hand side of your screen, and on the right-hand side, Van Milder.
And yeah, I mean,
very, very close this.
It seems, anyway, like Bradford Grammar School on the P-Law Wood side are pulling ahead ever so slightly.
They will be in the semi-finals.
Having a look on our screens, it does look quite neck and neck. So maybe, maybe Van Wilder are pulling it back. Maybe this is something that we're going to see as we progress into these later stages of races. We're going to see more people sort of balance out the difference.
Absolutely. I mean, that was fantastic. That was the Open Beginners 8s there, and they were really thundering along the river. That's what we want to see. Fast-paced action here at Durham Regatta.
Yeah, definitely, and we're seeing races just speed up as we get more people on the boat, and obviously that intuitively makes sense, but it's so mesmerizing to see. But it is incredible. So here we are. We've got another intermediate 8 race here.
Yeah, open category.
We've got
Leeds
the Leeds
versus
Rowing Club
York
against York. Another Yorkshire rivalry.
Leeds will be on the racecourse side, on the right-hand side of your screen. York on the left, on the Peel or Wood side. Another 8 race, so should be pretty pacey, this one.
And only 12 minutes after it was meant to be, so they're picking up the pace. They're getting back on track by the looks of it.
Yeah, they're finding a way to do this. Maybe, I don't know how many races we still should have had that we haven't had yet. They might have had to postpone some for whatever reason. But yeah, we seem to be catching up with the schedule, which is good.
It is indeed, and we can see here, you know, the crowds are really building up. It's quite incredible to see. Race 28, Bradford Grammar School, the first repeat winner of the day, and they are now through to the semi-finals of the Alderman's Cup, and we will let you know when those races are on later on this afternoon. So that should be, in theory, race number 64, which is, you know, scheduled currently to take place at 10:37, but you never know what's going to happen. It could be anything. They will be up against Lancaster University, the winners of race 20 earlier in the day. And yeah, it's looking like good fun. Here we are, Leeds University and York, not yet on the starting line by the looks of it. We've still got that sort of passage of boats queuing up to go back into the paddock on the side, which I'm sure is holding things up just a little bit.
Well, we can tell you a bit about University of York Boat Club because they very kindly replied to our repeated messages to them. Some clubs did not. But yeah, these were founded back in 1963 as a single novice men's 4, and have since grown to over 150 active members, which is very good. They do have a 23-kilometre stretch of the river in York, which is probably one of the longest stretches I can imagine. There's some clubs that claim to only have, you know, roughly the footage of this course, which is about 700 metres. So
which would make excellent
training. A
training,
lot of space, absolutely.
Excellent training.
Yeah, they say preparation has been going really well. They raced in Peterborough recently, and they've gained some great experience there in multi-lane racing. So
definitely.
Yeah, the competitive edge really comes out in the training sessions. So
indeed.
Yeah, we've been promised a lot from York. Let's see if they deliver here.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, hopefully it goes quite well for them. I mean, I know I'm sure as with all the teams you've got on our river this morning, they've all put an enormous amount of effort in. Leeds University Boat Club, I'm afraid we haven't got any information on.
Dear, oh dear.
But here we are. I suppose York will have to suffer with our continued commentary on their background.
If anyone from Leeds is watching on, please do let us know in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. Maybe you can tell us some scandalous stories. Is that why Leeds never got back? Or are they just so much stories that they don't want to say for fear of exposing themselves?
Or maybe, Luke, maybe they were just so busy preparing for what is arguably the biggest regatta of the teams here.
Or the third alternative, they just had nothing to say. They might be the most boring boat club around and recognise that and think, well, there's no point saying anything to us. We don't know why these clubs never got back. We did give plenty of clubs plenty of time.
But indeed, we can speculate.
We can speculate all we want, Raheem.
Here we are, after that lovely view of the riverbanks. We can see here for you now, the teams are starting up, and yeah, hopefully this is going to bring you quite a good race.
Yeah, just a quick shout out to Mark Goldsack watching from Wiltshire, shouting out for the St Aidan's Boat Club. Thank you so much for watching on, and thanks for congratulating us on the broadcast. It has been a big effort, so thank you for that, Mark. We really do appreciate that you're watching on, and all the other viewers. Please do subscribe. We have events like this intermittently. Obviously, we can only bring you Durham Regatta once every year, but we do have Fight Night coming up. That's a university boxing event if you're interested in that, on the 14th of June. We recently had a football cup final here in Durham, so we do bring a steady stream of sporting content.
And what a sight with the two.
And these eight thundering down past Hillby landing stage, Leeds Rowing Club on racecourse. We have York University on Peelerwood. Again, not a lot in this as we start to warm for the finish under that stage. And these crews going under Bass Bridge, and there is still not a lot in it, even from my vantage point at the start. Leeds Rowing Club and York, here we go to the finish.
Battery. Oh, thank you. Is it easy enough to take out, or I have to take everything off? Look ahead, Durham double, look ahead. Well, we're just clearing the course. It gives me an opportunity to mention that there are regatta t-shirts on sale. If you want a commemoration t-shirt of the Durham Regatta 2022, they are available on sale, £15 each, or 2 for £25. You can purchase these in the regatta enclosure, or are also at Durham Amateur Rowing Club Boathouse at the very, very top of the course past the start. The t-shirts this year have been designed and are being sold by Van Mildert College. So regatta t-shirts available on the enclosure and at Durham Amateur Rowing Club at Boathouse at the top of the course. £15 each, or 2 for £25. If you are looking to follow the results, you can follow the regatta on Twitter.
You know, the regatta team, which isn't the biggest team ever, have to try and relay all of this information to the right people at the right time, so delays are absolutely inevitable. We know how hard it is relaying information among our team here, just outside St Cuff's Boathouse on the racecourse, so understandably things do take time, and there will be the occasional mix-up. We must say, though, the regatta have put on a fantastic show here this weekend. They put in a lot of effort for this.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. I mean, we have two dedicated people for communication, so I'm sure the regatta has many, many more to make this work, just because it's such a big event to organise.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, we're seeing the first full Durham regatta since 2018. They want to get this one right. It means a lot to the Durham community, the local businesses who turn up and hope to make a bit of money out of selling some of their food, some of their stash, anything like that. There will be a lot of bankside entertainments, including a Viking show, classic car show, magicians, a bubbleologist, a bubbleologist. Presumably they just walk around blowing bubbles in people's faces. Maybe they're a West Ham fan, I don't
Maybe
know.
it's like a clown who does balloons in different shapes. Maybe they blow bubbles in lots of different shapes.
Yeah.
Hey, all the more reason to get down here, get a ticket and come and have a look.
Yeah, when I was speaking with the secretary the other day, they were saying there are expansion plans which are in the works for Durham Regatta. They do actually want to expand onto further territory because of, they recognise how popular the regatta is, and wouldn't that be great to see if they can take up even more space and just completely dominate the River Wear? It'd be fantastic. But yeah, they're in the works at the moment.
Well, hopefully, if we get longer races, we can get our cameras to even more positions. It gives you even more angles of these incredible races. And stay tuned for tomorrow, where we have some of the long races which go just a little bit further down the river.
1,800 metres compared to the 700 metres, so you know, somewhere about 2.5 times the length of the race. That I'm sure will be an absolute burner for the people involved in those races. I certainly don't envy them.
Especially with the obstacle, Velvet Bridge, slap bang in the middle. So, you know, it's going to be incredible, really. We're going to have so many boats trying to, well, perhaps not so many. It will probably just be the two. We're trying to navigate through the arches of the historic Velvet Bridge, and I'm sure that will be a sight that everybody will be waiting to see. But yeah, definitely.
We're certainly currently having somebody whisper something to us.
Yeah.
Some sort of instructions.
We are being told
I believe we're being transported over to the studio space, Raheem. Potentially.
Very shortly.
Well,
we're going to be on camera. It seems.
We're on camera. We're not rowers, but here we are. We're on camera.
I wonder whether we should bring our.
There has been a bit of a delay in the regatta.
Lost.
But I'm going to sit down next to James Tillotson, the head of PalTV, the man who runs the entire operation.
Man, the myth, the legend,
what a
the
man!
Head of PalTV, as you can
Here
see
he
on
is.
his lovely face there.
Here he is.
So we're just waiting for confirmation that all you viewers at home can see us, and we're going to do a bit of a segment. There we go. Finding out now.
To be confirmed. Me and Luke are in the dark here because you haven't got one of these.
We're terrified. What is James Tillotson going to do to us here on this sofa out in the open?
But don't worry,
hopefully,
we're not missing out on any races because they all seem to be waiting to get back in. But
Great, so hopefully these mics are still on as well as mine. So I'm sat down here with our two great morning commentators here, Luke and Raheem, and we're going to be talking a bit about what to expect this weekend. What can viewers at home be looking forward to on our stream, and what do people who are making the journey down, you know, what can they be expecting over the course of the weekend, guys?
Olympian Interviews, Luke.
Wow. Steve Robotham, formerly of Durham University, very kindly responded to our request for an interview. So we have a lot of insight from him about the regatta, about his competitions in the Olympics, about the devastation that he felt when he won a bronze medal in the Olympics, which I would consider a success personally. But it just gives a bit of an insight into how competitive rowers can be, considering third place a failure.
Wow, and yeah, Raheem, what would you say to those who are coming down to the regatta this weekend? What murmurs have you heard of things to look out for?
You should come around and get to see it. There's so much on. They've got a classic car show, we've got PalTV events going on. We're doing so many different things to try to get you guys engaged. And moments like this where there's not much happening on the actual river, we'll keep it. There's much food by the looks of it. I'm kind of edging for a little break so I can sneak over and get some. But there's so much on. I think there's also Vikings at some point. I'm not sure what that means, but the agenda says there are going to be Vikings. So
Absolutely. So if you're coming down to the regatta this weekend, make sure to check out all those amazing activities. Come and see us in our studio, the Riverside studio down here, just outside the Cuths Boathouse. Massive shout out to St Cuths for sponsoring us and helping us with the boathouse area. Also, make sure to come down and participate in everything that's going on. And if you are stuck at home, or you're in a different country, we've got viewers from all the way from Dubai this morning. Feel free, get engaged on the chat. And this afternoon we've got some really amazing creative segments coming up where we're going to be getting crowds involved. So if you know someone that is racing, make sure to send them a message and get them down to our studio here.
Yeah. If you are the person based in Dubai, you might not be able to make it for our cookie decorating competition. Sorry, my words stuck there. But yeah, we do have a lot of different creative segments and things to keep the kids entertained, things to keep the family entertained.
Well,
as well, things like that.
Yeah, I have to go now, so I'll leave you with our two charming commentators, and I'll see you later.
Well, here we are. We now have two mics.
Dear, oh dear, what do we do now, Raheem?
Well, I've had an idea for the person in Dubai or for anyone who's away. You know, I have 2 minutes. It's very confusing for me. I'm very lost here. But if you're in Dubai and you want to enter our cookie decorating competition, if you can get a cookie and take a picture and send it in, we may be able to consider you. I'm getting very confused looks by the person running that, but I mean, I just meant a picture, Luke, but they could also send the actual cookie, I suppose.
I should say any cookies decorated. I'm going to be seeing some of them in my mouth at some point because
Well, I've been told, perhaps it's true, perhaps it's not, but I've been told that Luke Power actually didn't sleep at all last night in anticipation for this event. He's so excited.
That excited to be sat on a sofa with Raheem that I didn't get the chance to sleep. But, you know, I am somehow managing to get through the day, and it's people like Raheem who inject so much energy into me that make it all worth it. You know?
You're too kind, Luke. And we'll stay around because at 1 o'clock, me and Luke have a presenter for 3 hours as well. So I'm sure we'll see lots of us today. We hope you don't get sick.
I'm so sorry there's no rowing, you know, because we are not the sort of the Greek gods that you see going down the river. Well, maybe Raheem is, but not me. You know, I haven't stepped near a gym since my Duke of Edinburgh bronze back in about 2015. We do apologise that you've tuned in for the rowing only to see that there is, at the moment, a bit of a dearth of rowing.
But there will be stuff.
Yeah, every race will go ahead as well. That's important to reiterate. And if you're waiting for your child to race, they will race at some point.
Yeah, and if you're missing out on action, you want to see some action, we've got Fight Night coming up later this week for you guys to watch. It is raining. Lovely stuff.
I hear we're away on a certain race down at the end of the river, so that's probably
That
our
is
cue,
probably
Raheem,
our cue
to
get back to
do
our
something slightly
managing.
more professional. However, we are being told to stay on the camera. Isn't that fantastic? So you get to see us scramble
That's all right.
for our laptop passwords to try and work out what on earth this race
This is. I'm sure someone will tell us. I'll leave that for someone else. I'll sit here and focus on
maybe
keeping
Johnny
you guys
Martin over there
entertained.
Give us a bit of a hint.
Well,
What race is going on, buddy? Bit in the dark here. Nobody
Here we are.
knows.
Anyway, I had an idea though. Aggression sessions.
Aggression sessions.
The first time me and Luke commentated together. If you're stuck between the actions, have a look. That'll be an incredible insight into what we're going to offer you guys on, is it Tuesday? Fight Night?
Well, Fight Night, yeah, is back on Tuesday, but you can watch back aggression sessions. Any live stream that we do, you can watch back. So, you know, if you've got somebody racing today that you know, tell them to watch it back. Because
They can see themselves roll.
They can analyse their rowing technique, work out what went well,
Yeah,
what went
definitely.
wrong. Hear me and Raheem mess up loads of times.
And,
but, you know,
and there's probably so many things that we've got, in fact, there are so many things that we've already got wrong, but, you know, it's all in good spirit. And if you watch it back and you want to see, you know, you want to see us do something next time, you've got an event like this that you think would be incredible to be featured, do let us know, do get in touch.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, well, we're always looking for great stuff. And
I do imagine we would have switched to the river camera by now, hopefully, because...
Well, I can't see a... Oh, we can see boats. Right, we haven't got any information, but we can try and work out what's happening based on the boat. So, we're seeing 2 boats, obviously.
There's some camera difficulties, it would seem, by the riverside, so we're going to have to tell you something is happening on the river.
You get to see behind the scenes of our commentating.
Side on the Pelo Woodside, racing ahead. If you go on the regatta schedule on the website, you can see which teams are on the Pelo Woodside, which are on the racecourse side. So if you know...
That is boat number 83.
Boat number 83, a coxed men's team. They don't look junior to me. You know, maybe they've had a growth spurt. But yeah, we're not entirely sure what race this is. Could that be the green of St Aidan's on the racecourse side potentially?
Well, they seem to have
the lime
a
green.
insignia on their oars, except they're such good rowers. It's always in the water.
Yeah, so unfortunately they're too fast for us to read what is on the boat.
Hopefully we'll have the next race a little bit more.
Isn't that unfortunate?
A little bit more in order for
yeah, the side on the Pelo Wood side seem to have really pulled away there. They're just pulling under Bath's Bridge
But
now.
here we are.
Probably 20 or 30
Hopefully
feet out the
we'll
side
get
in
the
green on
results
the
in for
left.
that
If you
race
know any teams
very
in
shortly.
green, commiserations to you. It would appear that it hasn't been their day. Yeah, the regatta schedule has been
what we've got coming up.
disrupted somewhat. Obviously we had that roughly 10-minute pause there where no races were setting off, but I can see the splashing further down the river, and it is a boat. Fortunately, it's not a swimmer. That's good. That's always good to see.
I imagine that is the oars of said boat.
Sorry?
I imagine that is the oars of said boat as opposed to any rower.
Women's J15 double sculls. That appears to be what this race is, which would be presumably Chesterley Street in
against
race
Collingwood.
number 31 against Collingwood. Okay.
In race number 39, that is. And yeah, again, looking about. Come on, Sunderland, supposedly.
Sunderland. Okay, well.
We instead
read the schedule
City,
wrong yet again.
Sunderland City
very
versus
hard
Leeds
to
rowing
say.
club. It's the Open under 15s for Cox race, and it seems to be, dare I say it, dare I call it rather early, but it seems to be quite a clean sweep for the Peel Woodside Sunderland. I mean,
yeah, Sunderland doing very, very well there. Haven't had far to come. They won't be that fatigued from the train journey, the coach journey, or maybe they rode all the way along the river to get here.
Well, I did suggest that earlier. I thought maybe some of the closer teams might have just rolled over. It might have been faster than being stuck in motorway traffic. But in race 51, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club got a bye and have been put
through to the next round.
To the next round, indeed.
I wonder what happened there. Who knows?
Who knows, indeed.
Well, one thing we can speculate is that COVID seems to be, I don't want to say ripping its way through the competitors, but just slowly feeling its way through various rowing clubs. They're actually they're allowed to replace up to 50% of their crew in advance of the race, but if any more than that is taken out, then they seem to be disqualified or taken out, or the side that they were going to be against is given a bye. Obviously, you know, if you're on a boat of one person and the one person gets COVID, then
yeah, definitely.
You're out of the competition,
Some
which is a great shame.
Guys, in race number 32, York University beat Leeds. So Leeds not doing very well in the Yorkshire derbies, it seems. Seem to have lost against both York and Sheffield today. But hopefully we'll see some more success for them later in the day.
Yeah, please do interact with us in the YouTube comments. It'd be great to hear from all of you.
Yeah,
people
definitely. I mean,
commenting from all over the place. Let's have a look who's here. Oh, Miss Scott says, I don't have any cookies. Oops.
Well,
I feel sorry for you, Miss Scott.
It's
Sorry.
a two-day event. It's a two-day event. We've got time. I'm sure we can get cookies.
Yeah.
In the meantime.
Yeah.
And don't worry.
We'll get one of our runners to take you a cookie all the way to your house.
I'm
Why
sure
not?
the PalTV budget could stretch to that.
Yeah, we could do something like that, can't we? Matt Bourne, he's supporting Johns. Yeah, Johns, he says.
Yeah,
Thank you for
Johns.
that, Matt
Well
Bourne.
well
Yeah,
Johns.
Johns. Woo. Fantastic stuff. Angela Dresler says she'll be watching races. That's fantastic. Finn Pardo, cracking growing. Finn Pardo, well, can I reveal Finn Pardo? We actually had a room makeover show filmed about 6 months ago, and people across the university had to submit various rooms, and we were aiming to do a makeover of the worst room, and Finn Pardo's room was not deemed terrible enough. He did make it to the later stages of selection, however sadly was not treated to a room makeover by Kezia Smith, John Carton, Izzy Jones,
a shame,
among the PalTV
shame
crew.
for Finn Pardo.
Yeah.
However, I believe Finn Pardo's room had systemic issues.
Yeah,
that would be quite difficult.
some weird painting of some variety.
I think the issue actually was that Finn Pardo is sort of 6'6", but he had a single bed, which was quite an issue for him. But alas, here we are here today.
Yeah, I should say that very, very shortly, within the next 10 minutes, you will be joined by a brand new commentary team, Sophie Garnett and Max Kendicks. Won't that be fantastic? Max Kendicks, former editor-in-chief of Palatinate.
We are in illustrious company.
Sophie Garnett, deputy station manager of PalTV. People far more superior than us. Are they more qualified to commentate on rowing? Well, Sophie is. She's actually been in a rowing boat before. Max Kendicks, I assume he's been in a boat of some variety. Whether or not he's rowed it remains to be seen. I'm sure they'll be discussing that in great detail. They have fantastic synergy, those two. Really get on well.
Yeah, definitely.
Not quite as well as me and Raheem.
Some more results for you here. Race 35, Collingwood got a bye over Mulder, and in 34, Sunderland beat Leeds, which we saw on our rivers, a very animated crowd around them here. But
Yes.
Yes. New boats lining up. I believe this is. I mean, dare I say which race I think this is, because you don't know what's going to happen. I believe it's the Open Elites Coxless double between Collingwood and Chester Street. But inevitably the boats will go past us and we realise that we have been wrong. But
inevitably.
I have my fingers crossed.
Yeah. Van Mulder versus Collingwood. We've been told. There we go.
Versus Collingwood. There we are.
We like instant corrections.
Which is rather confusing because on our document that race seems to have occurred and we have a winner for. So
yes. So who on earth?
Who knows?
We did not realise the logistical challenges of this, Raheem.
We didn't. Well, we can tell you.
That was Max Kendrick saying that this was race number 35. Well, maybe he's not a reliable source.
It was neither of those teams because both of these teams.
Does that bode well for his commentary?
These are coxed 8-man boats here today. As they go on by, I will inevitably try and get their identifying numbers on the back of the boat for you. But again, very evenly matched group, don't you think?
Oh yeah, very evenly matched here. The 8 teams, look at that. Very good form in the open category by the looks of it.
Number 46 and 47, supposedly.
Race 89, Collingwood have a bye over Durham University Boat Club, so they've won. Yeah, this will be race number 33 at the moment. Yarm School on the racecourse side on the right of your screen against Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on the Peelaw Wood side. They'll be in white.
And that was a junior.
Very close.
Race, which is incredible that we're seeing such a range of rowers here, and especially with rowers on all sides of the teams, all doing all sorts of different things. And we're seeing a rather consistent performance. You know, the younger rowers aren't necessarily doing.
Yeah, we do have a correction to bring you. It was actually Hatfield who advanced via a bye instead of Collingwood. We've just been informed by our programme coordinator. So yeah, Hatfield advanced, Collingwood dumped out. I believe they were dumped out earlier on in the day as well. It doesn't seem to have been the best day for Collingwood, who are obviously one of the bigger boat clubs here. At the moment we have race number 36, that'll be Queen Elizabeth High School against Durham Amateur Rowing Club and Hexam composite crew.
Hopefully.
I mean, that was Max Kendricks telling us that again. Who knows? Oh, he says it's true. He's nodding his head.
And here we are. They seem to be pulling ahead a little bit. It seems to be, anyway, that the Peelaw Wood side, the Queen Elizabeth High School, are pulling back with that composite crew pulling ahead into the lead once again, and that's the second time we've seen that today, Luke. So maybe these composite teams are doing quite well. You know, maybe.
Yeah, they're bringing different strengths from different areas, different coaching philosophies, just to interact furthermore. Excellent racing, Angela Dressler. Thank you for saying so. We're not racing, me and Raheem, but I mean, we'll take the credit for that. And then heard you say the results from race 34. Are they running out of sequence now, Mark Goldsack?
Very much so.
Very much so. That honestly, it is really hard to say which race is going to be next because we can't hear which race is next over the announcing system. And yeah, they're all over the place. We've probably had some races that should have happened that still haven't. Some that were nowhere near scheduled probably already happened.
Well, for example, race 27, 22 seem to be still waiting to go on. 21,
yeah, they should have been
21 has
an
happened.
hour ago or so.
Yeah, exactly. So it is a little bit hectic, but they seem to be catching up. I think we'll get back on track shortly. But yeah, I mean, you were saying earlier about being allowed on to row. I'm actually not allowed to row because I haven't passed the swim test. So there's an interesting bit of knowledge.
Have you attempted a swim test?
I can't swim. So
there you go.
Here we are.
There you go. So race number 40 at the moment.
We're seeing an under 15.
Coming up will be Durham School on the racecourse station against somebody who needs to be updated, because this is a race where we have a previous winner. We're still waiting for that
Hexam
update.
Club,
Would seem to be Hexam.
who
Yes,
won
Raheem.
race 5 quite easily. So
there we go.
Here we are. Hopefully it should be a good doubles race. We've seen some quite animated doubles races, haven't we, Luke, throughout the morning? It's been quite animated, but this one seems to be supposedly quite a sweep for Hexam on the Pelaw Wood side, pulling away by quite a few lengths there. I'm sure. I wonder whether experience on the day counts for much, because all the repeats we've seen so far seem to have done quite well. Is that a ranking issue, or is that just they've warmed up, they've got the experience, they've
Potentially,
done this race before?
yeah. Well, obviously, within each band that you were in, whether that's a novice or intermediate or elite, there will be different varying levels of ability. And also another thing to mention is that you can lose points over time, say if you've been out of a race for a while, but just because you take a horse out of a race doesn't mean it doesn't know how to race. So say if somebody has lost points from not racing for a while, they might still have great experience. They might have belonged to a higher category previously and have simply dropped down into that one. So we can still see a great disparity in abilities.
We're seeing here some more results for you from race number 33. The Tyne Amateur Rowing Club did win that, and for race 36, Durham Amateur Rowing Club, who also won the very first race of the day, won again. So a successful day for the local club, it seems.
Yeah, absolutely.
The local team, I wonder whether the local teams have the benefit of knowing the track.
The home ground.
The home ground advantage. Exactly. Well,
yeah, we're seeing people set up their portable chairs along the side of the river.
Here we are.
And we have race number 39 at the moment, so that'll be Collingwood on the racecourse side against Chester Street on Pelaw Wood. So they'll be on the left of your screen, Pelaw Wood.
In an elite doubles race for you guys.
Yeah, elite doubles, and it is very, very competitive, as you can see on your screen.
Very much neck on neck. I think it's important to note as well that, well, perhaps not so much anymore.
Yeah.
They seem to be falling behind, but the screens are angled, and here we are. We can see them nearly pulling ahead there. They are.
Yeah, on the Pelaw Wood side, Chester Street don't want to get too complacent here, because Collingwood are thundering along as well. They've really reduced the gap from back when they were at, say, the Hillbead landing stage.
And they do seem neck and neck. And that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited to see what.
Yeah, it does seem that Chester Street on the Pelaw Wood side, you know, they're going under Bath's Bridge first. May well be their race win, but we'll have to see.
Supporters running up and down the length of the track, or up and down the banks of the river, as it was.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's looking good. We've got quite a good few races heading through now. We seem to be back onto some form of schedule. Hopefully that means we'll see race 41 next.
Hexam Amateur Rowing Club won race 40 by 4 lengths against Durham School. There you go, race number 40 happened.
Which is interesting for Durham School, because they have that composite squad as well that we saw earlier with the old Olympians, which from memory anyway seemed quite successful.
We will be bringing you Pictionary at some point soon. We have some families gathered on the sofas, some parents and their children, so stay around for those to hear from some of the community down here today. It's absolutely fantastic. What we really want to do at PalTV is be a part of the Durham community. We were only founded 14 months ago. In that time, we've reported on some seriously important stories across Durham.
And some very, very fun events, such as the Durham Regatta.
Yeah.
And here we are again.
Yeah, we want to be the home of sport and news for you guys in Durham. Please do subscribe for us.
Definitely. We're seeing here an 8th race again. This is race 38, the intermediate 8th open Cox race between Collingwood College and the Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And the Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the Pelaw Wood side seems to have quite significantly pulled ahead.
And Grey College, who tasted success earlier in the day against St Chad's, have fallen behind. Obviously, they're not the same crew, but a mixed bag so far today then for Grey. Is that Finlay Boyle? Is that Finlay Boyle from my first year corridor in the Grey boat? It would look like it is. Top guy.
For you before we leave view for the studio picture set. I see quite a large bag of Haribo Supermix on the table, which I'm sure people are quite excited by. Race 39, Chester Street beat Collingwood College by 3 lengths, which is quite impressive. I mean, Collingwood,
that's a significant distance.
A team that before the regatta seemed quite confident in their ability, seemed to have not had the successes they were hoping for on the day.
Yeah. Oh, the Haribos look so nice, Raheem.
Oh,
the Haribos, we're very, very jealous of whoever might be winning the Haribos here today. Then again, we are on commentary. Can you be doing anything better, Raheem?
Well,
bringing the live updates to PalTV's loyal and wonderful audience.
I wouldn't be able to focus if I was honest with you. We're heading back to you guys now. We're going to take you back to our studio for some lovely Pictionary, and hopefully we'll bring you some more rowing soon. Hopefully, yeah, we'll see you guys soon for some more rowing.
Hi, and welcome to PalTV Tries Pictionary with 2 lovely groups of people who've decided to take part.
Start race 30 on your program. Open beginners 8 on race course 218 Leeds University.
Rowan.
Ash.
What's your name? Maddie. Joe. And Tom. Well, nice to meet you all. So the rules of Pictionary are quite simple. We have a set of cards here, and each person is going to take a turn to take a card. They read the word on it, and you get 30 seconds, and you have to draw whatever's on the card. And if your team guesses correctly, then you win a point, and the team with the most points at the end gets some really exciting sweets. So what team would like to begin? Would you like to? Do you want to start? Yeah? Okay, great. Who wants to go first at drawing? You want to go first? Okay, pick a card. Don't show the rest of your team the card. You okay to draw it? Yeah. You'll give it a go? Do you want a red pen or a black pen? Red. Oh. Okay, so I'm gonna hold up the board, and I'll set a timer for 30 seconds, and then you can begin. Okay. So, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Quickly, quickly. Quick. Seconds. Come on, maybe draw something else. What else comes to? Do you want to show me the card? I can have a look. 5 seconds. Quick, do you want to do a final guess? Jump.
Swimming, diving.
Oh, unlucky. Time's up. What was the answer?
Wobble.
Wobble. Oh, that was a difficult one. That was a difficult one. Well done for going first, though. Right. Okay, it's a good try though. We'll go. Yeah? Okay, wants to go next on this team, yeah? Do you want to sit? Sophie, because we can't see the board. Great. Okay, you want to take a card? Pick any one you want. Show it. Draw that? You want to give it a go? Are you ready? Do you want me to hold up the board? So that the camera can see? Okay, ready? I'll count you in. 3, 2, 1, go. No going in the river? That's a good guess, good guess. Oh, no cooking bacon, that's close. 5 seconds. Yeah, vegetarians, well done. Do you want to add a point? Okay, so team 2 have 1 point. Well done. Right. Okay, who wants to go next from team 1?
Durham Amateur pushed out to maybe a third of a length.
It's team one first.
In race 37, the Open Beginners Age.
Right. Do you want to? Okay. You ready? We're going to hold the board up a bit so we can see. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Graduation. Professor! Oh, you said Professor. Well done. Brilliant. Good guess. Good guess. Right. The scoreboard's in. It's okay. We can rub it out. Right. So, it's 1-1 for each team, so the score's very close. So who wants to go next from team 1? Do you want to have a go? What's your name again? Sorry? Joe. Joe. Okay, Joe. Do you want to take a card? If you need any help, just yeah. Okay, this is the last round, so we'll have one more from team 1 and one more from team 2. Too difficult. It's okay. Have a look through. Yeah? Okay. Just conferring with the teams to see if we can draw the word.
And as they reach the halfway point,
You know how you're going to draw it?
possibly the crew on racecourse crew 246 time with a little bit of a lead.
How old are you, Joe? 4. You're 4. Okay, Joe's 4, so we're going to see if he can draw this word.
Ready?
Ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Good start. Sausage? Is it sausage? No? You've got 10 seconds left. 10 seconds. Vegetables. Is it vegetables? No. 4 seconds. No. Unlucky. That's time's up. Time's up. Toe. Oh. Do you know what? We'll give you that point because it was very close. It was very close. Right. Do you want to add a point? Okay. Right. Thank you very much for playing. We're going to give you all some Haribos to say thank you. Thanks for joining us for our first game. Say goodbye. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Luke, what race is it? What race is it? Just talk to us what the race is.
Possibly as we work our way along the concrete wall, it's the crew on the far side, on the Peeler Wood side, it's the crew from St Hills to Leeds, who are about to get maybe a third of a length lead over the crew from Collingwood College Boat Club.
Well, hello and welcome. We've got a new commentary team. Exciting. I'm Max Kendix. This is
Sophie Garnett. Hello.
Sophie Garnett. Hello, hello. Welcome to the 10 to 1 p.m. slot. Loosely so because we're falling a little bit behind schedule. We're looking forward to some exciting races this morning and going into this afternoon. we've got some finals as well.
Lots of finals. Lots of finals in a row, in fact.
Lots of finals coming up, and before that we've got quarterfinals, semi-finals, literally everything you could wish for
All
is
to play
coming
for.
true today on the racecourse, only with PalTV. And I was a bit worried about the weather this morning, Sophie. I don't know about you, because I mean, I have to
Program open at its head on racecourse through 188 City of Sheffield and on Peterwood through 189 Edinburgh University. So we have open at its head Sheffield City versus Edinburgh University.
It was very strong. Now we've got Sheffield coming in on the racecourse, and
That should be on the right-hand side of your screen.
and on Peelwood we've got Edinburgh. And
Edinburgh seem to be pulling ahead. This is not a close race at all. Oh, there are some ducks in the way.
And Sheffield City, founded in 1968, just over 100 members. Since COVID, been focusing on rebuilding and growing their junior squad. And they share the facilities with the University of Sheffield and Sheffield Hallam. But they're falling a little bit behind. And this looks like it might be a pretty clear victory for Edinburgh, but we shall see what happens at the end. And Sheffield City, they prepare through training sessions on the reservoir, despite all the lovely rivers around Sheffield. And they've been competing in lots of regattas over the last couple of months. York in April, Nottingham in May, and now here, one of the big regattas of the season.
The Henley of the North, one might say.
Henley on the north. And we do have the whole north here, I'd say. Do we have anyone from the south? Hardly. Hardly. But we've
Not
got.
worth the journey.
We've got. It's not worth the journey, but we've got lots of. Oh, and who's here now? And who's here now?
Aiden's and Leeds. Not sure who's coming down the racecourse at the moment. We have two pairs.
And just off the start is race 43 on your program. Open maiden
Slightly chaotic start to Durham Regatta this morning. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so do bear with us. We're not entirely sure what boats are racing and what times. They're not going in the exact running order, but I'm sure we'll make it work. Improvisation. We've got quite a few boats rowing back down the river now. That's one interesting thing about Durham Regatta is boats race next to other boats that are rowing back down. The room on the river is quite tight, which definitely provides some issues for racing crews, definitely something to contend with, but nothing they haven't experienced before, especially at 6:30 in the morning, busy slots. And we have two more boats coming down the river now. This is Lancaster versus John Snow.
Moving off into the bowl of the river slightly, we'll need to get back to perhaps a better course, but in this open maiden for the crew of Peterwood, Stephenson College.
The boat on Peelwood side pulling ahead nicely. I think that is probably Lancaster. On the left of your screen.
The next race on your start is race 47 on your program. Women's beginners top 4 featuring on racecourse side.
No, to be fair, that's the wrong race. Butler College Boat Club is on the right hand side. Not sure who they're rowing against. On the
Well, we're going to an interview now.
Interview.
Two St. John alumni. So guys, tell me, how come you're back?
Well, it's the first time like a proper Durham Regatta is back on after COVID, and we're here to show to our club our support to rebuild the club after.
Anything to add?
Yeah, it's also just brilliant in general to support, and I think people row better. I think when they have a bit of backing like that. So if we shout it from the sidelines in the Blazers, I think they kind of see it and it gives them a bit of a push. So yeah, hopefully it'll help them win as well.
Very nice, and I got to say I do like the Blazers. So yeah, tell me, what was it like when you were here? How's it changed, do you think?
Well, we had a bigger squad. We just talked about how we had 7 people just on the men's squad who knew how to row before coming to Durham, and then of course giving their experience through coaching to the novice rowers, and that of course has changed due to COVID.
Yeah, there's been a 2-year break, so a lot of them are just starting off in their 3rd year, and when we were there was just such a robust club, which is why we're back as well, to encourage that development of the club from the ground up again. Yeah, it was also there's a boat naming for our club as well going on, which is exciting because there was a broken boat and we've all donated a little bit to get a new boat going. So that's exciting as well. But we never had the money to do that back when we were rowing. So it's nice to see that sort of development through the grassroots of the club as well.
And I'm also returning onto the water to show like that the alumni still can still race.
Yeah.
Even though the boat I got from the club is not like in the best state.
So you might be going down into the water.
Hopefully not, but yeah, there's always a chance. Yeah.
And what's the boat going to be called then?
We don't know yet. Well, we hope it is going to be H.Y. Ganderton, an alumni from the 1913 to 1922. Later became master, of Durham's chorister school.
That's really cool.
We have an oil painting somewhere in college of him. Yeah.
But there was a whole naming competition, so it was like donate for the name that you want, and so hopefully we donated enough to get that the name, because the rest of them were not as like traditional and meaningful.
We were ahead 150 points. Yeah, a day before, so hopefully no one chucked in another 100 quid and beat us. Yeah.
So how much did you donate?
I think the total is something
between 300, 400. Yeah.
Gosh, that's a lot.
Over a lot of months. Over a lot of months.
Right, very nice. That's so cool. Oh no, that's brilliant. And then what would you say to your, Durham student selves now that you've gone through the experience?
Row harder.
Train harder, you little fat boy. I definitely could have trained harder and won more, but also drink more, have more fun.
Oh, fair enough. And on that note, drink more, row harder.
Durham Regatta. We are the official broadcasters. Down the race course. As soon as we do.
As soon as there are impressive 57 trophies overall up for grabs at this year's Durham Regatta. Most of them donated by sponsors or in memory of a rower or Theatre. That's exciting. Are you turning up, Sophie?
I will not be turning up, Max. I will be in bed, considering my 4 AM alarm today and my 4 AM alarm tomorrow.
I think that's you know what, that's fair enough. We're running a little bit behind, so we're currently, I think, on race 43 or 44. We should be expecting to come down now. For those of you following along on the programme, sometimes the races go on in a different order. It just depends how quickly the crews get onto the water from the landing stage. But there's been a lot of drama. Lots of drama going on in Durham rowing. What I didn't realise before delving into the rowing community, Sophie, is just how insular it is. I mean, you've got your own Facebook page. What's going on there? Rowan.
Source of all drama, all gossip. Would recommend liking.
What's the most recent fun drama on Rowan?
Oh, you ask excellent questions, Max. Excellent questions. My favourite drama recently has been a debate about composite crews. That's been a big issue with COVID this year, especially as a lot of knobs haven't been able to train up in time for races. So
you know what?
a lot of colleges have been taking rows from other colleges, so that's debate for later.
Meanwhile, Jon
We have
Snow
a race.
is on the racecourse end, and Lancaster on Peel Wood.
Pretty neck and neck at the moment. Heading down the racecourse now. Only in the first few moments of the race, it's all to play for.
They're quite far away from us at the moment, but you can see them on the screen there. That's Lancaster there on the right of your screens.
And Jon Snow on the left.
Pretty close at the moment, actually. Doing
Pretty
quite
close.
well.
So race 47 reaching the halfway point here. This woman beginners top 4 between Lancaster University.
Jon Snow just inching ahead there, but they were Balbal for Balbal. I mean, it's just a matter of holding them off. You know, can they overtake? Can Lancaster overtake here? Let's have a look.
It is very neck at the moment.
They've just got to stay focused on the boat.
A little bit.
Just got to stay focused, take the rate up. If they can push a little bit harder to get over the line on the short course here at Durham on the Weir, it will be an easier atmosphere, an easier river to row on than perhaps where these crews, perhaps where Lancaster trains. But Jon Snow will be very used to the Weir.
Now they're putting, Lancaster are very much pulling ahead. Some good racing from both crews here. And as we inch towards the finish line, Lancaster are pulling ahead.
So coming up now is Durham School on the racecourse versus St Lennon's. Race number 46. This is the Open Junior 15 quad.
Well done, Max.
Sculling. Coxed.
Max has learned a lot about rowing in the past few days. Let's test him later, shall we?
I'm nearly as much of a novice as some of the rowers here today.
Doing very well, very well. And we have some recent results for you. Race number 45, Hildbead pulled ahead, they won that. 43, Stevenson College won. 42, Sheffield City. 41, Tyne Rowing Club. 37, Dark Durham, that's Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And 39, Aidan's, St Aidan's College won. And a shout out to the people in the chat supporting St Aidan's. It's great to have you watching here today. Oh, and we have another race setting off now. Coming down the race course by the bandstand. So you'll see that on the side of your screen.
We were talking about composite crews. You know what? I'm not a fan because
you're not a fan, Max.
Clubs are
Why
supposed
is
to be clubs are supposed to be clubs, you know, and you can't just be going around combining super teams, you know.
Super teams.
So I understand them some of the time because you have, for example, Durham School and the Old Dunelmians. You know, that's essentially
That's the only acceptable composite crew in
What?
the eyes of Max Kendick. You heard it here first.
You heard it here first. No, but you know, you've got to be careful about these things.
And we have race 48 coming down the race course now. Oh. So that's the next race.
Another round of the Open Junior Concourse Gold between 151. Durham School on
Crowd here are getting very excited about this race here.
Elizabeth High School. Two quite slick-looking crews here. They look to pick up and work through along the wall towards Collingwood landing stage.
So Max, composite crews. You're not a fan.
No,
Not a fan at all.
So what I don't understand. So how composite do they need to be? Is it just one person that makes it composite?
It can be many. It can be half the crew. It can be just one. Depends on the size of the boat, obviously. But no, I personally don't have the biggest issue with composite crews. I think if you get allocated to a college that doesn't have, the best boat club, Milder definitely doesn't have a great boat club at the moment. If they if they want to, compete and take rowing very seriously.
So
But
Durham
to
School
you, then-
against Queen Elizabeth are about to reach halfway at that race, which is very exciting. That's just coming up now, the race number 48, the Open Junior 15 quad sculling coxed. And that's just coming up to us now. Durham School are coming in on the right of your screen there. On the right of your screen there, and Queen Elizabeth on the left, pulling very far ahead at the moment. Well, very far ahead is probably a stretch. They're about, a length in front, I'd say, Sophie. And a beautiful yellow boat. And the race about to start, meanwhile.
55, Max.
It's race number 55. We've got the Women's Junior 15 single scull.
Yes, well done, because you can't row sweep in a single, Max, can you? No, because that would be one blade, and you'd be going round in circles.
You'd be going round in
You would,
circles.
you would.
That's really not on. You'd be very lost, and you wouldn't be able to win a race. I mean, that's probably as far as I could get in a rowing boat, just in
I don't
circles.
imagine Max Kendrick to be very good at rowing, no.
I have been in boats.
Speed walking, on the other hand, is his forte.
I actually won the under 11s speed walking competition, so I'm an expert. But now we've got quite an exciting one coming up. Tyne versus Sheffield, so that's Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Sheffield coming up in just a moment.
In a double.
In a double.
But right now, we are on race 55. We are on singles, Bradford versus Chesley Street.
And they're coming down now. They're just passing Hillbead now, and that's on your screens, Bradford on the right. Well, you can only just see Chesley Street there. Chesley Street have had a bit of a bumpy season. They've had a bit of a controversial moment. Their club nearly got disaffiliated from British rowing. But they seem to be fine now.
Chesley
and
Street pulling ahead.
Pulling ahead.
About 3 boat lengths ahead.
Lancaster School and Peterwood, a composite Durham School and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. Race 54, Women's Junior 18 double scull.
And race 54 about to start. This is the Women's Junior 18 double scull. Got Doncaster Schools on the racecourse station and Durham School on Pelorwood. And that's just starting now.
And right now, just passing us now, we have race 54, which is Doncaster versus Durham School.
That might be Bradford, actually. I think that's Bradford Grammar School, judging from the colours. Red and white.
Oh no, did I get that wrong?
Very far ahead.
Race
46 has been won by Durham School, which is good for the Durham representation here today. And that means that the winner will face Queen Elizabeth High School in a semi-final at 11:45. So look out for that. So that was in the women's Junior 18 double sculling.
Race coming down the race course now is race 52, which is Tyne versus Leeds.
And race 54 just reached Hillbead, and you can see them on the screens there. Doncaster in the lead.
On the start for you now is race 52. Open Elite quad scull between.
And we're going to leave you for a second, but race 52 is just getting underway. That's the race between Tyne, Amateur Rowing Club, and Leeds. But we'll leave you for a second and get back to you in a second.
Do you enjoy the studio?
Open Elite Quad Goal.
Castle student who has just rowed this morning. So how are you doing, Archie?
I'm doing well. It was quite a good race, but you know we were taken about halfway through the race by Bradford School, who I think are doing quite well. Our crew wasn't, you know, in that great a shape this morning. We had a bit of a scratch crew, but you know, we move. It's a good race. It's going to be a fun day.
And can you tell us a bit about how long you've been rowing for and how long have you've prepared for this race?
So I've been rowing for probably since the age of 12, but you start off sculling and then I moved to rowing last year. And then for this race in particular, I would say a week, but it's been one training session. We've had a lot of cancellations. Our cox got COVID, and so she's left, and so we kind of had a guy called Rob, who was coxing us, who was doing it in his pyjamas because he didn't get up this morning and he was really hungover. And then we had Georgia step into the boat last minute, which was great form. Yeah, so it was a good race, but wasn't the most prepared for race, I'd probably say.
But despite all of that, are there any silver linings? Anything you're doing to celebrate maybe with your friends later on?
Yeah, so we're having a barbecue later on down at the Castle Boathouse. If anyone wants to come down for that, bring some drinks. It'll be a great event. But silver linings right now, I'll be honest, I woke up at 6 o'clock this morning, so I'm feeling a bit rubbish. And a little bit hungover, but you know, I'm probably going to go back, get food for tonight, and then come back later when it's hopefully a bit more busy and the weather's a bit nicer. But yeah, it should be a fun day for everyone and the whole family.
And I also wanted to ask, is there anything any advice you have for future rowers or future rowers for Castle?
Sophie.
Well,
no, it's fine.
Future rowers,
with the different,
I don't know, find your local club, get involved, it's a good sport. For me, I can't motivate myself to keep fit, so it's like a good sport to like drag yourself out of bed. I think at university as well, I think like you're going to waste your day, so you know, sign up for rowing, get, you know, when you're signed up, you can't leave, you can't let down the rest of your crew. So, you know, even if you're feeling a bit rough in the morning, you've got to drag yourself out of bed nice and early, get down to the course, get training, you know, and work off that beer belly. You know, it's great.
Well, yeah, that sure sounds like a good start to the day. So thank you for joining me today. I was Laura. Yeah, well, any final last...
Okay, we're starting now.
Get down to Durham Regatta, go to the bar at dark. It should be a fun day.
And we're back, and the river has been a bit empty, a bit off, but we're expecting number 52, the race number 52, to be coming down any time now. They're competing for the Jeff Clack Trophy. That's the Open Elite Coxless quadruple sculling 700-metre race.
What, Max? A quadruple?
Quadruple?
It's a quad.
It's a quad.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Max Kendix.
It's a quad.
His extensive rowing knowledge.
Well, quad is short for quadruple.
Fine, fair enough.
I think that's an unnecessary correction there from Sophie.
I'm not so sure.
And 52's just underway now. Tyne Amateur Rowing Club on Racecourse side and Leeds University on Pelaw Wood. So on your screens, you can just see them at the end there. That's Leeds University there on the right of your screens. Sorry, on the left of your screens, and
Max,
Tyne ARC on.
when you got the sides of the river right. Some interesting facts, Max, about Leeds University.
Go on.
They were founded in 1919.
I assume the rowing club,
The
not
rowing
the
club,
university.
not the university. And they've just recently built a new boathouse in 2014, which is right next to campus. So let's see if that investment's gonna pay off today, shall we?
They've got a huge sort of 2-kilometre stretch right next to their campus now. They used to actually practice down in York, Leeds University, I believe.
That's quite a trek from Leeds.
So it's just
Recently, Leeds
coming
have
up to
performed
Hillbeat now, that
very-
race.
Leeds have recently performed very well at Haw and Weehaw, which was back in March. However, these are quads, so slightly different type of racing here and slightly different technique.
They're not performing as well here though. They're falling back a little bit, as you can see. That is Tyne ARC just taking the lead by quite a stretch there, and the winner of that race will face Yarm School in the semi-final at 11:42. York City won the trophy last year, but they're not competing in this trophy this year. But Leeds there falling quite far behind, as you can see on your screens. That's them. That's the quad just coming in. They're probably just preserving their energy at this point because they are quite far behind.
To be honest, not too surprised about Tyne's win there. Not necessarily win. Race ahead of Leeds there. Tyne have recently created a lot of Olympians. Did you know, Max? They sent a lot of rowers to the European Championships and the Olympic Games. So clearly a very good club to train at, and yeah, we'll get that result for you shortly.
Meanwhile, all our thousands of viewers, please like and subscribe to PalTV, and we've got an Instagram as well, PalTV UK. There you go. And if you're interested in the newspaper as well, there's a newspaper side to this whole multimedia operation.
But really, who is interested in print media?
Everyone is interested.
Really?
So you can just see in the distance there, we've got race 49, which is Yarm School on the racecourse side and Sheffield University on Pelor Wood. So Pelor Wood there, just as a reminder, that's on the left of your screens, and on the right you've got the racecourse side.
Yarm is a local school based here in the northeast, so Durham Regatta is quite a big race for them in the year. Technically Yarm is at the top of Yorkshire, fun fact, and they practice on the River Tees.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they like being called part of Yorkshire. I don't know. They seem quite, you know, Stockton, born and bred.
Born and bred.
It feels like just because they've been clumped into North Yorkshire administratively doesn't mean they'll. That's what they'll be doing full time.
Full-time Yorkshire.
Full-time Yorkshire. I think they're much more on the Tees side than the Yorkshire side, really.
Just coming down the river now, just rowing past Hillbead, where all spectators at Hillbead are watching from sofas and comfy armchairs.
And Yarm School pulling quite far ahead of Sheffield now. Sheffield practices on the Damflask Reservoir to the west of Sheffield. Beautiful, picturesque Lake District scenery there. Just rowing there in their distinctive black and yellow, but falling behind quite significantly here to Yarm School. They look a bit like bumblebees.
Details analysis.
I really hope they don't sting anyone when they're crossing the finish line there. Did you ever consider going to Sheffield Uni? Was that on your radar, Sophie?
It was an option. I didn't apply, but it was a post A-level results panic consideration.
It's a nice city. We went there recently for a conference. Buzzing.
Bit hilly though, I've heard.
Bit hilly.
Mm.
Well,
How do the hills compare to Durham?
Well, I had quite a bad experience with the hills because we were led to the completely the wrong hotel. That was tough. We were led to a hotel on the other side of town, and so it took about an hour and a half to get to our hotel.
With all the cases and
with all the
black tie.
cases. It should have taken 20 minutes, but some people don't know how to use Google Maps.
That's poor.
I mean, it happens all the time. I don't know why. You just type in the location. You know, you'd think the internet makes these things easy, but obviously not.
Obviously not. Sometimes it makes it more complex.
So, in 2018 and before that, I don't know if you were around back then, Sophie.
Alive? Yes, I was, Max.
Around at Durham Regatta. Did they charge for entry then?
No, I don't think they did. I think this is the
Well.
first year they're charging for entry. Not that that's put many people off, to be honest.
No, they're expecting 26,000 people.
26,000 people over the course of the weekend. Lots of exciting boat races to watch. Classic car show, Viking reenactment, and lots of good food stalls. I'm eyeing up some lunch that I may be able to eat very quickly during my very busy day here at PalTV. And we have some more. We have another race just kicked off there.
So I believe this is race 56, just coming down here with the women's junior 14 coxed quad sculling.
Quad, there we go.
700 metre race, and on the screen there you can just see the passing hill bead. And that's Leeds Rowing Club on the Peelorwood side, and Bradford Grammar School on this side. Actually quite close. It's about a length between them.
Need to
As they
focus more
pass
on
our commentary box.
keeping their handle heights low. That is proving detrimental to the boat on racecourse side. Oh, but saying that, they are pulling forward, so maybe my race analysis is not as accurate as I thought. This is quite a tight one.
So the winner of that race there between Bradford and Leeds, they'll face off against Yarm School, who we just saw. They'll face off in the semi-final for presentation prizes at 11:47. So if you're tuning in for that, then have a look. As we just see them coming towards the end of the race, that is very, very close. It might even be a photo finish. I can't quite see from where we are, but you can see that they're just approaching the finish line now, and it's getting quite heated. So they'll be pushing quite hard to make sure that's a win for them to get to the semi-final. Very tight finish. Very tight finish at the end. Close call. We'll see what happens there. Meanwhile, this is 57 coming past us. This is the women's junior 15 sculling race, and that's Johnson there on your screen on the right, and then the beautiful sort of Senegalese
that is
style.
quite a boat. That is quite a boat.
I think that's a Senegalese flag on the boat, and I assume that's the intention there of Doncaster School. I'm sure that's what they're going for. Or the Ghanaian. Depends if you count the rower as a star or not. Well, you know, at the moment, she seems to be quite a star, pulling ahead. Oh no, she is quite far behind. Never mind. Maybe not so much. Maybe the Senegalese flag after all.
And we have a couple more race results in for you. So race 52, that was an Open Elite quad. That Tyne won that one easily. Race 49, Yarm School won that against Sheffield. Race 44, Durham School won that that race. And race 56, that went to Leeds against Bradford.
And race 52 has been won by Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, and we saw that was by quite a length there. And so Tyne will face Yarm School at 11:42 in the semi-final. And 54 was won by the composite crew of Durham School and Tyne ARC, and they'll be facing off against Queen Elizabeth High School in the semi-final 11:45.
And there we go, just got confirmation there. Race 57, the singles that just went past us. Tyne won that against Doncaster.
Yeah, I've got a battery there.
56 has been won by Leeds. They'll face Yarm School in the semi-final at 11:47, and 55 has been won by Chesley Street, more local than Bradford, and they will be proceeding into the semi-final of the North of England Sculling Championship, which is a big one. 57 has been won by Tyne Amateur Rowing Club against Doncaster, and they will then proceed into the semi-final of the North of England Sculling Championship to face off against Chesley Street. So that's a nice little local competition there, Tyne versus Chesley Street. We got rid of Doncaster and Bradford.
Just the north, just the true north.
The true north. And 58 is just going to get underway now, the quarter-final for the Players' Cup, Open Elite Coxless Pairs Race. Grey College will be on the racecourse side, and Queen Elizabeth High School on the Peelawwood side. Grey College. Now, I've got a bone to pick with Grey College.
Do you?
I had their college drink. Do you know what their college drink is?
I don't, but I have heard of their chili vodka shots.
That's the college drink.
That's
chili vodka, and
that's their college drink.
that's their college drink. I
Oh.
mean, they might have another one, but
How was it?
Ooh, I mean, do you even know what it looks like? You'd assume maybe it's red-looking vodka,
No,
but no,
yeah.
it's not even that. It's vodka with literal chili bits
No.
inside. Yeah. You can see that you're basically swallowing the chili, and nobody wants that.
I don't like chili at the best of times, or vodka.
I know, but it was just, you know what? There was a certain kick to it.
Was there?
Yeah, there was a certain.
Was it effective?
Certain je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi. To be fair, Max, I'm surprised you even made it up the hill.
It was quite far.
It's quite far. Max Kendricks from Castle, ladies and gentlemen. He discriminates against hill colleges. Not a fan. Not a fan.
Meanwhile, 58 just coming up to us now. Gray in the lead against Queen Elizabeth. About halfway through now, and the winner will face Sheffield City in the semi-final at 11:52 as they're coming up to us now. And that is Queen Elizabeth.
Down the course now.
Okay, look, top right, battery was 100%. Where was it?
It's one of the hardest races today to do. This pairs race. Very tough. Lots of communication needed. It's just very difficult. I mean, I don't know if have you competed in pairs races yourself, Sophie?
I've never competed in a pairs race, Max. No.
It's just so. Well, it doesn't sound fun.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't sound to me. No.
Looks like Grey College.
Have to train.
Very safe lead there against Queen Elizabeth.
4, 5, 6
minimum,
times a week.
Max, minimum. Durham train 8 times a week.
And at Bath Bridge, Gray maintain that lead. Both crews rowing these very difficult pairs.
So that's not that.
And they're just doing a little push in for the finish.
Bit of a lull again, but the next race coming up now is 59. We've got the semi-final for the Bill Golightly Challenge Trophy, which is the women's intermediate Cox 4-oared race, and it will be the winners of 2 previous races, and they'll face the winner of R80, which is coming up. We haven't got there yet. Race 80 at 12:47.
Guys, any pointers to improve on camera too?
Durham ARC on the Peelawwood side, so that will be on the left of your screen, quite far away at the moment. You don't quite see them, but they are coming down, powering in the women's intermediate Cox 4-oared race here on the short course, and that's against Lancaster on the racecourse side.
Also, the result of race 58, Grey College won that very easily against Queen Elizabeth High School. So yeah, that was the double that just went past us.
Durham ARC, known compassionately as Dark.
It is.
Yeah,
My
although
old club, Max.
is that because it's dark blue and yellow stripes.
I imagine that plays into it.
And you know, it's very much dark territory. This is proper dark homeland. It was founded in 1860, after the regatta began. So they probably had no boats before then. It was probably just people swimming. And it's multiple British champions. Most recently, a women's crew in 2007, British champions, which is when the boathouse at the end of the river was rebuilt.
And just coming down the course now. Dark are pulling ahead slightly.
Gosh,
some good
this is
technique
tight.
from the girls there. On both sides, to be fair.
Lots of support for this race, and they are neck and neck. Let's see if they can overtake here.
Oh.
Lancaster look like they're just overtaking. Just poking their bow ball out in front. Just poking their bow ball out in front.
Excellent use of rowing terminology there, Max.
And it's such a great feeling when you overtake a crew and can just start to see them in the corner of your eye, pushing away. Can be really tough even on a short course like this to not lose faith for the boat being overtaken as well.
Yes, that race was neck and neck, and we'll be bringing you that result shortly. Has started to rain down here at Durham Regatta, unfortunately. We are putting umbrellas over our cameras. That's quite a sight to be seen.
59 is just finishing off, and you can't see them at the moment on your screens because we can't film the finish line, but very, very close. Too close to call. I mean, we'll bring you the result when it comes, but at the moment it's really too close to call. Meanwhile, race 56 has been won by Bradford Grammar School. We've got race 58 was won.
That was against Leeds, who were disqualified, actually.
Leeds were disqualified.
In race 56.
That's terrible.
Terrible for Leeds.
Terrible for Leeds.
Not so much for Bradford.
And Grey College easily won race 58, which means they'll be facing Sheffield City Rowing Club in the semi-final of the Players' Cup in about an hour's time.
And race 59, Dark won that one.
One
the
foot.
Gosh, that was a tight race.
By 1 foot, gosh.
I'm surprised because Lancaster were very much pulling out in front just before the final there.
That was very close, wasn't it? I mean, so the winner there will face the winner of the next semi-final, which is coming up soon, for the Bill Golightly Challenge Trophy for the women's intermediate coxed four-odd race, and they'll face them at 12:47. So tune in then, at approximately then. It might be slightly later because we're slightly behind schedule still, but tune in then to see the final. And if it's anything like the semi-final, it's looking to be very entertaining. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Durham Regatta is delighted to announce Alpha Security is the co-sponsor of the Durham Regatta for 2022. Alpha Security, one of the most high-end trusted security companies in the country.
Oh, and the sun's come out. Gosh, the weather is very much changing today. The umbrellas have come down, and we are basking in the sun.
Well, it's one of these things, isn't it? Because it feels like the Arctic in the shade, and as soon as the sun comes out, it suddenly feels like the desert, and you need to start stripping off and looking for water.
Yes, earlier in the day I was regretting my choice of a skirt. I thought maybe trousers would have been a more appropriate choice, but now very thankful of my choice.
It just looks lovely, doesn't it? The sun glistening off the water. Absolutely beautiful, and the wind is a lot calmer, isn't it? So obviously the rowers going against the current, but they're not being impeded too much by the wind. Yesterday the wind was very strongly against the rowers' favour.
Everyone was very concerned about the wind today.
Everyone was a bit worried, but
yeah,
it seems to have calmed down. Seems to be quite nice. You could almost drop a pin and it wouldn't waver much before getting to the floor. I think that's the expression.
It's quite a long expression. I'm not sure that's quite how it goes. Yeah. Another little lull here now. Should be another race setting off shortly. Some nice weather for the next one.
And 60 will be the next race, which is something we really look forward to, actually. It's the Corporation Challenge Cup, the Open Elite Coxed four-odd race. Now that's That's a big one, isn't it, Sophie? I mean, we've got Durham Uni Boat Club itself.
Wow.
Itself, the development squad, of course.
Next weekend.
Yeah, something like
Hexam, Henley.
that. Depends who you
Hexam was
ask.
last weekend.
Depends who you ask. Why they're not racing. There's a bit of controversy around that decision. But we will see a very strong team, I'm sure. In total, Durham College rowing takes about half of the rowers in the northeast. So many rowers at Durham, and it's really great to see them all competing here today. And it's such a staple in the rowing calendar, isn't it? I mean, we had
Durham Regatta.
just last week. We had Hexam last week.
We did have Hexam last week. Henley is next week.
Henley is next week. Women's Henley is next week, and then we have Henley from the 28th of June to the 1st of July, I believe.
Wow. Are you going, Max?
You know what? I might pop along. It's
Very much
it's
you'll
actually
see.
during my graduation, so I don't think I can.
Maybe not.
But it's one of three. This is one of 3 regattas to take place in Durham. There are 2 other ones. They're a bit smaller.
Are they all regattas, Max?
Yes, Durham City Regatta took place last month. Just the sort of local Durham teams, all in preparation for this big day, and this will be the biggest regatta for a lot of teams here, won't it?
It will. Durham City is a great chance for novs to get out. Novs meaning novices in rowing terminology. Novs to get out and have their first race. It really prepares them for what's to come later in the season.
I mean, but for some, this is a bit small fry, isn't it?
It is.
I mean, perhaps for this team coming up soon, I mean, the Open Elite Cox 4-odd race, this is sort of muscle training, isn't it?
It's a training session at best. No. all races are important to all crews competing. Race experience is great. It builds race points, which for some is a good thing. It means you can race in harder categories. Some race points are quite competitive, political, because you can only have a certain number of race points per category that you enter into. So the race points depend. They define which category you can enter. If a rower's got a lot of experience, they will have a lot of race points, and therefore they're not allowed to race in a beginner's category or an intermediate category.
And as we're looking forward to Durham University taking on Tyne Amateur Rowing Club in the Corporation Challenge Cup coming up soon, as we're looking forward to that, just a reminder of the sort of key points on the river to look out for in this race. So in every race today, it's good to look out for the landing stages. That's how lots of crews identify where they need to strengthen up, maybe speed up depending on how far ahead they are. But we've got the landing stage for Hillbead. That's universally sort of known as the halfway point, and then you're getting towards the end once you pass us here at St Cuthbert's landing stage, and then going under the bridge into the very final stretch.
About 3/4 of the race there is Cuth's landing stage. The race finish being just after Bath Bridge, past the commentary box, just down there. Another lull on the river while we wait for this race to get started. You'll be able to see all the boats lined up, ready to get back to dark.
So obviously Durham University Boat Club, just based near Maiden Castle, that's where their landing stage is. But Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, they'll be coming out today in with black blades with 2 white iconic stripes. Their own club is based in Newburn. It was founded in 1852 and is the longest established rowing club on the River Tyne. So they'll be used to more of a tidal river, and so this will be more easy going for them, but they would have practiced on the weir, of course, coming into this, the regatta today. But they've been training hard and recently competed in Durham City, as we were talking about, in Tees Regatta as well, Nottingham Masters, Hexam last week, and others in preparation. They had 11 wins at Durham City.
Wow.
12 other crews reaching the finals. They have a really interesting famous alumnus. You know, we've been talking about the Olympians and world champions and so on, but Harry Clasper, for those who are very sort of rooted in rowing history, he's an innovator in boat design. He essentially designed the modern rowing shell, and he was a very famous and successful professional rower in the 1800s, and he came from Tyne Amateur Rowing Club. So very interesting alumnus there, but they also have the standard Olympic crop.
Standard.
Standard. Oh yeah, you know how you do. You've got they've got Kieran Emery and Will Fletcher, who've both represented Great Britain at the World Championships. Will Fletcher also competed in the European Championships and the Olympic Games. So they've got some great alumni, and we'll probably see some very distinguished rowers in the elite team coming through today as well.
I am literally just here with my camera.
For Durham.
And the wind's picking up again now, which the racers won't be particularly happy about, as that does affect how difficult it is to steer the boat, as well as rowers having to row downstream, which is, yeah, creates more resistance against the boat.
I'm not sure what's going on, to be honest, Sophie, because they're still on the start line, and this race was supposed to start at 10:27. It's currently 11:03. They're falling a little bit behind. I do wonder if there was something wrong, perhaps, with the boats as they were coming off, because it has been a full sort of 5-6 minutes. Maybe there's something going on.
But you would have thought they'd let another race go ahead of them, wouldn't you?
And they're off.
Oh, here we go.
So you'll just see them coming down now.
Open Elite A. Coxed fours between.
So this is the Open Elite A Coxed four-oared race. You've got Durham University Boat Club on the racecourse side, so that's on the right of your screens, and Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, as we were just talking about, they're going to be on the left of the screens on the Peel-Orwood side. Now let's just hope that it's going to be a very close and interesting race, but my theory is, Sophie, and I don't know, I mean Durham is obviously very strong, but since they're not putting forward their very best for this race, perhaps Tyne will be able to pull ahead. That's just hypothesis.
Point marks, and it might be coming to fruition, but saying that, I'm not sure if you guys can see, it's pretty head-to-head at the moment. I think Tyne just creeping forward a little bit.
Looking pretty good. Tyne, matching course so far down the race course, looking really good.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Tyne just maybe a foot or two ahead.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight race this one. They're very evenly matched. And Tyne are just pulling ahead. It's nice rowing there from that crew.
Prizes donated by Durham Council.
Very strong technique here. We've seen a lot of crabs today. No crabs from these teams. They are elite. And Durham just falling behind a little bit.
Tyne
maybe a bit
those in
ahead.
the Durham boat, not quite squaring together. Technique's a little bit sloppy. Need to work to rectify that, especially on that side.
3 in the young squad, lost an order, got that back. Doesn't seem to have cost them too much. They're quickly back into their race rhythm. Does mean though that maybe
and Durham rearing off to the side now. Not quite sure what's happening there.
Oh dear, it's and I think maybe Yarmer into the bank, possibly, are they?
Just under Bath's Bridge, Durham.
I'm not quite sure what's happening here.
That wasn't meant to happen. Oh, and Durham have stopped.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, we've had a bit of chaos as well. Yarmer in a lot of trouble. They seem to have dropped an oar. So it's all going on here today on the weir.
I thought this would be quiet. No.
Durham has basically crashed into the side of the river. Meanwhile, Yarm have lost an oar. And it's a massive rivalry coming up. It's Yarm versus Queen Elizabeth. Coming up now in the race.
Hang on to that and maintain their course without any further mishaps. So Citizen is a venture there,
And Queen Elizabeth ahead here. And Yarm seem to be very close to the side, but have moved back nicely into the middle now. But Queen Elizabeth still quite far ahead, and you wonder if that that big false sort of start by Yarm has contributed psychologically to them falling behind now. And we're just expecting the result from race 60 to be coming in any second now, because it was very close, but it was also very strange. I mean, we sort of predicted that it would be the case that Durham would perhaps fall further behind than they would normally, because it wasn't their elite team, and that certainly came to fruition. Tyneham Jerome did seem to do better.
So they will be learning from any little mistakes that they make.
And they're just passing us now is race 61. So 176 from Yarm School, pulling very far ahead. Sorry, not pulling ahead. About one length behind, despite their faulty start. Meanwhile, race 163 has got underway. But you're still looking at race 61, and that is still, you know, quite close. But we're looking at.
Oh, and we have a little bit of a steering incident where the crew on race course side has just made contact with the bank and looks as if they may well have to
There's
stop.
more drama going on now. Another crew has actually crashed into the... Oh gosh! Completely stopped. Here's the camera turning around now. You'll be able to see. So that's the team going past there in red and white. But if you look just further back there, completely crashed into the side. That's race 63. So that's I think will be St Mary's that has absolutely collided into the side of the...
Wow, there is normally a very good that'd be very disappointing for them. Yeah, they're just reached the end of the course now.
That will be a big disappointment for that team there, for that crew. So this is Mary's coming through now after their disappointing collision with the side of the Weir. They were expecting that. I mean, you expect boats to collide into each other sometimes coming up that course, but it didn't seem like anything had prompted them, and the wind isn't very strong, so it would have been just
could have been a steering issue with the regatta.
So 62 will be heading off now, as we see Mary's going there into the distance after a bit of a disappointing performance from them. So we were talking about race 60 before between Tyne and Durham. Well, we saw Durham sort of veer off into the side, and it's officially been declared that Tyne won that race very easily.
On the course, the Yarm School of Bettington rowing very well.
And so this is Yarm versus Bradford. Bradford there on your left. Quite close.
Very elegant and very easy as she comes towards Custom Landing.
Lots of praise for the Yarm sculler there.
Yarm is pulling nice and far ahead.
It's wonderful to see people supporting both rowers in what is a very tough race. But Yarm maybe a length or two ahead.
Yeah, Yarm pulling ahead, a couple of, I'd say about two lengths ahead.
Couldn't discount Yarm being ahead too much. You know, rowing in a little bit of open space there, Yarm, can be tough. But especially if you're not as familiar with the water and have a line to follow. But if there's no one in front of you or behind you, it can be difficult to push on. But I think she's doing very well there and seems to be pulling ahead towards the finish line. Meanwhile, race 50, I think, is starting. Very late.
Yes, this race was meant to happen at 2 minutes past 10. No. This is the quarterfinal from the K Challenge Cup. It's the women's beginner race.
And it's Aiden's who had an easy win in the last round, in the round of 16, versus Durham Amateur Club, who got a bar.
For all coaches and crews, I am told that the regatta is running approximately 20 minutes behind schedule, so if you could
About 20 minutes behind schedule at the moment. So just bear that in mind. If you're looking for a particular race, just bear in mind we're about 20 minutes behind. Factor that in. But I suggest tuning in for the entirety of the weekend for PalTV's coverage, because it is just excellent, especially when we're not on, right, Sophie?
Top tier, yes. And here we come down the course.
And
At a quarter of the way to the race now.
Aiden's there on the right, Durham on the left. Durham slightly ahead. Pulling out more ahead there, I'd say.
And Durham there on the left of your screens. Aiden's
Now,
on the right.
Aiden's, and we were talking about Gray's pretty atrocious college drink. I mean, Aiden's has got to win the day for horrific college drink. They seem to take pride in being Europe's largest importer of Hungarian liquor. And it's not very nice as we get past to the halfway of the Durham Aiden's quarter-final.
Durham nicely pulling ahead there, quite easily, maintaining the pace.
And they're very elegant, dark blue and yellow stripes there.
Very nice in one. Some boat clubs have very questionable elements. That one, that's a very nice one. Boat also matches their ornaments, which is nice coordination there from Dark. Aiden's are still pushing through.
Now,
some slightly sloppier rowing there from Aiden's.
As we see Durham pulling ahead there, we're really looking forward to, as the camera will turn around now, to race 67. This is a big one. We've got the women's Elite 8. It is Durham University at home against Leeds away, you could say. Starting off, and it's very exciting.
And they should be pulling off any time soon. See them quite far down the race course.
Meanwhile, we've got some results. We've got some results for you. Race 61 has been won by Queens. We saw that coming througthrough. 1 easily by Yarns. 63 won easily by Gray against Mary's, and we saw Mary's collapse into the crash into the side of the river there. Funnily enough, and this, I don't know if this is deliberate or not, but the name attached to the Mary's crew, the surname is Gray, and they just lost quite heavily against Gray. So I don't know if that was fate.
You would have thought they'd applied to Great College with a surname like that.
Nominative fatalism didn't work out for the Mary's captain there. And we've got race 58, the Coxless Elite double. That was Gray easily winning that against Queens earlier.
We should be heading back to our studio segment now. Give us a nice break from talking. We'll get a snack.
Yeah, we're going to take a break in a second, but keep an eye out in the top left corner of your screens for this very exciting race between Durham and Leeds Rowing Club and the Women's Elite. Again, it won't be the top team for Durham out there today, but it will be, no doubt, quality teams. And this is Leeds Rowing Club, not Leeds University Rowing Club, so they'll be coming out proudly in their blue and light blue. They practice on the Air and Calder Navigation canal. A relatively new club, formed in 2006, but they've done, Leeds Rowing Club, they've done very well for a community rowing club. They have athletes racing across a variety of events, from Junior 14 quads through to the men's and women's 8s events, as we're seeing today. They're entered into 12 events over the weekend, and they've been racing throughout the regatta season. They've had wins at York, Nottingham, Peterborough, A and B, finals at the Metropolitan Regatta. They have some famous...
Yeah, we've got a voucher to the Ebony Champagne Bar. It's like £26.
She was diagnosed with an inherited eye disorder, joined the Great Britain Handball Rowing squad, and won a gold medal in Tokyo 2020 in the Paralympics there, and then awarded an MBE earlier this year.
It's great, Matt. You think you'll get an MBE for services to
Somehow I doubt it. Somehow I doubt it. You know what? I should be in contention. I've been begging for an MBE for years.
And you basically just need
they give it for anything else. I think I just need to give free Tory party.
open form, and then they can fill it in on there.
I think I get a lordship.
And they'll need to give their name, their email, and their YouTube.
So we just see them coming down now, this Women's Elite 8.
Yeah.
We love to see that. Now, I mean, this is the fastest boat you could get.
So it's okay.
An 8.
An 8.
The largest boat.
The largest and the fastest.
Good luck.
Good
luck with marketing.
We've got Durham there on the right hand side of your screen.
Very close as we come to halfway. Very close as we come to halfway. Almost level. I mean, bow ball for bow ball here. Really close.
Max really likes the word bow ball.
It's a very funny word. They are. I mean, I just can't tell them apart.
Gosh, Durham creeping forward there. Really giving leads around for their money. Oh, and Durham inching forward. They're level. They're level.
I've heard a lot of come on Leeds. I've heard a lot of come on Durham. Heard a lot of come on Leeds. Actually, I think there's more support for Leeds here than Durham. Maybe they're overcompensating.
Durham look like they're just inching ahead there as they go towards the finish line. That's going to be a tight one there. We'll bring you in the result very shortly after we cut to the studio. That's not happening yet. In a couple of seconds, we'll be going live, having a fun interview in the studio.
Maybe I'll just okay.
Some more fun games as well in the studio, happening later today, across the weekend. Stay tuned for those. Mr. and Mrs. Never Have I Ever.
Okay, well, yeah, just do whoever's marketing. And then
I always say it like.
One river, one aim. Through shine and rain.
Every stroke of every oar.
Driven by hours of pain. With fire in the belly. The heroic of heart.
Take to the stage. To make waves in history.
Built on legends from history. Thousands of stories since 1834.
All told on the same river, with the same aim.
The chance to make the name.
This
is Durham Regatta.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm here with Sarah and Kendra, who are both rowing today for Lancaster University. So could you tell me a little bit about how you're feeling about your races this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in our race. I've seen a lot of the other competitors today, but we've put a lot of work into our training over the last couple of months, had a lot of regatta practice, so I'm feeling pretty confident.
I'm really excited. This is my last race with Lancaster University because I'm graduating, so I'm really excited to get racing.
What was your previous rowing experience? Did you just start at university or have you been rowing for a while?
Yeah, so I started rowing at university. I had never done a sport before, so I joined as a novice, and I really just fell for the sport. It's been such a ride.
Yeah, no, never rowed before uni. For some reason had this dead set idea of going straight into rowing when I got to uni. Freshers week, went in, and I'm doing it all year now. So, yeah.
And what races are you competing in this afternoon?
I am in the women's beginner 8+.
Yeah, and I'm also in the 8+ book for intermediate.
And who else are you here with, say, just the Lancaster women's, or have you got a men's team as well?
Yeah, we are actually, I think, Lancaster's biggest gender mixed sports team. So we have our men's 4 in the championship category tomorrow and the men's 8 in the non-championship category tomorrow. We have the men's double in the elite category today, and then the novice men's 8, the novice men's 4, my 8, your 8, my 4, your 4.
How long have you been training for? What's that look like, and have you had any disruptions because of kind of COVID? What's that look like for you?
Yeah, so for my first year, so this is my 3rd year, my first year our whole summer season was cancelled, so that was my novice year, so it was just a head season, which is the longer races, and then we slowly got back into it. Second year was also very disrupted by COVID. We were still able to go out quite a bit, but this year we've really gotten back into it, and obviously the weather in Lancaster is not the best either, so that also prevents us from going out. So it's been a bit of bad luck with the combination of the two, but it's been such a great year to come back into it, and I'm so happy I get to actually be here this year, which is my final year. Yeah.
Have you competed in the Durham Regatta before, or is this your first time?
My first at Durham. I'm a first year, so all races this year have been first races, but I'm excited. It looks pretty fun.
So this is my second time. So I competed last year, and I was in the women's 4, and we actually won, which was so excited. My first tankard. So yeah, that's my experience.
And have you got any plans for later on this evening? Are you celebrating, or what are your plans for later on?
Assuming we get back at a reasonable time, I imagine a quite entertaining post-race social will be occurring, planned by our social sex, Amy and Emily. Yeah, no, I imagine we'll probably go to one of Lancaster's local clubs. Yeah, you can imagine the rest.
Yeah, but it's looking like we'll probably, I think our last race will be around 6, so it might get pretty late, to be fair. Yeah.
And do you have anyone watching today to support you, like family, or is it just other people from the club or from the university?
I think, unfortunately for both of us, our families live in foreign countries, so I don't think either of us have family watching. But I know that a lot of people on my team's parents have come to watch. Most of my team are from the north. So.
Well, make sure you tell your family that they can watch it live on PalTV. Thank you so much for doing this interview, really appreciate it, and good luck for this afternoon. Okay, thank you.
And well, what a fun little interview there. We have a few results for you as it starts absolutely pouring it down.
Gosh,
that came out of nowhere, God. Well, race 50, which started about 3 million years late, was won by Durham, amateur own club, against Aiden's by just half a length.
Wow, that was close.
It was close. I felt it. I felt the closeness.
You feel the tension, Max.
I do feel the tension in my bones. Race 67, though, that women's Elite 8, was won by Leeds against Durham Boat Club by just half a length again, so Durham lost out there. Meanwhile, race 64 was won by Lancaster against Bradford Grammar School. And race 65, that's the women's junior 18 double scull, was won by Lancaster easily against Cambois Rowing Club. And we're just waiting for the start of race 68 as it absolutely starts
Tipped it
pouring.
down. Yeah. We're getting very wet.
Absolutely pouring here. Gonna try and move slightly under the shelter so you're not rained on as well. Through me. But race 68 is underway. And race 68 just coming in there from the ends of your screen. So that's a semi-final. It's the women's junior 15 double scull. Wind and rain. The conditions have turned on us today. I shouldn't have said that thing about the weather earlier.
Absolutely not. You've jinxed it now.
I've jinxed it. Oh, it's gone.
Oh?
Gosh, I do love the English weather sometimes.
British summer, here to stay.
I'm expecting hail now.
Maybe snow.
Rowing cancelled because the river froze over. That's the end of the race.
Ice skating, maybe. And we have these two pairs coming down now. Two doubles, sorry. I may.
So this is Chesley Street versus Durham ARC here, just passing Hill Bead.
Chesley Street pulling slightly in front there on the Pilar Woods side.
Good stuff, good stuff from Chesley Street. Shame that Durham's behind there. Durham, in general, as a location, seems to be doing a little bit worse this morning. But maybe we'll see that their fate turn around. Maybe it's the sort of nervousness of the home course.
There's a lot of pressure on Durham today. Rowing their home stretch. Yeah, Chesley Street comfortably in the lead there as they head towards the finish line.
And I think the winner of this will go into a final. And who that final will be against is a matter for much thought and discussion with our producers at the moment. But we're looking forward to it. Whatever it is, whatever it may be, we are anticipating it. People have still got their brollies up, but it's stopped raining, so that's great. And the great thing about watching the live streams, of course, is you don't get rained on, unlike us.
Unlike us. Another little lull on the river here now before the next race sets off.
So the race 72 is just starting off now. That's the women's junior 18
Singles. Single sculls.
And this will be Sheffield.
Sheffield City.
Sheffield City.
Against Chesley Street.
Against Chesley Street.
Just before we can see the race clearly, it would be great if you could like and subscribe our YouTube channel. We have a goal to get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of this term. It'd be great if you could help us reach that. Yeah, lots of good Durham content on PalTV. Durham's best student broadcaster, UK's best student broadcaster.
As 72 is just approaching Collingwood landing stage now. Got some results for you now. Race 66 won by Tees against Cambois Rowing Club by 3 lengths. Race 69, the women's elite double scull, was won by Leeds, Uni of Leeds, against Tees Rowing Club. And race 68 was won by
Chesley Street.
Chesley Street against Durham ARC.
That was won by 4 lengths. So quite an easy win there for Chesley Street against Durham. And here we go, this is race 72.
Coming here, moving forward now, Chesley Street on the left of your screens there, piling forward nicely.
It seems like the Sheffield rower had to take a bit of a detour there. Got too close to the bank, perhaps caught a crab.
I don't think she caught a crab, Max.
I think
Stop
she did.
trying to worm that in there.
I think she did catch a crab. And she's
Not
fished
an
it out.
actual crab.
She's
for
fished
those
it
at
out,
home.
and she's going to eat it for dinner.
Chesley Street Sculler very comfortably in the lead there, piling forward towards the finish line. We've got some very excited crowd members for this race. Chesley Street rower does look like she's losing speed there though. As we head into the finish line, I'm not sure what's happening there. She's taking that a lot slower than she was.
So you're just seeing that race finishing there after an unfortunate collision of the Sheffield Sculler. And we should be seeing soon, and we'll bring you that result as soon as it comes in, but we should be seeing the start of race 70. And that's the highly anticipated one coming up in a second, which will be the Open Junior 16 double scull.
Yep, race 70.
Race 70 haven't quite started yet, and that will be Queen Elizabeth High School versus someone else. Not quite sure who. In race 70.
That will be the winner of race 26, and we're just confirming who the winner of race 26 was.
And this should be an open goal really for Queen Elizabeth High School, because this same crew pretty much won this category last year, obviously when they were junior 15s, but they were champions last year, so should expect a good performance. And they are racing against Durham ARC,
who
today.
won race 26.
Race 26, and I wonder if this is a semi-final or no, it's not. It's just. So we see them now coming up to Hillbead. So 70 at halfway here, with Queen Elizabeth on the right of your screen, and the wind has really picked up now on the river, and I do wonder which way that's going and whether it will help or hinder the rowers
Review
today.
the weather vane.
Get a weather vane out.
And Queen Elizabeth just inching.
My officer's saying
ahead
southwest.
of dark there.
So you know that shouldn't be too much of an impediment.
Yeah, Queen Elizabeth have a nice lead on dark there, as they inch towards the finish line.
Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club is on the River Tyne, based at Hexam. They actually they share the facilities with Hexam Rowing Club, and they would have been a big feature last week at the Hexam Regatta. Belongs, of course, to the Queen Elizabeth High School. We've got quite a few schools turning up today in various juniors categories.
What I think is interesting is when schools go against Durham colleges.
And
win. Yes.
Meanwhile, this is race number 76 coming up to the Hillbead landing stage at halfway. So this is Tyne Amateur Rowing Club versus Tees Rowing Club. Tees just pulling ahead there at the moment.
I wouldn't say just, Max, I'd say quite comfortably.
By quite a lot.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Tyne there.
So Tees Rowing Club, which is pulling ahead quite well there. It's a community rowing club again. It's got around 200 members. Shares facilities with the Teesside University Rowing Club. Quite a few members aren't actually racing at Durham this weekend. It clashes with the National Masters, and some other crews are training for other competitions like Henley coming up soon. But still, they've got over 20 entries this weekend from Tees. But all the way from Junior 14 to Elite. They've got some famous alumni as well. They've got Kat Copeland, the Olympic gold medalist in London 2012. Lawrence Whiteley, Paralympic gold medalist in Rio 2016 and Tokyo 2020. So illustrious company at that club. Got some results to bring you. Let's do them in race order just to make it nice and simple. We've got race 68, which was between Durham and Chesley Street, and that was won by 4 lengths by Chesley Street, and that was the semi-final. So Chesley Street there proceeding into the final. And then we've got race 69. That was the women's elite double sculling race, and that was won easily by Leeds against Tees. And then we've got by Leeds University, and then we've got race 70, which was the Open Junior 16 double scull, and that's been won by Queen Elizabeth High School in Hexam, their rowing club there. And 75 is underway here, as we have quite a dramatic gush of wind, which has blown all our documents straight into. Well, it'll be funny if they go into the river. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
It's quite the gust of wind there. Contending with all weathers today.
So this is 75. We've got some fans for 75 in the house, or I should say on the river. Not on the river, around the river, next to it. This is Queen Elizabeth High School here in the Junior 14 double scull. They're on the right of your screen, sorry, and then the Tees Rowing Club on the left, and they're neck and neck at the moment.
Had a lot of Queen Elizabeth and Tees recently, haven't we?
We have indeed.
They're really making the most of their race entries this year.
As they just come up towards the Hillbead Boat Club. Hillbead have got an absolutely fantastic snooker room.
Do they?
And the
karaoke, I've heard.
And well, I haven't taken part in the karaoke, but the snooker room is amazing. I mean, I don't know why it exists, to be perfectly honest. It was built recently. It's a new snooker table. You don't get many snooker tables that are built new, but it exists and it's quite difficult to get into as well, I found.
However, Max, people are not here to listen to you talk about snooker. They're here to watch the rowing and listen to the rowing.
But
and Queen Elizabeth are pulling through
the
nicely there as we head towards the finish line against Tees. Queen Elizabeth doing very well this afternoon. This morning, we're still in the morning. Gosh, it feels like we've been here all day. When in fact we have been here all day since 5 a.m.
As the sun's coming out again, and the yellow boats are absolutely dominating this morning from Queen Elizabeth High School. As one of our very own passes us by.
Kezia Smith, who has just ignored us. She will be commentating tomorrow alongside Max Kendricks. Poor girl.
Tomorrow, catch Kez and I on the commentary beat.
1 p.m.
1 p.m. as the long races get underway.
What's a long race, Max?
Long race is one that's longer than the short race, Sophie.
Absolutely not.
It's 1,800 metres.
But what type of race is it?
It's a head race.
It's a head race. What does that mean? Explain to our viewers.
A head race is timed. It's not about who wins in your sort of head-to-head regatta style competition, where it's just whoever wins that. But it's actually timed, and I think in a way it's a better way of judging who's the better team. But it's less entertaining to watch.
A lot less entertaining to watch. I do prefer rowing head races though than regattas. Slightly less stressful. Also a lot less stressful to cocks for the poor cocks. Saying that, tomorrow Elvet Bridge will present a key issue for our rowers on the course. Going through Elvet Bridge at race pace is known to create a lot of disasters. We had a lot of crashes there. Maybe you'll get some fun viewing tomorrow. Elvet Bridge crashes. And we have another race coming down the course now.
This is a school versus a university.
Wow.
Which we love to see, and they are absolutely neck and neck. Which is, I don't know if it's embarrassing for the university or proud for the school, but it's one of the two. But yeah, going along a healthy pace there.
This is a men's 8 race coming down the course now.
York University ever so slightly ahead there on the left of your screens.
Durham School. There we go. And York University pulling through some very nice all-in-ones.
Here.
Saying that Durham School, they are creeping forward a little bit. Oh, and we've caught a crab. Oh. Seat number 7, Durham School, just caught a crab. That slowed them down quite a bit. They've missed out on a few strokes there, which has allowed York to maintain their lead and increase it ever so slightly.
Seems to have recovered from the crab quite quickly, but that would have lost them a lot of valuable time.
It will
possibly have lost.
Not the worst crowd we've ever seen at Durham Regatta, but certainly detrimental for the crew out there today. And we have 2 more race results to bring you. Race 76, T's rowing club won that by 4 lengths. And race 75, going backwards, Queen Elizabeth High School won that against T's rowing club. So T's win 1, lose 1. And you've got a nice image there of some rowers lying down and relaxing.
Relaxing in the sunshine, as they
It
should
does take
be.
a while to get back to where everyone boats up at dark. You can see them all lining up there. It's quite a long day for these poor rowers.
You think
Sure,
you finished?
no longer than our day though, I imagine.
You think you finished, and
Have
then
I
you have
mentioned?
to row all the way back up.
All the way back up. Not quite as bad actually as Tyne. You have to row 5k there and then you do the 5k back race. So that's pretty grim, especially as most of those races happen in winter. So lots of rain, lots of cold.
Oof.
There are some very terrible pictures of me looking particularly unimpressed.
Just you.
Just me, looking very unimpressed on Tyne in January.
And that was interesting to see the open intermediate coxed 8.
All the 8s coxed.
But it was also coxed. I mean,
It was.
If it was coxless, it would probably
Would have done as well.
quite quickly.
Would have had more entertaining content to bring you.
But that was
race 71. That was won by York University Boat Club.
And we saw that because Durham
we
sort
did.
of caught a crab
Caught
there
a crab.
towards the end.
Not a dramatic crab, as we did say. But yes, seat 7 caught a crab there.
But they were just
Not to
catching
single
up
them out.
a little bit. Sorry, seat 7.
Sorry, seat 7. Interestingly, seats in rowing boats are numbered from the back. It takes quite a long time for people to get to grips with that when they start rowing.
Now, we're quite excited because coming up are finals.
Wow.
We've got some finals
I'm
coming in
personally
soon.
thrilled.
74 we're waiting to start now, which is a semi-final. That's the Open Beginners 8. Aiden's versus Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And then we should be looking towards the final of the Open Junior 14 sculling 8.
And will these 8s be coxed, Max?
They're all coxed.
They're all coxed.
Don't be silly, Sophie. They're all coxed. So race 74, something seems to have happened. I think they've stopped because of an umpire's call.
They're rowing back.
They're rowing back now. Perhaps they clashed into each other or some sort of full start situation. Maybe something in a boat.
I'm assuming it was something in a boat.
Yeah, I mean they're both in boats. Maybe something inside the boat. But they're going back now. They're rowing back almost as quickly as Durham University's COVID policy was in the last couple of years.
Which you can read about on palatinate.co.uk.
On Palatinate. Well, that's not even our website.
Is that not our website?
Palatinate.org.uk.
Oh, I do
Don't go to
apologise.
palatinate.co.uk, you'll get an error 404. And we don't want that. Yeah, so 74 has gone back to the start line now. We assume they're going to try again. Hopefully this time we'll actually manage to see the race proceed.
Just waiting for that to start now. Hopefully they set off soon. Don't keep us waiting too long.
We just can't wait for this race. 74, the semi-final. 74 is the semi-final between Aiden's and Durham ARC. Just wondering what happened there at the start. Hello, hello. Everyone listening?
Not sure if the next race has started yet. We have been, our TV has been cut off, unfortunately, so we're just waiting for that to get re-established.
While we're just waiting for 74 to kick off again, let's tell you about the fantastic prize draw we have here at PalTV. If you subscribe to the channel, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel and fill in a little form, a little Google form on our Instagram, then in
our
the
link
bio,
tree. Link in bio.
Then you will be put in a raffle for a very special prize, a very Durham prize and a very
Durham
rowing prize. I know, peak Durham prize.
Peak Durham.
It's a £30 champagne voucher, which will probably buy
Champagne bar voucher.
Yeah, champagne bar voucher, which will probably buy you a bubble or two.
Half a bottle of champagne, at best. From
Depends
bar.
how much you like your champagne. How cheap you're willing to
go on the champagne. And looks like we're getting started now.
So we're just waiting for race 74 to kick off.
This is St Aidan's College versus Durham ARC. Race number 73.
Right, they're about to start
This race is meant to happen at 11 AM. Only 49 minutes behind schedule now. To be expected, I suppose. Lots of crews to get through.
But some races are a bit out of order, so we're actually probably about half an hour late. This particular race is about 50 minutes late.
50 minutes late.
But it is going a bit all over the place, so if you're following the programme, maybe don't.
Don't.
Maybe
it's useless. Put it in the bin.
Listen to us instead.
Recycle it, in fact. Save the planet.
Save the planet and instead tune into our live stream and we'll keep you updated who is racing. We're keeping a very keen eye on the starting line to try and make sure we give you all the right details. But yeah, they're off here and looking reasonably close in the beginners 8. What a great opportunity for the beginners on the Durham Regatta on the big stage.
Not the cleanest technique we're seeing here, but that's not surprising. They are beginners. I don't want to be too harsh on them. Looks like Dark are pulling ahead there quite nicely on Peeler Wood's side.
Dark pulling ahead.
Here we go, racing past us now. Here at Cuts Boathouse. Into the final straight they go. They're really putting their all into this. Durham still pulling ahead there. Durham Amateur Rowing Club against St Aidan's College. We'll bring you that result shortly, but Durham are still ahead as we head into the finish.
In a couple of weeks, this will be turned into a nice, well, say a couple of weeks, by Tuesday.
By Tuesday.
This whole area will be converted back into a lovely picnic space for Durham students.
Very popular for Durham students.
They've trimmed a lot of grass here for the regatta, for people to sit down. Normally, gets quite messy, lots of nettles and so on, so I'm glad they've done that.
Ever been stung? Hey, Max.
Nearly stung by that bumblebee crew.
Many, many picnics.
But lots of picnics. And interestingly, this side of the racecourse, it's where the river is, and either side of that, where everyone's watching, that is public property. This is a sort of public land. But on the other side of the fence, we've got Durham University area, and it's just a wooden fence to separate it, but on that side you've got...
And we have another race coming up the race course now. 2 8s going head to head here. Just confirming exactly which race this is, because once again we are not following the race schedule.
So this is Hexam in the lead here, in a beautiful boat out in the lead. It's a Durham Hexam composite team in the lead here.
We've also got some, these are mixed crews, so boys and girls are rowing in these, which some rowers prefer, some don't.
Very smooth rowing.
And the crew on P-Lawwood's side look to be pulling ahead nicely there. As we get into the finish, we'll get that result for you shortly.
So coming up next, we'll bring you some results first, but coming up next is race 77 between Collingwood and Durham Amateur Rowing Club. You can see them just in the distance there. Collingwood there on the right of your screen, but Durham ARC seem to be slightly ahead, and Collingwood are really the team to beat of the colleges in this open intermediate 8. Collingwood, very sporty college.
Arguably the sportiest
the
college.
Sportiest.
They have, am I right in saying 5 football teams?
As they come up to Hillbead now, just a bit slower though than Durham ARC. I wonder what that is. Black and white and red, very red Collingwood there, falling a bit behind. The largest boat club on the weir and the most successful college boat club. Recently celebrated their 40th anniversary.
But it looks like Durham ARC are pulling ahead now as we go past Hillbead.
Perhaps the reason for their being slightly behind here is because the club's been hit by a wave of illness recently. Most of the crews have been resting to be fit to race. So perhaps it's the sort of bit of lack of training over the last week because of illness. I mean, that is always a problem. And last year we had a lot of crews pull out because of COVID. This year, COVID not so much of a problem, but there's been lots of bugs going around and so on. So they had, I mean, Collingwood looking a little bit diagonal. They had Hexam Regatta last weekend, which is over the same distance as this short course here. It was great preparation, but they seem to have fallen behind Durham ARC here, which is a shame for the
Collingwood.
Durham Uni supporters. Maybe the sort of long term of Collingwood rowing might be in a bit of spot of bother.
Why is that, Max?
Because their main donor has pulled out of Collingwood, Mark Hillary, as Palatinate revealed.
Was it you that revealed that?
It was the newspaper that revealed that. Yeah, so he pulled out funding, this massive donor to the uni because of COVID-19 policies, and Collingwood was getting all of his cash.
Puts his card behind the bar once a year. Big night at Collingwood.
And funded a lot of their extracurricular activities. So perhaps rowing will be hit by that in the long term. But I don't see Collingwood going anywhere.
I don't imagine that quite impacted that.
No, that particular race.
That particular race, no.
No, probably not. Long term though, we might be.
All remains to be seen.
Remains to be seen. Wind picking up a little bit.
And
again.
We've got 2 race results to bring you now. So that race 73, the Durham ARC Hexam composite crew won against Tyne. And race 77, Durham ARC won against Collingwood.
That's the one
now.
we just saw, yeah. So by just one length there. I mean, it did look like it was pretty convincing the whole way. There wasn't really any back and forth, no really
Not
overtaking.
the tightest race, no.
And we saw that sort of joint crew between Dark and Hexam, the composite crew, against Tyne rowing, and they won by just half a length in the final of the Open Junior 14.
Wow.
8 sculling. Now the women's Junior 15 double scull, which is the semi-final for some presentation prizes, is kicking off in a second. We've got
this is race number 78.
Got Hexam Rowing Club versus Tyne Rowing. And Hexam you'll be able to see on the right of your screen. Coming up in a bit.
That should be kicking off shortly. If you are down at Regatta today, do come across, stop. We're going to be playing some excellent studio games later. Do get involved. We are located just by Cuth's Boathouse. We've got a nice banner being assembled by our very own station manager, James Tillotson, right now. After that snapped earlier, so we are using a mop to prop that up. Innovation is our middle name here at PalTV.
Now, Hexam, who's coming up in the Women's Junior 15 double scull, they've got a... You'll recognise them from a mile off. They're sort of very iconic yellow with a blue cross on it on their blades. It's based on the River Tyne. Over 100 members, including a junior section, obviously, who are representing the club at Durham today. They're rowing on an 800-metre stretch on the River Tyne, which is just over what we have here today, so that's nice and convenient. The juniors have had some quite competitive races over the season so far, and they told us that they were feeling quite prepared for Durham, so let's see if that comes to fruition. They train, like many others, 4 times a week, which is actually quite lax by rowing standards.
It depends if that is water sessions or erg sessions as well, because remember the indoor training is key in preparation for races. A lot of time for these rowers is spent on the erg, which if any rower is watching, you'll know is a very demoralising and painful experience. I'm sure every rower has a nice erg horror story. I've seen people dislocate things on the erg. It's not a pleasant experience.
Gosh.
Very sweaty, some sick even. And the next race should be kicking off shortly. So that will be, as we said, Hexam versus Tyne, race 78. And they are doubles. You can see there, Dark rowing back to the boathouse. Some excellent poses there from some boys. Just 1 hour left of our commentary, Max. Have you enjoyed it?
It's been thrilling.
It's been thrilling.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, this is my only commentary slot.
Well, you're missing out.
Might try and weasel my way in there tomorrow. Commentate the long course. Slightly less exciting. But hopefully get some good Albert Bridge drama tomorrow. Seeing a lot of a nice rowing kit walking past. It's almost like a rowing fashion show here at the racecourse. What we have not seen that many of, I've seen about three different ones, are rowing blazers.
Yeah, not enough really.
Not enough rowing blazers. They will probably come out tomorrow evening at awards. How do you feel about rowing blazers, Max?
I think they are iconic.
Iconic. I think it depends on the rowing blazer. Saw some very nice ones from St John's earlier. However, I have to say my club, Butler College Boat Club, they are less than impressive. Red and yellow stripy. Imagine a blazer. Red and yellow stripy. Not a pleasant image. And hopefully the next race is starting shortly. Row 78. Lots of people walking around now with food. It's nearing lunchtime. Got some good selections here. Got waffles, Greek food, vegan options as well. Son of Satan. That'll be where I'll be heading later. Yeah, it's a nice day. Do come down if you don't mind the possibility of rain. The classic cars are all lined up there. We should be covering that later, so stay tuned for more coverage of the car show, because there are some really, really great looking ones over there.
Still haven't quite started that race
No,
there.
a little bit of a delay here.
That was our first final that we saw.
And they're off. Excellent. This is race 78. Hexam Rowing Club and Tyne. And they're coming down now past the bandstand. You'll be able to see on the stream now. Race is pretty head-to-head at the moment, pretty level from both teams.
They seem to be a bit close to each other.
They are a little bit close. The crew on racecourse side are going quite nicely into that buoy that we can see in the middle of the river there, that yellow buoy that we are just panning away from really nicely there. Oh, and they're on the wrong side of the course. They were on the wrong side of the course.
Do you think that might get them disqualified?
There's a possibility that's going to be picked up by the umpires there, yes.
And you can see Hexam there on the right of your screen with the yellow blades.
That was Hexam, who were on the wrong side of the course there. Let's see what the result of that is going to be. Hexam are now in the lead, so
curious that
if they pull them up on that, that could be dangerous for the result here, because Hexam are coming past us now and they are pulling forward ahead of Tyne quite nicely there.
Hexam vying for a place in the final, maybe a length ahead of Tyne, but a very interesting race because they were quite far behind at the start, and then they nearly collided with Tyne. And now they seem to be quite far ahead. And Tyne, it's funny, and Tyne are trying their best to catch up, really powering on here.
I do feel for them though, because there's no, doubles don't have coxes, so they're coxless. So it is difficult to stay on your side of the river. To be fair, Tyne now, they're heading over to Hexam side. Oh no, they're staying on their side now. And their side of the river. And as we head into the finish, Hexam is still ahead, with Tyne behind. Okay, so we are going to head back to the studio now. We've got a nice segment here. Not sure what you're going to be in store for, but no matter what it is, I'm sure it'll be exciting.
And we'll be back shortly.
We'll be back shortly.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself as well.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm Zara and I'm joined by our fellow presenters.
Hello, I'm Delphi.
Hi, I'm Sophie.
I am Millie.
And I'm Laura. And we are going to be going through some rowing terms, which we are going to be testing the public and maybe even the rowers on later on. So, let's start with an easy one. Blade. What do you think that means?
On the end of an oar.
Close. Yep, it does go in the water.
Is it to do with the steering of the boat?
No, it's not to do with the steering. Yeah, it is to do with the steering.
Like in the water,
yeah,
and then it directs them.
It's literally that, yes. But what is that?
A rowing gear to do with steering.
Millie mentioned it earlier.
An oar.
Yes. So a blade is an oar. Okay. What about, okay. Coxless.
The cox is the person, the small person at the front that doesn't row. So the coxer.
Coxless would be.
No cox.
Yeah.
And they just tell themselves what to do, right? Yes.
So we've seen some coxless boats today. So that's quite interesting. What about? Wow, these are interesting. The pin. The pin. Yeah.
How do you spell that?
Is that the tip of the boat?
Sorry?
The tip of the boat.
No.
Is it to do with navigation?
Yeah.
I'm thinking like a compass.
Yes. Similar. It's
Okay.
the
Thank you,
spindle.
thank you.
It's the spindle on which the swivel rotates. So I guess it's to do with steering.
Will we get that point?
Yeah, we'll give that to
What
us.
is what's a skull?
A skull?
Skull like sculling in the sea. So keeps them afloat.
It's a movement, yeah.
And careful, I did GCSE Latin, so I also failed it. So back to you. You get.
Oh God.
What's the next one?
Yeah.
What is a standing start?
When you start standing.
Great guess.
Do you jump in the boat?
Is it a type of when you start the race instead of using
Yeah.
a run, it's actually someone who's like doing the. No?
That is something. I think that's a
Surely this
running
is like
start. That's a running start.
That's a running start.
So a standing start would be
When you
When you use the flag.
no, when you start from stationary.
But
Yeah. Yeah. So what is
Learning
a?
so much today, guys.
Okay, let's find.
Disclaimer, none of us have actually rowed before. We're not just clueless about it.
What
We
is
have no
a
idea.
rudder?
Oh, the thing at the back.
Yeah.
You're quite good at this.
A rudder is a device under the boat which, when moved, causes change of direction. So there's the steering wheel, essentially. Should we do one more and then we can cut back to commentators?
Take you back to the races.
called?
The outfit.
Yeah, the racing outfits.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Those
we
funky
those
ones.
blazers. Yeah.
Oh, they're like the university college ones. The college ones have their own blazers, the rowing clubs.
Do they have to wear wetsuits? What if you fall in?
No, that's what I'm asking, the little sort of leotards.
Yeah, just kit for now.
Okay, let's find one more.
I'm commentating on the wrong
What about a
sport here.
burst? What's a burst?
When something goes boom.
Speed, energy. So when they start.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what's that?
Give her a mic. She knows what she's talking about.
Propelled by the muscles in the legs.
No.
Because rowing's about legs, not arms, I've learnt today.
It's a movement. A small number of strokes, usually less than a minute, taken at full pressure in training.
Oh, nice.
This is I mean.
No, I have learnt rowing is not
Yeah, I
about the
think
arms,
we've
it is
learnt
about
that.
the legs.
I think it's a full body. I think it's arms, legs.
Rowing is quite a complicated sport.
Anybody
There's
who
a lot going on
rows,
at all times.
yeah, it's impressive.
I mean, as we've seen, look at that. It's just so impressive. Yeah. The way they're so in sync.
Well, I have heard from quite a lot of people that they've been They tend to be sick straight after the race because it's quite intense. Yeah. But I don't know whether that's just because a lot of them are students, so we've all been out the night before.
That's very true.
They're being sick before the race.
After the race.
It does seem very
it's full
tiring.
body and its legs.
Well, if anyone's a rower and is watching the live stream.
So I think we're going to cut back to the studio now, but it's been great chatting about the rowing terms, and we're really excited to test
We've
the
learned
public
something.
Yeah,
on
hope you have too.
This later on. And yeah, so we'll see you all soon, and yeah, we're going to cut back to the studio now. So goodbye for now.
Bye.
We've had a good couple of training sessions. We've got quite a lot of boats out. We've got the most boats we've had of any race this season. We've got 2 men's 8s and a men's 4, and then we've got a lot of women's crews going out as well, especially these guys who haven't raced at all yet.
Taking our training to a new level.
Taking our training to a new level, yeah. So we're very excited, we're confident. We've had some good speed in the last week, so we're hoping we can beat Collingwood. And yeah, what should they fear about us? Well, we've rattled their cages.
We have connection, and they don't.
Connection.
In one word, connection.
Connection, yeah.
It's the bond between the rowers. It's about rowing as one singular unit.
I mean, I feel the great thing about Hill Bead as a boat club is that we're more than just 8 guys that get in a boat and row together.
Boat rhymes with goat. If you could be an animal, what animal would you be and why?
I've always been told I'd be a golden retriever. I think I've got golden retriever energy.
Oh, I think you get something more serious.
Oh.
Oh.
Is that not a serious? Is that a serious answer?
It's not serious enough.
I like golden retrievers.
Yeah, I'd be a killer whale.
What's your
I like killer whale.
best post-race snack?
Ooh, Saurine.
I was gonna say that.
Saurine's a very good post-race. Original, and if you smear like a little bit of butter, vegan butter on it, it's very good. Or the fruit loaf from Tesco is really good. Yeah, I can have about 2 of those post-race, and that's good. Oh, I found these gelatin-free jelly babies.
I think just
they're a gelatin-free jelly babies from Tesco. Stella Artois. We've got slightly different post-race regimes, I feel. Yeah, Collingwood, you're going.
And we are back. We hope you enjoyed that studio segment and those VTs. That was Cosmo on the VT. He will be appearing in many VTs over the weekend. We filmed a lot with him. Bless him. He didn't quite realise he'd be the face of our regatta coverage. Now he's realised he kind of regrets it. We spoke to him earlier, and yeah, you've seen much more of his face.
And who you're looking at now? You're looking at Jon Snow, I think. It's obviously single sculling. Oh, sorry there, a little bit of a camera problem. I think someone's trying to clean it. We saw going past a little bit earlier in the top left. We saw the women's elite sculling, and that was Jon Snow versus Tees. And the Jon Snow rower, Charlie Brown, arguably the best rower at the club, and she's previously competed at Women's Henley, which is next week as well. So this is great preparation for her, and she did quite well. And here we have 87. So this is the Open Junior 15 coxed quad scull. And this is Doncaster on your screens, facing up against...
The right of your screen is Doncaster, on the left of your screen is Queen Elizabeth. However, at the moment, all you can see on your screen is Queen Elizabeth, because they are very...
No, all you can see is Doncaster, and Queen Elizabeth is...
That is true, that is true.
Is coming up there on the right. Yeah. And Doncaster is taking the lead. I mean, we saw quite a lot of dominance today from Queen Elizabeth, so it's nice for a bit of variation. Doncaster coming through. Doncaster aren't competing in that many today, over the weekend, but they seem to be doing very well here. And let's just bring you... Let's just run through a few results.
Yeah, we've had a couple of results come through, so we're going to do them in order. So, race 81, that was an Open Elite 2. That was Chesley Street, ARC, sorry. Could not remember the acronym there. Yeah, no. And race 82, that was a Women's Elite single. Sheffield won that by 3 boat lengths. And race 83, that was Women's Elite single again, and that was Tees Rowing Club versus John Snow, and Tees won that by 4 lengths.
And we just saw Doncaster Schools going by. It's slightly misleadingly named. It's Doncaster Schools with an S. It's not Doncaster School, unlike lots of other schools here. It is actually the sort of junior division of Doncaster Rowing Club, and they have lots of schools from the area who compete in that sort of junior category, and they practice, of course, on the River Don.
Wow. Aptly named.
It's funny that they managed to put a city called Doncaster around the River Don.
What a coincidence.
Nice coincidence.
Recognise our sarcasm here. And another result for you there is race 87. That was an open J15 quad. And Doncaster, that was Doncaster versus Queen Elizabeth. Doncaster won that by 2 lengths. So not the closest race in the world. Not the clearest winner, however. But yeah, Doncaster won race 87. Another slight delay here.
And yeah, we're just seeing people going back. You can just see the Hexam crew there, the double scull.
Oh, and another race result for you is race 72. That was Women's G18 singles. That was Chesley Street versus Sheffield City Rowing Club, and Chesley Street took that by 3 lengths. So Chesley Street won race 72.
And the one that we were just talking about before, Doncaster versus Queen Elizabeth, was won comfortably by Doncaster by 2 lengths.
As I said about 2 minutes ago.
As you said about 2 minutes.
Memory like a fishbowl, is that the same? Sieve. That's
Fishbowl and a sieve.
Fishbowl and a sieve.
A fishbowl inside a sieve. All that's left is a little goldfish floating around in a sieve. All the water's gone through.
Max is the goldfish.
I am a goldfish. Sort of wraggling around. Do we get any goldfish in the weir?
I don't imagine goldfish, but there are fish.
There are fish. Have you been fishing in the weir?
As a vegan, no, I've not been fishing in the weir. My dad, however, big fishing fan. Big shout out to Karen and Keith watching at home. Would you like to shout your parents out, Max?
Yes, big shout out to Irina and David watching at home.
Are they watching?
Probably. Probably not. I don't know. I've got another shout out while we're...
Sorry, we've just watched our producer try and climb a gate. It's very funny. No. Very unsuccessfully.
So, Weir's, the River Weir's nice and...
shallow.
Calm, nice and shallow. Not tidal.
Not tidal, unlike the Tyne.
A river that is tidal and huge is the Thames, obviously.
In London.
In London. And big shout out to my girlfriend Tash, who tomorrow is swimming it.
Is she?
For a triathlon.
Wow, go Tash.
Go Tash. I hope that the tide doesn't affect you too badly. I mean, I don't know if it does in
How
swimming.
far is she swimming?
The whole thing.
Terrible boyfriend.
No.
He has absolutely no idea how far she's swimming.
It's a half triathlon in preparation for a full triathlon in.
So how far?
I'm not sure. Good luck, Tash.
Tash, do let us know how far you'll be swimming. I'm sure everyone's anxiously waiting.
Just type it in the comments, Tash, because I'm sure you're watching from Windsor. In preparation, as we see.
Best of luck, Tash, for tomorrow.
Best of luck as we see all these skulls heading back up.
And another race is just underway here now. This looks like some quads heading up.
So we're seeing Lancaster University is going to start soon against Hildbeed College. Very much their home, Hildbeed College, on the river here. They're halfway through. They're at the halfway point. They're the landing stage, and they're very.
This is race 84.
Semi-final of the women's beginners coxed.
These are doubles, not quads. Max, what's the difference between double and a quad?
I mean,
not a double. A four and a quad.
I told you that ages ago. I mean, what's the difference between four and a quad?
Four and a quad.
Well, quad is sculled.
Which one's sculled?
2 oars, 2 blades.
No. But which one? Double or a four?
That's what I just said.
Quad or a
That's
four?
what I just said. Quad is sculled.
Quad is sculled. Excellent.
She keeps testing me.
Maybe
Dara.
texting Max isn't
I knew,
rowing knowledge
I
throughout.
knew all this years ago.
That's such a lie. And we're heading
going on
towards a
here?
collision here. Gosh, oh no. Hild Bede. Oh no, they've really had to slow down. They've veered off in towards Lancaster's boat there. They've actually stopped rowing. Oh no, I don't know what's gone on there. That's unfortunate there. Hild Bede have just conceded the race. I think. Yes, and Lancaster are pulling ahead
So-
towards the finish line, uncontested.
88 about to start as we have. Is that Hild Bede absolutely stuck in the river? Oh
Stuck in the
no!
middle of the river.
You know what? I think
Looks like
that
an issue with stroke, possibly.
I think
No, I take that back.
in the seat at the front there, which
Stroke.
is the stroke
Seat.
Stroke. The stroke there is my good friend
Is that Maddie Burt?
and Palatinate politics editor, Maddie Burt.
She won't be happy with that.
Unlucky.
Poor Maddie. Poor Hild Bede. They
That's
do
a real
train
shame.
very hard as well, so
That is a real shame.
that is a shame for them.
In that, I think in that semi-final there against Lancaster. So Lancaster will likely proceed to the final of that competition there of the women's beginners Coxed 4. But yeah, that is a disappointment for Hild Bede.
Oh, and we have some more boats coming.
Slightly,
Is
of
this
course.
race 88?
This is race 88.
This is Collingwood.
Open Elite A, Coxed 4.
Collingwood versus Tyne, it looks like. Tyne on the side of Pilar Woods, on the right-hand side of your screen, and Collingwood on the left. Collingwood pulling nicely ahead there. Tyne might just catch up the Hild Bede crew, who unfortunately had a disappointing race in race 84 just now.
And we'll bring you that result when it comes. Meanwhile, we've got race 85 starting in a second, just up the river there. We've got a semi-final for you. The Open Junior 15 Coxed Quad.
Excellent.
Sunderland City versus Durham School, which it will be very interesting to watch. Sunderland City don't have many crews out this weekend either.
To be fair, Durham School don't have that many either. Only 2 schools in Durham have their own boat clubs. That is Durham School and St Leonard's.
Durham School is
Tony Blair's old school.
Tony Blair's
Yeah.
old school, and very generously they. It's a club open to all students, of course, but it also offers rowing to Chorister School, which is a neighbouring school.
They're all the same school now.
And other local schools in the area. Sometimes.
Rarely.
Rarely.
However, the club that does offer rowing to all schools in the area is Dark, where I trained. Shout out to Dark.
Subtle plug. Very subtle.
And we have another race heading down the race course now. This looks like Durham University on your screens there. I'm just heading past Hild Bede. These are men's sculling. Dev. This could be, here we go. I think this is race 89. Durham University Boat Club against Hatfield College. Hatfield College not on your screen right now. They are so far behind Durham, which is a shame for them, unless you're not a fan of Hatfield. I think that was that race. We'll have to confirm that for you. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with Durham versus Hatfield. And Hatfield are...
And the Open Elite Coxed 4.
Coxed.
B.
Yeah, Coxed Quad. Because they're sculling.
Oh, they are sculling.
They are.
Even though it doesn't say they're sculling on the schedule, so that's probably
the wrong race
what we
that
were looking
have
at.
told you about there.
Good job.
Well done, us.
Well done, us. Well, someone's won.
Clearly, we are also being
Well,
confused
we've got-
by the lack of race schedule.
Meanwhile, we've got 2 results for you.
We do.
In the meantime, race 84 was the the one that we saw with the Hillbead getting a bit diverted on the route, and so
Diverted,
Lancaster.
that's a nice word for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so Lancaster Uni won that comfortably, easily, progressing into the final. And then race 88 in the Open Elite A Coxed 4 is Collingwood won that by 2 lengths against Tyne Rowing.
And that is Tyne on your screen there. I imagine this is race 91.
However, Max has just told me I should stop guessing the races because
No, I
we
think
may
you're
get
right.
them wrong.
You're right, because we have
Is-
the composite
am I
crew
right?
there on the right of your
Durham,
screens.
ARC and Tyne.
We've just got the result there for the race that we saw before, which we were completely incorrectly describing.
Did we?
That's
great.
And it was
Sorry,
exactly
Hatfield.
what I said before. So well done, Sophie. It was it was Sunderland versus Durham School. So neither
So
of the
I got that
teams-
completely wrong.
Neither of the teams you
Completely
correctly
wrong.
identified,
No.
but that's fine. And Durham School won that by 2 lengths. That was the Open Junior 15s quad. Coxed quad.
Coxed quad.
Well, this is quite a tight race coming down. Just passing Hatfield there.
No,
in the
that
pride
is
flag.
Tyne. That is Tyne. On
boat
the
129.
Yeah.
Boat 129.
Possibly against Yarm.
I'm going to stop guessing. One day I'll get it right.
Got very close here, although pushing in front there on the racecourse side.
Not too close. However, they are veering off into Tyne's. Gosh. Oh. Gosh.
Are they going to crash?
They've gone to the wrong side of the river.
Oh, and our camera's just panned away from that. Unfortunately, you won't get to see the potential
That
crash.
was apologies for that.
Yeah.
Us not describing who that was, but it's all over the place at the moment. That was 100. That was the Open Elite Coxed 4, Open Elite B. That was Durham University versus Yarm School. So you got Yarm right.
You got Yarm right.
You got Yarm right.
I don't think I said Yarm. I think I said Tees.
I think you at some point said Yarm.
Yes,
That's fine.
today I have said Yarm.
To be honest, there weren't many to choose from.
No.
so-
And actually, I may have got one right. We have just got the result in for race 91. That was Durham School Tyne ARC Composite Crew, which I did guess correctly. They have won their race against Queen Elizabeth Hexam.
By 3 lengths.
3 lengths.
And just coming up now, passing the halfway mark, is, by the looks of it, Yarm. No, that's Durham University there. You can see on your left from the Palatinate blades.
One day we will get one of these races right. At the moment, the crew we are assuming is Durham University are pulling ahead.
Durham University versus Yarm, perhaps? Again?
100? Race 100?
We just had race 100.
Possibly.
Perhaps that, maybe that is.
No, we just had race 91.
That is race 100 then.
Possibly.
That was race 100.
And now you're getting a nice
we-
view of the bushes.
We called race 100 as the previous one, which it wasn't.
Did we?
But that's fine. So we're back on track now. The next race to start is race number 86,
Number 86.
which is between
Durham ARC.
Durham ARC versus Yarm. Yarm again, our favourites.
I think we just keep guessing Yarm. I don't
Yarm,
think
Yarm,
they're actually
Yarm,
racing
Yarm,
as
Yarm.
much as we say they are.
Quite a nice word, Yarm.
Yarm. Nice place as well, very pretty.
Really?
Yeah.
There you go. Would you consider it part of Yorkshire or?
I don't want to speak to people. I don't want to speak for people of Yarm.
Oh really?
Yeah. It's their decision to make. It's just like it's as controversial as the North-South divide, I imagine.
Yeah. I mean, it is in a way.
The Yorkshire Yarm divide.
This is the semi-final of the women's a beginner's coxed 4. And we'll see, you can see them coming down now. Durham Amateur Rowing Club there on the right, and Yarm School on the left of your screens. Quite close at the moment.
It's very tight at the moment. And do you not envy the coxers having to compete with the big line of boats going back down to dark?
So just after this race that we're looking at the moment with Durham and Yarm, we'll be looking forward to the semi-final of the North of England Sculling Championship for the Women's Junior 15 sculling race, and that'll be Chesley Street versus Tyne Rowing. But this
is a tight race. Gosh, head-to-head. Max, you got them the wrong way round. Dark is, in fact, on the right-hand side of your screen. Yarm.
And as the approach back with Durham maintain that lead over Yarm School.
And we have a single race coming up now.
This is race number 93. This is a big one. We've got, I think that is Chesley Street there on
Chesley
the right
Street
of your screen, right in the middle of the frame at the moment. Really pulling ahead in the Women's Junior 15.
Against Tyne.
Sculling against Tyne.
This is the semi-final.
Very far ahead, just got to keep pushing, keep going in the finishing stretch now.
Under Bath's Bridge towards the finish line.
Perhaps about a length lead there, maybe two, coming into the final stretch of the single sculling race at the moment. Quite a relaxed lead.
And a couple of results for you. Race 90. That was Yarm School versus Tyne. Yarm took that. And race 100, that was Durham University versus Yarm School, and Durham won that by a length. We got that right.
Durham won that, did they?
They did.
Durham won that against Durham.
Durham won that against Yarm.
I thought it was Durham against Durham.
Durham against Durham. That has happened before. It's not impossible.
Durham against Durham.
Well,
who would win?
But it depends on the on how good each crew is. And another race result for you. Race 86. That was women's beginner fours. That was Dark against Yarm, and Dark won that.
It's interesting that Dark edged that by half a length. We did see them really overtake Yarm around Cuth's Boathouse.
Yarm must have caught up a little bit just before the finish line.
That was a very, very close finish. I think the closest finish we've seen so far was a foot, which is quite impressive. And just another result there. We've got the result for race 93. So that was the single sculling that we just saw. And Chesley Street won that by one length, which seemed less than what we were seeing, certainly around Hill Bead landing stage. So impressively pulled ahead and tried to catch up. Johnson there for Tyne, but Palmer still took it by a length in race 93, and we'll go to the final of the North of England Sculling Championship.
And look at all those boats rowing back down to the paddock now at dark. They'll be pleased to get out of the wind.
especially with the possibility, very real possibility of rain.
Lots of entertainment here today.
There is.
A real social event.
Hmm.
It's not just rowing.
What are you most looking forward to?
You know what? I'm a big Greek food fan. I do love myself a good big plate of Greek food or wrap. We have a great little Greek wrap place here in Durham called the Greek Guy.
Not sponsored.
Shout out to the Greek Guy.
On Albert Bridge.
Albert Bridge. There's also here today we've got face painting and so on. Lots of very child. I was going to say childish, but that sounds like
child friendly.
Child friendly. That's the one. Child friendly activities.
Great family day out.
If you were to have your face painted
pop.
today, what would you paint it with? Which rowing colours?
Which rowing? I would have to
stay loyal.
Stay loyal. Stay either probably BCBC, which would be red and yellow. They had one disappointing race earlier, but yeah, they've had quite a tough season. They were the fastest women's college crew at Weehall, Butler College Boat Club. It was a composite crew with Aiden's, but they pulled through on that one. The men did very well at Hoare as well. I think they came second fastest college crew to Collingwood, of course.
Yeah, of course.
But impressive. BCBC, the underdog of Durham College Rowing.
Before Christ.
As Max would say.
Yeah.
What's been the most exciting race you've seen so far, Max?
Gosh. Well, I really enjoyed the women's 8, the women's Elite 8. I think that's probably been the best race so far, and we've still got a few of those to go. I think we saw the semis, but we're looking forward to the final later. Really quick and really clean going down the weir today. As the wind is picking up a little bit all over the place, and it looks to be literally flying right in the face of the rowers, so that will not help. So they're going against the current, and the current is being pushed along by quite a strong gust of wind at the moment.
And for any of our social media conscious viewers, it is Be Real. So make sure you get a nice regatta Be Real in at the moment. Max is rolling his eyes at me. He's been in many of my Be Reals, and he's not a fan.
And we've got race 92 starting in a second here, and that will be the women's junior 14 quad, Cox quad, and that will be between Yarm School on your right of the screen and Leeds Rowing Club on the left of the screen there.
And they're coming down the race course now. Quite a clear distance between the crews there.
Looking forward to seeing Leeds come out again. Leeds Rowing Club of the blue and light blue colours. Coming up against Queen Elizabeth High School with their distinct yellow.
Big fan of their boats.
Big fan.
Nice, and the Doncaster boats.
Yes, although we haven't seen as many of those.
No, we haven't.
A much smaller club.
And what flag Max will think to compare this one to?
So that is Yarm that just passed the screen there, Yarm School, and that's Leeds Rowing there on the left.
Not a tight race on this one.
Not a tight race at all. Very clear, out in the distance. I mean, not much competition here. They're trying their best. Really pushing this Leeds crew here. This Leeds Junior 14 crew. Just probably hoping to get a nice time here on the 700 metre course.
Remember, these rowers are 13 to 14 years old, so they're doing very well. Not as much as experience as our other crews today, so probably just a fun day out for them. Not going to take home any trophies.
trying to just keep their line there. There's a bit of diagonal movement a little bit earlier, so just straightening up, going onto the bridge. But Yarm School way out into the distance. I think they've already crossed the finish line.
And after this race, we are now done. So we're going to cut to a nice BT we filmed earlier. We are interviewing an Olympian. So yeah.
Always like to encourage people in some ways third meet total at the time. We're on the Sculling series. I don't know whether the skates are if I'm going to time my way, then can I go mad behind me being sick, I'm coughing up blood all over myself. You can.
Originally, when you started at Durham University, you were a tennis player. What made you want to take up rowing?
Two reasons really. I always wanted to play sports to a high level, even from a very young age. So tennis and rugby were my big sports. I wasn't good enough to do either. So when I went to uni, I thought there's a great opportunity, to try something new that I'd never intended to do before or had access to. As you well know, when you're in Freshers Week, you've got access to literally any club, any activity that you want to do. The real reason is that my brother's best mate went to uni. He was at Collingwood as well, actually, and he was 2 years ahead, and he did freshman as well. So he showed me around the uni, etc. And he basically said, "Look, Steve, when you row, you get really fit and strong, buff, and all the women like it." So there was kind of like a double win-win situation for me. So I was like, okay, well, why not? Why wouldn't I take it up? So yeah, it was kind of for those two reasons. I was curious. I wanted to do something new. And obviously, given my height and my build, I was kind of made for it from birth. But yeah, it was to get fit, to get strong, and to look good in front of the ladies. So I got quite fit, but it didn't look good in front of the ladies.
Team, the Newcastle crew there, they train on the Tyne, 5 miles upstream from Newcastle. Home of Ed Cood, 5-time World Championship and an Olympic champion, so got some good history to them as well. But again, a very close finish. And let's just bring you, before we get to race 99, which is next, just bring you a result from race 98, which was the Open Elite coxless quad. That was Tyne versus Tees, if you remember, and Tyne won by 3 feet.
Wow.
Which was very, very close.
Close, very close.
And we thought they were just pulling ahead, and they managed to maintain that lead past the bridge.
Yes, as we say, we have race 99 coming up soon.
So we see 99 just coming down now. Chesley Street against Grey College. In the women's beginners scull.
Singles.
looks like Chesley Street.
Chesley Street are pulling ahead nicely there.
Taking a nice
and
lead.
against Gray. Interestingly, a lot of Durham College boat clubs choose to focus on sweep rowing, so that's just one blade. Sculling, not many colleges actually do. So, to be fair, this is not probably not the most important race here for Gray today. But yes, Chesley Street pulling away nicely there. Down to the finishing line. Sorry, I've just been sprayed by water pistol.
And race 96, you can see there on your screens. So this is Leeds University on the right there, against Tyne rowing on the left. And this is the Open Elite A, Cox 4. Just going very smoothly, quite quick, and Leeds are well ahead, particularly like the bucket hat in that crew.
Rose are big fans of bucket hats.
Very stylish, but pulling nicely ahead. Although going slightly diagonally there, Leeds need to straighten up, make sure they don't get into their lane, as we saw with the Hillbead Rose. Bit of a disaster, but just need to keep on going. And that should be a pretty convincing victory there for Leeds University against Tyne.
And we have another result to bring you. We have race 101, that was the Women's Elite 8. That was Newcastle University versus Tyne, and Newcastle won that by half a length, so quite a tight race there. But yeah, as we kind of lost sight of them, Tyne were pulling towards Newcastle, so not necessarily a surprising result there. We have 12 minutes left of commentating, Max. Anything you want to say?
I just want to thank my family. I want to thank all my supporters, all the commenters today. Like and subscribe to PalTV.
Follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook,
Pinterest.
That we do not have. LinkedIn we do have.
Vimeo.
TikTok we have.
We actually do have a TikTok.
Big fan of short form here at PalTV.
I'm sure all of the viewers at the moment are getting onto their TikTok.
Watching our TikTok.
Watching all our great content.
We have two more race results to bring you. Race 99, that was the women's beginner single. Chesley Street ARC took that against Gray College, as we kind of predicted they would, as Gray were very much behind. And race 96, that was the Open Elite A 4. That was University of Leeds versus Tyne, and University of Leeds won that by 2 lengths. Not a surprising win there for Leeds against Tyne.
They were ahead by about a length, I'd say, maybe less, when they were passing the bridge, so they actually widened that gap instead of narrowing it, Leeds University, towards the end. So they clearly kept the motivation going, or perhaps there was a bit of resignation from the Tyne crew, as we have a single scull coming towards us again.
Imagine there were 2 single sculls, however, right now you can't see the second one.
The Tyne sculler there, who you can see on screen, seemed to get a little bit stuck, a little bit further upstream, and so unfortunately she's a little bit behind, but seems to be catching up quite nicely actually. As they're approaching the bridge, I wonder if this will be closer than it initially seemed.
Not entirely sure what race number this is, but that is definitely a Tyne rower on the left. Oh, and that 8 is nicely drifting into the Tyne's course. And we'll bring you that result later.
That was a very quality race there between the scullers. That was race 105. I think this is race 105 just coming towards us now. Yeah, so we just saw 104. That was between Tyne and Doncaster School. Between Fawcett and Blair.
This is a very important race, isn't it?
Junior 18 scull. And this which we're seeing now, is the women's elite double sculling race, the final of the Macfarlane Grieve Challenge Cup.
And this is University of Leeds versus Tyne rowing. So Tyne are on the right of your screen there, Leeds are on the left.
This is a big final here, named after Angus Macfarlane Grieve, president of the Durham University Boat Club, in his final year back in
1912.
1912.
Over 100 years ago.
Gosh, they are getting a bit close to each other. Need to make sure they avoid their blades clashing. We'll bring you that result. That's a huge final there.
Last year,
Grieve, he went on to become Master of University College Durham for 15 years, and then Hatfield. He sort of crossed the treacherous divide.
What a choice of colleges there.
Very coveted prize in this elite event, and it was won by Durham University
Boat Club last year,
beating York City Rowing Club by just 1 length. So, to be honest, I think it was probably closer this time, but we'll have a look. And neither of those teams, neither of those crews, Durham or York, were in the final. So it was Leeds versus Tyne. So let's see what that result was.
But the result for race 104, that was the women's G18 singles. That was Doncaster versus Tyne, and Doncaster won that easily by 4 lengths.
It did seem like Tyne was catching up a little bit, but it was quite a detrimental mistake earlier on, which cost Fawcett the race there. And the race of 105, the final, has been won by Tyne by only half a length against the University of Leeds.
Not closer than last year then.
A lot closer than last year.
Well, half a length closer.
Half a length closer. But congratulations there to Tyne rowing, led by Lombard, that double scull, beating the University of Leeds in the second final that we've had here on Saturday. And Tyne rowing have won the Macfarlane Grieve Challenge Cup. Congratulations.
That will be presented tomorrow, 8 p.m. Well, around 8 p.m. Outside the gala.
And we're expecting a slight delay now, but we're expecting race 103 to be coming up next, which is the Women's Elite 8, Yarm against Leeds rowing. That'll be coming up just in a second. We'll have a little bit of delay.
Wind's really picking up now. Rose won't be happy about that.
And we just have the result as well. Oh no, we don't. Never mind.
No results for you.
No results. But I'm quite looking forward to race 102. So that's a semi-final, just for accreditation prizes and not for a trophy. But it's between Tees rowing and Bradford. But that'll be coming up in a second. That's the women's junior 18 double scull. But the winners last year, St Leonard's, not in the final. It's nice to see some variation through the years.
It is. Crews change, coaches change. COVID has affected a lot of crews being able to change. As we said earlier, that's necessitated the need for composite crews, as some rowers come in with a lot more experience and they simply can't race with rowers with less experience. Or they can, but not necessarily based on the points.
And it has been 4 long years since
2018.
Since the last proper Durham Regatta, so it's so great to be back. 2019, obviously not a COVID year. There was flooding on the river, and so it was unsafe to row. It was unsafe to hold the regatta. That was in my first year. I remember that quite well. And then
was your race cancelled?
My race was cancelled. I was gutted. 2020, obviously, COVID. Nothing went ahead at all. 2021, there was a regatta.
Spectators were highly discouraged, however.
Yeah, it was badly attended because it was meant to be badly attended. That was the idea. But still, quite a lot of people turned up. It was limited in terms of crews as well. Lots of crews suffered from COVID, so not the full regatta that we're used to. But thankfully, we're back in full strength this year, having recovered from COVID as a sort of event. We're still waiting on 103.
Gosh, the wind is really picking up. I am now regretting the choice of skirt this morning.
You've
Max is
regretted
there.
that quite a few times.
I have. Well, I was less regretful, if that's not a word, earlier. However, the sun's gone in. The rain may come back out, and the wind has really picked up.
So we've just had something come through for race 137. So Queen's High School has been given a bye to the next round.
Because Bradford Grammar School scratched, so it means that they've dropped out of the race.
So lucky old Queen Elizabeth High School has
Wonder why that's happened.
got through to next round. So that's Ryan there. Probably something, something's happened to Burns. Hasn't managed to tell him. Maybe injured. Hope he's all right. But that's the Open Junior 18 single scull.
Race 137 will no longer take place.
I might need to grab my coat.
That's okay, you can go inside soon. We're nearly done.
I was boiling earlier.
I think boiling's a bit of an exaggeration.
Yeah, possibly.
Possibly. It is only about 15 degrees here.
I saw this white blazer earlier. It had just one nice little black stripe around it. And you know what? I thought you need to go for more than that with rowing blazers. I think
They need to be disgusting.
They need to be disgustingly colourful and not just sort of minimalist.
Really badly clashing colours. I'm thinking purple and orange.
Ooh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it'd be really bad.
I wonder where they get their inspiration from. Do they
Orange
just
and green. Orange and green worse than purple and orange.
Orange and green. Do they go on the primary colour wheel and just sort of take the two
the
colours?
opposite ones.
No, opposite ones are the ones that fit, aren't they?
Yeah, the most clashing ones. I don't know what those would be.
I think the clashing ones are the ones right next to the colour on the...
Not sure.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't done art GCSE in a while. So
No.
I'm going to have to...
However, when I did do art GCSE, very good. Very good at it.
You were good at art GCSE, were you?
I was. Were you?
I didn't do art GCSE.
Did do art GCSE?
I was highly discouraged to do art GCSE. I was not very good at art.
No.
You'll be surprised to know, despite all my amazing drawings.
I'm not surprised that you were bad at art. Absolutely not. I was, however, surprised that you were bad at A-level politics, considering you then went on to do a PPE degree.
We don't talk about that. That's a private matter. We're about to have a handover of commentary in a few minutes.
Sure, we'll all be pleased to know.
We'll be pleased to get rid of us.
Who the
We'll
last
be
of us.
handing over to our lovely colleagues, Wasim and Ollie.
Ollie Bell of Aggression Sessions fame. And Are You Smarter Than a 12-year-old fame, 11-year-old. Ollie Bell now gets stopped in the street and recognised. He, as we say in Durham, is a BNOG.
It's a BNOG. As are we all.
PalTV. Yeah, that is questionable. We
Think
do
testing,
get
1, 2, 3.
Tinder's written about us, however, it's not always in the best light.
I'm sure we'll have some Rohams written about us.
Rohams. Do you now follow Roham? Roham?
I unfortunately do. I might unfollow it.
Might unfollow it after
I've
graduation.
I've even joined the Durham Coxes searching Facebook group.
Wow.
I don't know why. It wasn't
Maybe
very
you'll take
useful.
up coxing.
Maybe I will. I mean, I can count to 4.
Coxing over journalism.
The problem is, I'm quite tall and...
Oh, don't flatter yourself.
I've eaten a lot of food recently. So I don't think I'd be... I had 6 churros yesterday, so I don't think I'd be very good at coxing. I'll just...
Simply because of the 6 churros.
Yeah, I mean, I will just sink the boat.
I'm not quite sure that's how coxes work.
I think, for a cox, you need someone who can count to 4, like a drummer,
and may actually need to know the rules of rowing.
Short and light.
Short and light. You are neither of those.
And perhaps knowing the rules of rowing helps.
And doesn't mind early mornings. Saying that, we were both up at 4 AM today. Have we mentioned that we were up at 4 AM? So
You haven't.
maybe you'd be good at coxing. Ironically, the early mornings was one of the reasons I quit rowing, and yet here I am.
The irony.
Commentating on rowing.
The sheer irony.
At 4 AM. Well, I wasn't commentating at 4 AM. There were no boats to commentate on. Surprised at how light it was at 4 AM though.
Well, I think sunrise is sort of 4:30, 5.
No, my alarm went off at 4. It's bright, very bright.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe it was just sort of starting up.
Yeah.
Lots of ravens flying overhead.
Lots of what?
Lots of ravens flying overhead.
Ravens.
You think maybe they're sort of feasting over the losing competitors?
Is that the characteristic of ravens?
Well, yeah, so that's what they feast on, isn't it? Carcasses.
Boiled meat.
Boiled meat. Getting surrounded by ravens. It's a tough life.
It's a tough life. And yeah, we seem to have hit quite the wall with the races right now.
We are
None
expecting
coming down.
103 at some point.
I'm sure 103 will happen today. We might be here later than we expected. 20 seconds. And we only have 20 seconds left.
And we'll be cutting to a lovely interview with
some spectators. I've been Sophie, he's been Max.
Hello, nice to meet you.
And
Goodbye.
we've been your commentators.
Hello. We're going to be playing a game of Never Have I Ever. We're in front of the river. I'm here with Charlotte.
Daniel.
Ellen. And what brings you to the regatta today? Are you watching people just to have a bit of fun? Yeah. Nice.
Today, yeah.
Come a bit forward. Yeah. Okay, nice. Okay, we'll get started with the questions. First one, never have I ever stolen something. You have. What have you stolen?
I remember my mum used to tell me as a baby I used to pick things up. As I went round in a pram, I used to take all the toys from my
Nice.
Pack of balloons.
What's the story behind that?
Oh, I think I was about 12, and it was one of those moments where, you know, you're in Tesco and you just want, I want that.
Right, okay. Not very exciting. Okay, next one. Never have I ever been on TV. Well, is it just today, or have you been on TV before?
No, I've never been on TV before, until today.
Until today, this is your big break.
I've been on TV a few times. I've been on the news and things. So.
Oh, nice. So you're already quite famous?
I was on Blue Peter once at Wimbledon.
Oh, wow. Exciting. Okay, cool. Okay, next one. Never have I ever got a speeding ticket. Never.
It's quite hard if you can't drive.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. Never have I ever been rowing. You have?
Little boats that they do by the boathouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you
Nice.
count that.
Tame rowing, okay. Never have I ever fallen in love at first sight. This would be quite interesting. Oh, that's quite, I don't know, is that a bit sad?
Have you fallen in love at first sight?
Have I fallen in love? This isn't about me, this is about you guys. So, when we pass that one, next question. Never have I ever broken a bone. You have?
Literally just broke my wrist. Like, I broke my wrist playing football, yeah.
Okay, quite a basic one, right.
No, this was when I was like 10. It's only 10 in my garden. Not the G.
Okay. Never have I ever had food poisoning. You have?
My mum's not a very good cook.
Oh no, I hope she's not watching. That would be awkward.
I should probably direct her to the TV.
Yeah.
On holiday was awful.
Oh no, where were you?
Egypt.
Okay.
I'm not doing that again.
Right. Okay. Okay, next question. Never have I ever met a celebrity. You have? Who have you met?
Well, loads of people. The Prime Minister I've met a few times, which is quite funny. He actually can speak in sentences in person.
Wow, I hope he's not watching this.
I used to go to school with like Paul Scholes' kids at primary school. So I met them, yeah, and him, obviously.
Nice. And we'll do one more. Never have I ever. Last one. Participated in a protest.
I got dragged to a climate protest in Edinburgh by my friends, and we watched on the Scottish Parliament, which is an experience that it rained a lot and it was pretty horrible, but it was worth it. Free day off.
Yeah, nice. Okay. Well, thank you for joining me today. I hope you had fun. Yeah, thanks for joining me. Hope to see you again. And yeah, thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages and so forth. Welcome today's afternoon to our afternoon coverage of PalTV of the Durham Regatta. My name is Wasim Mohammed. Joining me alongside me is Ollie Bell. And for the next 3 hours, we're going to be your commentary team. And what a lineup we have. For the next hour or so, we're going to have no less of about 12 to 15 finals. And it's going to be really exciting. Ollie, what are your thoughts?
I'm incredibly excited. I don't know how much you know about rowing, but this is the first regatta that I've ever watched, and I'm very excited to see it all unfold, especially as this is the first full Durham Regatta since I think around 2018. Is that right?
That is right. 2018 was the last full regatta. Of course, 2019 we had flooding issues. 20 was COVID. 21 was with reduced capacity. So it's really nice to see the crowds are out in full force for today's session. So it looks like we've got a race going on at the moment, and we'll get back to you on what race that might be. But Ollie, so what are you going to be looking for in the next few hours? What are you most excited about?
Well, I'm going to be looking for the closest possible rowing battles, and hoping that the races are as tight as nature will allow, just because that, you know, that's going to be the most exciting thing to watch. I'm just hoping that the weather holds out, doesn't get too windy, because it just looks so beautiful, just sitting here looking at the river. I'm seeing lots and lots of people, and that I'm just seeing also that there has been a result.
Yes, there has been. You might have seen just during the transition, race 103, that has been won by Yarm School. So Yarm School against Leeds has race 103. That was an 8th race. So that's been won by Yarm School. In the meantime, we've got a race going on here. We're still trying to confirm who's in it. We'll get back to you as soon as we can on that. But yeah, as Ollie was saying, the weather has been quite a severe challenge today. We've had a southwest breeze of around 20 miles an hour, but it's been gusting at over 30, and that has really caused some chaos for some of the earlier races. I think the most memorable moment so far was the St Mary's boat crew actually crashed into the riverbank around the Hill Bead area. So that was quite dramatic. So hopefully might see more of that, might see less of that. We don't know. And it looks like, coming past Hillbead now, it looks to be race 108. That's a singles, women's junior 18 singles event, and that's between Hexam and Chester Street. So it's just coming past our commentary position now, and it definitely looks like Chester Street have got the advantage there. I'd say somewhat about a length ahead. Of course, one of the unique things about Durham Regatta is how on just one short stretch of river, we're only on a 700-metre course today. We have perhaps maybe 2, 3, 4 races going on all at one time, so it's really chaotic to sort of commentate on, but it's also really fun for spectators. See that race 108 between Hexam and Chester Street has just gone under Bath's Bridge, which is just before the finishing line, and we'll bring you the result of that as it comes. Of course, Durham Regatta, very historic event. Of course, Durham Regatta, a very historic event. This is the 189th edition. First. And obviously, we've got a lull in the racing at the moment. This is just another thing about Durham Regatta. Sometimes you get non-stop action, and other times you just get lulls in the action. So, obviously, between now and 4 o'clock, we'll try and bring you as much incitement and action analysis as we can. So, Ollie, as we're both new to rowing, what do you think is the most exciting bit about rowing? It's the competitiveness, it's about the technique, it's about just seeing really fit guys and girls just going for it.
Well, I do watch every year I'm not sure what it's called, the boat race, Oxford and Cambridge, when the famous boat race. I watch that pretty much every year. That's the only rowing that I watch. And I'll tell you what, when one team is winning by just loads, that doesn't interest me. That's not exciting. When they are neck and neck, battling it out, you know, I love that. Do you watch the Oxford Cambridge boat race? Or
I used to watch it back in the day when I was kind of sort of a little bit younger, but haven't watched it for quite a few years. But yeah, I think the boat race obviously is the most famous rowing event, probably maybe in the country, definitely maybe in the world.
Yeah.
But of course, Durham Regatta is also equally famous, just because of the history of it, and it's a unique challenge. A much shorter course, only 700 metres compared to the boat race in London, which is over several miles. Speaking of racing, we've got a couple of races underway at the moment. Race 106 between Hexam and Chester Street again, but this time in the Women's Junior 13 Fours category. So that's underway as well. And just on the start line, we've got another Women's Junior 13 race, this time between Sunderland City and Chester Street as well. Chester Street got 2 crews back to back for the next couple of minutes. So we're bringing the updates to that as they come. Of course, Durham, of course, a city of immense sort of rowing history on it. Of course, every college has their boat club. Of course, the university has their own boat club, although they're not racing in full capacity today. How important is rowing to the city of Durham?
Well, because the river runs right through, or right around the city of Durham, it naturally is. It naturally kind of fosters rowing as something really important. So it's definitely paramount to the city and the university as well. I believe we're just going to be pulling away in 30 seconds or so to watch Collingwood.
Got an interview coming up in the next 30 seconds or so, and then when we come back to the commentary, we'll be seeing a final, a very important final. That'll be Collingwood versus Leeds right after this. So just you can see on your cameras now, we're just seeing one of the women's events coming past us. Got Collingwood versus Leeds coming up in a few minutes' time, but we're just going to go to a short break now for the interview.
And welcome back to the Riverside studio. I'm Zara and you're joined by a special guest, Lulu. This is our studio dog. How's it going, Lulu? So Lulu is a Chihuahua? A little Chihuahua, and she is one of the cutest dogs we've seen today. We've seen lots of cute dogs here at the regatta. And yeah, so I think, how's everyone feeling? How are you feeling?
I think this is absolutely amazing event. I'm excited. The rowing looks great, and it's great weather.
Great weather. Everyone's out here. It's getting busier and busier. We've got Durham versus Leeds coming up. We've got the finals coming up later, so stay tuned. We've got some more fun games. We've got a romantic game. We've got a Mr. and Mrs. coming up, led by our lovely Amelia, presenter. How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm very excited. Do keep your eyes peeled. Myself and Ollie Bell will be doing Mr. and Mrs. together later on.
Later on, yeah. And this is our, special studio dog, Lulu. And Lulu is so excited to be here. And she is just absolutely loving life. Leeds versus Collingwood, I've just had an update. It's Leeds and Collingwood in half an hour. How are we feeling about that? Because Collingwood is a sporty college here at Durham, and I've seen them. They've been doing quite well. And Leeds, yeah, I've heard great things. So I think that's going to be quite a big race. So we're looking forward to that. And yeah, I think we're good to go. I think we're ready to get back to some commentary. But we just wanted to introduce our lovely studio dog, Lulu.
Anything you want to add to that, Lulu?
And we are going back to commentary soon, and we'll see you later with some fun games. Bye from Lulu. Bye.
Just to bring you a race result, Sheffield, a team from Sheffield has just beating a team from John Snow. We'll confirm to you the race number of that in a sec, but just to let you know from one of the earlier races that Sheffield did beat John Snow. Speaking of John Snow, Ollie, have you tried their college drink? Now, I don't drink, so you have to enlighten me on this.
Well, I'll give you one better. I go to South College, so we're right next door to John Snow, and we're not the varsity for them this year, but I think often, especially going forwards, we will be their varsity. Have I tried their college drink? No. Have I even been to their bar? No. But I'm told it looks pretty much exactly the same as South College's bar. There has been quite a big rivalry between South and John Snow, especially recently, with South College Day being just a couple of days ago. And there was a lot of almost like beef between Jon Snow and South College. So I can't say I'm not happy that Sheffield have taken the win there. That does put a bit of a smile on my face. It's very unfortunate for Jon Snow. But what about you? What's your experience of Jon Snow as a college?
Well, I've only actually really been to Jon Snow a couple of times. Obviously, they've got a reputation for being sort of the nomadic college. They only moved into their permanent base right next to South this year.
Yeah.
They used to be based in random places, even in Stockton at one point.
Yeah.
But look, having met people from Jon Snow, it looks like a nice place. Definitely gotten very modern.
So yeah, absolutely. The college is sorry about that. We were just having a couple of technical difficulties, but as I was saying, it's a lovely place to live, Jon Snow, because it's brand new. I think the college actually, people moved into the Durham campus next to the south one. I think that happened in 2020, because it was the start of the last academic year when they were in there. But yeah, on that note, on the note of sharing facilities, because Jon Snow were, all over the place for quite a long time. The opposition they were up against, Sheffield, actually shared their facilities with Sheffield Hallam, and Sheffield Uni and Sheffield Hallam have actually come to this regatta in using the same kind of rowing trailer. So hats off to them for doing that, for actually being able to beat Jon Snow, because you kind of feel that that's almost cobbled together equipment there and cobbled together team, but they've managed to get a win in that final, which is great to see.
Brilliant, thanks for that, Ollie. We'll just bring you some updates to some of the races. So you might have just seen, just finishing up now was race 111 between Tees and Queen Elizabeth High School. And then just coming down, just starting off now is race number 108 between Hexam and Chester Street. Obviously we've had a bit of a problem with the schedule today. We're running about 20 to 25 minutes late at the moment. Just had a bit of a late start this morning. 8 AM start for some of these crews, which I respect that. I respect getting up at 5 AM to an 8 AM start.
Isn't it?
So we are running a bit late. But yeah, as we were saying, lots of finals coming up. Collingwood Leeds, we obviously hyped up a little bit earlier. That's coming in about half an hour's time.
Half an hour, 25 minutes, yeah.
Brilliant. So let's see what action we've got in a moment. And I think coming towards us now, coming towards our commentary position. Yep, coming up to our commentary position now is race number 108 between Hexam and Chester Street. This is a singles event for the women's junior 18 category. And it looks like, I want to make sure I get this right, Chester Street look to be quite well ahead. Look, yep, Chester Street well ahead here. Really great effort from the Chester Street rower.
Fantastic. I've just been handed a fancy new microphone.
Yeah.
This is quite cool.
We do apologise if we are having some mic issues. That is just the nature of live TV. It's very windy out here. It's very chaotic, but we're here to bring you the best commentary that we could possibly can between now and 4 PM.
Absolutely. It is windy, it is chaotic, but hopefully, these things all happen. They're happening all the time. I've got bits of paper flying around me, but hopefully you're still enjoying the show. I certainly am, actually. I'm very pleased that it's kind of dried up a bit. I heard the commentary earlier. They were complaining that they were getting a little bit wet from the rain, but it's now very dry, windy, and a little bit sunny. I've just heard in my ear that race 102 has started.
Race 102 is a doubles event. Again, another women's junior 18 category. This time between Tees, who won an earlier race, as well as Bradford, who also won an earlier race. So Tees versus Bradford. And we were discussing earlier in the earlier show how perhaps doubles events like this are probably the hardest ones to do at regatta, just because you need a lot of communication between the two teammates. You obviously don't have a cox with you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, very challenging event, but it looks like, so just coming up to our commentary position now, and it looks like Bradford have a slight advantage. Actually, they have quite a significant advantage, actually. Bradford just cruising along at the moment. And they'll be coming up to Bridge and the finish line very shortly. And just coming up behind them now, I'd say about 2 to 3 lengths, I'd say, are I've lost my thing. T's RC, that's what I was about to say. Because one of the great things about the Durham Regatta is that it's not just a Durham-centric event. We've got so many teams from across the north of England.
Yeah.
We've got T's, we've got Queen Elizabeth High School, York, got Edinburgh even. Sort of, it's that community spirit, really.
Absolutely. Yeah. I like how it's a kind of northern event. And there's about 20 to 26,000 people are expected to be watching the regatta here today, which is just brilliant. And it
exactly.
shows
I think, as we said at the top of the show, considering that we hadn't had a full event for the last 3 years,
yeah,
I think to have 20,000 people in these conditions come out and to watch these events, I think is really cool. I don't know what you think about it.
Oh no, it's brilliant to see, and it's going to be great for like the city of Durham as well. Just a lot of foot traffic, increased tourism to the area. Everyone can see how beautiful Durham is. Not that anyone didn't know that, but you know.
Of course, County Durham rather tried to become the city of culture this year. Fortunately, they lost out to actually one of the competitors, Bradford. But definitely, I think Durham's culture is certainly very unique, very steeped in history. I mean, throughout the entire race course, you can just see the cathedral, the castle. Yeah, I mean, it is such a beautiful place.
We don't need the city of culture crown, do we? We know how good of a city Durham is, and how excellent County Durham is as a county. So we don't need that, but it's definitely like this. Definitely feels very Durham. This event, you know. The fact that the river wraps around Durham, this whole event it just kind of epitomises what Durham is.
Definitely. I think tomorrow we'll see that, especially when we go to the long course, where obviously today we just got a short 700 sprint more or less down the race course, but tomorrow we're going to see crews having an extra challenge of going round the corner, so behind Bath's Bridge, which you can't see at the moment, but you'll see in a few minutes. You'll go round Bath's Bridge, underneath Elvert Bridge, which was recently rebuilt, and that'll be a major challenge for the crews. And then obviously they'll keep going for an extra 1,000 or so metres down to Prebends Bridge. So that'll mighty unique challenge. Obviously we've got the team that takes the inner bends will obviously have an advantage there. While we're here, we're going to give out a shout out to our broadcasters, Platinum TV, obviously Broadcaster of the Year for 2022, which, considering that we only launched about a year ago, it's quite extraordinary, isn't it?
It is fantastic. It was completely unexpected, and I think it will be remembered that Leeds Student Television were standing up, getting ready to collect their award at that award show, but Durham pipped them to the post, PalTV. But yes, on that note though, every new subscriber that, I mean, Waheem, you might have to remind me of the details here, but everyone who subscribes over this regatta weekend are entered automatically into a giveaway to win a voucher to Champagne Bar in Durham. Do you want to talk about that a little bit more?
Yeah, so our brilliant marketing team led by my good friend Christian are currently walking around the race course. If you do see some guys with flyers, do say hello, do take one. And yeah, if you are planning on subscribing to today, which I strongly recommend you do, you will be entered into a giveaway for a £30 voucher. For a £30 voucher to the Champagne Bar, which is a great venue in Durham. So definitely do get subscribing, do keep watching it.
Now, I'm just hearing in my ear, as exciting as that is, something else that's really exciting. We're going to, in a very short period of time, be cutting away to an interview with an Olympian. Now, have you ever met an Olympian in person, Waheem?
I met a couple back in 2012 when we was hosted in London, where I'm from.
Yeah.
Sort of, they came around to our local area, but not for a while. So
yeah, that I can't believe one is here in Durham today watching the regatta with us. And it's going to be fantastic for PalTV to be able to interview them. We're going to be cutting to that in just now, so enjoy.
What are your memories of rowing in Durham?
It was 3 years of mayhem, I guess. There was so much that went on. I only really intended to do it for 1 year, and then I got quite good at it quite quickly. Did it for my second year, started trialling out for the Great Britain team within my second year, and then in my third year got into the under-23 team. So you know, there's days with Wade Hallcraggs on the Tyne in shorts and a t-shirt when we're breaking the ice, to driving my boat around the country, the sculling on every northeast river known to humankind. So much fun, and just very grateful for the opportunities that I was given from the university to be able to do that. And obviously it then led to a career outside of the university in sport and the Olympics, etc. So I think I never really took it that seriously in a lot of ways. I obviously took my sport seriously when I was there, but I had a lot of fun with it. So it wasn't that it wasn't like my university degree that I gave away because of my sport. But yeah, it was just some of the best years of my life, I guess, from a carefree perspective, and I could just really test myself and to see how far I could go from a physical and mental point of view. And it set me up from life outside of sport as well. That was the kind of first trigger in my life where I found something that I could really, that embraced me and allowed me to be me and allowed me to perform to a really, really high level. A lot of kind of blood, sweat and tears went into those 3 years, yeah, but it was one hell of a ride.
And welcome back. So, we've got a bit of a lull in the action at the moment, but we do have some racing coming up. We've got race 113 on the start line. That's between York University, who won an earlier race, as well as Durham ARC, the Knights team. And that is a final. And it looks like it's got underway at the start line. It's with York University on the racecourse side, that's to your right, and the Durham ARC Knights team to your left, which is on the Peel or Wood side. Race has just got underway. This is the 8th event, so one of the more faster events, of course. 8 people, more manpower, and looks pretty even from our side. But obviously, when they come across to our commentary box, we'll get a much clearer indication of who's in the lead. Of course, the 8th races I think today have been much closer together than the other races. So it looks like we've got quite a good race coming up. Looks like they're passing Collingwood's landing stage now, and they still look to be sort of neck and neck. Of course, York on the right and Durham ARC on the left. Durham ARC, York, of course, they train on the very famous River Ouse, which I don't know, Ollie, if you've been to York.
I actually have been to York very recently. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. In some regards, it's actually similar to Durham. It has a sort of similar feel based around the cathedral. But yeah, it is also, has to be said, a lot bigger than Durham. It's a much bigger city. But yeah, I went just last weekend. What about you?
I've obviously passed through it on the train, but obviously haven't been there personally. Of course, York, while you might be close to your heart, aren't really close in this race. They are currently losing to Durham ARC. Got this really cool camera shot here, really close to the river. So you've obviously just seen them, both crews just gone past as they go under Bath's Bridge, right towards the finish line. And it looks like the winner of this final will be the Durham ARC. We'll obviously confirm that because in a few moments. But it looks like Durham have the edge here as they go under Bath's Bridge and come towards the finishing line there. Meanwhile, on the start line, we seem to have race 116 getting underway. Again, another final. This time between the Edinburgh University and another team from Durham ARC. This time, the possibly Darkin team. this is obviously the women's intermediate 4 event. So we'll of course bring you some commentary on that as it gets underway, it seems. And it looks like they're already at Collingwood. There's fast and furious action here, guys. Obviously coming up to Collingwood again from our angle, it looks like they seem to be quite neck and neck at the moment. But obviously when they come closer to our commentary box, they'll obviously get a much better indication of who might be leading. Ollie, Edinburgh, another historic city in this event.
Absolutely, my mum's from Edinburgh.
Nice.
Lovely, lovely city. And yeah, it's going to be exciting to see who they're competing against. Who are they competing against, Raheem?
They are currently competing in this event, at least, the Durham ARC. Durham ARC very well represented at today's event, several teams. Edinburgh say they have a rivalry with Warwick according to their race notes, which is very interesting to point out. Not sure geographically how that makes sense, but there you are. Coming up to the halfway stage now, which is the Hillbead landing point. And it looks like Durham ARC again look to be ahead. And Durham ARC, of course, just to confirm, did win the earlier race, 113. That's just been confirmed to us. And it looks like they're leading here in race 116 between Durham ARC, the Bottomley Darkin winner, and Edinburgh University. Obviously, coming right past our Riverside camera, brilliant shot here. And obviously we can just see from our commentary position, you can just hear the Coxes going, just absolutely yelling at their teams. Durham ARC and Edinburgh seem to have gone for slightly different Cox positions. Obviously, Durham ARC seem to have their Coxes towards the rear of the boat. Edinburgh have it at the front. So obviously that's quite an interesting dynamic. Not sure what effect. Do you know what effect that might have?
Well, so their Coxes at the rear rather than at the front.
Yeah.
Yeah. It depends. I suppose it all depends on the Cox. But I think having a Cox at the rear, kind of facing the rowers, that to me seems like it would give the rowers more of an advantage, just because they're able to see the face of the person who's giving them instructions. And it probably gives them something to focus on as well, whilst they're rowing as hard as they can. Sorry, we're just being slightly disrupted by the very strong winds that are kind of tearing apart our outdoor studio here. Hopefully you're not picking any of it up in the microphones, but it's giving us challenges that I'm not sure about you, Raheem, I've never experienced this as a presenter for PalTV before.
I mean, this is my first gig for PalTV. I actually got invited.
How are you enjoying it? How are you enjoying it?
It's definitely a unique challenge. It's definitely unique. I work normally on Platinum, which is the newspaper side, which obviously we don't really do live coverage.
Yeah.
But obviously this is a much bigger challenge, but I'm enjoying it.
It's very thrilling, isn't it? But
just to bring you some updates on a couple of races, you might have seen earlier as we were talking about a couple of other stuff. The race 117 between Chester Street and Sheffield City, that looked to be quite close. So we'll definitely confirm the results for you for that. That was a doubles event. And then just coming past us now from our commentary position, looks like to be race, I want to say 118 between Tees RC and Durham School, a combined team between Durham School and Tyne, which is another final as well, race 118. And it looks like the combined Durham School Tyne ARC team are really putting ahead from this event. They've already reached Bath's Bridge, whereas Tees RC really struggling behind them. That looks to be. And just to bring you an update, race 116, as we were talking about earlier, Durham ARC, as you might have seen, just confirmed to have beaten Edinburgh University in that event, so congratulations to them. Race 114 is just coming up to us now. That's between Chester Street and Hexam. That's another doubles event, and it looks like to us as they come towards the halfway point that Chester Street, who won an earlier race 68, definitely have got sort of a couple of boat lengths advantage. Just seeing Chester Street coming past our commentary position, you can see in the blue shorts and red top. Looks like to have another commanding lead over Hexam ARC as they approach Bathbridge and indeed the finish line. One more result to bring you. The race result for 112 between TRC and Queen's Elizabeth High School. That was won by Queen Elizabeth High School, so congratulations to them. Now, as we were sort of alluding to earlier, we've obviously got very different backgrounds in terms of PalTV. This is my first time here, coming from Palatinate, whereas you've been here. So, what do you do at PalTV? What's your role? What have you worked on? That kind of thing?
A mixture of things. So, you know, occasionally doing funny videos, occasionally doing more serious videos for PalTV. But I'm first and foremost a presenter. I also do writing and research. In terms of things similar to this, I've actually done one before for PalTV. I did commentary for the Aggression Sessions event back in the winter. So I've done live commentary like this previously, and it was just as hectic as this. But we're just getting reports now that in race 94, Sheffield City has beaten Grey College. So that result has just come in.
Yeah, so what would you say has been your most favourite sort of PalTV project that you've done? Your favourite video, if you could pick one?
My favourite video was definitely the, I mean, it's gone semi-viral in Durham. It's Are You Smarter Than an 11-year-old? Where I go around and terrorise people on the streets of Durham, asking them trivia questions, and if they get it wrong, then I get to laugh at them for not being smarter than an 11-year-old. They were great fun to film, and they come out sort of semi-regularly as well. So that was definitely a highlight, and you can find all of those videos on PalTV's TikTok account as well. So do make sure you go and follow PalTV UK on TikTok. All you need to do is just go onto TikTok and search PalTV UK, and it will be the first account that appears, and you'll see my face plastered all over that. So that gives you even more of an incentive to go and watch it. Waheem, I'm sure you. I'm sure. Are you going to be looking to do more presenting for PalTV?
Well, I don't know actually. This is my first time I've ever done it. So, but it's definitely been really enthralling. Definitely. Obviously at PalTV we're obviously expanding our coverage of events. So we started off with Durham Fight Night. Obviously that moved on to the Floodlit Cup final, and now we're covering Durham Regatta, the exclusive broadcaster of the Durham Regatta, which is really, really cool. And I think we're definitely going to have more of this in the future. So definitely do get subscribed. Definitely do get subscribed, because you will see a lot more in the future. Just want to update you on a race 121 you might have just seen pass through. That was between Lancaster and Durham ARC. That was another final. Obviously, we've got about 60 trophies in contestation across the weekend. Obviously, we'll bring you updates on what competed for throughout the day here on PalTV. That looked like to be a pretty even race. I think Lancaster sort of started to pull away towards the end there, but we'll definitely bring you the result as and when that comes. Got another race here now, just passing Hill Beans. Boat Club at halfway stage.
So this is race 121, and actually I'm not sure it is. My bad. That's a blunder. But yeah, it's just coming past Hill Bean now, and it is very tight. It just seems to be half a length in it, maybe.
It looks like I think we're being told that it's race number 125 between Hatfield, who got here for a bye, by the way. 125 between Hatfield and Durham School, and it is another final, guys. We told you at the start of the show, finals galore for the first hour, and it looks very tight from our angle. Obviously, they've just gone past us, so we'll get back to you on the result of that one. But Hatfield, of course, one of Durham's more historic colleges. Ollie, what's your experience of Hatfield?
Do you know what? It has a very sort of questionable reputation. You know, people think that everyone from Hatfield is very arrogant, but I've actually, to be honest, they have a fantastic college bar, a lovely college drink, or a lovely selection of college drinks, and I actually, if anything, have a favourable view towards Hatfield. What about you?
I mean, I only know a couple of people from Hatfield, and they've all been really lovely. I think that what just shows us is that you should never really judge a book by its cover.
It's true, although it did annoy me slightly when there were the floodlit competitions earlier in the year, and apparently the Hatfield old boys kind of came in and trashed the place, as is tradition. That's what I heard, because that sort of meant that PalTV weren't able to film some things at the sports grounds over at Maiden Castle. But I think Hatfield gets an unfair reputation because, like you said, I know a few people from Hatfield, and they're always very nice people. But yeah, it's I'm just getting in my ear now that race 115 has just begun. Race 115.
It's a Durham local rivalry. It's between Stevenson and Grey College.
Stevenson and Grey College. They're two hill colleges.
Now, I've got a bit of a must declare conflict of interest here because I am a Grey College fresher myself.
Absolutely.
And I think Grey gets a bit of a reputation as well, as we're talking about Hatfield's reputation. Grey gets a reputation for Grey by name, Grey by nature.
That is true.
Boring college, just up on a hill. But from my experience, they're really not. Everyone's really lively. It's actually much more lively than you think it is.
And as you're saying that, Grey have now taken the lead.
Exactly. So don't underestimate the boring guys.
I thought you just said you weren't boring.
Well, it's one of Durham's biggest colleges, so
there's a
lot of people to sort of judge. But
look, I actually love Grey College. I think it's in a great location and the great people within it. I mean, just as we're gassing, you couldn't make it up. Steve have taken the lead just as we're gassing up your college. It's neck and neck, I suppose, or it's just they're chipping away at each other. It's a very tight race, but So Raheem, are you on the edge of your seat watching this one, thinking your college might pull through, they might get the win? But
well, I'm not even on my edge of my seat. I'm literally just standing at the moment, and I'm that excited. But looks like as they come through us now, looks like Steve-O's taking quite a commanding lead. Looks like Grey got the better start, but Stevenson definitely in the next half of the race have definitely pulled ahead. We've got a guy here, just kind of, you might see in the camera now, just absolutely sprinting, saying hello to Grey.
Yeah.
But it looks like Stevenson might have this,
We've just...
Like they got a slightly worse start, but definitely pulled ahead in the second half of the race.
But as that result is coming, as that race is kind of ongoing, we've just had a result come through for race 121. Lancaster Uni beat Durham ARC in that race, and that has reached its conclusion. Lancaster getting one over Durham, which, I mean, as an impartial commentator,
and race number 125 as the result as race 125 result also coming through to us, and we can confirm that Durham University team did beat Hatfield in that race. So Durham University beating Hatfield in that final.
So lots of the people who don't hold a favourable view towards Hatfield will be very pleased to see that Hatfield is not bigger than the university itself. But this is just so much fun. I'm really enjoying it. I'm really enjoying, watching all these people who have been rowing all year, rowing, getting up super early in the morning and rowing in freezing conditions, early morning in the winter. All of it's kind of paying off as they're able to thrive in this kind of warmer conditions. Everyone's out here eating ice creams, colourful energy, summer energy, and people might be sad about losing races or what have you, but as an impartial watch, as someone impartial, it's just so much fun.
It is, and speaking of fun, we've got another race going on now between Yarm and Newcastle. Looks like to be a women's 8 event. We'll confirm the race number in a sec, but that again looks to be quite close. Yarm, so race number 130, thank you very much. Looks like Yarm have got the slightly ahead there, but Newcastle keeping in it in that final. It's an elite race as well. Obviously, the elite races, the elite 8 races, I feel like today have been the closest I've had So definitely something we'll keep an eye on as we go through. But yeah, as we were saying, sort of just how much fun we're having. Of course, I hope you're having fun watching at home as well, or wherever you are watching our live stream. Do put in some comments on the PalTV live chat. We really want to hear from you, and obviously get subscribing.
Absolutely, yes. No, please do. Make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, drop a like on the live stream, comment on the live stream, get involved, get engaged. Every single piece of engagement just makes us at PalTV so happy. We love our viewers getting involved, and we love it when our viewers enjoy the content that we produce. So I really hope everyone watching this live stream is having a great time, because I mean, at the end of the day, this is just some boat races that are taking place. As long as you don't take it too seriously, it's just a fantastic watch.
Definitely, and I think just to cut in, Ollie, I just got to update you on race number 125. When we said Durham University beat Hatfields, we've got to correct that. It was Durham School, Durham Amateurs, who beat Hatfields. It's not the university.
Right.
That's bringing me on to a good point.
I was confused by that when I saw it. When I heard it in my ear that it was Durham Uni who beat Hatfield, I thought, but Hatfield is part of Durham.
Obviously, this is one of the emerging stories throughout the weekend. Is that Durham University, there's an elite team Durham boat club have not fielded and have like 4 teams there. So you have got Durham University teams where they're just 11. I personally don't understand how that's happened. Obviously, I've heard rumours and so forth. Do you have any insight on it?
I don't have any insights. I'm definitely not your guy with I don't know, sneaky inside knowledge. But to be honest, I think this a consequence of that, but a positive consequence, is that this regatta is kind of showcasing the collegiate nature of Durham University, and I think that's something to be celebrated, don't you?
And just on that point, speaking of the collegiate system, Stevenson confirmed to have beaten Grey College in race 115. So
unlucky, Reem. Absolutely unfortunate for you and your Grey College. I'm very sorry about that.
And just on race number 130, the one that just finished, Yarm did beat Newcastle in the end. So yeah, as we were saying, obviously Durham University is deciding not to field the most elite teams this year. We have just hit 2,000 views. We have hit 2,000 views.
Fantastic
news! That is absolutely
there.
Incredible. Thank you to every single one of you who have. I mean, the wind's come out.
Even Mother Nature is celebrating with us.
The wind has come out to celebrate. We're celebrating. I'm still up.
We've got water bottles that are weighing down our pieces of paper, and the wind was so strong that full bottles of water were blown over. And that, I mean, whatever religion you are, or whether you're religious at all, you know, I think, to me, that is Mother Nature just celebrating with us that we have managed to hit 2,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. Keep subscribing, every single one of you listening or watching this. Keep subscribing, keep viewing it, because it's 2,000 views is what we've hit. Just to clarify, I think I might have got ahead of myself there and said it was 2,000 subscribers.
If we could get 2,000 subscribers by the end of this weekend, I think there would just be a massive rave on Sunday night.
I think there's a big push to get 1,000, but you know, if we can get 2,000, then that's even better.
So definitely go, you know, share the stream with everyone you know, even people who might not have who might not even heard that Durham exists. Just share it with them, get them on it, get them on the regatta.
No, it's fantastic to hit 2,000 views, and that is just, you know, you just got to keep it coming, please. Make sure you keep watching, keep commenting, keep liking, you know, chuck us a question in the comment section and we'll be sure to respond as well. If you have any questions to either me or Wasim, or questions about the races, just make sure you're engaging. We absolutely love viewer engagement with PalTV. And don't forget, if you do subscribe, then you're, of course, this weekend, you're chucked in with a chance of winning the voucher for free champagne. So a voucher a voucher to the Champagne Bar. I think it's £30. So that, you know, imagine subscribing, which is something free of charge, and then getting 30 quid chucked in on top of that. How fantastic would that be? I mean, I'm very jealous. I'm already jealous of the winner of that. Are you not, Wasim?
I mean, like I said, I'm not really a sort of party-goer bar kind of person, but I think whoever wins that is going to have a really fun time.
I'm sure if you won it, which of course you can't because you're already subscribed, I assume, but if you did win it, Wasim, or if someone who doesn't drink alcohol wins that voucher, I'm sure the Champagne Bar has champagne snacks as well that you can pick up as well. But also, still to come, we've got an Olympic interview, or an interview with an Olympian. I think we're about to cut to that in 20 seconds, 10 seconds or so. So I really do hope all the viewers watching are going to enjoy that, because it's fantastic to have an Olympian here at the Regatta in Durham.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, taking advantage of the slight lull in the racing at the moment, just waiting for the course to clear. It's quite a narrow course, so obviously obstructions are quite an issue to see the crews after finishing their races going back. But right now, in about, I'd say 12 seconds time, we're about to cut back to part 2 of our interview with the Olympians, which was taking place before the regatta, so pre-recorded content, and we'll cut to that very shortly. So thank you for tuning in.
Was there a point during your time in Durham where you thought, okay, maybe I can be an Olympian, or was it something that wasn't on the radar at all?
Yeah, so I went into the freshman team, and I started I was a bit late into it because they actually lost my application, and then turned up at my college. My brother's best mate turned up at college one day and went, oh, there's a 2K ergo test. I didn't even know what an ergo was. There's a 2K ergo test. And I was eating dinner. And he goes, it's in half an hour, you need to get down there, they lost your application. So I was like, okay, so I went down, and just having had dinner, and they showed me the row machine of what I saw in a gym now and again, and said, oh, do you know how to use one of these? I was like, well, I've kind of been on one once or twice. So I kind of got off the machine, I was like, oh, was that any good? And they were like, yeah, it was all right. The second test, so that was in November, the second test, having done some training I did, was in December. And I think I did 6:20 or something. And then I did a 5K ergo test in February, March, and I came top in the whole university. And I think at that point, I kind of said to myself, okay, well, I might actually be quite good at this, but from my perspective, it was still, still in the university bubble. There was no consideration outside of Durham, right? I think it was in that second year that I started to again realise, okay, there might be that kind of rowing outside of the university. Wade was very kind of complimentary and pushed me quite hard, and obviously got me involved in the Great Britain setup and got me to trials and stuff like that. I think that I knew, I did a test, I got I think 5:52 on a 2K in my third year. So we did the 8's head, we flew to Banyoles on the very next morning, and then like 9 a.m. the following morning, Wade made me do a 2K test, which I was furious about, because I'd obviously done the 8's head, destroyed myself, flown, and then he made me do it and was trialling for the team. And that's when I think my anger took me through. I got 5:49 on the test. And I think that established me within the Great Britain setup. And then it was, okay, right, there's something outside that. And I think Wade went to my parents and said, this, your son can go all the way, kind of thing. Like there's some serious talent here. But I was just, again, in my own head and very focused on what I was doing. It wasn't really that until I was sitting at the start line of the Olympic final in Beijing, when I was like, oh, I could actually win there's an opportunity to win a medal here, when it became very real to me.
Side studio, I'm Amelia Dunn, and I'm here today with the Collingwood College rowing team. Hi guys.
Hi, how you doing?
Great, thank you. How do you guys feel? They've just...
Good starting for both groups though. Andrew. Just as official though, like I was saying, this is not just a short club, growing club. Alright, start, we have the final of the open beginners 8 between the groups 14 on race point side, Lancaster University, Peter Wood 20, Durham Regatta. Critical start by both team crews, Lancaster ending over Durham starting to come back into the race rhythm. And it's pretty much neck and neck, I would say. Lancaster with a small lead as the unwind into the concrete. Landing stage, I think this is a really good final here for the host.
This mic works? I'm so sorry, this mic is the one that works, so that's fine. The lovely viewers at home are genuinely interested in your rowing technicalities, so please do tell them.
Yeah, so as I was saying, we do a lot of indoor training as well as obviously on the water. More recently, we've been doing a lot of sessions working on our regatta starts, so the sort of first few strokes that we take at the start of the race to really get the boat up to speed. But yeah, during the earlier parts of the season, we do a lot of indoor training to just build up the fitness and stuff as well. But yeah, how do you guys find?
I find, especially with the exams, obviously it's a balance between doing your training and doing sort of training for the regattas in the summer. But then when the exams finish, then it's like all-out training. You do like multiple sessions a week, and you really get into it for these final few regattas, which is really great fun.
So that's really interesting. Do you have any advice for keen rowers that might want to, get started or be at a higher level? Do you have any advice for the people watching at home?
I would say, just get involved. You can join your rowing. There's lots of local rowing clubs that you can get involved with. The key thing really is, just to take that first step and get straight into it. Especially if you're tall. If you're tall, you're going to be good, basically. And even if you're small, you can be a cox, which is also really, coxes are critical. They really make or break the boat, and they make all the calls, do all the strategy, all the tactics, and they're really critical. Yeah. So I'd say just just join up.
Thank you so much. And has this been your, what number regatta is this for you?
I can't even remember. I've done a lot of regattas over the years. It's my second ever Durham Regatta. Last year we were in the same competition. Last year we actually won the intermediate 8s. Unfortunately this year we came up against harder opposition. But yeah, I know you boys only start. I started before university. I know you both joined through the novice. So we have a novice programme at Collingwood. And so never rowed before uni, and the both are currently now. Yeah, fully developed. First ever Durham Regatta intermediate 8s. Actually, yeah.
And we won last week.
Yeah, we did. We won at Hexam Regatta. Yeah, so huge win.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. So will we be seeing you guys at the Durham 2023 Regatta?
Absolutely. Can't wait. We're going to win it. The whole thing.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that interview. Just got a couple of results and races to update you on. Race 1, 2, 3 between Doncaster and Durham schools was won by Doncaster in the Open Junior 15 4 series. So that's the winner of that final. You might have just seen race number 110 between Lancaster University and Durham ARC in the Open Beginners 8s race. We'll bring you the result of that very shortly. And you've just seen on your screens right now, that's just come off now, race number 112 between Yarm School and Chestnut Street in the Women's Junior 15 singles. And of course we'll bring you the result of that as and when it comes. So, Ollie, finals coming thick and fast. Anything caught your eye so far in the first hour?
Well, I mean, it's just everything is going on all the time. I mean, if you're watching from home, then you should know that you've got results and races always going past you, always going on the river. So, I mean, in terms of what's caught my eye, was everything, pretty much. I must say, I love it when Durham wins, when a Durham team wins, and then when. Have you seen South College yet? I don't know if they've done this whilst I've been they've done a race whilst I've been commentating.
Oh, I just need to interrupt you. I think we've got an incident. Looks like Yarm School has fallen into the river. Looks like whoever's in that race, 1-2-2 between Yarm and Chester Street, we got an incident where the rower for Yarm School, seeing Betterson, might have fallen into the river. We'll update you on anything that might be happening there.
Yeah, there is an incident and the lifeboat's having to get involved, so hopefully it's not serious, but we just need to hold our breath at the minute. I don't think any races are going to be going ahead whilst this incident is taking place, so we'll just have to sit tight and hope for the best and hope that nothing disastrous has happened there.
So we got more into what might have happened. Looks like a caught blade went into the river. So it looks like the blade may have got caught in the river. So obviously that might have obviously destabilised the boats quite massively.
And we're actually a little unclear on the details still, but someone might need to be rescued. But races are not going to be going ahead whilst this situation is unfolding.
Got some results coming through. We'll update you now, of course, as we only can. Just to confirm, though, that if you're just joining us, that the rower for Yarm School during race 112, we believe has fallen into the river. Obviously, we'll update you on anything about that. Obviously, Durham Regatta will have a full emergency procedure for this.
Absolutely, and there will be lots of teams kind of waiting in the wings just in case an incident like this does happen. So I'm sure that all the corrects.
So obviously racing has now been delayed while that incident is being sorted out. So we're going to cut to the studio. We'll cut to the studio and we'll cut to the studio in a sec, and we'll update you as and when what happened. But just to confirm, we've had a fall in where the rower for Yarm School has fallen. We'll update you as and when we can.
I think they're just getting the studio set up now.
Do you know what happened?
Yeah, studio. I'm not a rower.
So Yarm School. Right, so Yarm School has unfortunately just capsized their boat into the river, which is obviously not very good for them, but we are here with James, and you know a good bit about rowing, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's caused a 15-minute delay in racing. There's a lot of activity going on the river now. Safety boats going out to retrieve that oar which was caught, which took someone outside of the boat, we've been led to believe. It's unfortunately out of range past the finish line up there. Behind us to my right, so it's a bit unclear what's happening, but we understand that the person's been retrieved from the river, which is always good. And Durham River is quite notorious for actually being quite a dangerous river. Tragically, in the past, students have died, and not rowing related, but you know, after nights out, and in 2015 there was a big campaign to improve river safety. So when someone does go in the water, it's a major situation. That's why the safety team here at the regatta are so on top of it, making sure that everyone's looked after, and that's probably why we've seen such an instant pause in the racing activity.
Yes, very well put, James. So although this is a absolutely wonderful occasion, we do also have to be really mindful that there are some dangers related to rowing. But nonetheless, the race will go ahead sooner rather than later, and we're very excited for that, aren't we, James?
Absolutely. Yeah, and this is something that's the difference between Durham Regatta, which is the second oldest in the UK, and the much more famous Henley Regatta. Now, Henley Regatta is more recent, but with a wider river down on the Thames, you have a lot more scope for movement of boats, multiple races going on at the same time, and if an incident like this does happen, you've got much more capability to recover. Now, on such a narrow river, such as the Weir, that's a real challenge. You can see in some of our footage the boats have to return down on the right-hand side of the river, which means that there's a very narrow channel for racing, and if a boat goes off or deviates, like we had here with one of the oars being caught, that can be a stoppage of racing.
Yes, if anyone watching at home knows of any incidents that's happened, maybe whilst you were rowing back in your day, please do put it in the comments below. We'd love to see any of your rowing stories.
I remember back when I was about 13 years old, I was sent on a weekend to learn how to scull, which is the single rowing when you're by yourself in the boat with 2 oars. Now, that was an interesting one because I discovered you don't wear a life jacket when you row, and that was slightly concerning. So over a weekend of very wobbly rowing up and about, trying to learn how to, but actually those paddles are key for your balance. As long as they're on the water, then you're going to be really balanced. And we've just learned that it was the single sculling girls junior 122, and the girl is now retrieved and safe, which is great. But as I said,
great news.
When those oars leave the water surface, you can just tip straight in. So I think that's all from us in the studio now.
Yes, thank you so much, James, and back to the studio.
Yeah, back to the commentary, and make sure to comment any of your rowing stories that you have below.
When we come back in, I'll just update.
Did I just say back to the studio? That was so good.
Just to update you on what happened during race 122. So I think we've got the full story now. So we had a single sculling event with the Women's Junior 15 between Yarm School and Chester Street. Towards the end of the race, the rower for Yarm School did fall into the river. We believe the blade might have got caught in the river. We can thankfully confirm that she has been recovered from the river. She looks completely fine to us. Just seen the rescue boat go past our commentary box, and she just looked to be okay. Very grateful for the rescue queues for that. Obviously, Durham Regatta emergency procedures will exist, and obviously Durham, the river we're on, the River Weir, not the deepest river, so any emergencies that happen will be very easily quickly dealt with. Obviously, we just hope that she's okay, but she looked okay as she came through the commentary box. Obviously, Chester Street will win that, has taken the win for that race as naturally, because Yarm School did not finish. Race 128 is now on the start line. We obviously had a bit of a break in the racing while that incident was attended to, but 128 going to get underway shortly. Ollie, any further thoughts?
Yeah, it's a possible delay we're hearing of around 5 minutes. That is a possible consequence of that whole rowing incident. But I mean, it was pretty scary to just like see how quickly things can go wrong, and it was good to see the fast reaction of everyone, all the emergency services around her. We're seeing images of her, and the poor girl does have a towel wrapped around her, and she looks fine, just cold, if anything.
Yeah. Obviously, I can imagine she'll be going to the medical centre if there is one, just to get some checks, just to make sure she's all okay. But good to see she's out of the river, on the lifeboat. Obviously, that's just the main thing we wanted to see, obviously. I mean, that's sort of the aspect of live sport, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what sports you're into sort of outside rowing. I mean, I'm quite into my Formula 1, obviously we've got a race this weekend. Obviously, we've seen many accidents, and sort of you kind of hold your breath and just hoping that the driver's okay.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. I think that's just the peril of live sport. Just saying that the person in question just made it to the Collingwood landing stage, might be about to be offloaded. But yeah, but as we were saying, just the peril of sport, a lot of things can go right and a lot of things can go wrong. And I think that's why we've got, you know, marshals, umpires, emergency services all on standby.
Absolutely, and yeah, it was good to see just like that people quickly kind of came to her side and you know hopped in the water very soon after she fell in. So yeah, that is fantastic to kind of see that if things do go wrong, when things do go wrong, there are procedures in place to ensure they don't go too wrong. But absolutely.
Of course, this is why, you know, we have sort of like safety standards for rowers. So obviously, they've got to be they're obviously trained. They obviously would have taken a swim test before joining a rowing club to make sure that if they do fall into the water, they know how to keep themselves safe. And obviously rules and regulations to ensure that they can stay safe when incidents like these do happen, and they do happen. But obviously, main thing is that she's been recovered from the water, and it looks like to be okay. But of course, we'll update you as and when it comes.
It's got sort of weirdly chilly.
Oh yeah, it has, hasn't it?
As the sun's covered by the clouds and the wind has not stopped blowing, I am finding myself having to put on a jumper whilst still talking into the microphone. But for those who have just joined the stream, let's reintroduce ourselves. So I'm Ollie, and I'm with PalTV here, and Wasim.
Yes, I am. My name's Wasim, and I'm usually on Palatinate side. I'm part of the newspaper as one of the news editors, but for one weekend only, or perhaps maybe in the future as well. I have joined the PalTV side as your co-commentator for. We're here and we're here until 4 o'clock. So, gone through the first hour. Got 2 more hours to go. Obviously, a bit of a delay in the racing. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Yeah. Obviously, of course, thank you, of course, for sticking with us on PalTV. And obviously, this is the. Are we going to cut to the studio? Are we going to cut to the studio, guys?
It's a little bit unclear right now.
Live TV, you've got live TV, guys. Yeah, we're going to cut to the live stream. One of our crew has managed to bag an interview with someone quite senior looking, so we'll cut to that now. We'll be back with you shortly.
Hello again, everyone. We're back again in the studio with Ian Shepherd, who used to row for Durham City. So we're just going to be asking him a little bit about your rowing experiences. So when was it that you rowed for Durham City?
I started rowing here in 1951. That was for Durham Johnson School. But I then went to Durham City in 1953, and I've rowed for them until about 3 years ago. And then by that time it was time to give up.
So you must have been to Durham Regatta many, many times over the years then?
Must have been, what?
Must have been to the regatta many times.
Oh, yeah, every year. I come every year, religiously.
So are you well known in the local rowing community, would you say?
I don't know. In Durham City, yeah, possibly, yes.
And what have you seen any changes over the years with the way the regattas worked?
Well, yes. The big changes are that the crowds are not quite as big as they used to be. You know, both sides of the river used to be covered in crowds, and that was in the days when it was on a Tuesday and a Wednesday, when there was a public holiday in Durham. The running of the regatta has got more and more complicated because of the increased number of events. You know, they go from everything from sculling right up to eights, and all the different categories from novice to elite.
So on a narrow river, as we just saw, that can cause some problems sometimes with congestion and whatnot.
Oh, indeed, yeah, very much so. That's why the marshals are so important. Marshalling the boats from the finish, where it is very difficult, to the start, where it's equally difficult, getting the people onto the start at the right time and in the right order.
Absolutely. And for everyone who's come to watch the regatta today, or who's watching at home, what would your top tips be for watching regatta? Where would you place yourself if you wanted to get the best of the action?
Well, the best of the action is really if you were on Bath's Bridge, because you can see right down the course from there, and you can see to the end of the short course The long course, of course, is much further down, and it's very difficult to find a place there that is ideal.
Absolutely, and with so many competitors today, it's a massive organisational effort from the regatta team. And you last rowed 3 years ago. Did you have any success in your last period of rowing?
No, not whatsoever.
And what would you say the peak of your rowing career would have been?
Well, it would be in 1963, I suppose. I then won the Grand Challenge Cup for the 8th time.
Wow, so 8 times Grand Challenge Cup, and which group was that with? Durham City?
Durham City.
Wow, and was that, what size boat were you on, and what were the details there?
That was a Coxed 4, which at that time was the most popular boat for elite oarsmen.
And sort of to wrap things up now, the conditions today are obviously quite windy. What wild conditions have you experienced in the past at regattas, or are they usually just good weather?
Well, strange enough, you always think of the regatta as being in good weather, but latterly it seems to have been subjected to all sorts of problems, flooding and COVID and wind and everything.
So you're glad to see Durham Regatta make its return?
Indeed, yes.
Absolutely. Well, Ian, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us here at PalTV. We're going to be going back onto some commentary, I believe, now, so thank you very much.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Durham Regatta. Racing has now resumed following that early incident where a boat from Yarm School capsized. Looks like the blade may have caught on the side of the River Wear. That the person involved has now been retrieved to safety, and we'll update her on her condition as we go. But in the meantime, race 128, another final, the women's junior 4s. This is between Queen Elizabeth High School on the racecourse side and Yarm School Atkinson team on the Pilar Wood side. So Queen Elizabeth on your right hand side of the screen, Yarm School on the right hand side. Looks like they've passed Collingwood Boat Club. They'll be coming up towards Hillbead, which is about the halfway mark any moment now, and because we'll update you on see who's winning that. Ollie, you excited to see racing resumed?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm even more pleased that the person who was in the capsized boat was okay. But it's great that the whole incident hasn't really disrupted the rowing and the regatta too much.
Perfect. Obviously, that has put the schedule a bit back. So we'll obviously update you on how what race is going on as per usual. Coming up to Hillbead, just passing Hillbead now. Race number 128 between Elizabeth High School and Yarm School. Yarm School are in the lead by several boat lengths, as they on the Pilar Wood side, as you can see in shot now on our Riverside camera. Obviously, this is a fours event, so
just to keep you,
Cox is absolutely screaming at their crews as per usual. And again, we do see the differing Cox positions between the differing Cox positions. Queen Elizabeth have gone for the Cox at the front, and the other team, who has just slipped my mind, Yarm School at the back.
Just to keep all you viewers at home engaged, in roughly 5 to 10 minutes, what we're going to do is we're going to have the Sheffield girls team interviewed, so that we're going to cut to that just to make sure that we'll just get an interesting perspective from the rowers. The rowers racing in this regatta over the weekend. So you have that to look forward to. Don't forget to keep watching the live. Stay tuned. Like the video, please. Please comment as well. We'd love to hear from you. And subscribe to PalTV.
Yorkshire very well represented in today's racing. We've got another team, Leeds, right next to Sheffield, versus another team from Yarm. Yarm very well represented today. They're coming up to Bath's Bridge now, and it looks like Leeds have taken the lead there. We'll obviously confirm the result to you as they come. Very aggressive strokes there, must be said. Very, very quick race. We've got the final Elite Fours. Final Elite Fours coming up. So obviously we'll bring you the results of that very soon. Coming towards the end of sort of finals hour, I think we've got to call it. Obviously, the first hour of our commentary sort of time has been final after final after final, 60 trophies, of course, in position, and then obviously for the next 2 hours or so, much more racing, lots of semis, lots of quarterfinals, all building up to the final hour of racing this evening, where it will be another hour of straight finals. So definitely stay tuned to PalTV to get in on that action.
100%. Make sure you keep watching. We're the exclusive broadcasters of the Durham Regatta. You're not going to be able to watch it anywhere else. We're giving it all to you for free. So we're giving it all to you for free. So I really hope you're appreciating it. I really hope you're appreciating the coverage as well. We're doing our very, very best to bring you the very, very best content. And it's very good fun, isn't it, we've seen?
260 races I've just seen between just today. Looks like about halfway through. So definitely a lot more action to come.
Yeah, more action to come tomorrow as well. So do make sure you come back tomorrow, because we're going to be still producing more of this content and allowing you to watch the all the races in this regatta throughout the weekend. So although you're here today, make sure you do come back tomorrow. It's going to be a great time. We're going to have a lot of fun, a lot of fun.
Speaking of fun, we've got a couple races just to update you. So the one I mentioned Leeds earlier, that was race number 124. That was between Collingwood and Leeds in the final of the Elite Men's Open 4. And the next race to start, I believe, will be race number... make sure I get this right. Race 131, the Women's Junior 13 4s. That's between Chester Street and Hexam. Just waiting for that race to get underway. I think it has actually got underway. Just got to check the camera position. But that's on the start line now. So we'll obviously bring you commentary of that as and when it comes. Ollie, I might as well ask you why you're here. We sort of hyped up Durham as a city earlier, sort of being this really nice, picturesque, historic city. What's your favourite bit of Durham?
It's a fantastic question. So before coming to Durham University, I had never been to Durham. So even when I applied, I had never been. First time I ever came to Durham was the day I moved into South College. So I've had a brilliant time exploring it. It feels a bit obvious to go for the cathedral, which although is lovely, I'll try and be interesting and choose something else. What I love about Durham is probably the view over the city from the train station, because although it's a right pain to get to, because it's up an incredibly steep hill, when you're leaving the train station, say if you've just arrived in Durham, you're leaving the train station and you kind of walk past this brilliant view of the cathedral, and it kind of, you're sort of on the viaduct, and it's a lovely thing to be able to look over the whole city. It's an advantage of the station being on a hill. Do you come here by train? Do you ever get that view?
I do. I'll get back to that on that point in a second, because I think as we are hyping up Durham, we've got to hype up a race result that in Durham's favour. Collingwood, you may have remembered, were versing Leeds a couple of minutes ago in race number 124. Collingwood have emerged as the winners of the Open Elite A race. So they've beaten Leeds. Meanwhile, race number 131 between Chester Street and Hexam, that's underway now, and you can see on your cameras that we'll bring you updates on that. Looks like they've just passed Collingwood Boat Club, and they'll come towards Hillbead, and we'll get a better indication of who might be ahead. This is obviously a final for the Women's Junior 13 4 category. Looks pretty even from where we are at the moment, but obviously we get a much better indication as they come towards Hillbead. Hillbead, of course, the halfway. Hillbead, obviously a halfway point. Several mark points, of course, off this course, which probably run through them very quickly. Obviously got the start point, then Collingwood, then Hillbead, then where we're positioned, which is St Cuffs, and then obviously Bath's Bridge and the finish line. Going past Hillbead now, about the halfway point, and it looks like, I want to say, Chester Street on the racecourse side have got the advantage by about a boat length. Obviously that could grow or shrink as they come through the second half of the race. Chester Street, of course, again, another very representative team here, just 10 minutes on the train by Durham, if you can get on the train, because you obviously have to get to TransPennine, which are obviously on strike at the moment. But obviously Chester Street do seem to be taking the lead there, beating Hexam, another local team. And as they come up towards Bath Bridge. Meanwhile, Hexam, of course, they train on the River Tyne, which is just north of us. So obviously you've got the River Wear, which is where we're situated on today, the River Tyne up above, the River Tees down below us.
My grandma actually used to live in Hexam as well. It's a lovely place to live.
Yeah, I mean, County Durham is a very interesting place, of course,
Yeah,
and I think very diverse range of like towns and cities.
Absolutely.
It's very picturesque, especially if you leave the city and sort of go into like the hills.
Yeah, and does that bring us back to what we were talking about before, and we've seen what your favourite part of Durham is?
Oh, what is my most favourite part of Durham? Well, it's actually very close to the station, as you were mentioning. If you go behind the station, you get to Walton Park, and if you go up there, you can get some really good views of the city, because that
Sheffield on PR Wood, both scullers really close to that central line. Sheffield slightly over. Watch out for those blokes on the boys. But it looks like Sheffield has pulled out a little bit of an advantage. Coming towards Trump's Landing. Andrew, there's another race on course. I'll come back to the single sculls course. It looks like there's been a crash further down the race course. It's Sheffield versus Tees. Tees Rowing Club on the near side. They're almost neck and neck. This is so close. This is so close. Tees Dollar coming back and seeing Sheffield pulling through. And that's a really exciting finish. Great job, both scullers. Good course, both scullers. Really close race.
I think the road just stuck itself into the dock further down the course.
Very, very funny TikTok videos that you can watch on our TikTok channel. Make sure you follow all the channels for some more great content. Hopefully this live stream has inspired you to watch more PalTV. I really hope it has, because we're putting a lot of effort in here. But
just swap mics, Ollie, and just want to bring you to, an update on what you might be seeing. Looks like we've got another race on. We'll get back to you on what race it might be. But I think earlier we were talking about Tees and Sheffield having a really close run event. Looks like we've got here a very, well, I can say a whitewash of an event. Looks like the team that are passing now, way behind the team that are on the racecourse side. So the team on the Peel Wood side, very much behind the team on the racecourse side. We'll obviously bring you the result of that as and when it comes. So yeah, it's all very confusing here at every now and again. Just like we said at the beginning of the show, races left, right and centre. So maybe about 2 or 3 races on the same stretch of river. Only 700 metres, of course. Obviously we've got another race coming down now. Looks like they've gone past Collingwood and will be coming to us very shortly. We'll update you on what race that might be. Oh! Looks like I mistook myself there. So the race we've seen where you saw the one crew of 4 ahead of the other 4, that was a false start. Looks like there was a false start, and obviously that race is obviously being going to have to be rerun. So obviously we'll bring you updates as and when they come. But obviously it looks like we had a false start. We had a false start in the early session this morning, but obviously that race was stopped pretty much as soon as it got going. So we'll bring you updates to that, but it looks like, just to confirm, we had a false start there. That's why you might have seen 2 crews completely different, completely opposite ends. We've got a singles event now. We've got a women's junior singles event, and just passing Hillbead now. Again, I'll get the race number to you in a second. Got a race result for you as well. Race 131. That was between Chester Street and Hexam. That was the Women's Junior 4 category. That was won by Chester Street. Obviously, we seem to have a bit of a problem with trying to work out what race is happening at the moment, so we'll obviously get our bearings in a second. Looks like we've got a doubles event here. Team on the racecourse side. I want to say that's a Chester Street team. Seem to be ahead there as they come past our commentary box. Again, race numbers seem to be...
Sheffield. Coming through now, just across the line. Sheffield. Going pretty well actually. Just a few strokes behind.
Just got another race result for you in the meantime while we get this system sorted out. 119 between Tees and Sheffield. Tees RC did beat Sheffield. Mio, the race you just saw. Obviously, we've got quite a few problems with sort of trying to work out what race is going on. This is obviously very professional of us. We'll obviously try and sort out as and when we can. But yeah, just to confirm, race 119, that was won by Tees RC against Sheffield. That was in the Women's Elite singles category. Looks like the race numbers might have sorted themselves out. I think we could I could definitely say with confidence what the next race is coming. The race that you can see coming up now, that's race number 141. That's between Queen's Elizabeth High School and St Leonard's in the Women's Junior 15 Force category. In the meantime, got another race result, race number 126. A local derby, actually, between Tyne and, well, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club beat Tyne Rowing Club. That was in race 126. That was the Open Elite Force category. Meanwhile, the race you're seeing here, race number 141 between Queen Elizabeth and St Leonard. Queen Elizabeth, very well represented, and as they come past our commentary position, do seem to be taking the lead in the very iconic yellow boats. Queen Elizabeth taking the lead here as they come towards Bath Bridge and towards the finish line. So that's between Queen Elizabeth and St Leonard's. A couple of minutes time, we'll be cutting back to the studio for further interviews. I think we'll be interviewing a team from Sheffield, I believe. So, yeah, looking forward to that. And looks like we've got another race coming towards us. We'll obviously confirm to you what race that might be. But obviously, the race numbers are a bit of a mess at the moment, but that's okay. Race 141 just approaching the finish line now. And we'll be interviewing Queen Elizabeth School. So Queen Elizabeth School, one of the most representative teams here at Durham. They'll be interviewed in a couple of minutes' time, not Sheffield, my mistake. Queen Elizabeth to be interviewed in a couple of minutes' time. Based on the River Tyne, based in Hexam, of course, in Northumberland. So, obviously looking forward to what they have to say here. So that's us for now, and we'll go into this interview, and we'll speak to you on the other side.
Right, we're back in the studio, and we're now joined with Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. Hello, guys.
Hi.
So, how's your rowing been so far?
It's been good.
Yeah. Me and Zara did a double together this
we
morning.
Did.
It
And
was
we've got a quad in the afternoon.
Yeah, it wasn't that close of a race. We lost by quite a lot, but
it was fun.
It was
and
a
it was
good race.
Yeah.
We tried our best.
Yeah.
We didn't mess up.
We didn't capsize.
We didn't catch a crab.
Yeah.
And we're proud of our performance.
Yeah. Well, that's really good. That's really good. And I understand that you. More mics.
Oh, mics.
Okay.
Well, do you want one? You go, Daisy. Well, you go.
So, I'd say one of the highlights for me was, I used to be in a quad, so last year we went to national championships.
I'm really sorry, that mic doesn't work. So please use this one.
So last year I was in a quad and we went to national championships, which was really amazing, and we were really lucky to go. I think we came 9th overall, which was, I think that was probably the peak of my rowing career. No, just rowing. It was good. Yeah.
Mine was last year at Durham. I was in a quad with 3 other of my friends who it was their last race, and we did 6 races and won our 4, which was really good.
Yeah. Probably just like in a whole, like all the events and like, I don't know, just everyone kind of. It's quite a different experience, I feel like, from everything else. So I just think in a whole, like, yeah, like the whole like events, coming out for a whole day with all your friends, it's quite fun. Yeah.
I just love Hexam Regatta. It's on our own river. It's loads of fun. All our friends are there, and it's just a fun day.
Yeah.
That's so lovely. And on the contrary, do you guys have any rowing horror stories that the people watching might love to hear?
Yes.
Oh gosh.
Well, I once crashed a double, and it wasn't just a little touch. It was there was a big hole in the boat. The other boats kind of snapped in two. It was quite. Let's just say I cried that day.
There was a boat that went down the weir at Hexam a couple of years ago. And it snapped straight in half, and we lost 7 out of 8 blades just down the river.
Love that.
Oh my gosh, I hope you had insurance.
Yeah.
I think we did. Alive is still kicking.
Yeah. I was coxing a race this year, and then this boat smashed into the side of us, and there was a hole where I was sitting. Also cried, yeah.
I was steering through Albert Bridge, and I think our steering snapped as we were going through it, and we were this close to crashing. We didn't crash, but there was this lovely woman who pushed our boat off just the side there, and that was so scary because we were just going straight for the edge. But yeah, no, it was scary.
Oh my goodness me. So do you guys see yourselves rowing, into the future as well? Will we be seeing you again at Durham Regatta 2023?
Yeah, for me, I think so, yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I'll see myself rowing, but I'll always be at the regattas, even if I stop rowing, because it's just such a fun day, and I'll love cheering on all my rowing friends. Yeah.
That's so nice to hear. And if there's anyone at home that might be interested in starting rowing, do you have any advice for those people watching?
I've got some advice, guys. It doesn't matter how tall you are. I'm not the tallest. I'm only 5 foot. And there's always something you can do. Even if you're not the best at anything, it's fun. And yeah. And there's always something to do, whether that be rowing, coxing, just cheering.
Always give it a go, because you don't know how good you're going to be at something unless you try it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was quite inspirational of us. I thought it was quite proud.
Yeah, that's lovely to hear. Well, thank you so much for joining us. And again, this is Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. Thank you so much. And we are going to be sending it right back to the commentary in a minute. Thank you so much for watching. Well done, guys.
On your screen now is the Trevelyan team, team number 121, and they crashed into the riverbank as well. They're back on the move. So everyone's okay. But yeah, for the second time today, a college team has seemed to really struggle in that Pelo Wood side and just run into the riverbank. So obviously, St Mary's earlier did the same thing. So obviously that's Mary's and now Trebs who have made that same error of going into the bank and then coming out of it. That, of course, is the women's maidens 4 between... Actually, no, that's not right. Oh yeah, it's the women's maiden 4, but this time between St John's and Trevelyan.
Are they getting input in?
Trevelyan obviously have obviously stopped earlier because they got too close to the bank, and that's ruined their race chances. Ollie, obviously for events like these, you obviously train really hard for events like these. Obviously, for some of these guys, this might be their only opportunity to race at a crowd like this. How gutting must it be when something like that happens?
Oh, it's so sad. It must be awful. It must feel absolutely, you'd feel rubbish, wouldn't you? Because you'd think, oh, well, if we were put on the other side, you know, if we were on the race course side rather than the wood side, we would, you know, that this might not have happened. And that's just sheer luck which side you're put on. So, you know, like I said earlier, where you know there are some pretty freezing cold mornings where they'll be training, and if it all gets wasted on the day because you accidentally hit the side of the bank, you know that's just going to destroy you. But you know they can still be very, very proud of themselves for all the work they've put in, and for race they still did their best. You know, even if they did hit the bank, they did themselves proud. You know, and that's just...
And of course, for every loser, there must be a winner. Got a couple of results. Race 127 between Durham School and Tyne. Well, hang on, it was a combined team. Durham and Tyne obviously got together. They beat Bradford in race number 127, that was a final. And race number 134, Tyne ARC beat Hatfields. So those are some results coming through. Looks like we got another lull in the action here. Obviously, we just witnessed that incident involving Trevelyan. But it looks like we go on the way again. So obviously, we'll bring you the results of the current. We'll update you on the action that's going on right now. Looks like we've come out of the hour of finals, as I called it earlier. Much more sort of coming into sort of pre-arranged kind of fixtures. But still fast and furious action between now and 4 o'clock.
What more could you expect? I wouldn't expect anything less, that's for sure. Yeah. It is worth just remembering to keep subscribing to PalTV, keep watching, stay on our stream, give it a like, subscribe. You will have a chance to win £30 in vouchers for the champagne bar. There's nothing to lose. Make sure you are following PalTV across all different social media platforms. We'll see. We were just getting to the fact that your favourite place in Durham is Wharton Park. I think I asked you as well. Are you do you get to Durham by train?
Yes, I have to rely on the East Coast Main Line to get between here and my house in London. So, yeah, I mean, where are you trying to go with this?
Well, I just continue our chat about Durham, because you know some people even fly.
I mean, just got through this. The official regatta team have used are using our footage for replay analysis of the collision earlier. So I mean, that's pretty honourable, the fact that our broadcasting is being used for official analysis by the official organisers. So that's incredible.
Yeah, so PalTV is kind of turned into a form of VAR for rowing.
Exactly. Of course, we've got the Riverside camera where we're getting most of our shots. So definitely going to be useful. Someone's going to pay big money for our footage. I'll tell you. In 10 years' time, when this goes into the archives, someone's going to be paying big for this footage. No more less so than the competitors. We just had a couple of minutes ago. We had an open intermediate singles event between Grey College and Durham ARC. Looks like Grey College were leading in that one, but we'll get back to you with the results in this one. And then meanwhile, we've got another singles event. We'll try and work out what number that boat is. But yes, obviously singles events quite grueling because obviously you've got just you and your thoughts. Obviously, and these are sweepers as well. So obviously, Shirley mentioned the difference between sweepers and sculling. We haven't really talked about that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ollie, but I believe sweepers are the guys who have 2 oars, and then sculls are the people who have 1 oar. Am I right in saying that?
I'm the wrong person to ask, but that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
You know.
No, because obviously that brings unique challenges of itself, especially if in group events. So if you're sculling, you just have to worry about the 1 oar. But obviously, if you're sweeping, 2 oars, 2 arms, got to need a lot more upper body strength for that.
Do you reckon it's harder to have 2 oars than just the 1? Because it might. I don't know about that, because I mean, technically, in terms of like the skill that you need, having 2 oars is obviously going to be harder than just the 1, because you've got 2 things to focus on. But I think surely you put in just as much physical effort if you only have 1 oar as if you have 2. It's just when you have 2, your physical effort is divided by the 2 oars. So, you know. But I think you'd be just as knackered, wouldn't you, if you finished a rowing race where you were a scull or where you were a sweeper?
Definitely. I mean, we're seeing through quite a few singles events. Obviously, these guys probably have a really tough gig of just them, their thoughts, and the water. You just saw earlier race number 149 between Queen Elizabeth High School and Bradford. We're bringing the results of that as they come. We've seen another singles event coming through. Obviously, we'll update you on what race. And we've got another singles event casting Collingwood right now. So what about the singles today, this afternoon? Update on race number 142 I talked about earlier, the singles event between Grey College and Durham ARC. That was indeed won by Grey College, my guys Grey College. So, well done to them. We'll bring you the race result of 149 between Queen Elizabeth High School and Bradford any moment now. Meanwhile, race number 145, another singles event between Durham School and Chester Street. And that's coming past Hillby now. And that looks to be quite a tight race. Chester Street on the Peelaw Wood side and Durham School on the racecourse side looks to be quite neck and neck as they come through our commentary box. We might be got to keep an eye on this one, Ollie, because this one looks to be the tightest singles race I think I've seen today. So we'll keep an eye on that for the race result as they go towards Bath's Bridge. Meanwhile, we've just rotated back to another race event, which I'll get the 148. 148. That's a women's maidens 4 event. That's between Trevelyan and St John's. So obviously we talked about St John's and Trevelyan earlier. Will Trevelyan have that crash on the Peelaw Wood side? Trevelyan on this side, this time they're on the racecourse side, so the one to your right. So of course both incidents we've had today, St Mary's and Trevs colliding with the Peelaw Wood side on your left. Obviously happening on that side. Trevelyan, the Trevelyan crew racing in number 148. We'll probably be quite relieved to see that on the racecourse side. Looks like they're coming past Collingwood now, and obviously we'll keep an update on what's going on there. Looks very even as they get away from the start, but obviously we get a much better indication as they come towards the halfway point at Hillbeat. It is fast and furious action. Obviously we've moved away from the finals. We'll obviously be coming through sort of the semis and the quarters between now and 4 o'clock where we switch over. One team we haven't really talked about, Ollie, Van Milder. Now, this goes into sort of where we were earlier about the controversies about rowing in general. You may have remembered back in January, Van Mildert's boathouse catching fire. I mean, I don't know what you know about it. I mean, what was your reaction when you saw that?
Well, it was always, of course, it's very sad to see a boathouse has burnt down, and you kind of feel that Van Mildert are fighting an uphill battle. Are they even rowing at this regatta?
Yeah, I mean, I remember having to report on it, and getting the report from the Durham Fire Service, and seeing that it was caused deliberately, which was really upsetting to hear. We still don't know to this day, really, who caused it, why it was caused, and so on. But obviously, very gutting for Van Mildert. A team that might not be so much gutted looks to be St John's. They look to have taken the lead against Trevelyan. Lots of support, it seems, for St John's for this race. Looks like they're taking a comfortable lead against Trevelyan.
There has been a race incident though in in the Junior 18 single girls race incident, and the officials are discussing it now outside the communications box. So, not quite sure what's happened there.
I believe that's race 132.
Right, race 132.
But yeah, as we'll say, we'll get back to 132 in a second. But right now, 132 that was between Doncaster and Chester Street, so we'll get back to that. But let's keep the energy up, because obviously St John's have just gone past. Lots of cheering for them. Ollie, you getting excited?
I am excited. I love seeing the college teams race, because each college kind of has its own personality, and everyone, thinks different things about different colleges based on the people they've met, and so it's fantastic to see the colleges racing against each other. I mean, St John's, I live with someone from St John's. Any thoughts on that college?
St John's. Well, St John's is one of the 2 independent colleges here at Durham. Obviously, we've got 17 colleges. St John's is slightly quirky in that it calls itself independent, but it's just the same as any other college. I've been to their bar actually. It is very picturesque. It's obviously quite well hidden behind the Bailey front, but obviously over several floors, very picturesque. I think we can say that to all the Bailey colleges, really.
Yeah, it is a lovely bar. It's got a lot of history to it as well. The way it was kind of built underneath John's in order to kind of like find a loophole in terms of whether they were allowed to build a bar on the kind of religious grounds of John's College. So it's got a lot of history to it, and it is a beautiful, beautiful college, and yeah, a fantastic bar as well.
Now, Ollie, I think you'll be excited for this one. According to my trusty sources, race number 150 is on the start. That's the Women's Maidens 4 event. Collingwood versus John Snow. Are you looking forward to that one?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're 2 big colleges. Collingwood is the sporty college. It's kind of known for its sport facilities and its sporting inhabitants. John Snow is also a big college as well, and have a lot of teams here today. So that is an exciting matchup. A lot of rivalry between the 2.
Obviously, we're just waiting for that to get underway, so we'll bring you updates on that as and when we come. Just speaking about the challenges of this river. Obviously, we've had a capsizing of about half an hour ago now. Obviously, we've got a recovery from that. A couple of crashes into the riverbanks. One thing we haven't talked about are the weirs in Durham. Obviously, you might be questioning, for such a big river that goes right round the peninsula, why do we only have short races here? And it really is because of the weir situation, where you just can't row over a weir. But they are, again, very picturesque if you do go see them. So I'd definitely say, if you are in Durham over the weekend, do check them out. Do go for a river walk. It's really cool. I think definitely go ahead and do that. Still waiting on race number 150 to start between Collingwood and John Snow. And yeah, just reaching another lull in the racing.
Perfect. We've got 5 minutes where there's no rowing at all, And so you're just going to have 5 minutes of listening to us having a friendly chat.
Yeah, I
But
mean...
take a seat.
Sure. I haven't sat down for the past hour. That's how excited I am. But obviously I think I should probably do that.
Take a seat. We have a bit of armchair commentary here. Literally, in our armchairs next to the river. It's very chilly. I'm very cold. But I don't know about you. You seem to have a lovely kind of puffy coat.
Yeah. I did think waking up this morning that this coat would be a waste of time. Definitely made the right choice. Obviously, we haven't really had much rain today. I think there was a 40% chance of rain earlier. But it looks like the risk of showers has definitely subsided. Obviously, the wind still having an impact. Obviously, we can just hear it picking up now. Yeah, I feel it's a very quintessential thing to just talk about the weather. But it's a challenge for rowers, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's quite challenging for rowers, especially.
Yes,
Quite vulnerable.
I'm sitting here in a very warm jumper, and I'm very cold. So I can't imagine how people in skimpy rowing outfits in the water. I can't imagine how freezing cold they'll be, and they cannot be cold because they need to be able to row, so that is a tricky one for sure.
Since we are talking about difficulties that rowers are facing, question for you. Could you ever do a 6 a.m. start for a rowing event? I mean, you look quite shattered now and it's only 3 p.m.
Well,
could you ever do a 6 a.m. start?
I look shattered because I can assure the viewers that I'm absolutely not shattered. I just put sun cream on my face, thinking I was being sensible. But really it keeps the leaking into my eyes, and it's kind of causing my eyes to sting quite a lot. So, that's the story behind me looking tired. I'm not tired, my eyes are just stinging. No worries at all. Do you know what, I'm actually, to answer your question about could I get up early to row, I am an early bird. I wake up probably around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock every day as it is. So, to be honest, I'd be quite happy to then trot down and do a bit of rowing. Not that I ever have, though. Maybe I should. Maybe in my final year at Durham next year, I should take up rowing. The whole regatta is kind of inspiring me to do so. I don't know about you. Have you ever done? You've never rowed, have you?
I never have rowed. No.
Are you tempted?
Honestly, I don't think I have the fitness level to do it. I really think that takes such a big commitment to do it. I mean, these guys train 4, 5, 6 times a week. Obviously,
wow!
And they're doing that on top of their degrees as well.
Wow!
I think you've got to be a very particular person to do it, and I think definitely have full respect and admiration for the guys on the river today.
Absolutely, I had no idea they were training for between 4 and 6 times a week for this. That is grueling.
Just going to bring an update on the race you can see on your screen now. That's race number 150. You'll be interested. Collingwood and John Snow. Looks like we had a bit of a collision. Definitely looks like the boats were quite close together. Looks like they kept going. So obviously we'll bring you updates on sort of who's ahead as they come towards the halfway stage. But it looks like we had a bit of a collision earlier. Speaking of collisions, there was a race earlier today where we sort of hyped out about how our footage got used for VAR, sort of collision analysis. Looks like what happened was that an active female rowing team hit a rower coming back the other way. So a team that was in the race hit a rower coming back the other way, coming back to the thing. So we'll definitely update you on that. But definitely cool to see our footage. But what's also cool to see is all this cheering for Collingwood. Collingwood, despite that earlier incident, looks like to be pulling away from John Snow here as they come over the halfway, about 2/3 of the way through now, up towards Bradford and towards the finish line. This is race number 150, remember. Lots of crowd noise. Obviously the college versus college thing, obviously probably getting the most coverage today, especially from the spectator side. Meanwhile, race number 143 is on the start line. 143, that's between Durham ARC and Chester the Street C team. So we'll bring you updates on that as and when it comes. But yeah, just as Collingwood go under Bath's Bridge, looks like to be ahead of John Stowe, but obviously we'll get back to you on the full result on that. Speaking of results, a couple of results for you. Race number 147 between the University of Tees. They beat Durham ARC. Race 148. St John's, as you saw earlier, comfortably beating Trevelyan College. So obviously, spoke about college rivalries earlier. Seen another one here. Obviously, seems to be getting most support today. What would you say is like the biggest rivalry in Durham, college-wise?
Oh, that's a great question. So, I mean, I think Steve-O Jobo's probably quite a large rivalry, seeing as Steve-O is kind of within Josephine Butler College.
I mean, they share facilities. I think they share the same gym, I want to say, or something like that. They do share their facilities, so...
But then if we're going to talk about shared facilities, South and John Snow both share the hub, which is the kind of like, there's several different facilities within the hub, including the laundry room. So, you know, that rivalry is naturally a very passionate one. What is the rivalry between Grey and Collingwood? Is it a bit lopsided? Because perhaps Collingwood has superior facilities.
To be honest, I mean, Grey and Collingwood are the two biggest colleges in Durham, more or less. I wouldn't say there's not much of a rivalry between us, really. I mean, we actually collab on quite a lot of things. So I wouldn't say it's that big of a deal. Speaking of rivalries, hopefully our next feature piece won't cause any rivalries. Got a Mr. and Mrs. interview in about 3 minutes' time. So we'll be cutting to the studio then. In the meantime, we're just waiting for race number 143 to get going. I'll bring you a race result as well. Race number 120, Durham ARC, did beat Chester Street. Meanwhile, 150, as you saw earlier, Collingwood beating John Snow. And obviously, we're just waiting for 143 to get going. But yeah, just to reaffirm that, in a couple of minutes' time, we're going to cut back to the studio for a Mr. and Mrs. interview. So that'll be quite funny, I reckon. And yeah, so, I mean, back to the college rivalry thing. I'd say that the main rivalry that I immediately thought of was Hatfield Castle, the two big historic colleges right next to each other, probably the two with the biggest reputations. And obviously throughout the rest of the day, we're going to have a lot more rivalries, a lot more stories to be told. I think that's the point of the Durham Regatta. I think just the amount of stories that will be told and legends that will be told afterwards are something that will be in mind for years to come. And it's obviously a great privilege to be here with PalTV. With PalTV, Broadcast of the Year for 2022, being the official Durham Regatta team broadcasters. So, if you are around in Durham, if you are kind of up and around, do come and say hello to us. We are outside St Cuffs. In about 20 seconds' time, I'm gonna go to a Mr. and Mrs. interview. See the studio guys getting ready. Race 143 on the start line. We'll also bring updates on the results as and when they come. Yeah, hope you're enjoying the stream. Do keep commenting, do keep subscribing. Obviously, remember that £30 champagne bar voucher up for grabs. And any moment now, we'll be cutting to the studio for that interview. So just still waiting while we've got a lull in the racing. Mr. and Mrs. interview should be quite fun. And it's going to happen imminently now in our studio, right outside St Cuffs. So do come and visit us if you want to say hi. Right, so let's go to that now.
Hello, and we're back into the Riverside studio. We're about to play a game of Mr. and Mrs. with Colin and Francis here today. Hello guys, how long have you guys known each other?
Oh, a long time, since we went to school with each other.
Oh wow, so you must know each other very, very well.
Yes.
I'm about to ask them a series of questions and we'll see if they know each other really well.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Who wears the trousers in the relationship? 3, 2, 1, go. Lovely, nice. Who's the funniest? Who's the smartest? Nice. Who's the smelliest? No cheating. Who's the tidiest in the relationship?
Me.
Okay, well, glad that you agree on something.
Do we? That's all right then. Yeah.
And who in the relationship has the better chat-up lines?
Me.
Do you want to maybe give us a sample of your chat-up lines later?
Yes, can do. Yes. Yeah.
All right, who liked the other one first?
Give us that one again.
Who liked the other one first? Who approached the other one first?
Me.
You.
Yes.
Nice. And finally, who likes the relationship the most? Who's the soppy one in the relationship? Ah, well, thank you so much for playing, guys. We're about to head right back to the commentary in a second. Thank you so much, Colin and Francis, for playing. And we're going to do another segment of Mr. and Mrs. later with myself and our fellow commentator, Ollie Bell. And this will be later. But for now, we're going to head back to the regatta because we have some more races coming up. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Was that it?
Just coming back.
Oh, that's all right then. Yeah, that was
Sweeties. Race underway. Number 143.
Thank you so much.
That is between Durham ARC and Chester Street, another local rivalry, just 15 minutes apart on the train. And it looks like one team, I want to say Durham, have taken an early lead here. But it's quite confusing to see who seems to be ahead. I think Durham are in the lead there. But we'll get back to you. I think the best way to characterise this race seems to be a hare and tortoise race. Definitely seems to be one team faster than the other. Obviously, I think while we're here, I think we just go. Just thought it would be nice to give you a summary of what's happened so far. So already coming up to about a few minutes past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Quite a lot of.
We were just having a quick sort of game.
Quite a lot of the races have happened. I'd say about 150. Obviously, the order a bit messed up, and we do apologise if anyone's been confused over the last few hours. Obviously, the race order's completely completely gone out the water, literally. I mean, that can be said for this race here, a masters race between Durham ARC and Chester Street. Looks like we believe one team were deliberately released ahead of the other. So that obviously gave Chester Street now the Peel or Wood side an unfair advantage, an unfair disadvantage rather. Durham ARC looked like to be taking the lead as they go under Bath's Bridge. But as we were saying earlier, race order has been all over the place, and I think that's been really challenging for us. But that's the joys of live TV, hey? You know, things like this, live TV very rarely goes to schedule. I think that's a testament to all of the hard-working crews behind the scenes. I don't know how many people we've got out here today. It's just shy of 100 really on PalTV, doing every single role you can think imaginable. So the runners, the spotters, camera operators, commentary team, commentary producers, directors. You know, it's a massive team. And if you are interested in getting involved in PalTV, definitely look out on their Instagram page for when they give out vacancies. There'll be a lot of vacancies, I'd imagine, sure, over the summer. So if you are interested and you are a Durham student, definitely do consider getting involved. Just to reintroduce ourselves, because it has been quite a while since we said that, I'm Wasim. I'm normally a Palatinate news editor, but I've decided to join the PalTV commentary team today. I'm alongside Ollie. Ollie, introduce yourself again.
Hello, I am Ollie, and I am a presenter for Palatinate TV. I'm also a writer and researcher for Palatinate TV as well. Although I haven't been doing a lot of that recently, but yes. And this is both of our sort of like first bit of exposure to rowing. as a competitive sport. So we're being put right into the deep end by going to the regatta as our first ever event. But I'm thoroughly enjoying it, aren't you?
Yeah, I think I'm just loving the competitive nature of it. I mean, just seeing two crews head to head, just going right at each other. Sometimes you get it's really close, and other times it's really far apart. But it's just really cool to see these crews going all out, kind of putting all their strength in, putting all their training to good use. And speaking of which, we've got another race going on now, and we'll update you on that. And it looks like to be another Collingwood, I believe race 153 between Collingwood team and Leeds University. This looks like to be quite a good race. It's another 8th event, and 8th events seem to be the closest fought events this regatta. We're expecting quite a lot of cheering as Collingwood go past their own boat club, versing Leeds on the Pelo Wood side, Collingwood on the racecourse side. So obviously looking forward to seeing how that race develops as they come towards halfway. But yeah, what would you say been your highlight so far?
Of this regatta, well, I mean, the whole capsizing incident, although traumatic and although very serious, I like the way it kind of showcased the safety of the event by just like the quick reaction of and it was very thrilling, and it kind of meant that racers were paused for a bit, which was, you know, bad, but you know, at least captivating. I mean, it's also hard for me to pick out a particular rowing race that was my favourite, because my college, South College, I heard there was an administrative error when submitting, when sort of entering the races. So they are not racing today because of that administrative sort of blunder. But we've just got news of a race starting. Am I right?
Well, it's got towards the finish now. Leeds on the Pelo Wood side looks to be gaining quite a good advantage over the Collingwood team. Collingwood, of course, being a sports college, apparently, very well represented. Meanwhile, you're just seeing on your cameras now, race number 133, which I believe is to be a final. I thought we were done with the finals, but it turns out we do have another final to bring you, and it's quite a derby, Ollie. It's between two Queen Elizabeth high school teams. Queen Elizabeth based in Hexam, of course, train on the River Tyne. It's the women's doubles event, junior 14 doubles event. You've got Stobart on the Stobart team on the racecourse side, and you've got Western Hannah team on the Pelo Wood side. So this is a local, this is a inter-school derby here we've got coming up towards us to come towards halfway.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually went to a Queen Elizabeth's hospital school back when I was a young child, so I love the schools that are named after Queen Elizabeth.
I mean, they've just gone up to halfway now, and it looks like the Stobart team from Queen Elizabeth on the racecourse side seem to be having quite a bit of advantage over the Western Hannah. So obviously they're going to get all up in the tonight. Just a bit of attention afterwards. Obviously this is a sort of slight late running final, but obviously final nonetheless as the Stobart team get towards Bath's Bridge. You just see there Western Hannah coming from the rear. Meanwhile, we've got another event between Edinburgh and Leeds. So Edinburgh versus Leeds. Looks like to be an elite event. The women's elite event fours. That's between Edinburgh and Leeds. Now coming up to halfway. Meanwhile, on the race start, we have race number 139. That's between. Actually, I'll get back to you on that. But meanwhile, the women's elites between Edinburgh and Leeds. Looks like Edinburgh in the light blue there seems to be ahead there as they come past our commentary box. But it's not a clear-cut victory. Leeds University still sticking with it, but I think Edinburgh will keep their lead. We've got another final, another race straight running final, but a final nonetheless.
Yeah, it is Sheffield versus Chester Street in the 129 race number 129.
This is the women's singles, the beginner singles. So obviously we'll see how that progresses as they come towards us. Looks like just passing Colombia now. Obviously it looks pretty even from our side, but we'll obviously update you as they come towards Hillbead and get a much better indication of who might be meeting there. The clouds have seemed to have darkened over us. I don't know if that means more rain or if that's just foreshadowing or something.
Yeah, I think so. Can we have a new? Can camera one have a new battery though? Please, on 12%.
Rowers, especially these singles racing in 129, the final between Sheffield and Chester Street. So it looks like they're coming up towards Hillbead now, and it still looks pretty even. Obviously, we get a better advantage as they come off the commentary box. But yeah, lots of support from both sides of the river, lots of spectators just kind of here to enjoy the event and enjoy some very good racing. Just a result for you. Race number 153. That was between Collingwood and Leeds earlier, if you remember. Leeds did beat Collingwood, so just to confirm, Leeds have beat Collingwood. Don't know about this race here though. Race number 129 between Sheffield and Chester Street. It looks pretty tight. Sheffield might have, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a boat length, maybe half a boat length ahead. But Chester Street's rower very much staying within it there. So that's going to be a very tight finish as they come towards Bath's Bridge. Yeah, very tight race as they come towards us. Got another singles event coming towards us now. We'll confirm to you what event is that. What event that is. And that is between Leeds and Durham ARC. So Leeds in the open beginners category singles, Leeds are competing against Durham ARC. Another tight final. This looks like Leeds seem to have an advantage, maybe by a boat length. But the Durham ARC are very much staying within it as they go past Hillbead, past the 2/3 stage, and on towards Bath's Bridge. They'll be competing later. They'll be competing later in the day, of course. Whoever wins that race. I suppose since we are talking about the north, we've got so many northern teams up here. Let's start a bit of. Shall we have a controversial debate about which is the best city in the north?
Well, it depends what you mean by best. What you mean by best? If you mean biggest, then of course it's probably Manchester or maybe Birmingham. I suppose Birmingham actually. But if you mean best by, if you measure it kind of by other measurements, I mean I'm very partial to Durham, just because it's a city that I've lived in. But also, you know, I'd also want to choose Newcastle because they've got a fantastic football club.
Speaking of Newcastle, just seeing on the screen now, we've got Tyne ARC race number 152 against Leeds University. Just to confirm, in that Queen Elizabeth High School derby, race number 133 between Stobbart and Western Annan. Stobbart on the racecourse side beat Western Annan. So Stobbart team gonna be able to use that in the debrief this evening. Tyne, meanwhile, coming past us now in the Women's Elites 4 event. They're beating another team from Leeds, the Cooper team from Leeds, and Tyne team up ahead. But as you were saying, Ollie, just kind of talking about best cities just talking about best cities in the north. Obviously, you've got such a great diversity of teams here today, and obviously, I think it'd be hard for us to really put a poll out. I mean, maybe that's something for the studio team to talk about earlier. Meanwhile, we've got to introduce a segment. We've got to cut to the studio for another Mr. and Mr. between Laura and Hardy. So we'll enjoy that. We'll be back with you soon.
Right, we're here with Mr. and Mr. We're here joined with Laurel and Hardy as they've introduced themselves.
Laurel and Hardy, yes.
Laurel and Hardy.
I used to Laurel.
Yeah. Right. Thank you so much for playing, guys. Shall we start?
I think so.
Right. First question. Who wears the trousers in the relationship?
I think it's going to be overpowering me. Well, he pulls mine down sometimes. Okay, sorry. Right. So what's the next question?
Next question. Who's the funniest?
It's difficult to decide. It depends on the looks. I think it's you.
Right, so they've agreed Hardy is the funnier one in the relationship.
Charlie is the funniest.
Right, third question. Who's the smartest?
Smartest, well, I think it's me. Because I'm going to keep him right from doing wrong things.
And what do you have to
Thank
say
you.
about that, mister?
Okay. Well.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, Peter.
Right.
This down.
Who do you think has the better style?
Who has the best of style?
Who has the better style? Who looks the best usually? Oh, that's
Hey.
nice.
Well, thank you very much,
Aw.
Stanley.
That's so nice.
Okay.
Who's the cheekiest?
Who's the cheekiest?
And
hey, well, sorry. Okay, if you take the blame, that's fine.
just in case those watching at home can't see, the pink side says me and the purple side says you.
Sorry, what did you say?
That was just me speaking to the people watching at home, just in case they can't see.
Okay.
Right. Who's the loudest?
I think it's this guy here. When he starts complaining, he gets very loud.
Do you agree? Oh, well, at least he agrees, hey?
Hey, right for a change. Hey, that's the first one you got right, Stanley.
Right, so coming up to the end now. Who approached who first?
We accidentally met
Oh.
in a situation nobody would believe.
Oh, you have to tell us.
It was a rehabilitation course to upgrade your studies, you know, in the Newcastle College. And he came from Southfield, so did I, but we didn't know where we live until after 6 months we started to say hello, you know. So it was a bit of a coincident meeting in the Newcastle College for what do you call it, upgrading your studies.
So, how long have you known each other then?
Well, I've known him for 34 years, roughly.
I think it's 38 years.
38, is it? I've
Yes.
thought it was 34.
That's lovely to hear, guys. We just have one last question for you, and that is, who's the smelliest?
Well,
I think
there's no doubt.
that's me.
Where's that coming from?
I am the smelliest.
Oh, well, you got it right again, Stanley. Well, what can I say when he's honest?
Well, that's all the questions that I have for these two misters today. We hope you enjoyed this section of Mr. and Mr. And again,
Can I ask you a question? I never knew this regatta was on, actually, you know.
Oh.
And my mate never knew either, did you really?
We just happened to come to this wonderful occasion, first time in 38 years.
No, I
Would you
didn't know
believe
anything
it?
about it.
Now
I'm
we're going to
absolutely
come every year and tell everybody as well. Well, don't miss it, folks. This is the place to come.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Coverage of the Durham Regatta. What you're seeing on screen now is a very unique event. It's race number 163 between Bradford and Sunderland City. It's unique for two reasons. Number one, we believe there was a running start, but two, these are the youngest competitors at today's event. This is the Open Junior 13 category. So these are the youngest guys today. And it looks like Bradford, Sunderland rather, have taken quite a commanding lead over Bradford. Lots of cheers and applause for this event. Really great to see the youngsters out in full force today on this event. And that's really what the Durham Regatta is about. It's not just about elite competition. It's about people giving it a go, sort of people in the early stages of the career, getting that racing experience. And I think that's really, really cool to see. Ollie, would you like to announce some results?
Yes, absolutely. So in race 151, Edinburgh Uni beat Leeds University. So, and then in race 129, Sheffield Uni beat Chester Le Street. Further on in race 154, Leeds Uni beat Durham ARC, and then in race 152, Tyne ARC beat Leeds University. So I hope you kept track of those scores because there were quite a few of them just there. But it's been an afternoon of a lot of action. I really hope you're enjoying the sort of like interspersed segments of comedy that are kind of like spacing out the action so it's not too much for you. But I mean, this is just, I've never done anything like this before. In race 163, Sunderland are leading, so
Just want to give a lot of credit. Obviously, the youngest competitors today, and obviously Sunderland to be winning that race. Sunderland City, one of the few events they are racing in today. Definitely, big credit to them. Definitely big up the junior teams for coming out here today, despite the conditions, and really giving it a go on under this challenging course. It's really what we want to see. Got another race underway now. We'll bring you updates on that live. 160. That was race 160 now underway. That's between Newcastle University Boat Club and Leeds Boat Club. So 160, that's a women's elite event. So obviously we had the junior event just coming for us now. Now we're on the opposite end of the spectrum. We've got an elite event coming for us. Looks like to be a lot much more closely run affair. Newcastle on the racecourse side, Leeds University on the Peel or Wood side. And obviously I think they're coming past Collingwood now. We'll get a better indication of who's in the lead as they come past Hillbead. But Newcastle on the right and Leeds on the left. Two universities, two prestigious universities going toe to toe in this event. Pretty much neck and neck, I've been told, as they come towards the halfway point. Just coming into view of my commentary position now, and I have to say it is pretty close. If anything, I'd say that Newcastle, as they come past the Hillbead area, Newcastle definitely seem to have taken the lead here in this Women Elite 4 event. I think they are starting now to take a bit of a commanding lead now. After a neck and neck start, obviously, Newcastle now definitely pulling away. Looks like Leeds have definitely seemed to have slowed down a bit. Obviously, in this is obviously a skull event, so obviously each person gets one or each. It looks like Leeds just slowing down, really. Newcastle definitely taking advantage of that and definitely getting ahead. If you are in Durham, if you are on the racecourse or indeed in Durham City, do make your way down to the racecourse. Our marketing team would really love to speak to you. Do find someone with a PalTV pass or a PalTV stash. Definitely come and go find us. Subscribe to us on our YouTube page. And if you do subscribe, remember, you are eligible to be in the prize pot for a £30 champagne bar voucher, which I know, Ollie, you're very excited about, you're very keen to promote.
I am indeed. I wish I could be in with a chance of winning it. Sadly, I've been subscribed to PalTV for absolutely ages. Well, yeah, I mean, I wish I had subscribed this weekend though, and potentially won that 30 quid's worth of money to spend at the champagne bar in Durham. But I mean, I implore everyone listening, if you can, do give PalTV a subscribe on YouTube and all other platforms. And you know, if you're in Durham, you'll be in with a chance of winning the champagne bar vouchers as well.
Got a race number 136 just passing now. That's between Sheffield City on racecourse side and the Yarm School King team on the Peel Wood side. And it looks like Sheffield City have taken the leader. That's in the Open Intermediate 4 event. It looks like Sheffield have taken the leader as they come towards Bathsbridge. That race kind of running quite late, about an hour behind schedule. That's just the nature of how the schedule's gone today. In the meantime, 159 started, and it's another college rivalry, Ollie. Grey College, my guys on the racecourse side. Hatfield on the Peel Wood side. Looks to be neck and neck. This, of course, is a Women's Intermediate 8 event. Because the 8 events, obviously, as I keep saying again and again, looks to be the closest fought event at this regatta so far. They're coming up towards Collingwood now. Grey College on the right-hand side, and of course Hatfield on your left-hand side. Looks pretty even from my end. I don't know if you can confirm that, Ollie, but definitely looks pretty even. We're getting much better indication as they come towards the Hillbead Boat Club. So so Grey and Hatfield sort of settling into their rhythm here in this very short event. Looks like pretty even stroke rate, and Ollie, how about we're coming up to halfway? What do you make of this race?
Well, I mean, I love the races where there's more people in the rowing boat, because I just think that's, you know, because it almost makes me picture what it would be like to be in one of those boats, and I think I would just feel a lot, I don't know, safer, a lot more secure if I was in a boat with loads of people in it, because it means, you know, you're putting in a huge amount of effort.
Just stop it. I think Hatfield have got a problem. About somewhere in the middle of the boat. I think one of their oars has got stuck. I'll confirm what number that is, but there's definitely was one member of the Hatfield team whose oar doesn't seem to be working. Grey College are right behind now. They might see that, and they might definitely try and come and catch up. Although Hatfield maybe they've recovered. It's very much close as they come towards Bath's Bridge. I definitely remember, if you can confirm, Ollie, I definitely saw a member of the Hatfield team, their oar did not seem to be working.
Yeah, they seem to be sort of sitting still, and I can't imagine that they just got bored and stopped rowing, so it must have been some sort of technical issue.
But I think Hatfield, obviously we can't really preempt results, but I think Hatfield seemed to have got through that okay. So we'll definitely keep an eye on the result for that. But definitely Hatfield definitely had a problem as they came past our commentary box.
Perhaps a little bit embarrassing for Grey College if they lose that race to a Hatfield team that literally is one man down. So, you know, you better hope for your college's dignity's sake that Grey goes on to win that.
Yeah, I mean, both from a personal perspective and also from a logical perspective, you expect Grey to be taking advantage of that. But I don't know if during the midpoint, Hatfield managed to build just enough of an advantage to make sure to nullify the effect of that stuck row. Maybe they caught a crab. That might be it, but we'll definitely get back to you on that. Just wait for the next race to get underway. We'll confirm what race that is in a few moments. And just to confirm what happened to the Hatfield member that we saw got stuck. Their seat came loose.
Yeah.
BT.
Mid-race.
30 seconds before we went to VT there. But yeah, just to confirm what happened there. Looks like one of the Hatfield seats just got stuck. And obviously, if it got stuck, can't really do anything about it. So that's why we saw the person struggling, sort of somewhere in the middle of the boat.
I mean, that must be pretty scary. I mean, we'll talk about it after this clip is shown.
Yeah. Back in
We're here at Cuffs Boathouse. This is PalTV's base for the regatta. What you're seeing right now is a very stressed out commentary team. We've got Max and Sophie commentating and Davina commentating, producing. This is the entrance to PalTV HQ. We're going to have to be quite quiet as we go up the stairs. But we've got a very stressed out team. Up here is the live controller, the director and the live editor, as well as the program coordinator. There's Matty, our amazing editor. We are doing a behind the scenes. Matty, say hello.
Hello. Very nice to be on the behind the scenes. Got chaos going on in here. Organised chaos though, because the stream is a fantastic success. Possibly, I've not been watching it, but hopefully it's fantastic.
And we are back. Just waiting for the next race to get underway. Talk about rowing terminology here. Seeing your comments coming through. Should clarify what a scull and a sweep is. It might have made a mistake earlier where I've got them confused the wrong way around. Like we said, we are both new to rowing, so we do apologise if we do make a slight error. But just to confirm, sweeping is when the rowers use both oars, and sculling is when they use one oar. Have I got that right, Ollie?
You have got that right. I can confirm, as someone who has no idea about anything to do with rowing, I can confirm that that's correct. But as I'm sure you can guess, that means pretty much nothing from me. But also, we were just talking about how that Hatfield rower's seat popped off mid-race. I mean, imagine that. Imagine rowing in like the biggest race of the year for you, or one of. And you know you've been training all year for it, and then whilst you're rowing, your seat comes off. I mean, see, that to me actually seems quite scary, because you could, I don't know, you can probably hurt yourself or something like that.
Well, despite that scare for Hatfield, we got the race result in. Hatfield did beat Grey. Despite that seat incident, Hatfield did beat Grey.
That's not great for Grey College. No offence.
It's not a good idea.
I mean. Because I mean, come on, Hatfield were a man down. They were literally handicapped, and Grey still lost. There was a big gulf in class in rowing ability there, clearly.
Since we are on results, we might as well bring a couple more to you. So, race 136, Sheffield against Yarm. That late running race was won by Sheffield. Race number 160, Newcastle UBC beat Leeds UBC. And number 163, the race where we had the youngest competitors of the day, Sunderland City beat Bradford Grammar School. The race you're seeing on screen now is race number 167. That's between Durham School and Sunderland City. And it looks to be neck and neck as they come towards the halfway point, which is Hillbead College, Hillbead's boat club rather. And it looks like it was neck and neck going in to start it, but it looks like Durham School on the race course side of the course looks to be in the lead. This is the Women's Junior Falls event. Durham School definitely pulling a couple of boat lengths ahead of Sunderland City, who are on the P-Law Wood side. Just got told that a fish has just jumped over a boat, just jumped up past the boat. I mean, it's all happening today. We've got seats getting stuck, we've got capsizings, we've got boats crashing into the riverbanks, we've got fish jumping over boats. It's all happening, Ollie.
It absolutely is, and I can let the viewers know that PalTV is actually normally a bit like this as well.
Yeah.
Just not in live stream form, but you know, the content is always exciting, so do make sure you're subscribing and staying tuned to the channels across TikTok, across YouTube, Instagram, all of them, all that good stuff. Make sure you're fully connected to PalTV. I think race 169 are...
169 underway. That's race 169. That's the Open Elite Sec 2's event, and that's between Tees RC and Edinburgh University. So that's coming up towards... Just passing Collingwood Boat Club now, coming up towards Hillbead, about a third of the way through. We'll of course update you on who seems to be taking the lead. It looks like Tees RC on the racecourse section looks like to be taking the lead there. Something I've noticed, Ollie, I don't know if it's just down to luck or chance, the teams on the racecourse side typically seem to be doing better than the teams on the P-Law Wood side. I mean, we've got Tees coming past our commentary books here, doing really well, and they're of course on the racecourse side, and you've got Edinburgh coming up behind, bringing up the rear on that race. But the racecourse side definitely seems to have a slight advantage. Superstition, or just maybe there's something to do with the river?
Or maybe something to do with the crowd. They're a bit closer to the crowd. They're on the crowd side.
Yep.
I mean, is that inspiring them to do a bit better, or is it complete luck? And it just so happens that they are doing better, and that's just down to chance. Of course, I'm a superstitious person. I'm inclined to think that it's that's just the naturally easier side of the river to row on. But then I am being a bit of an idiot by saying that. But yes, that's just what I think. I'm a very superstitious person.
I mean, obviously tomorrow when we go to long course racing, whoever starts on the racecourse side will have a bigger advantage because they'll get the inside line going round Bass Bridge, sort of round under Elvet Bridge. Obviously, if you're on the inside line, you've got less distance to cover. So I definitely think tomorrow it will be an advantage to whoever starts. But today, I guess it is just down to luck, or maybe just something on the river. We don't know. What we do know is that another race has got underway. Race number 155, which I believe is between Sheffield and Lancaster. I'll confirm that for you. Yep. Sheffield University on the racecourse side, Lancaster University on the Pelaw Wood side. They just got underway here, coming past the Collingwood Boat Club. Looks pretty even again, but obviously when they get towards Hill Bead, we'll get a better indication. And that is the Open Intermediate Fours event. Yeah, so the race you're seeing here is race number 155. That is between Sheffield University and Lancaster University. Again, another race that seems to be about running over an hour late. So definitely the schedule has been a bit of a challenge for us today, but we definitely hope that we've been able to try and bring you clarity as much as we can. Ollie, do you want to bring a race result?
Absolutely. So race 167, Durham School beats Sunderland City.
Yeah, that was in the Women's Juniors 4 event. Meanwhile, race 155 coming past us now. Looks to be quite close actually, but it looks like Lancaster University are in the lead here as they come past our commentary position now. Sheffield University still in it seems, but Lancaster are taking the head on the Pelaw Wood side. Here, dog barking. That's something we haven't talked about at all recently. There's been we have a good presence of people out here, but also a good presence of dogs as well. Ollie, would you say you're a dog person?
Am I a what person?
Are you a dog person?
A dog person.
Yeah.
Well, do you know what? I definitely used to not be a dog person, but I then got a girlfriend who loved dogs, so I've kind of been forced to become a dog person by that virtue. But at home I have a cat, but I don't really like the cat either. So I'm kind of a no animals guy who might well be forced to love dogs later in life. What about you, Wasim?
Well, I actually have a phobia of dogs.
Oh, really? See, I was kind of the same as a child.
So obviously, a bit unnerving seeing so many dogs out here. But they've all been really friendly. Obviously, if you are walking your dog, make sure you keep it on the lead. Just seeing the dogs interact with each other, I think it's really been cute to see. I've definitely got the crowd sort of motivated as well. Especially in like moments like these, we've got a lull in the racing. Definitely just nice seeing people interacting with each other, people just being friendly. Of course, as we said at the top of the hour, first full house event since 2018. So obviously just great seeing all these people out here today. Got another race event, just start getting underway, just approaching Collingwood now. And that is race 156 between Leeds University. Actually, no, that's a race result. So race result, race number 156, Leeds University in the Open Elite in 2's event beat Tees RC. And I think we said this earlier, race number 169, Tees RC beat Edinburgh University in that event. So race 169 won by Tees, race 156 won by Leeds University. Got another event coming towards us now. It looks like to be an 8th event. We'll bring you full updates on that as it comes. Obviously, of course, we'll be interested to see the full statistics at the end of the day.
Yes.
Seeing like which side is winning, because of course that thing I said earlier about the racecourse side having a slight advantage could be all false.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I'm sure it's entirely false.
Yeah.
But I'm all for a bit of superstitious thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Also, your observation was like purely anecdotal. It's not, you might have got it wrong. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see at the end of the day.
Another result for you, race number 158. That was race number 158. Just getting a result on that quick just for you. Edinburgh University beat Sheffield. So race number 158, Edinburgh beat University. Race number 173 is currently underway, just past us. That's between St Leonard's and St Chad's College. So that's coming towards us. That's gone past us just now. That's in the Open Beginners 4 event. Just had a 8th event go past us right now. We'll confirm to you what race number that is very shortly. About 15 minutes until me and Ollie say goodbye and switch over to the evening team. What are you hoping to see in the last 15 minutes?
Last 15 minutes, I want more fast-paced races. We've actually, just before I go into that, we've got a result. Race 155, Lancaster University beat the University of Sheffield. So that result has just come in. What do I want to see? I want to see more rowing. I want to see,
definitely.
And I'm sure my wish is going to be granted. But yeah, that's all we want to be seeing at the regatta this afternoon is just as much rowing as possible, because that's what it's about.
So we were talking about that that women's 8 event earlier. It's actually, well, we've been talking a lot today, Ollie, about races that have been behind schedule. Looks like we had a race that was ahead of schedule. The 17:45 race number 230 between the Yarm Stewart team and Yarm's Cochrane team just went past us a few minutes ago. And, well, we didn't expect that. We've been talking about races running late for the entire day, but now we had a race running early. But obviously that's not a final yet. That final was coming a little bit later. So obviously another inter-school derby. That's what we love to see. Looks like we'll get the result to you of that as and when it comes. But yeah, if you're just confused to see what race that was, it was an inter-school derby between Yarm and Yarm. Race number 230 there that you saw. Meanwhile, in the race between St Leonard's and St Chad's, which is coming towards us now, looks like Chad's have a small lead coming past Collingwood Boat Club. This is race number 173 that you can see on your screen now. Wind has picked up again. We haven't spoken about that for a while, but the wind has definitely picked up. So obviously, documents flying all over the place.
Yeah, the head of my microphone just flew off of the microphone. I had to ask someone to pick it up for me.
So it's all chaos in the last 15 minutes here, Ollie. But yeah, St Leonard's on the racecourse side, St Chad's on the Pelo Wood side. St Chad's looks like to have a small lead. We'll obviously get a better indication as they get towards Hillbead Boat Club. That's been my main phrase for the entire deal. We'll get a better indication as we get toward Hillbead. Someone should clip that, really. But yeah, St Chad's look to be in the lead in the green kit there. Looks to be in the lead as they come through Hillbead. I can hear some cheering. Must be some college fans. Hillbead, not Hillbead, as they come past Hillbead. St Chad's in the lead there as they're beating St Leonard's. St Chad's, of course, one of the other, I'm right in saying it's the other independent college here at Durham, another Bailey college.
They look very smart, don't they, in their green uniform.
Definitely, definitely. And obviously, bringing up the rear here are St Leonard's. So St Chad's putting away from St Leonard's as they come towards Bath's Bridge, and you can see that on your screens. Thanks to our Riverside camera. Got another event coming towards us now. Looks like to be a singles event, another singles event. This is between Yarm and Queen Elizabeth. Again, another tightly fought race here. So we got Yarm on the racecourse side, Queen Elizabeth on the Pelo Wood side. Looks to be a very tight race as they come towards the halfway point. I'd say that's neck and neck, actually. If anything, maybe Queen Elizabeth slightly ahead, boat number 270. This is race number 172 between Yarm School and Queen Elizabeth. And it looks neck and neck, pretty much neck and neck, as they come towards past our commentary position. Lots of screaming and shouting for this event. It's good. I think this might be one of the closest events today. Of course, the closest result we've had today was that a team won by a foot, I believe. But I think this could be as close, if not closer, as they come towards Bath's Bridge. Got another singles event as well here. The singles event's really dominated the past hour or so. But this one seems to be a slightly This one seems to be another tightly fought affair. Just bring you the race number in a second. This is race. Okay, I believe this is race number 138. Another open Junior 18 singles. This time between Bradford and Queen Elizabeth. Bradford on the racecourse side, Queen Elizabeth on the Peter Wood side. Looks like to me that can't really see from my commentary position thanks due to all these crowds. But it looks like to me. I can't really tell, to be honest. Honest with you, we'll bring you the result of that as and when it comes. We're going to cut to the studio any moment now. In a minute's time, going to be interviewing the team from Lancaster University. Lancaster, of course, prestigious university, or probably most famous with for their Roses competition rivalry with York University. I believe they had their varsity between Lancaster and York a few weeks back, which is very cool to see. I've actually met their news team a few weeks back, last month at a news colour ceremony. So very cool, seemed like a very cool bunch of guys. Obviously we'll be cutting to their interview very shortly. Just got another bit of action. You can see there. We'll bring you the result of that race afterwards. But we're cutting now to Lancaster University, a team that has won a race today. So we'll see what we have to hear from them.
Hello, welcome back to PalTV. I'm Sophie and I'm joined here with Matt,
Matthew, Ewan and Tom.
And they're from Lancaster University and you just won your race, haven't you? Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we just won the Novmen Beginners, the Beginners 8, the Open. So it was 3 races, the first heat, the second, which was semi-finals, and then the finals itself. Obviously we won all 3. We had an interesting row back, which many people might have seen. We sort of swerved into the race, out of the race, bit into the bank, bit of a beach, bit of an out, bit of a stake boat hit, and then bit out at last. Yeah. But
you succeeded.
Yeah, we made it back. Yeah. So that's what matters. It was a
avoided disqualification as well.
Yeah, we avoided the DQ.
Well, did you say you got disqualified last year?
Yeah, so last year we brought the Novice Men's 8 to Durham, which was like after COVID. It was like one of our first big race after COVID, and then they sat on the start line, and we took 2 strokes before hitting another boat and instant disqualification. But this year we won.
This year you won, and it's made it even better now that you've
yeah, to win.
And you've not been disqualified.
Yeah, it's a real redemption arc.
Yeah. Are you celebrating tonight? Or?
Of course. Yeah. Obviously, yeah.
Unfortunately for a lot of us, there's a long drive back. We're not camping, and then a few people are back tomorrow, and then hopefully the celebration ceremony in the evening to receive, like, I think it's a tankard, which will.
So later on this weekend there'll be.
Yeah, bigger celebrations.
So is this your first regatta, or have you done other rowing events before?
No, for all of us, yeah. So across the year, we've done quite a few.
Yeah. So these 2 guys at the end here are fairly new to rowing. We started 2 years ago, but obviously didn't do a lot of rowing during COVID. A year ago. Didn't do a lot of rowing because of COVID. These 2 guys are fairly new to it. We've had quite a successful novice year this year. We kind of just did a bit of land training last year, so didn't do a lot of work. And we did a lot of. We've done quite well as a uni this year. I mean, especially in regatta season. The women also won earlier, and they're 4.
Big wins all
Yeah, so I think at the moment we're 3 out of 2 races. The other half of this men's 8 is currently in the 4 somewhere. They've just won 1 race against Sheffield, so they're doing all right.
Yeah. So you've had a lot of success. What does the training look like to build up to this?
Well, we'll go.
Come on, you.
Well, I mean, so we kicked off our regatta season by winning the Roses Regatta for our varsity against York, and we had a 2-week training camp in Easter that was really very intense. That kind of between kind of like 3 to 5 hours water time every day for 2 weeks, but it paid off because we got the win on the varsity. And then since then, it's just kind of been like maintaining that fitness really, and again that's paid off for us because we've just come off the back of a win from Peterborough Regatta last weekend. So it's been a good end to the term.
So, I mean, I joined this year having no experience, no knowledge about rowing. So, for me, it was just you got to try it. Get in there. Once you've spent there like the first few weeks or something, you get.
And that is the interview with Lancaster University over. Welcome back to our commentary team. Got about a few minutes with Ollie and I until we head off for a well-deserved break, and we'll be handing over to our evening team. Just to update you on a couple of races, we had race 135 earlier. That was between Bradford ARC and Chester Street. That race running 2 hours late, so we'll see what the result for that is. Got a 8th race at the moment. We'll get back to you on what number that is. It's race number 162. 162 between Tyne ARC and Hatfield. Tyne and Hatfield. Lots of cheering for Hatfield, I see, but it looks like Tyne ARC might be slightly ahead. That's in the Open Elite 8s event. So it looks like they've Tyne are ahead there, but obviously we'll update you on the full results as well as when we get them. Obviously, it's been a bit of chaotic 3 hours for us, Ollie. What would you say your highlights were?
Oh, I mean, my college hasn't been rowing in this regatta for various administrative reasons, and so my highlight has to be, as cruel as it may sound, the capsize.
Yeah.
Because that just added a bit more excitement of a different sort. It wouldn't be my highlight if everyone wasn't okay from it, but everyone was absolutely fine, if a little cold, and so I actually quite enjoyed that. What about you, Wasim?
I can't really pick out one. I think I just loved all of it. I mean, it's the chaos of it. Just trying to work out what race is going on for you guys. Sort of seeing the events come past our commentary box. I mean, I've loved it. I mean, I think it's an absolute privilege considering that I've never really thought about rowing until a week ago. I've actually told you the story of how I got this commentary role.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's do that very quickly. Long story short, Luke Power, who's one of our key producers, lives in college with me. He happened to be doing some training sessions in his kitchen, and I just happened to walk past, and he invited me to do it. So there you go. I think just an example of taking opportunities as they can. Speaking of opportunities, Durham University Boat Club have the opportunity here to get some reputation. They're versing Tyne ARC in another Open Elite 8 event. Looks to be a very tightly run affair. Of course, Durham Boat Club using the purple oars there. Lots of support for them. But it looks like Tyne ARC on the Pelo Wood side are ahead there. Tyne ARC on the Pelo Wood side, slightly ahead, but again, another tight race. The 8 events, I'm telling you, are probably the closest events that we've had all day. In a few minutes' time, we'll be handing over to our evening team. They'll have a really cool kind of role in the sense that you may remember at the top of the hour, top at 1 o'clock-ish, we had a lot of finals. The last hour of this regatta for today, lots of finals. So definitely keep tuned into PalTV, keep watching, keep subscribing, keep following us on social media for all of that. We'll be tailing off in a couple of minutes. Yeah, Ollie.
Yeah, it's going to be very sad to not be commentating anymore. Yeah. I'm going on to do some presenting though, so you'll see. I mean, straight after this, like for the next few hours, I'll be presenting different segments which will be played. Well, are you doing anything after this, Waheem? Or?
Not really. I mean, I've got to return to my day job as being a news editor tomorrow, so I won't be here for tomorrow's events. We've cut to the crowd. We love a good crowd shot. Just see how busy it is, even in this cloudy weather. We love that. But yeah, I've got to return to my day job tomorrow. Laying up the news edition, the print edition, our final print edition of the term. If you are in Durham on Thursday, do pick it up. But at the same time, if you're here right now, if you're watching, or indeed in the racecourse area, do give us a hello, do give us a shout out, and do subscribe to us. £30 voucher, of course, the champagne voucher, up for grabs. Bit of a lull in the crowd, so we'll probably do the transition in a couple of moments. We'll be joined on the commentary team in a couple of moments' time. Got a bit of a lull in the crowd. But obviously, just to reiterate the point, it has been an absolute privilege to be your commentator for the past few hours. Ollie, I'm sure you'll be feeling that as well.
Absolutely.
We're knackered.
We are.
I've been standing for the past 3 hours. But yeah, great racing, great excitement. Do stick around for the rest of the night. Do come join us tomorrow. And we'll be transitioning very shortly.
Can you guys type your numbers? Say, can you add this?
Got 1 minute left, Ollie.
One more minute.
1 more minute until we go off air and do the transition.
I mean, yeah. I'll just one more time describe the beautiful scenery that's around us.
Definitely.
I just love how it's just like a wall of green that surrounds the river. It's lovely to look at. And to be honest, I mean, if you're rowing, I don't know how much you're sort of observing your surroundings, but it must be quite nice to kind of like look up and see all the trees and the kind of bliss.
And with that, we must conclude. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you for hosting us. And we're transitioning now.
We've had a good couple of training sessions. We've got quite a lot of boats out. We've got the most boats we've had of any race this season. We've got 2 men's 8s and a men's 4, and then we've got a lot of women's crews going out as well, especially these guys who haven't raced at all yet.
Taking our training to a new level.
Taking our training to a new level, yeah. So we're very excited, we're confident. We've had some good speed in the last week, so we're hoping we can beat Collingwood. And yeah, what should they fear about us? Well, we've rattled their cages.
We have connection, and they don't.
We have connection.
In one word, connection.
Connection, yeah.
It's the bond between the rowers. It's about rowing as one singular unit.
I mean, I feel the great thing about Hill Bead as a boat club is that we're more than just 8 guys that get in a boat and row together.
Boat rhymes with goat. If you could be an animal, what animal would you be and why?
I've always been told I'd be a golden retriever. I think I've got golden retriever energy.
Oh, I think you're going to something more serious.
Oh. Is that not a serious? Is that a serious answer?
It's not serious enough.
I like golden retrievers.
I'd be a killer whale.
What's your,
I like killer whale.
best post-race snack?
Ooh, Saurine.
I was going to say
Saurine's a very good post-race. Original, and if you smear like a little bit of butter, vegan butter on it, it's very good. Or the fruit loaf from Tesco is really good. Yeah, I can have about 2 of those post-race, and that's good. Oh, I found these gelatin-free jelly babies.
I think just
they're a gelatin-free jelly babies from Tesco. Stella Artois. We've got slightly different post-race regimes, I feel. Yeah, Collingwood, you're going down.
Hello everyone, how are you all doing on this fine afternoon? The weather's really not what we were hoping for, but we've still got plenty of people about. I'm Megan, I'm one of your commentators today.
And I'm Davina, and I will be commentating alongside Megan today.
Yeah, so we've got quite a packed schedule. Obviously, it's been a chaotic day so far on the river. Boats are going left, right and centre, everywhere. But hopefully we can give you some great commentating in the next couple of hours as we come into the end of day 1.
Yes, I'm excited. Today was filled with exciting races, some drama-filled races as well. You were out on the water at one point. How was that for you?
I was out this morning. I was glad I was in the morning because the wind has really gotten up this afternoon.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how scary it must be on that start line as a single. At least in an 8, you know, it's more stable. There's a bigger boat, but yeah, I can't imagine what it would have been like in a single. I was luckily in a double when the wind was not as bad, but it was good. I really enjoyed it, and you know what? We've got some doubles out at the moment.
Oh, that's exciting.
Looking like the schedule is a bit here and there at the moment. We've got some boats coming in 2 hours later than they were supposed to. But that's just the chaotic nature of regatta days, really.
Yes, we've seen that firsthand, experienced that firsthand today. But
it looks like we've got boat. This is a Durham School's boat currently, and they've got a sizable lead over their opposition at the moment. They should, hopefully that's a comfortable lead that they'll have until the finish.
Yeah, it's quite a unique sport because you're facing backwards. So I guess if you're in the lead, you're kind of comfortably in the lead because
you can always tell.
Yeah.
Everyone always asks me as well if I get motion sickness. You surprisingly don't.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, is it? It's not bad. I'm sure some people will, but I've never heard of anyone getting motion sick from a boat.
We were talking about the wind earlier. How important is the weather for rowing?
It's so important. When it's windy, it's the worst to be in. And it's just and when it rains, it's not too bad. It's only when it's pouring it down and you've got slippy hands and all that kind of stuff, and you're losing track of where your blade's going.
Oh no!
The weather is so important. It's a good thing that it's dry.
Yeah. At least we've got that.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another race underway.
Yes. Currently, it's race 177, Collingwood versus Bradford Grammar.
Oh, it seems like a tight race.
Yeah, it's back and back. Collingwood have had a lot of racing today. Got a lot of people supporting as well. You can hear them shouting out.
Yeah, you can just hear the crowd. The atmosphere's great. Oh,
they've got a nice lead on Bradford. Really pulling
extending their lead comfortably.
The thing is that we're getting to the end now and you're just getting so tired. But they should hopefully have a comfortable lead over the finish line. We have 176 that's just started as well. Oh, and we have the result of 165. Winner was Collingwood beat Mildert by 2.5 lengths. Nice.
Congratulations to Mildert.
So we have the Open Beginner 4, which is University College versus St Cuthbert's coming up. I can't quite see them yet, but they're just coming down the race course.
This is also a tight race. I can't tell.
They don't have as much support as Collingwood. Collingwood have had a lot of people shouting from the banks, you know.
Yeah, you can kind of tell. Everyone's out here supporting their friends.
Yeah, it's really nice when that happens, you know. We love supporting women in sport in particular. That's what I always do. But it's good knowing when there's that university atmosphere. But here we go. We've got them coming up. Oh, it's neck and neck between Cox and University College.
Tight race. Oh, they're neck and neck.
It's so close as they're coming into the finish. But I think University College are pulling ahead. They've done a last-minute push, and you can really tell that they're just going for that finish.
They appear to be pulling away a little bit, yeah.
Cuffs are squeezing for that last little bit, but I just don't think they're going to catch them.
Yeah, it's that energy as well that we were talking about. It's coming to the end of the day. Everyone's tired.
And especially if they've been waiting at the start line for a long time, you know, as we've said, you know, the schedule hasn't been as airtight as it always seems, and if they've been waiting at the beginning for an hour or so, they're going to get cold, they're going to be hungry, they're going to need the loo.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's also that mental element as well, having to stay focused throughout this whole chaos of...
We have a result for race 168, Open Junior 15 double. Durham School beat Sunderland City by 3 lengths. Nice.
We appear to be waiting for the next race.
So we've just had race 176, so hopefully 177 is going to come round. But who knows with this schedule? Who absolutely knows? I was start marshalling just before this. Honestly, it was horrific. It was the most chaotic thing ever. People just weren't really doing what they were supposed to be doing.
Well, it's a regatta atmosphere, isn't it?
I know. But you know what? Like, the Durham Regatta committee have just done such an amazing job. It's come back in such full force this year.
Yes, I agree, especially after 4 years, is it?
Yeah, it's been a while. In my first year, it was cancelled because of the weather. You know? The weather really playing into the regatta feeling. Yeah, it was cancelled in my first year due to the weather, and then the second year, COVID.
Yep.
Third year, it wasn't as big as it is this year, and then now it fully is back in full force. And we've got another race coming down the river. It looks like Durham Schools versus Collingwood, I believe. And Durham, no, it's Durham Schools are going. Oh no, it's St John's. Apologies there. St John's are beating Collingwood in a really shocking turnaround.
Yeah. Well, look at that lead. Oh, they're trying to maintain their
distance. They've got a comfortable lead at the moment, and if they can just keep that going, they should win. And we have another result as well. Race 177, Open Beginner 4. Collingwood beat Bradford Grammar School by 1.5 lengths. Nice, congrats to them. So, what's your experience with rowing? Have you watched it that much? Or?
No, I have little to none experience with rowing, which is why I'm very glad I'm joined by you today to carry our team forward.
Have you been enjoying the rowing so far today?
Yes. It's been very exciting, very lovely to see everyone outside enjoying the weather. Is that a stretch?
It was raining a bit earlier. I feel like the weather just, again, like the regatta schedule, can't decide what it's doing.
Yeah, I agree.
Fab. We have double coming along. It looks like Collingwood. And then the next race should be coming down soon.
You mentioned earlier that you were in a doubles?
Yeah, doubles. I like a good double. Yeah. You know, I think there's such camaraderie with just you being with someone else.
Exactly. It was a more personal connection.
Yeah. It was really nice. My original doubles partner got COVID, so I had someone fill in, but it was a good race. Oh, Collingwood. We've just heard have been struggling with illness.
Oh, that's terrible
recently.
news. Oh no.
That's a shame. You know, like you train all winter and summer, and you have your one shining moment. But it's just a shame.
Yeah, it is a shame. Yeah.
Like you've trained for your peak and you just don't get it. Bye.
We've just had two lovely viewers today, wishing us well.
We have the results of 176 Open Beginner 4 plus. University beat Cuffs by 3/4 lengths. Ooh. Nice. Ooh. For those who don't know, University is Castle. You know, then we might have some far off viewers.
That is true.
Yeah.
Good clarification there.
I mean, I'm always used to calling them Castle.
Yeah, me too.
Very rarely call them I completely forget that they're called University until moments like this.
Yeah, me too.
We've not got much going on at the moment. There's a lot of boats waiting to get back to the landing stage.
How hard is it to mentally stay focused when you're waiting for a race like this? Like all the boats are lined up. You're kind of trying to get in the zone.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I always get just like I'm so scared when I'm on that start line. It's a really weird feeling that you're just waiting for someone to say start, and you've just got to be ready for it. Oh. But it's one of those things where like it's just. You've just got to know that even if you're, for example, if you're in a 4 or an 8 and you feel like you're the worst person in that boat, there's nothing good going to come out of it by thinking that you're the worst person in the boat because it's only just going to affect your game.
Yeah.
You might as well just go in and you've got to believe in yourself because as cheesy as it is, there's just no point worrying about what could happen because that basically could ruin your shot for you.
Exactly.
You've got to be relaxed on that start line.
Yeah, which I guess easier said than done, like you mentioned.
Yes,
it's very
easier said than done.
Very
it was kind of nice being in a scratch double this morning and not with my usual partner because there was no pressure.
Yeah, that's always good. Enjoy the regatta, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And we had a right laugh. It was great. So it was really nice, really nice.
Oh,
do you think you'd try out rowing?
I was thinking about it, but you know the 5 a.m. starts are kind of putting me off a bit.
Not every college or boat club will have a 5 a.m. start. I'm really lucky. At dark, I only have my earliest at 8.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit of a trek down. It's like a half an hour walk.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, we've got race 182 coming. Yarm Schools versus St. Leonard's. Ooh.
That should be exciting.
I know. And these are kids that, you know, they're at the start of their career.
Yeah, exactly. This should be a good experience for them. I think that's the most important takeaway.
Ooh, we've got results from 182. 182. Double Yarm beats St. Leonard's by 2.5 lengths, as well as race 186. The 4 St. John's beat Collingwood by 2 lengths. Congrats to them.
Wow. No, I don't know much about rowing, but 2 lengths, that's a lot, right?
It's an okay. It's like a nice
win.
Nice win. Yeah. I think it's almost good when you're racing for it to be close, because it really just makes you dig in.
Yeah.
There's been some big wins before. There was I remember when I was marshalling, I heard on the tannoy that Dark won really comfortably against another boat. I can't quite remember what it was, but they were very much bigging them up on the on the walkie-talkie system, being like, "Oh yeah, they've won comfortably." Fab. We've got another boat coming up.
We're just trying to see who exactly is in the lead.
I believe we have there's a comfortable lead on our next boats.
Oh, they seem...
Oh, one of them's Mary's. It's Mary's that's losing.
Oh, no! Well, they're trying their hardest.
They're really pushing through. My friend's coxing this boat.
Oh.
But...
It must be quite hard to be a cox in a losing boat. Well, not a losing boat, but a boat that's behind.
You have to really, really pump up the people that are in your boat. I mean, you kind of have to be a bit, you have to lie a bit. You have to be like, oh, we're really close, you know, keep it going. But they're really far over. The steering is not looking good for
Yeah, they seem to be out of rhythm a little bit.
Yeah, they're not looking great. I don't know which side of the river they were supposed to be on, but they're...
Yeah, they appear to have
they've very much crossed over with the other crew, but it's okay, because they are quite far off the other crew. It was Mary's versus John's, and they very much... Oh, so next we've got a nice little bit of
studio segment. Studio segment
from commentating. It's going over to Mr. and Mrs.
That should be really exciting. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, a little break from the rowing is always appreciated. I'm sure listening to rowing 24/7. I know there's a joke that rowers do talk 24/7 about rowing, and you're probably sick of it. But here we are going to a VT. Just in 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Wow. So. Yeah. We've got PalTV have been around all day today. We've got a brilliant team, and they've been doing like loads of really cool sections throughout the day.
Yes.
We've had some live interviews, which have been really good.
Yes,
we just had Lancaster University. After they just won, but we're heading over now.
You're live. Hi, we're back with another Mr. and Mrs. segment. I'm Amelia Dunn, and this is Ollie. He's the one that's been doing the commentary for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm Ollie, and I'm also actually boyfriend. So we're going to be, I mean, Amelia was just telling me, but we're going to be doing a Mr. and Mrs. And it's like a real life.
Yeah, we actually are Mr. and Mrs. Not very close. Anyway, you know how this goes. The purple side says you, the pink side says G. Let's go.
Okay, the first question. Who wears the trousers? Correct. Both correct on that one. Okay, who's the funniest? Bit split there. You both think you're the funniest?
Amelia always says that she's the funniest, but it's just like... Amelia knows I've got a joke always in my locker. Do you want me to tell it?
No.
Do you want me to?
Okay, fine.
It's so funny. Why did 4 run away from 3?
Why?
Because he was too squared.
Okay, next question. Who's the smartest? Yep, in agreement there. Okay, next one. Who's the smelliest? Oh, disagreement there again. Okay, next question. Who approached who first? Yep, in agreement there. Who has the better style? Oh, bit of disagreement there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Amelia. I actually backed myself in this style. I don't know. Like sue me. I think I look good all the time.
Okay, next question. Who has the better family? Oh. Well, they're in agreement there with that one. Next one. Who's the tidiest? Yeah, in agreement again. Who has the best chat? Oh, disagreement.
Yeah, I mean, you always say you're the best chap. I'm sorry. You're just wrong. But, I mean, we don't have a huge amount of time.
Can I just say, if anyone that is watching, please do comment down below who you think A has the best style and B has the better chat. Thank you. Let's settle this debate fair and square.
And the final question. Who said I love you first? In agreement there again.
But I would just say Amelia asked me to be in a relationship with her, so, you know, it kind of, it balances out.
That's very true.
Okay.
We just hit a year of our relationship.
That is true. Can we get a kiss for the camera? Probably not. It's probably not appropriate, but you know, we to be honest, we've talked most. We're pretty much going to go.
Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. See you later. Bye.
Welcome back to the live commentary here at the Durham Regatta. This just in, Mary's got beaten by St. John's. How are we feeling about that?
Well, my college is Mary's. I am very proud of being Mary's. But it is really a shame that they didn't do as well as I would have hoped. Luckily, they've got more races to come. You know, this is just the beginning of their journey. But I think it's one of the hardest things, but simultaneously the best things about college rowing is that it gives everyone the opportunity to get into rowing, even if you don't have any experience whatsoever. But it can also mean that it just maybe takes a bit more time and effort to put in, as opposed to when you have like a professional coach. And I think sometimes you can see that with the college boats. But the college system works really well for a lot of people, and it really provides an opportunity for a lot of people to get into rowing, which is normally seen as quite an exclusive sport. So it's really good that we have this system in place to get people who maybe never would have normally had a chance to do it to get into rowing.
Get some friendly rivalry going.
Yeah, exactly. We have a Queen Elizabeth VIII coming up the river, beating their opponents quite nicely. They're quite comfortable.
Yeah.
One of them's trending a bucket hat, which has been quite an accessory on the river at the moment.
Very, very fashionable.
Yeah. Oh, there's huge support on the banks for the boats going up the river.
You can hear it all the way from here.
I think they're against Josephine Butler, and you can really hear the colleges from the side just cheering their mates on.
Yeah,
but
we love to hear that.
Unfortunately, it looks like Queen Elizabeth are still in the front. We have the result of race 140, the Open Junior 18. It was Camboy Arc beat Tyne Arc, which is quite an interesting one, especially for an Open, Because an open means that it's mixed or men's only.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
So.
Does that mean that they have to have a specific number?
They don't have to.
Okay.
So that's not too bad.
Okay, interesting.
Oh, shout out for Jack at JC Audio Tech. He helped us set up today. We've got a great spot, prime location. We've got some really good tech. So big shout out to him. Thank you very much for providing us with all we needed today.
Oh, and if you have the time, please head over to our Twitter to look at our BTS video to get an insight into PalTV and what we are doing. It's very exciting work that we're doing here today. A lot of us have been here since 5 a.m., so it's very, it's a very exciting job. Very exciting job.
Have you been here since 5 a.m.?
No, I have not.
Oh.
Our producer just said that she's been here since 5 a.m.
No, I have no, 7 a.m. Okay. I've been here. To be fair, I had an early start for my race.
Oh,
so
that is true. That is true.
So I have been physically at the regatta since 7 a.m. this morning, but I have not been one of the great people at PalTV working live since then. Although I am commentating from 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, so it might be it's an early start for me again. But we've got race 178 coming up, which we've got the women's beginner 8. So it's a Butler Chad's composite.
Ooh,
and
against St.
Hilton St. Bede. Composites are quite controversial in Durham. So on the one hand, they allow for the best rowers at each individual club to come together and form a really great, strong boat. But then there are questions about whether that defeats the point of having college rowing.
Ooh, interesting.
As an outsider to rowing, what do you think about that?
Ooh, like you said before, I feel like it should be about getting as many people into rowing as possible. So maybe this isn't the best idea. Ooh, this is interesting. What do you think about it?
As someone who's an incredibly competitive person, I'd want to win.
Yeah, fair enough. I see that.
Yeah, and I think as well, like when people have such a talent for something, it's a shame if they're almost not in the same boat as someone who's as good as them. You know?
I guess so. I see where you're coming from.
But then at the same time, it's also really good because sometimes in practice we'll get like novices subbed into a senior boat, and that way they can learn by being in a boat that is more competent, experienced, and that's a good way to really get people learning.
If you're watching from our YouTube channel, what do you think about the regatta so far? What do you think about our live stream? Please leave a comment in the live chat if you can. Leave any shout outs if you want to give any shout outs that we can give. We will do that.
Yeah, and if you're racing today or got friends who are racing, why don't you give them a shout out?
Yeah.
Comment. We'll give them a shout out. If they're racing, if they're coming up, we want to shout them out. So please leave a comment. Get subscribing, get liking.
Yes, get subscribing. That is very important. If you subscribe and fill out a form, you could be in to win a £30 voucher for champagne. How exciting is that?
I mean, I personally would love a £30 voucher for anything at this point. I'm broke.
I feel that. We seem to be in a bit of a lull here.
Yeah, we're still waiting for race 178, I believe. I've not seen them come up the river. Also, if you're, again, going back to the voucher, if you're in the need of £30 at the Champagne Bar, you can come to the PalTV studio and sign up and enter it this way.
Yes, come say hi. We're very friendly, I promise.
Yeah, we don't bite.
Most of the time.
But yeah, there still seems to be a bit of a wait. But that's okay. I think, at this point they'll be getting ready on the stake boat starts, and stake boats are really interesting because it's someone at the front holding your boat to make sure that it stays straight. But obviously with this wind, you blow over a certain way.
Yeah,
and
anything can happen.
Yeah, you're still like having to some people have been like correcting their straight line for just ages whilst they're being attached to the stake boat.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
That's
there
a
was.
difficult
I think 8's are the worst one because they're so long. They'll just fly
That
to
is
either
true.
side. Yeah.
That is true.
And I think this. I believe this one's an 8 that's coming up.
Yeah, I believe
so
right.
it's a
Women's
beginner.
eights?
Yeah, yeah. It's a women's beginner 8. So maybe that's what's happening at the start.
Trying to look over. Trying to see the
I'm trying to peer over and see if I can see any activity, but seems like they're waiting at the start.
We do have lots of people walking by though. Can see some exciting activity.
It's a bit. I think the crowd has definitely developed over the day. You know, I'm not gonna lie. There was barely anyone here for my race this morning at 8:37.
We were cheering you on.
My boyfriend managed to crawl himself out of bed after a 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Bedtime because he was out.
The dedication.
I know. He swiftly left after I finished. But yeah, it's really nice that there's a crowd out here, and I feel like as well, rowing is one of those social sports that you can just come out, get a drink to, really enjoy,
really get into it.
Yeah,
learn things,
yeah. It's a really nice. I mean, I personally love watching a lot of sport.
Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm.
And live sports, just there's nothing like it really. The emotions, the highs, like especially when it's a final, you see them get. There was a girl earlier from she was a junior yarn boat, and she was in the final and she capsized at the finish.
Oh no!
Yeah.
The drama.
In a final as well. I mean, the disappointment, especially when you're young, I feel that must really, really hammer home.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh.
It must be such a disappointment to make it to the final and then at the last moment just capsize into the water.
But hey, it's an experience. She will learn from this. She will grow from this. I'm sure.
And like she's got so much time if she's a junior.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it should be good.
When did you get into rowing?
I was 13 when I started rowing. Yeah, I had a bit of a lull when I was in my teenage years. You know, you lose a bit of confidence. You don't really get involved in sports. That was me, and I really regret it. And now I really can't imagine my life without rowing.
You're back into it.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I'm always rowing. It feels at the moment.
I mean, it's quite you need to be very committed, I feel like. It's not something you can do half-heartedly.
It's one of those sports that it's really temperamental with your mood. Like if you're in a bad mood, you can have a really bad session.
Yeah.
But when like honestly, there's nothing nicer than when it's sunny and you feel the warmth on your back as you're rowing up along the river. And like, I mean, everyone in Durham will know we have spectacular views around us.
We do.
We have the cathedral view. Like, the nicest thing is when someone takes a good photo of you rowing and you've got the cathedral in the background. It's sunny.
You know that's going up on Instagram sometime soon.
Exactly. It's prime for Instagram photos. Like rowing's great. That's all I can say. As a rower myself, I feel like I'm gonna get such a bad rep because people are gonna be there like, oh my god, she just talks about rowing all the time. But now is the perfect opportunity to do it.
I mean, if you're gonna get into rowing, there's no better time like the present. Am I right?
Exactly. Yeah. You guys, anyone who's listening or watching, perhaps you're watching like an older brother or an older sibling. Honestly, just try it. If you're curious about it all, I think you'll really enjoy it.
And hopefully this regatta will give you a bit of enthusiasm to see the skill that we've seen, the quality that we've seen of these races.
It's been interesting, and one thing I really like is when you see a young boat and you see the young cox that's like 13 years old and it's a young boy and he's tiny and he's screaming down the river. So it's really nice to see that passion in someone that's so young.
Yeah, I love that. We will be cutting to studio again to give you some creative content soon. To give you an interview with some rowers that we've seen today.
It looks like someone's wearing a Hatfield jumper. You know.
Interesting.
But there's a mixture of stash on that TV, so on that sofa.
Yeah, so tune in.
Yeah, it
Stay
should be
tuned.
good. Get a couple college voices, but oh, it looks like the racing's got back up again, and it's not the 8-boat race that we thought it was first going to be. We've got a Hexam boat.
Okay, we will be cutting to studio. Stay tuned to get some interesting insight to some rowers that we've seen. But we will come back to commentary after a while.
Yeah, don't you worry, we're not going away.
Hello and welcome back to PalTV. I'm Sophie and I'm here with a group of rowers from Grey College and Hatfield College.
Yeah.
Could you tell me your name and then what college you're from?
So I'm Luke, I'm from Grey. I'm Archie, I'm from Hatfield. Finn from Grey. Charlie from Grey.
Nice. And can you tell me a little bit about the races that you've been involved in today and how those have gone for you?
Yeah, so this morning, the Grey boys, we were in the novice fours this morning. So we haven't rowed until we were at Durham, and then we joined, and it was like something we all enjoyed, so we basically did it. And at Durham Regatta, there's a category for the novice fours, so those who haven't rowed before. And we got to the final, so we won our first 2 races, and then we narrowly lost to Steve-O in the final. But, yeah.
Gutting. You're Hatfield, aren't you?
I'm Hatfield.
Oh, you're Hatfield. Okay.
So I
what were
did
you?
A bit of rowing before I came to Durham. So we were racing in the intermediate fours. So we sadly lost in the first round in a close race, but really enjoyed the regatta today.
Okay, nice. And what's the training been looking like for you leading up to this race? What's it looking like?
We were planning to take it quite seriously, and then we all left Durham at the start of this week, so we haven't actually trained until this morning.
Right.
So we haven't actually been in the boat since last week.
Okay.
Until then, we've been doing like 3-4 sessions a week. But it sounds like a lot, but it's actually not that much.
Yeah.
Like it's something to enjoy with your mates.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I would highly recommend
Yeah.
doing rowing if you want to.
And you all said that you got involved in rowing when you joined university, right? What made you want to get involved in rowing, or how did you end up joining? What did that look like? Like, when did you start rowing?
We signed up at Freshers Fair.
Yeah.
So we all did the Learn to Row course. You guys did it as well, yeah. And then you basically start rowing to college.
Mhm.
And I don't know, I thought it was something really good to get into.
Mhm.
So it keeps you really fit. Like, I've definitely got way fitter.
Yeah,
I
a
know
bit
you
less than
guys.
us, but yeah, we only found each other about halfway through the first term, doing Learn to Row in like wooden boats, which at first it seems like a disaster. It's really tough, but then we got used to it, and we started rowing together more each week, and we started then erging, and it got a bit sort of out of hand.
Mhm.
We kept going. Really.
Kept going.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think the thing about a new sport is that the progression curve is so steep that
Mhm.
it's really exciting to carry on. So yeah, we really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. It's good fun.
Nice.
It's also, college rowing is really good to meet people from other years in your college, and social aspects really enjoyable as well. So yeah, it's good to keep fit and enjoy yourself.
Yeah. Have you been involved in any other regattas, or have you just taken part in the Durham Regatta?
We have been involved, not for long, but we were there.
Okay.
Yeah, they weren't as pretty. The thing about rowing is you end up getting drawn against people that are better than you and have been around for a bit longer. But that's just life. So you have a race and you get absolutely hammered in the first round, and you feel rubbish after you go home. But what I quite like about Durham is the college events, because you are actually against people that have been doing it at the same time as you, and it's a pretty fair contest. So that was the best bit. I mean, we get to go and watch other regattas as well, which is nice. Yeah, have you been to any? We did Head of the River as well.
Pardon?
Head of the River, we did that in
Oh,
London.
nice.
Which was good fun. Finn and I did it. These two, Charlie and Archie, didn't. But it was good fun. That was unreal.
Nice.
But everyone was there.
Nice. So you've all started rowing at university. What advice would you give to people who are thinking about joining college rowing or taking part in rowing at all?
Even if you're a member, you don't actually have to row that often at all. Just do it.
As much commitment as you want. There's no unlike Durham University sport maybe. There's no pressure to commitment, so you can enjoy as much as you want and much more inclusive.
Yeah, it's really chilled. Great team atmosphere. So yeah, it's a really good opportunity to meet. It's a great sport as well. So yeah, definitely recommend it.
Any more advice, or have they kind of said it
I
all?
would just say, well, I mean, for the three of us, we were at Grey, and it's a good rowing college, but it definitely gave us a chance to, push for the top boats, especially with schoolboy rowers or something like that, we were definitely able to sort of just learn off them and actually I think progress very quickly with no paid coaches or anything like that.
Great. Well, thank you for talking to us. And
we are back, and we've got some really nice race results for you. We've got race 184, Open J14 4X plus. Hexam/Tyne composite crew beat Queen Elizabeth High School by 4 lengths. What an impressive one.
That's quite a feat, actually, yeah.
Yeah, that's quite good. And then we have the 175 race result for the Open J18 single. Yarm School beat Queen Elizabeth quite easily. We love that.
We do love that. We love some competitive racing out there.
Yeah, you know, like, it's Durham Regatta is probably the biggest regatta of the North, really. And you know what? I feel like the North doesn't really get much heat when it comes to
rowing.
Yeah, when it comes to rowing, when it comes to anything, and it's really nice to have like such a big supportive crowd out here today.
Yes.
Yes. I feel like when you think about sporting events, they're always in the south, you know.
That is true, actually.
Yeah, all the big stadiums, like.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice that we have people nationally competing here in Durham, especially with Durham being such a small town.
Yes, but it is lovely. So come visit.
It is lovely. But yeah, it's been interesting. We've been talking about the fashion. We've got another race result. 174 Open J18 single. Queen Elizabeth High School, Colleen beat Queen Elizabeth High School Cardinal easily. Ooh, it's always a bit spicy when you're racing against your own club in the final.
I was gonna say, a bit of rivalry there.
Or even in a heat, you know. That's like, that's. I have raced against my own team once.
How did that go?
It was at Hexam. It was my first time racing in a sculling boat.
Ooh, interesting.
So I didn't have high hopes. And I did not deliver either.
Oh no!
But it's fine because I came back the next weekend and beat them.
Oh, see, revenge.
You know, exactly.
You got revenge in the end. It's okay.
It's okay. Exactly. Yeah, it's really hard. We have the safety boat moving debris from the course, so there's a bit of a delay at the moment. I wonder what the. Yeah.
Oh, you can see it on the live stream that we have here.
Do you know, those people in those safety boats, they're out there all day.
They must be
Shout
very
out to
tiring.
them.
Yeah.
I know I wouldn't want to be on the boat all day. It'd be freezing. You'd have to be having people throwing snacks to you. I mean, you probably take plenty of snacks with you anyway. But, yeah, I mean, when you're bored, you just eat.
Yeah.
Like, you need all the food throughout the day, especially to keep warm, you know?
I agree, yeah.
Yeah. But we've been talking about some of the cool fashion here today. Shout out to St. John's for wearing rowing blazers. I believe they're the only crew that have.
Interesting fashion choice.
I think it's very interesting because they're the only boat club wearing them.
Making a fashion statement for themselves.
Yeah, really. It's quite formal, Chads have cool reversible bucket hats as well. Again, bucket hats are coming back in full force at the moment.
I mean, they're trying to get that summer vibe going. I kind of get it, but the wind kind of puts it off a bit.
I'm partial to a visor. I think a visor's cooler. I'm currently wearing a visor, even though the sun is not out.
It's okay. It's okay.
But the thing is, I probably got a visor line now that I've taken it off. My head.
You're good. You're good.
All good. But yeah, I think visors are cooler than bucket hats personally, but I do have many bucket hats. I don't have a rowing bucket hat. Maybe I should invest in one.
Yeah, you should probably get one. You need the whole rowing kit.
I know. So what do you think about all the uni suits that you've been seeing? They're not the most flattering thing to wear, but there's some funky designs.
There are some funky designs. I mean, they really do make people stand out. I feel like they want people to sort of kind of recognize who they are, maybe.
Yeah, it's one of the two ways to really distinguish a boat is from either their uni suits or from their blades, you know. They're more than just a fashion statement. Fantastic. We've just heard that we've hit 600 subscribers on YouTube.
Thank you to everyone who's watching. Thank you to everyone who's subscribing. Please keep hitting that like and subscribe button.
Yeah.
It really helps us out.
Yeah, we've got some impressive content coming up. You know what? Why don't you comment or below if you want any particular coverage of any event coming up, or whether there's something you think should be investigated by PalTV. It'd be great to hear what you want to see.
And we also have aggression sessions next week, so stay tuned for that. That should be another interesting live stream, another exciting event here at Durham.
You know what? We're just too good for you guys. You know, we're giving you all the best content.
Yes, we have a very dedicated group of people, I would say.
We got a fantastic team.
Yes.
Fantastic team. Again, just a massive shout out to those who have been here since probably like 5 a.m. You guys are great.
Up.
You've set up for us. You've done the deed. We've got a bit of rain at the moment.
Oh no.
Although I'm hoping the weather holds out because we are commentating outside.
Yes.
But yeah, especially as well, if there's a delays at the moment, as there has been for most of the day, we've got people sitting in boats in the cold in just their unisuit, because obviously they don't want to wear too many layers when they're racing.
That is true.
Yeah, we don't want to keep them out in the cold, so hopefully they're doing all right out there.
Do you kind of get accustomed to being in the cold if you're a rower? I feel like you're kind of training all the time on the water, even when it's winter.
Yeah, winter training is something I really don't like. No, it's fine. It's a lot of dark hours. Like you're constantly being just in the cold, in the dark. You have to put lights on the boats. You know, it's not the most fun time to be rowing, and I think it's the hours that you put in at that point that really show off the work that you've done in the summer, if that makes sense.
I kind of see that, because it kind of shows who's making the difference, you know? Like that can make all the difference in a race
Exactly. You put in all the hard work in the winter when you can go on the erg, or you can do some online sessions. So.
Okay, in a bit we are going to cut to a video showing you a little explanation about the Durham Regatta this weekend, just to give you a little bit more of an insight, a little bit more of an explanation. Yeah, stay tuned for that.
I'm sure while most of you probably are watching know about rowing, but there's some of you that aren't, and that's perfectly okay, because we've got a fantastic explainer video coming along in the next bit. So coming up, if you're a newbie to rowing, then you better stick around.
On the 11th and 12th of June, Durham is hosting the 189th annual Durham Regatta. With thousands of fans expected, it's sure to be an unmissable weekend of rowing. However, if you're not part of the rowing community, you might be wondering, how is Durham Regatta going to work? In a nutshell, rowing is divided into two disciplines: sweep rowing, which involves using one oar, and sculling, where competitors use two oars. Within these disciplines you can row in a single, pair or double, four or quad, and lastly an 8 or octuple scull. Durham Regatta dates all the way back to 1834 and is the second oldest regatta in the United Kingdom, predating the famous Henley Royal Regatta. The event is held over two courses, a short 700-metre course and a long course of 1800 metres, which requires you to row, or in many cases crash, through Albert Bridge. Both courses have two divisions, the women's category and the open category. You can enter the open category as a mixed crew or a men's only crew, and both categories range from championship to junior 13 status. Some notable rowers from Great Britain include Sir Steve Redgrave, who won gold medals at 5 consecutive Olympic Games, as well as Helen Glover and Heather Stanning, who won 2 golds in the women's coxless pair. Who knows, maybe Will spots the next big name in rowing this weekend.
And we are back.
Welcome back, everyone.
There's a really tight race on at the moment. It's 188 open, 15 double sculls, Durham Scull and Leeds Rowing Club. It's a really close race, and hopefully we will have the results from that soon.
Yes, unfortunately our cameras don't pick up the end of the race, but we will be giving you all the results as they come in, so stick around for that.
Oh, so a little bit of interesting. Durham has such a stash culture on at the moment. I feel like you end up getting t-shirts or you know,
Sweaters.
jogging bottoms from like literally every single club that you get involved with.
Yes.
And if you like a bit of stash, you should head over to the t-shirt stand. So we've got there's 4 colours of this lovely design t-shirt that have been designed specifically by Van Mildert, and they're raising money obviously because they had the fire earlier in the year. So you should really go around and pick up a t-shirt. I'm not gonna lie, I picked up 2. It's 1 for £15 and 2 for 25. If you want to get a cheeky piece of, I think the best colours are light blue and dark blue. But yeah, they're raising money because unfortunately Van Mildert had were victims of a crime of arson against their boathouse earlier this year. But do you know what's been amazing to see is the rowing community is really pulled together to make sure that, you know, they're supported. Dark have been allowing them to use their ergs as well as their boats. They've got specific times dedicated to Van Mildert for them to use.
I think that's kind of very special about the rowing committee. Like, even though there's a lot of rivalry, in the end you can kind of see that everyone kind of comes together in situations like this.
Exactly. We just want to make sure that everyone's okay. But yeah, you should really head down to the t-shirt stand. But you know, we love a bit of stash. It's really nice. I've actually seen people racing in it already. Yeah, people are keen. People have been buying the stash and racing in it. I've seen parents buy it for themselves.
We love that.
Yeah.
We love that. Some fashionable parents around.
It's like rowing parents. Like, you get football mums.
That is true,
rowing parents as well. Oh my god. Ooh, we have a speedy double singles coming through at the moment.
Ooh, they are quite close.
It looks like Tyne versus Tees. That is a cheeky race. They're really pushing forward towards the finish now.
Yeah, they seem to be
a
quite
single
close.
is interesting.
Yeah,
I'd
hate
hate to race in a single. I think it's just you. It's just you pushing yourself. I mean, it's like that anyway, but at least you have a team surrounding you.
Exactly.
But in
There's someone motivating you.
Yeah,
yeah. It's quite a hard mental game that you have to play with yourself.
Yeah, and you can very much tell when you're winning.
yeah, and very much tell when you're losing, unfortunately.
Yes. And it's all on you. Speaking of stash though, just going back to stash, whilst there are the fab t-shirts for Van Mildert, there's also Rival Kit, and they're doing uni suits, and uni suits are not the most fashionable, as we've been saying, but they are great for indicating what boat they are. So if you fancy a new uni suit, head on over, I guess.
Yes, and on your way, say hi to PalTV.
Yeah.
We are situated right between.
Maybe you want to be interviewed.
Yeah.
Maybe you're a complete novice to rowing and you want to talk about what you think the day has been like. Maybe you've won and you want to be interviewed for it. Like, who knows? But head on over. We've got race 187 coming down. Junior 15 double sculls.
Oh, this seems like quite an interesting race.
Yeah, we've got Dark just lagging behind the other boat.
Again, in a double, you really need to trust your partner for this, I suppose.
Yeah, you really do. Well, one of you's got to steer, and you got to trust that person to steer. It's Doncaster versus Durham. But yeah, you've really got to trust the person in front of you to set the pace.
Yeah.
Make sure that it's comfortable for you guys. Well, the race is going to be uncomfortable, but it needs to be a comfortable pace at least.
Yeah.
And then you've got to trust your person in bow seat for steering. And as we've seen today, there have been some crashes. The steering is essential.
Yeah, especially in such a windy day like this.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the wind has, maybe we're just in a sheltered part, but I feel like the wind has gone down. Ooh, our tube poll has 100% said they like bucket hats. I never said I didn't like them. I just think visors are cool.
Controversy here. Visors versus bucket hats.
Visors, yeah, maybe we should have a poll on visors versus bucket hats. Let's see what comes out of that. It looks like we've got. What have we got? Come on.
Our next race is just getting ready right now.
It looks like we've got an 8 coming up.
Ooh, 8s are always exciting.
There's a lot of blades. a lot of blades to look at. You never know.
How important is it to be synchronized when you're in an 8?
Oh, so important. If one of you's out of time, you could clash blades with like 2 other people in your boat on either in front or behind. So it's really important that you're in time. I mean, it will just make the boat faster in general. Like, it's just a necessary feature of when rowing.
It seems like being synchronized, being in sync with your teammates is key to winning here.
Butler College are having a tough time out there on the river. They're quite a sizable chunk behind their opponents.
Yep.
It's a shame.
The rain is not helping the situation.
No.
Unfortunately,
not even
for them.
not at PalTV, not on the river. It's not helping the situation at all. But you know, those rower just looking behind to see how much further they've got left.
No.
They've got a while.
It's always that look of either despair or joy.
Yeah.
You know, whether you're ahead or behind.
You think 750 meters isn't that long? You get on that race course. Oh my God, it's like the longest time of your life.
I can only imagine. Especially in the cold and the wet.
Oh, it's not the most pleasant whatsoever.
We need plastic bags. Yeah, can you hand throw some out?
So race 189 was the women's beginner 8, and it was St. Leonard's versus Butler, and it was Butler that was lagging behind.
Ooh.
But hopefully we should have the result of the race soon.
Yes, we will keep you updated on all the results as we've
got 194 just set off. We've got Queen Elizabeth High School versus Chesterley Street. That should be interesting.
Ooh.
I can never tell if it's a formidable force to be against a high school. You know, you think, they're only young. We'll totally beat them, and then they come at you with some real impressive speed.
Full force.
Yeah, they're speedy when. I mean, in general, you just have so much adrenaline and energy when you're younger.
Yeah.
It's so much more so when.
In race situations.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there have been cases where we've had some senior crews beaten by high school crews.
Ooh, interesting. So we can see the youngsters are really pulling their weight in this regatta this weekend.
They're out in full force. They are out in full force. We've got them coming up the river now. Chesterley Street versus Queen Elizabeth High School. It's quite close currently.
Ooh, I'm trying to peek over the crowd.
Oh, opposite, I see you.
It
looks like it's pretty neck and neck. I'm not gonna lie, actually.
It appears that way. This is gonna be exciting, an exciting finish.
But that should hopefully. I mean, it makes a good race when it's neck and neck.
Exactly.
As satisfying it is when you're winning by a large amount. It does make a good race. But we got Chesterley Street pulling in front of Queen Elizabeth.
They appear to be pulling ahead just a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, the crowd appears to be leaving. Oh no! Please tune in from the warmth of your home. We are live streaming from PalTV YouTube channel, so please get any of your friends, any of your family to tune in, to watch us and subscribe.
I mean, we're sad to see you go, but happy to have you online.
Happy to have you.
Just make sure you're tuning in.
Wouldn't want to miss the exciting end to race day 1.
I know, and then we're back at you tomorrow for more races.
Full day of racing tomorrow.
Full day of racing tomorrow.
Are you racing tomorrow?
I am not. I am commentating tomorrow.
Exciting times.
I think I've got 6 hours of commentating tomorrow.
Oh, which would you rather do, commentate or race? Now that's a question. Talking about rowing or actually rowing?
Oh, who knows? They're both so entertaining.
Well, you get the best of both worlds this weekend.
Exactly. Yeah. If you're heading home, please tune in to us online. Yeah. As much as we're sad not to have you in person, we understand the rain is not the most pleasant. But yes, we love to have you online too.
Yes, please tune in. We are just waiting for the next race to begin, I think.
Yeah, Yes, there seems to be a bit of a lull in the racing. I mean, not for the first time today.
Not for the first time today, no. We've gotten quite used to this.
Just remember, there's plenty of food on the side.
Yes.
Yeah, the waffle company looks good.
Oh, I haven't tried it. Have you?
I've not tried it, but I do fancy a waffle. Oh, the sun's coming out now. Typical, isn't it?
Typical
Everyone
British weather.
leaves, and then the sun comes out again.
Exactly. But if you have left, tune in, as we've said.
Tune in. But there's been quite a few things on today, which has been good. There's been a Viking reenactment.
Oh yes, I've heard about that.
Yeah, there's all those little kids rides, which are really interesting. The funfair ones.
Oh.
I feel like even though I hate funfair rides, I feel like the kid ones I'd still hate.
Oh no!
I get so paranoid about feeling ill on them. I don't know why.
And you're a rower. I thought you'd be used to the.
No, it's
to
so
the
different though.
movement.
It's so different. Like, ooh,
race 197.
We've got, race 197, Open Beginner Scull, Yarm School versus St. John's College. Ooh, this could be interesting.
College versus school?
Yeah, college versus school. Again, the single scull, that's hard. I would not.
Dedication.
The win today, just not. It's not good for rowing.
Yeah, not anyone's friend out on the water.
But you know that we've got a great safety team out for the regatta. Not provided by PalTV, of course, but we've got a great safety team out, and hopefully, I believe the injuries or the capsizes have been very, very minimal today, which is really good.
Which is a relief.
Huge relief.
But it's good to know that if anything were to happen, they will be taken care of.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember I think it was it was Durham. It wasn't Durham Regatta, because obviously this is Durham Regatta. But there was a regatta a couple of weeks ago in Durham, and apparently someone capsized, and it took like half an hour to get her out.
Oh no!
Yeah, and that in the cold. I think it was in like springtime, so it wasn't even in summer. So
oh gosh, no, that sounds horrible.
Just being in the water for half an hour would be horrific.
Exactly.
But I mean, they always encourage people to just try and get back into their boat. It's easier said than done. I don't think I've successfully ever done that. So yeah,
it's okay. There's always next time.
Exactly.
Well, we don't want you to capsize.
Yeah, we don't want to. So we've got Yarm School and St. John's College coming up.
Seems to be quite close. They did start off quite close.
Yeah. They look quite leisurely, don't they?
They do.
It feels a lot quicker when you're in the boat, I swear.
But you can kind of see that there's a gap forming. Just a little bit. Oh.
We've got race 197. Yeah.
Oh, just a quick shout out to Phil from Annerley in South London. Thank you for watching PalTV. Thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Hope you're subscribed. Remember to subscribe to be in with a chance to win £30 worth of champagne. The rain has just gone.
Yeah, the rain seems to be clearing up, so come back down. You went away for nothing. The weather's back again.
No, they did go away for something, to watch PalTV.
Yeah. You corrected me right there. We've got some more single sculls. Do you know what's quite a few people have been struggling with today on the river? There's a lot of not seaweed. We're not in the sea. There's a lot of weeds.
Ooh.
Yeah, and if you catch your blade on those weeds, that's why quite a couple people have been crashing today.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. It's not very fun. Not very fun.
The Mary's men's boat, they caught their blade on literally right opposite from where we're standing.
Oh no. Is there any way to recover from that?
Well, they didn't. They didn't recover. But I think it depends how tangled it gets.
Yeah. And how quickly you can kind of move on.
Yeah. I think as well with the rowing is such a mental game. And if you can't recover, because you'll be like, oh gosh, why did I do that? You know, that's only going to make things worse.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake, you've got to be like, right, let's go.
Yeah.
I can't afford to think on that.
Exactly. I see what you mean. It is very fast paced. You need to kind of pick it up and just keep going.
Yeah, because if you recover quickly, you're still in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm. We've got some more scullers coming down. Oh, we have a race result for us. We've got for the results from race 194, Open Junior 14 4X Plus. Chesterley Street beat Queen Elizabeth by 1 length. And then race 197, Open Beginner Single, Yarn beat Johns College by 2 lengths. Shout out to them.
Congratulations to all the winners today. There seems to be quite a sizable gap here in this race.
Yeah. Would you say you're a competitive person?
I am a competitive person, I would say. I haven't tried rowing, but I do enjoy sports. I do enjoy volleyball.
Ooh,
yeah.
Do you play volleyball?
Yes, I do. I do play for my college.
What college are you?
I'm in Trebs.
Oh.
Yes. Shout out to anyone who's watching who's from Trebs.
The current race, we have Doncaster in the lead. Big up Doncaster. You've come from quite a way away. That's quite a track.
Well, how did they? This maybe is too.
Ooh. It sounds like we might have had a collision.
The drama. We have drama here in the Durham Regatta. We're just trying to see where exactly it has taken place.
We were trying to get eyes on the collision. Is it into the bank?
Ooh, I see that.
Yeah.
I think it's right.
I think there's a collision into the bank, from what I can see.
Not sure what team that is.
At least it's not a clashing of blades.
Yeah.
But it appears we have had a small tiny crash. I think it's from the side of the river. I think they're okay though. There doesn't seem to be any safety boats going out there, which is good. We like the fact that they're safe.
Unfortunate though for their race.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
Do you know what's really nice? Hillbead have come out in full force and they're sitting on the sofas.
I see that.
Yeah, they do
Nicely
that quite
camped
a lot in Novice Cup. They will shout at all the boats that aren't theirs to put them off in Novice Cup, which isn't great, but
an interesting tactic to have.
Yeah. It was really nice. The principal of Hillbead, I believe he was sitting there earlier watching the boats.
Oh, that's so nice.
He came out and supported. It was really good. So, it's nice when a principal comes and supports, actually.
I think that shows the camaraderie.
Yeah, it does. It really does. It's nice having that college support, even at a staff level.
Yeah, exactly. It just kind of shows how connected everyone is, college-wise here at Durham.
The sun is out again, tell you what. It's quite...
The weather has been quite temperamental today.
Yeah, just like the schedule.
Just like the schedule.
It seems we have a bit of a break now.
Yeah, there's a bit of a lull in the racing.
Yeah, they'll be setting up at the front, I'm sure.
Yes, those rowers getting mentally prepared to make their way down.
I remember for Novice Cup we had, I was coxing, I wasn't rowing.
Oh wow.
I was coxing a Novice 4 and we were on the river for maybe like an hour and a half before we raced.
Oh wow,
and
an hour!
It was a huge wait time. I can't remember why it was so out of time. And I just remember one of the members was like, I really need the loo, I need it. And it's like, he was there like, can I just pee in the boat? And I was like, no.
No, oh no.
But
what happened in the end? He didn't, did he?
He was fine. He was fine.
Thank goodness.
We raced.
The show must go on.
The show must go on. And the show has gone on for a lot of the boats that have had some challenges.
Yeah,
it's really nice to see that people are still finishing soon. Oh, we have some more results for you. Race 192, Open J15 single, Doncaster Schools beat Bradford Grammar School by 2 lengths. And race 191, Open Beginner single Uni of Teesside Rowing Club beat Leeds Uni by 2 lengths.
Oh, we hear some shouting down by the river.
People
are
rowing
coming
back to the start. If you want to give a shout out to your rowers, then please comment below. You don't have to you don't need to just shout them out on the river. You can shout them out on PalTV.
Yes, we love that, don't we? Don't we love the support?
Yeah, support your friends.
Shout out Mrs. Pumpkins.
And we're going to behind the scenes.
And we are going to behind the scenes video shortly. But please stay tuned because we will be back with live commentary.
Yeah, it's going to be great.
2, 1. We're here at Cuffs Boathouse. This is PalTV's base for the regatta. What you're seeing right now is a very stressed out commentary team. We've got Max and Sophie commentating and Davina commentating, producing. This is the entrance to PalTV HQ. We're going to have to be quite quiet as we go up the stairs. We've got a very stressed out team. Up here is the live controller, the director and the live editor, as well as the program coordinator. There's Matty, our amazing editor. We are doing a behind the scenes. Matty, say hello.
Hello. Very nice to be on the behind the scenes. Got chaos going on in here. Organised chaos though, because the stream is a fantastic success. Possibly. I've not been watching it, but hopefully it's fantastic.
On the 11th and 12th of June, Durham is hosting the 189th annual Durham Regatta. With thousands of fans expected, it's sure to be an unmissable weekend of rowing. However, if you're not part of the rowing community, you might be wondering, how is Durham Regatta going to work? In a nutshell, rowing is divided into 2 disciplines: sweep rowing, which involves using 1 oar, and sculling, where competitors use 2 oars. Within these disciplines you can row in a single, pair or double, 4 or quad, and lastly an 8 or octuple scull. Durham Regatta dates all the way back to 1834 and is the 2nd oldest regatta in the United Kingdom, predating the famous Henley Royal Regatta. The event is held over 2 courses, a short 700-metre course and a long course of 1800 metres, which requires you to row, or in many cases crash, through Albert Bridge. Both courses have 2 divisions, the women's category and the open category. You can enter the open category as a mixed crew or a men's only crew, and both categories range from championship to junior 13 status. Some notable rowers from Great Britain include Sir Steve Redgrave, who won gold medals at 5 consecutive Olympic Games, as well as Helen Glover and Heather Stanning, who won 2 golds in the women's coxless pair. Who knows, maybe Will spots the next big name in rowing this weekend.
We are back. Yeah.
Have you missed us?
Yeah, have you missed us? Let us know. Please comment. Let us know if you've missed us. Let us know if you've been enjoying the VTs. Let us know if you've been enjoying the backstage drama.
The content that we've been throwing at you. Please give us any feedback you have. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, and we're so thankful for you guys for subscribing to the channel. It's been really good to hit 600 subscribers. We'd love to hit more. Keep it going. You know,
keep it going.
We produce so much really good content, and it's really nice to have the support of Durham students and the wider community.
Indeed.
Yeah.
We are still waiting for a race to get underway. I think the safety boat is still out there.
It looks like we're about 40 minutes behind schedule.
Ooh.
That's not bad, honestly. It was like an hour behind, I swear, before.
We are making good time, people.
It's really not as bad. So whilst it might be 5:15, it's looking like we're getting some boats that were perhaps meant to be about an hour ago / 40 minutes ago. But you know, we live for the chaos.
Yeah, we really do. I mean, life would be boring without it, wouldn't it?
Exactly.
And you know what's not boring? The Durham Regatta.
I know.
How exciting has this day been?
I genuinely could just watch rowing all day. I remember Henley Regatta, which is a really, really big regatta in the rowing world. I remember literally just watching it whilst I was doing work alongside it, because they live stream that on YouTube as well. Maybe we should get PalTV down at Untitled Regatta.
Yes, yes, you should.
Take this show on the road.
Yes, that would be a nice little segment that we could do.
It'd be quite good.
The next race on your course is race 193 on your programme.
We've got
race
193 coming up on
Lancaster versus Leeds.
Yeah, women's beginner 8. So yeah, we're operating. It's the 4:12 race, and obviously it is
5:15.
5:15. Lancaster University Hopper versus Leeds University Garrett. It's nice seeing the university boats come out.
Quick shout out to Quinn Mosley, who is 13 years old, and to Chester Le Street Rowing Club. Go on, Chester.
So yeah, it's nice to have the university boats coming out.
Yes.
I think as well, that's where you see, obviously, it's so great that Durham University has the college system, because there's so many boats to cheer for.
Yeah,
like
that is true.
Even if it's a different college to you, they might be facing a uni or another club that's just from the local area, and it's nice to be able to be like, well, I can cheer for them even if they're not my college. Whereas, you know, you kind of restrained a bit when it's a university crew, you know.
Yes, the camaraderie really comes through here.
Yeah, it just makes it more interesting as well when there's more races to watch that you can enjoy.
Yeah. Do you prefer university races to college races, would you say?
I do like watching the Durham Regatta races. There's Durham Regatta, there's the novice racing is really good. It's just really interesting. I was novice captain in my second year, and it was really, really nice to just kind of see, you know, the development from start to finish. We have some interesting news. Race 227, Women's Junior 18 for Durham Arc beat Camboy because Camboy scratched.
Ooh, some drama.
I know.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a tight race as well. Lancaster and Leeds, did we say?
Lancaster and Leeds. They look like they're going quite slow.
Maybe they're taking it a bit easy today?
It's Lancaster Uni versus Leeds, but
they just waved.
They just waved. I'm not quite sure. I'm not sure if they're racing, but they're
having a good time.
They are having a good time.
Saying hi to their supporters along the river. They're just enjoying the view, taking it all in.
Yeah, they're having a real leisurely race. That's like a practice. I don't know.
Good to get that experience in, I guess.
Thank you very much. My apologies. I understand this is a road through Leeds having been disqualified off the start.
This was a row through. Leeds were disqualified at the start, we've just heard.
So they weren't taking it easy.
Yeah, they weren't taking it easy. It was just a nice little row through just to get through. Ooh, shout out to lots of our viewers in Lancaster. It's
Hello,
great
guys.
that you're tuning in to support your university club.
Yes,
Love that.
yes. Get more of your friends to come watch us.
Yeah.
Watch us on the live stream.
Lancaster just won.
Congratulations to Lancaster, who just won.
Yeah, because Leeds got disqualified at the start. I mean, it meant that you could have a really chill race.
Wave to your supporters.
Especially if that's not a final, they can conserve their energy for the next race.
That is true, yeah.
We
Playing it smart.
That's always good when there's a scratch boat as well. When a boat gets scratched completely and you get through, you're like, great, I can conserve my energy for the semis or the finals. We've got Leeds versus Hatfield now coming up.
This should be an interesting race.
Hatfield have had a lot of boats out today.
Yeah?
Yeah, they've been racing quite a lot today. We've got our own PalTV member, Kezia Smith, racing.
Shout out to Kezia.
Yeah, shout out to Kezia. This might be her. She was racing this afternoon in the 8.
Oh, wow.
Let's...
Yeah, this does look like a close race. There seems to be a gap forming between the two boats.
Coming up. Hatfield look like they've just got that edge over Leeds.
They seem to be very synchronized.
Yeah, they're looking good. It's
Getting
looking
a good
tidy.
rhythm. Yeah, very
looking
good
tidy.
rhythm going. Correct me if I'm wrong, but are they creating a clear water? Is that what it's called when they're creating a lead?
Oh,
open water? Clear water?
Oh, it's like cutting glass.
Ooh.
That's what people say a lot. They've got a nice sizable lead. Although Leeds are pushing just
not
at the
giving
last
up, are
bit. They're not giving up.
There is a gap forming, as we said. Big splash there. As we see them, yeah, coming towards the end of their race, trying their hardest to finish it off. Obviously,
I think
Leeds
what
trying
happens
to
is
close
when
the
you
gap.
when you're panicking towards the end there, you're just like you're digging deep. You're like,
Yeah.
I'm going to put big watts into this.
Doing
and
whatever you
someti-
can.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a bit splashy, and I think that's what we kind of found with the Leeds crew towards the end there.
Does that normally work?
No.
Well, they tried. They tried their best.
If you're splashier, it makes things harder.
Yeah.
Because it often just means that you're not like following through properly on your stroke. It also means you're catching the water when you're not supposed to be.
Ooh.
It's just not as smooth.
Yeah, I guess so. But I guess desperate times call for desperate
Yeah, if you want that
measures.
last push, you're going to put everything into it.
Yeah. We have another race underway. Hatfield in the lead.
We've got race 195 on the course. Junior 14 quad sculls. We've got Durham Amateur Rowing Club by Yarn School, and we've got oh, apologies, that's a Camas.
Almost a 2-length lead they have. Wow, they're really
that is a
really
big
good.
lead.
That lead is growing as they move across the river.
Oh, we've got. It's nice though because their opposition is a open boat, so there's 2 girls in there. Shout out to girls that do open boats.
Yes, we love that.
They're still fighting for it though.
Have you ever been in an open boat before?
In practice, yes, but I've never actually done it in a race.
Okay, interesting.
So it's nice to see that it is quite a popular thing actually.
Growing popularity maybe?
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to see it happening more often.
Yeah.
You know, I think women's sport in general has come in leaps and bounds in recent years.
Yeah.
I think it's starting to get the recognition that it deserves. Hopefully that continues.
Yeah. Do you think this is a good way of getting younger girls maybe into the sport?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think it's a real shame that a lot of girls drop out of sports at a young age, and I think seeing you see juniors like from the age of 14 rowing on races, and I think you think, oh, I can do that, and you should think that. And I think it's really important that we have the ability and we have these races that allow people to compete, and children to compete at a
younger
age. I've got a boat coming through now. Oh, there's someone running alongside the bank to keep up with their boat.
We love the support.
We do love the support. It's the Women's Elite 4. Coxed as well.
We can hear a lot of support coming from the bank. A lot of friends, a lot of family members shouting out to their family.
Yeah, again, you can shout out in person, but you can also shout out on this live stream. If you want to send a shout out to someone who's racing, comment below.
Yes, please comment below.
We have the results from the race 196. We've got the women's Inter 8. Hatfield beat Leeds Uni by 1.5 lengths. Nice one.
Congratulations to Hatfield.
Yeah, shout out to Kezia. I think she's in there.
Race 201 on your programme. Open intermediate 4s, being on race course 1570, Edinburgh University Boat Club. And on Hill Woodside, 71 Yarm School.
We've got Yarm School versus Edinburgh University in race 201 on our programme coming up.
Open intermediate 4.
Love that.
Pretty even race coming out on the course between Edinburgh and Yarm.
It's pretty even at the moment. So they're really going to have to dig deep in the last little bit of the race to make sure that they get that lead.
Yeah, exactly. I guess it's harder if you don't get such a lead at the beginning, because then
yeah, the race starts really where you want to get that lead and cement it.
Yeah.
I mean, you can burn out in a race. That it does happen. But a lot of the time, if you have a strong start, that really sets you up for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like these teams are very close now, but maybe there's a bit of a gap forming. Oh, and the sun's just come out again, so that's nice.
Good race here as we go past in Custard between Yarm School and Peter Woods, Edinburgh University on race course in Yarm School now.
Yarm School pushing out. Yeah, they seem to be pushing ahead of Edinburgh. And they've not got far left to go. They're nearly at the end.
Really putting all their effort until the end. All these rowers have put in so much effort to get here. And you can see the quality of these races today.
Yeah, some people have been looking really good on the water, and it is. I think for a lot of people, the big aim is for Henley. There's got Henley Women's next weekend, and I think we've got the big Henley happening over the week of. Actually, over the week of graduation week. Yeah. Where will you be finishing on the 3rd of July? That's when the finals day.
Oh wow!
The big finals day is happening for Henley. And for some of the really big crews, that's what they're aiming for. They're aiming for Henley. This is just a nice warm up.
Yeah, this should be a good practice for them.
Yeah, it is good practice.
Good experience for the younger rowers as well, I suppose.
We've got some doubles coming up. We have the race course double pulling ahead by quite a considerable amount.
It's a sizable gap forming.
Disappearing a bit into the bank, but they've not crashed, don't worry. Ooh. Maybe I was more right that they might have crashed.
Oh no.
That's the thing, they've had to steer a bit away from the edge there, because we've got obviously all the boats lining up on the sides to go back into dark.
Oh, that is true. They've had to correct their course a bit.
They really need to make sure that they're steering in the correct way. They're coming slowly to the finish, but they are ahead, and
creating a sizable gap.
Yeah, they have. But I think they're really lucky that the commentators of Durham Regatta called out that they need to look behind them, because otherwise there might have been a collision there. But luckily for them, they were saved by the commentators of Durham Regatta.
We've just had, I think I can see some boats being blown off course with the wind.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the gusts of winds are really getting quite big now, and it's becoming really difficult.
Creating a bit of a problem for the rowers out here.
Yeah, it is, especially in the smaller boats. It's like it's not ideal in any case, but the smaller boats are the ones that will feel it a lot more, especially when you're, coming up. to the catch, and you're relying on your core strength for that balance.
Yeah.
It's really difficult to then suddenly think, oh my god, the wind's going to blow us out of the way.
Oh, no.
Or if you're squaring your blades as well and not feathering them when you're coming up, because some people like to square their blades a bit early before putting them into the water. If you get a gust of wind that hits it, that can just blow you.
Oh no.
Yeah. Seems like there's a bit of a break in the racing at the moment. So, if you were going to take up rowing, what boat would you want to be in? Would you want to be in a single, a double, quad, 8?
Ooh, good question. I think from what I've seen, the single looks to be the hardest.
Yeah.
The hardest to do.
Yeah.
I think I've got a lot of good information from you on being a doubles rower. So maybe a double boat?
Double's good.
Yeah?
I do like a double.
I feel like being in an 8 would be quite a lot of pressure.
I think it's hard when you're in bow and you've got to think about copying. I mean, whilst you're supposed to only copy the person in front of you, the person in front of you might be out of time.
That is true, yeah.
You've got 7 people that you really need to look up to, and it can cause problems.
What about a boat of 4? That seems like a nice middle ground.
Yeah, it's not too bad. We've got a quad and a 4. Ooh. We've got the 203 race, Women's Elite 4, Durham UBC versus Newcastle, I believe. Well, recently Newcastle and Durham have been against each other in the boat race of the north. It's not as big as the boat race of Oxford and Cambridge, but you know they're really trying.
A bit of friendly rivalry.
They've got some big sponsors. And they get some cool stash.
We love that.
But yeah, so there's a rivalry between Newcastle and Durham. I know last year Durham got thrashed by Newcastle, but then came back in Durham Regatta literally just a week or 2 later.
Wow.
And they won against them, you know. The rivalries do push you. But
yes, they do
there's
push
a lot
you to
of
push your
people
limit.
screaming from the banks for Newcastle this season.
Yes, the atmosphere
this
here.
is a big one, as we've got DU Devs versus...
Oh, it seems to be quite a close race.
Yeah, it's a really close race.
They are neck and neck at the moment.
But it looks like the DU boat is in front.
Are we just pulling away slightly? Maybe?
Yeah, not by much, but it looks like DU might have it if they can keep this up.
Yes, come on, Durham.
Are you smarter than an 11-year-old?
Well, the real question on our minds at the moment, whilst there is a lot of rowing about, is are you smarter than an 11-year-old? We've got some cool people in our little mini studio on the sofa, ready to answer some fun questions. Well, not fun, informative questions. And we're trying to find out if they're smarter than an 11-year-old.
Thank you.
So let's see if they are.
All right.
I'd like to think I was smarter than an 11-year-old. Yeah, I would like to think I'm smarter than an 11-year-old. But you never know. Do you know what? I feel like whenever I go back to like old maths, I suddenly wonder what have I been learning all these years. I can't think of like any normal like maths questions whatsoever. Like algebra, like long division. Oh my god, cannot do it. Yeah.
Hello, we are here with a very well-known classic TV set. You may have seen it from TikTok or Instagram or anything like that, but the segment is, are you smarter than an 11-year-old? I've got 2 very nervous volunteers with me, and we're going to be testing that out on them today. Are they smarter than an 11-year-old? Let's introduce yourselves first of all, and tell the camera how to do it.
The red man approximately 205, the women's junior 15 top squads, we have Race horse on Finance the Rowing Club, and on Team of the Woods we have Durham Regatta. I think you are Durham School Women. There are countries that way to the quick time with the 11.5 lead over the three from Durham School Women. Race to over 5, 15 from squad.
Switzerland is actually the correct answer.
Oh, because all the 11-year-old know that. Yeah. I don't know what 11-year-old that got that answer. I wanna find them.
I mean, it's a great question.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on. What's the loudest animal?
Yeah, it's one of the bug things that make the like, sound of the wings.
What?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with like, oh wait, no.
Blue whale.
Final answer from you.
Yeah, final answer, blue whale. I was gonna say that, so I don't know why it's copying my answer. I was gonna say blue whale.
It's wrong still, so that bravery wasn't, you know, wasn't that good. But you weren't far off with the blue whale answer, because the answer actually is a sperm whale.
Okay.
So you were close, but I don't know what you were on about with your bug. Like the bug answer. What was the first toy to be advertised on television?
The first what?
First toy.
Oh. No, I don't know why I said oh, I don't know. I'm gonna go with what are they called? Barbie doll.
On TV, a rocking horse. Is that a toy? So he said a Barbie, and I'm gonna say a rocking horse.
I mean, both good guesses, but the answer is actually Mr. Potato Head. But which, to be honest, I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that. Yeah. Yeah, I know, it's weird, isn't it? Like, you'd have expected it to be something sooner than that. Do you know which of Shakespeare's plays is the longest?
Longest?
I feel like it's should we just say a random one? It's probably something like Hamlet, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's not The Tempest, because that's pretty short. I think it's Hamlet.
Fair enough, boys. You actually got that one right. Yes, we're like kind of as smart as 11-year-olds. Not really. You only got one right the whole time. But you know, that's it. Do you know what? I'm not even sure we have enough time for one more question. Maybe if we're really quick about it. What is the tallest breed of dog in the world? Tallest. We've got to be quick. Quick.
A Great Dane.
Yeah, you've done it again. Well, a Great Dane. Yeah, well, I guess yeah, that was what you meant anyway, wasn't it? So yeah, you got the final two right. So fair enough, boys. Durham University students, kind of smart as 11-year-olds. We're gonna have to wrap it up now, though. But I think these are two pretty successful candidates. You've graduated from the School of PalTV. Well done. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much.
Hello, and we are back, and we are with the Open Elite 8, and we've got St Hild and St Bede. Shout out to Eve Myers, my friend, who's watching because her boyfriend's racing in this boat. You thought we weren't going to film it. Here we are. We are filming.
Oh, it's a very tight race.
It's a tight race. They are both thundering down the race course.
They are going very fast.
They are pushing themselves. They're against Tyne Arc.
Head to head here.
It's head to head, honestly. This is one of the most exciting races we've had all day.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who's going to come out of this one. The winner.
I cannot picture who's going to win this one. Ooh. But they're really going for it.
Yeah, you can really see the effort, yeah.
Yeah, and you can hear the screams on the bank.
Can
and
hear
they're
the
just
crowd
going
going.
over through the bridge. And hopefully we should get the results soon.
They're still neck and neck, I think, from what I can see.
Here we go, they're going through Bass Bridge right now. Oh, they'll be pushing through to the end, especially with how neck and neck it is.
Ooh, it's gonna be close.
It's gonna be a close one, and I cannot wait to find the results out of this one.
Yeah, me too.
Hope the Twitter updates soon with that result. I mean, Hillbead landing stage is full of supporters from Hillbead, so
Yes,
I'm
you
sure
can
they'll
see.
be waiting in anticipation for that result.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, just a result from earlier from race 203, Women's Elite 4+. Durham University Boat Club beat Newcastle UBC 2 lengths.
Ooh.
Good for them.
The rivalry we were talking about
Yeah,
earlier.
the rivalry is ongoing. We've got
We have
another
another race
coming.
underway.
We've got the Open Elite 8 Collingwood, race 202. By Tyne again. Oh, another race against Tyne.
Ooh.
And again, they're going full force down
Yeah,
this
I can see them
race
going full
course.
force down the river here. You can see the amount of effort they're putting in.
I think this is where we really see how good
Yeah.
some of the college clubs have the capacity to be.
Indeed. Ooh. Are
And
we seeing-
again, it is neck and neck. Tell you what, we've had some two really exciting races back to back with these two Elite 8s.
Is there a lead? Is there a
We
gap
have
that's
results
being created?
from race 205. Women's Junior 15 4 times. Tyne Arc beat Durham School 3 lengths. Oh, they're coming through Bass Bridge back onto this race.
Still very close.
It's neck and neck. There's nothing in it. Collingwood is squeezing against their components, Tyne Arc.
Trying their best to create a gap.
I don't know if they're going to get one this far into the
Oh,
race,
gosh.
but they can try. We have race 170 Open J18 single. Chesley Street beat Tyne Arc by 1.5 lengths. I'm waiting for that Hillbead result.
Yeah, me
that's
too.
what I'm waiting for.
Me too. That was exciting. Got my heart is still pumping. from
I
that.
mean, those 8 races just there.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I mean, they were thundering down the race course. It's been great to see some real competitive boats towards the end of this day.
Yes, we have seen the quality of these races, especially the last 2 races we've seen. The quality has been quite high. So hopefully we will be watching some great races the rest of the evening today.
We've got some more people leaving at the moment. I suppose it is getting towards the end of the day, but just remember, if you want to continue the party when you're at home, you gotta be listening to this live stream. You gotta be watching. You gotta be
Yes.
subscribing. You gotta be liking. You gotta be commenting.
Yes. Grab some popcorn.
Yes.
And tune in.
Popcorn.
Yes.
That
popcorn
sounds
does
good.
sound really good right now.
Popcorn sounds really good, like hot buttery popcorn, like
Yes.
cinema popcorn sounds really
Yes.
good right now. And that is because we've got a real entertaining day. And popcorn is just everything for it. Although I still want to try the waffles that are on offer.
Yes.
Yeah. I hope they're still here when we finish.
If you are at the race course, there is a lot of food that you could be getting all down this river while waiting for the races.
We have a vendors video as well. Stay tuned for that. If you want to know about all the food that's out and about today.
I mean, who doesn't want to know about food?
Food's the great. We interviewed the waffle company in particular.
That should be good. That should be a good video. I mean, I want to know about waffles.
What's your favorite waffle? What would be your go-to toppings on a waffle?
I think a Nutella waffle, maybe some
Yeah,
strawberries on
yeah.
top. Can't go wrong.
Oh, I went to one of the waffle places in town.
Yeah.
And I think it was right before I was meant to be doing an erg session. How fitting!
How fitting.
Oh my god! And I very much was not feeling something heavy. As much as I'm normally the person that craves all the chocolate, literally
Right
just
before.
everything. I am a chocolate fiend.
Oh, I love that.
But I went for fresh berries, maple syrup.
Ooh, that
and
sounds
cream.
really good.
And it was really good. I would highly recommend. But I think, yeah, I feel like I'm into some chocolate.
Yeah.
I want some chocolate waffles after this.
I mean, after a long day.
Yeah.
What could be better?
We're just waiting for some results to come in. I want to know what happened with those 2 elite races.
Me too. Me too. We will be updating you guys as soon as we know. As soon as we are updated, we will let you know. There's a bit of a
racing lull
here.
again.
Yes.
Yeah.
But hey, you get to listen to us talk. So
yeah, about
that's
waffles.
always fun.
About waffles. Are we making you hungry, guys?
Ooh, comment what your favorite topping is. On
comment what your favorite topping is.
Yes, we would love to know.
Oh, comment if you've been having the food post race. I want to know what you've been eating.
Yes.
After you've finished your race, even if you've lost. You know, you gotta have commiseration food.
Yes, some pick-me-up food. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Let us know what you've been eating here.
I've heard the Greek food is really good as well.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, we have a result from race 202. Open Elite 8, Collingwood College beat Tyne Arc by a quarter of a length. Ooh, so we're just waiting to hear back about that win, whether it went to Tyne or Hillbead. I wonder what will happen.
The anticipation
I
is palpable.
I know. Anticipation. There's still quite a lot of people on the bank, which is nice to see. The wind has not put people off. Oh, we have the safety boat out again.
That explains the lull, yeah.
Yeah. Just trying to get a glimpse of where it might be.
Yeah, what do you think's going on? Something happened down
I can't quite see anything.
Is there anyone up there with you who can go get run a battery?
We are just trying to find out what the safety boat is up
Although
to.
I promise as soon as we get all the details, we'll let you know.
We have more races.
We've got lots more lined up in the next hour and a bit. So make sure you're tuned in.
How many people are in a safety boat? Is it two?
There's
People?
2 or 3, I think. That tends to be it. But yeah, it doesn't. I can't quite see what's happening at the moment.
Seems to be near the beginning, near the start of the race, start of the course. Not quite sure what's going on. It is lovely to see that.
Shout out to Jake Hubbard, who's asking me if I want a Corona beer. I'm all right. I'm all right. I don't think it'd be the best thing to drink whilst live streaming. Ooh, another race has just kicked off.
Let's see if we can peek over and see who's racing.
We don't quite know which race is going on at the moment. Oh, yeah, we do. It's race 190 on your program. So it's race 201.
Yarn School beat Edinburgh
Yarn,
University.
yes.
Boat Club.
Sorry.
All good. All good.
It's because Edinburgh's currently racing as well. I got a bit mixed up. We've got an hour left of broadcasting. Hopefully we get through all those races.
Some high quality content coming your way. Ooh, this is actually quite a tight race.
It's Tyne Rowing Club currently in the lead as we head over to Hillbead landing stage.
Ooh, there's a gap that's forming.
Tyne is pushing on.
Quickly pulling ahead.
They are looking speedy as they are coming into the finish.
They are
Yeah.
They are in a good rhythm there.
Yeah, it's women's elites quad sculls, and they are looking tidy out there on the river today.
They don't seem to be breaking a sweat.
They are cutting glass.
Cutting glass. That is the phrase of the day, I think. Phrase of the day, cutting glass.
That's your next Instagram caption.
Yeah.
They're just coming up to Bass Bridge now. Tell you what, this weather really can't decide what it's doing. It's raining again, but it's sunny as well. We've got Edinburgh University just through Bass Bridge there. Tell you what, if you didn't know the names of all the bridges in Durham, you do now.
And we do have a lot of bridges. We do have a lot of bridges here.
Well, tomorrow you should be tuned in because they're going through Elbit Bridge.
Ooh.
And there could be quite a lot of collisions tomorrow. I know my friend who's rowing tomorrow didn't realise it was long course, and she's now freaking out about the fact that she has to row through the, through the bridge. I've had many collisions going at a normal steady pace with the bridge. So race pace through the bridge is always something to behold.
Ooh, we have another race underway here. Another big gap between the two boats.
This is Durham School versus Tyne.
Coming down the river now.
Coming down the river.
Ooh, they're quite close to each other. Is this a single?
These are singles,
race,
and
yeah?
there's quite an impedance on another boat's line. I mean, they're losing, so it's not too much of a pressure, but that's again shows the importance of steering in a race.
Yeah, especially in the singles, as we've mentioned before. Oh, the amount of strength it must take to propel yourself forward in a singles boat, I can't even imagine it. You're all by yourself.
Your bum really hurts by the end of it.
I can imagine.
Everyone always thinks rowing's about the arms, and it's really not. It's all about propelling your body from the legs, and that's when you get a real sore bum.
Well, rowers then have bums of steel, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I wish I did. I feel, yeah. Like the thing that you do feel your bum in a single.
Yeah.
I mean, you feel it. If you always know your technique's good if you're feeling it from your glutes.
Oh, you heard it here first. Some insight into rowing from our resident expert. What is your favorite area to train when you're preparing for a race?
Do you know, I'm bad. I hate doing weights. So I'm not a weights person. I don't train lower body or upper body or whatever. I just like being out on the water.
Yeah, fair enough.
We've got another short break from commentating in a bit. It's just coming up. It's going to be another Mr. and Mrs. I feel like I'd be terrified to do a Mr. and Mrs. or a Mrs. and Mrs. or
Me too.
Whatever with your significant partner.
But this should be a fun segment. Stay tuned.
Yeah, especially in front of a live audience. Big shout out to all the people that have been getting involved and coming up to us in our live studio. It's really great to see that people are just keen to get involved. So shout out to everyone who's taken part in a little video so far today.
A little studio segment.
Race course start through 37 yards school and on Middlewood through 38 and Mary's College. One beginning at 180.
We've currently got 3 mics.
Yeah. I think I wonder if you guys can comment below which little video in our little outside studio you've enjoyed the most so far today. Is it the Mr. and Mrs.? Is it Are You Smarter Than an 11-year-old? We want to know what's been the most entertaining. We've got a whole other day of commentating tomorrow and little videos. We can put more in if you're interested more in the Mr. and Mrs. or any of the little interviews that we've been doing with all the rowers. Or if you're rowing tomorrow and you want to be interviewed, let us know and we will set that up for you.
If you have any friends that you want to shout out to do a little segment who are going to be here tomorrow, please let us know. Please get them to come by. We would love to see them in the live studio. Yeah, to have some fun little games.
If you crash tomorrow at Elbit Bridge, it would be fantastic to interview you tomorrow. Mainly fantastic for us, not so fantastic for you. But it'd be really good to get some more feedback. We've got a 8 coming up at the moment. Oh, that looks like a Mary's boat. Ooh, another Mary's. It is. It's Philly G. Shout out to Philly G boat. It's Mary's boat, but sadly they are losing to Yarm School by quite a considerable amount.
They're trying their best though.
Yeah, it's a novice crew. It's a novice crew. Yep. So shout out to all the novices. You know, you guys are putting yourself out there on a huge stage.
Yes, bravery, I think.
Yeah,
that is. Yeah, being very brave.
But we'll have to take. Yeah, shout out to all the novices who've been they've been training hard. You know, at the start of the year, they probably have never been in a boat before.
And
so
you couldn't tell based on this.
I know.
Everyone's been fantastic.
Everyone's been fantastic. And it's really great to see people getting out there. Right, we're heading back to that Mr. and Mrs. video you've all been anticipating.
Yes, see you back very soon.
See you soon.
Hello, we're back to the Riverside studio and we're here with George and Annabelle. They've been together for coming up to 5 months now and we're here to play another round of Mr. and Mrs. You guys ready?
Of course, yeah.
Ready to go. Woo, confident couple, like that. Right, should we go?
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, question number 1. And also, as always, the purple side says you and the pink side says me. Right. Who wears the trousers?
Is that right?
Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Maybe, yeah, I guess you probably get the other way around often for that. No.
I'm not really too sure, to be honest, but I'm just going to go with this.
I think maybe 50-50, so I'll go like that actually, when you do it. Yeah.
Nice. Right, second question. Who's the funniest?
I would say...
I feel like you don't, like... I'd say I mostly crack most jokes, yeah.
I'd say he cracks the jokes, but I'm more of like perhaps a laugh at. But
you're a bit more quality over quantity.
You argue that's the funnier one. Yeah, quality over quantity. Okay. He tries to make the joke. I'd say it often is borderline dad jokes, but you know he is funny as well. But I don't know. I'd say I'm more of the comedian.
What you're saying is that he tries a lot and you're just naturally funny.
Doesn't work too much, yeah.
Right, next question. Who's the smartest? We agree on that one.
Yeah, we do different things. I do languages. So I'd say we have different skill sets. Maybe he is a good like essay editor. To be fair, it's pretty useful.
I'd say like because you speak 3 languages. I'll allow that. So I think you're more.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say you're smarter than me.
Okay. Oh, sweet.
No, he's bringing himself down. He's a smart boy as well. He's a post-grad, so he must be pretty smart.
Right. Ready? Who's the smelliest?
Yeah, no, it's definitely me.
Yeah. We've had a thing recently, and his socks, no offense, George, are awful. Like, he's trying to...
I don't know why, but like whenever I take my shoes off, my socks smell really badly, so we have to like put it outside the room because it smells so bad. I don't know why. I have no clue why. I always I wash my socks and everything, but I have no clue.
I hope you guys at home are very glad that you're tuned in to this episode of The Regatta. Thank you for watching. Right, next question. Who approached who first? Who made the first move? Is that a 50-50 going on?
Because I don't remember.
I mean, we were pretty drunk, to be fair, but I think it's definitely you though.
Maybe. Are you me?
Yeah.
What did I do?
You just came up to me and said, "Do you go to Eton?" I was like, "No, I don't go to Eton," and then just kind of went from there, to be honest.
love. Right.
He's more of a, he asked me to go out though, like he followed it up, I'd say he pursued it afterwards. Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet. Who do you think has the better style?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think judging from today's looks, I would agree with that one as well. No offense, George. Who is the tidiest?
Yeah, I think you are. Yeah.
Nice.
Same. I'm a bit OCD. I keep my house very clean, but it's pretty tidy
Yeah,
as
it's
well.
always tidy whenever I go around there. So yeah.
And last question, it's a bit of a naughty one. Who's the most promiscuous?
Ooh.
Ooh, interesting answers.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, thank you so much, Annabelle and George, for playing. That was a very interesting Mr. and Mrs. segment. And we're going to head back to the commentary very, very, very shortly. Thank you for watching from the Riverside team.
Welcome back to the live commentary here at Durham Regatta. If you are just joining us, welcome. Welcome to the live stream. We have been having a lot of fun chatting about rowing, chatting about waffles. We've been chatting about everything under the sun, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. What a great day to be alive.
Indeed, indeed, especially on such a fine day of rowing that we've seen. We have a couple of boats out on the water right now.
We've got, I believe we've got Hill Bede rowing against Chesley Street.
Are Hill Bede hanging in there?
I think it's Chesley Street that's hanging in there and fighting. Hill Bede have got a sizable lead. Although I'm not, I think the commentator has called it wrong because that is not Hill Bede.
Interesting.
Those are children.
It might be Sunderland and Chesley Street.
Sunderland City and Chesley Street.
Yeah.
There is
a sizable gap, though.
There is a sizable gap, but you know what? They are juniors, and this is the start of their career.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they shouldn't take this. If they do lose, they shouldn't take the defeat too harshly.
Yeah. I think the experience is what matters, as we said before.
Yeah, definitely. Any experience is good experience for
Exactly.
rowing. Even if it goes horrifically wrong, there's always something to learn from.
Exactly. I mean, they've had the experience today of dealing with the crowd, dealing with the cheers from everyone.
The expectations.
Exactly. Yeah.
Dealing with the cold. You know, the cold, the wind, the waiting around for the schedule to be corrected.
Exactly. All these delays. We've pulled through, though. They've pulled through.
Oh, we have a result in the 2:11 Women's Elite Four. Durham School beat Tees Rowing Club by 2 lengths.
Congratulations to them. Ooh, an elite double sculls race we have here.
Currently, we've got 2 coxed quads out on the river. And there's quite a sizable lead there for Hexam Rowing Club right there.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just typing results.
Ooh, a big gap here.
Big gap against their competitors.
They do seem quite young. Is this another junior?
It might be another junior crew versus Hexam.
Yeah.
We've got another race result for race 212 Open Junior 18 single. Queen Elizabeth High School beat Yarm School by 3 lengths. Congrats to them. So it's the Junior 14 Cox Quad Squalls. Cox Quad Skulls.
It's quite a mouthful. That.
It is a mouthful. Finishing off at Bass Bridge. And we have Berwick Arc. Berwick, shout out to Berwick, they were my old club. Berwick in the elite doubles, smashing their competitors currently. By quite a bit. They look, I'm not gonna lie, they look really comfortable.
Yeah, I do see that.
They're not pushing themselves too hard. They can see they've got a sizable lead.
In a bit, we will be cutting away to another little video for you to enjoy.
Make sure that you're engaging with us. You know, we want to hear from you. We want to know what you're enjoying. We want to be putting out content for you all the time that you are loving.
Yes.
You didn't make Athens, and after so much effort, I was wondering, how did you bounce back from that? Was that something that had a big impact on you? Did it take a lot to sort of recover from that?
Yeah, I think I had this kind of real utopian view of the Great Britain team, that it was like the pinnacle of sport, and it's amazing, and etc. So I left Durham, and I went, convinced my mum and dad that I wasn't going to go and get a job, and they still had to fund me for the year after sport because I didn't get paid anything, or paid very little from the lottery funding. That was 2004, the 2004 season. So to take a shot at the Athens Olympics, and I was good enough. I got into the team. We got beaten by every single boat possible, but that was a really difficult year for me. We went through a trial, and they said that I was the one that was slowing the boat down, and they were going to replace me. We were at Dorney Lake, and I remember, in a room with Jürgen Grobler and the coach of the boat at the time, and I was obviously very angry and upset, and kind of verbalised that quite aggressively, not physically, but very verbally aggressively to them. And then I kind of caught myself halfway through, and I said, "Look, the decision's been made. There's no point arguing this. It's just done." And the first question I asked myself was like, do you think that you're good enough? And the answer that came back was yes. So, okay, well, if you think you're good enough, are you willing to therefore then keep going with it, keep pursuing it, and proving not only yourself wrong, but other people wrong? So absolutely. So I had no idea what that journey was going to look like or what I needed to do to get there, but I just knew I was going to be good enough. And 4 years later, I was sitting at the start line of the Olympic final, ironically with the brother of the person who kicked me out from the Athens Olympics, who never went on to represent their country again. But for me, it was just a vindication of my own inner conviction and inner belief of what I did.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to our live studio space.
I know. How great does it look out here? I mean,
You
it's
say
annoying.
that and the sun just went away.
Yeah, the sun literally just disappeared right as soon as we were starting.
Commentator's curse.
But we have a Dark crew out currently. Shout out to Dark. Sorry, I'm giving a lot of shout outs to the clubs that I know. We've got Dark versus Tyne, it appears, and Dark are winning.
They're doing a great job out there.
These are the Masters crews, and do you know what? I do really like seeing Masters crews out there because they're the old people.
Yeah,
you know?
more experienced.
More experienced, but they tend to be people that are like plus 40, 50, and I feel like with a lot of athletes, their careers end really young.
Yeah.
And it's really good that rowing has masters races. Sometimes you see people as old as 70 racing.
Wow.
Yeah, that's my aim. to be
That's
racing
the goal.
at the age
That
of
is
70.
the goal. I mean, if you're doing what you love, and you're able to do that when you're 70, I mean, what more?
I know. It's like when you see those people who are like 70 running marathons, it's just like, it's so inspirational to see.
That is true.
But yeah, it's really close at the finish now between Dark and Tyne, and I look forward to hearing the results of that. Just some results coming in from earlier. 180, race 180, women's beginners 8+ Yarm School beat St Mary's College easily. Is the comment that we have. It was an easy win, sadly, for Mary's, but
a school beating a college.
Yeah,
college
school
team?
beating a college team. And then we've got a tight race currently. We've got the double sculls.
Oh, it's neck and neck right now.
It's a tight race.
Oh, they're just pulling away.
Yeah, it's good to see racing at the end of the day that's exciting because,
yes,
it is a long day.
I agree.
Racing has been going on since 8 a.m. in the morning at the very earliest, I believe.
Yes, and you guys have to be up, what, like 7,
it's early.
6?
It's early if you're...
Yes.
You should really, if you're a rower, a lot of people tend to get there at least an hour before their race.
Yeah, get warmed up.
Especially if you're... if it's not a home race in particular, then you have to take off all the riggers, you have to de-rig the boat, and then and then you have to re-rig the boat before the race, and that's always stressful if you don't if the traffic's bad and you're traveling on the day. I know for Hexam Regatta the other week, I think there was a 5 a.m. bus.
Whoa.
Maybe 6.
Whoa. Still early though. Still
very
early.
Very early.
To be up and doing all of that, plus racing, plus
Yeah.
rowing
And
on top
I mean,
of that.
like the nerves by the end of the day as well. You must be nervous, thinking, "Oh my gosh, my race is maybe the last race, or like before the finals."
Yeah.
And you're waiting all day whilst all these other people are coming and going, and they're done. They
Yep.
can then enjoy. They can go for Pims. I don't know if there is a Pims van, but
I'm sure there is somewhere down here.
Oh, there is a Pims van. Did you know a couple years ago the reason why there's not allowed to be like tents for each of the boat clubs? A couple years ago, the DU had their own Pims marquee, and it was so windy it flew onto the race course.
No! Oh no!
Oh, I heard that. I had to go to a volunteering thing the other day, and that's the reason why it's now banned. There are a couple marquees. Maybe some of them are like industrial strength.
Oh my
but,
god!
But I would
so
not
they
want
don't
to.
blow onto
I
the
would
river.
not want a little marquee at this point. We've got Cox Quads coming through.
Oh, another.
We've got Chesley Street out in front with a decidable lead.
Yep, it looks to be another junior race as well.
Big up, juniors. You're doing good.
Yes, shout out to all the juniors competing
It
today.
looks like Chesley Street versus Durham schools.
Yes, Chester's pulling away, it appears.
Do you know what? It must be hard for like all the Durham boats if they're losing on their home territory.
Yes.
You know, this is the river that they're constantly rowing on.
That's
and
true.
then for people who don't have the Durham River, and Durham River is rather slim as a river, and
Compared to others, yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not the easiest river to row down, and for a crew that doesn't row at Durham, it must be hard. Oh, we have a dark versus dark race. It's we have.
Ooh, it's quite close as well.
Yeah, it's David versus Nick, or is it not? Yes. No, it's not the dark versus dark race yet. That's coming later. Sorry, but it is. We've got.
It is still quite a close race.
It's a close race, but it looks like Dark are losing this one.
Seems to be a gap forming. Ooh. The mental strength you must have to keep going, especially in a singles boat.
It's a mental battle.
Yeah,
it is. We've got another result coming in here. We've got race 206 Open Elite double. Berwick Arc beats Leeds University by 3 lengths.
Ooh.
Shout out to them.
Indeed, and I think the Masters race that we saw earlier, is that the one that you just shouted out?
The 242 Masters, Durham Arc beat Tyne-Arc.
Yes.
By a quarter length.
Yes.
Good on them. That's what we like to hear.
That is what we like to hear. Some exciting race results
Yes.
just coming in.
Have you guys been inspired by all the races that have been going on today? If so, you should get yourself down to the local rowing club. They are running learn to row courses everywhere around the country. And you know what? Maybe we'll be filming you guys one day in future broadcasts.
Maybe we'll be commentating on your win. Who
Yeah,
knows?
exactly. So you should get into rowing and then see yourself on PalTV.
The best sport in the world.
Yes.
That is what we are putting out here today.
We've got some more double sculls coming up. It looks like we've got a yarn boat.
Was it quite a close race?
This is a close one.
Ooh, you can really see the effort that's going into these rowers here.
It's a J18 double sculls. Tees versus Yarm, but Yarm are ahead at the moment. But not by much. Yarm. Tees have put in a nice push towards Bass Bridge.
They seem to be closing that gap just a little
They are.
bit.
They're trying their hardest.
I think they're back to neck and neck here as they pass the bridge.
Yeah, if they go through Bass Bridge, it's looking like neck and neck.
It's going to be hard to tell who wins that one. We'll have to keep an eye out in the results.
We've got another result coming in. We've got 208 Open Elite doubles. Lancaster University beat Tees Rowing Club by half a length. And then 181 Open Junior 15 singles. Durham School beat Tees Rowing Club. Nice.
Always nice to see Durham win.
Yeah.
Always
nice to see Durham win. We've got more double sculls coming up.
Oh, more doubles coming up. Indeed.
It looks like it's Dark again, in Dark's Secret. That's the name of their boat.
Dark
Yeah,
Secret.
is there any funny boat names that you've been seeing? I know there's one boat that's called Usain Bolt.
Ooh, that's an interesting
If
one.
you've seen some cheeky boat names out there, make sure that you are commenting them below. I
We
want to
want
hear
to
your
them.
funny boat names.
We do want to hear them.
No Boaty McBoat faces, though.
What's the craziest boat name you've been on?
I really like Dark Chocolate. That's because
Ooh.
especially for Dark, they use the abbreviation of their boat club for those of them.
Oh, I love that.
I'm trying to think. There's the Usain Bolt one is good.
Yeah.
I think that is a fantastic name.
I think that's
for a
quite
boat.
clever.
It's really clever. It's
Fastest
really good.
boat in the
But then
world.
you've really got to live up to the name, though,
Yeah, I
haven't
would
you?
say
You've
that's a
really
lot of
got to
pressure.
be speedy.
That's a lot of pressure. Maybe it's their secret weapon, though. You know.
Yeah.
Intimidate their opponents.
Intimidate.
Yeah.
We've got another race result in for you. 220 Open Elite single sculls. Durham School beat Durham Arc. 3 lengths. Nice.
Oh, another Durham.
Another Durham. Durham versus Durham, but just
versus
different
Durham,
clubs.
yeah.
There's a lot of clubs in Durham,
Indeed.
honestly.
Say Durham 10 times fast. You can't.
Yeah. We've got more double sculls coming up along the river. Sizable lead for
Not sure. who
Tees,
that
I
is. Is that Tees?
believe.
Yeah.
Versus Durham
You
School.
seem to be in a comfortable lead.
It might be Tees versus Teesside, which is quite cheeky.
Quite cheeky.
Another double sculls race coming
Ooh.
up. Ooh.
A lot of doubles we have
We
lined
are
up.
treating you to some double sculls this afternoon. Oh my god. We've got Doncaster School and Race School side.
Just be waiting for them.
I know, we're waiting for the double skulls.
The anticipation that is building up.
It's nice to see that people are still on the bank watching.
Indeed.
There must be some keen rowers or keen rowing fans. Okay.
We will be cutting to a video soon. But stay tuned for more rowing action here at PalTV. We are excited to bring you the latest results that are coming in.
Also, if you just looked behind you, you would have seen St. John's with their cool, funky rowing blazers. They are
Yes,
still the only
indeed.
rowing club wearing these rowing blazers, but check them out.
One river, one aim.
Through shine and rain.
Every stroke of every oar.
Driven by hours of pain. With fire in the belly.
The heroic of heart.
Take to the stage. To make waves in history.
Built on legends from history.
Thousands of stories since 1834.
All told on the same river, with the same aim.
The chance to make the name.
This is Durham Regatta.
My name's David Freeman. I'm the newly elected Mayor of Durham. I was just elected on Thursday, so this is my first official sort of mayoral engagement for the year.
What brings you here today? You've been enjoying the races so far?
Yes, enjoyed some races. I think the weather is causing a few problems in that I think it's a bit windy. Some oars hitting, oars from each other's boats connecting, so they've had to start again. I mean, there's a lot of good races to be had, and hopefully the weather will just calm down a little bit to ensure that all the races happen before midnight.
Have you been to sort of many regattas before, and how have you seen it change over your time as a sort of a city councillor?
I've been to a few regattas in my time, obviously living in Durham, born in 1970, so it is something that has happened every year, apart from the last 3 years, of course. So I think it's great that so many people have turned up today, because we haven't had the regatta for 2 years of COVID, and I think it didn't happen last year either. Or if it did happen, the public couldn't attend. But I think it's increased in the number of people who are coming. But I know in the past they've actually had Olympic rowers here, so it's certainly an event on the rowing calendar. And of course we've got teams from Durham City Rowing Club, and of course all of the colleges as well. I know that rowing is quite a big thing for each college, and the competition between each college to be the best. But it's great to see.
Well, thank you so much for your time, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the regatta.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Come back.
Yeah, thanks for joining us again. We've got, I believe we have race 223 on at the moment, Queen Liz High School versus Hexam/Tyne Composite. Oh, yeah, we've just had that confirmed. And it is close.
Ooh, they're well underway.
Yeah, they're both, again, storming down the river right there.
Yeah, you can really tell they're putting their all into this.
I think it's really satisfying to see an 8 when it's really good.
Yeah,
like,
when it's this close as well.
When it's this close, when their technique is this good, it's just really nice to see them succeeding.
Exactly. They all seem to be in sync almost.
Yeah,
Both
they
boats as
really
well.
are.
Ooh.
It's just nice to see it when it's going well.
Yes.
I mean, we've seen a couple novice 8s today, and like they have been doing so well. But there's room for improvement, as with everything, you know. It's always something that you can always tackle and always improve upon.
Indeed.
But they're doing well.
How long would you say training with your teammates? How long does it take to kind of get in the groove when you're in a team of 8?
I feel like sometimes it can take a couple months to really perfect it.
Yeah.
It's not something that comes really easily straight away. It's something that does take a while. Like I think a lot of the boats that have been winning recently, I think it might have been a year's worth of training.
Wow.
To really perfect it at that level.
Shout out to all the rowers.
Yeah, shout out to all the rowers.
Commitment.
Yeah, all those half-6 sessions are really paying off right now if you're winning.
Yes.
Just think about it like that. Think about it like that.
All those early morning wake-ups.
Yeah, they're all worth it when you're getting... Well, actually, the prizes are really cool this year. So if you win in a single or a double, you get a hip flask.
Wow.
So that's quite cool.
Yeah.
And if you win in any other boat, it's a tankard. And the tankard's obviously the traditional prize that you tend to get, especially a tankard. I think a tankard's cooler than a medal. Yeah. I'd rather get a tankard for something than a medal.
Ooh.
Yeah, but you get a hit flask if you win in a single or a double, I believe.
That sounds really cool.
A hit flask, yeah. Sneak that into your balls.
No, into the next formal.
Into the next formal.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that. But yeah, what if you could win something? Like, what would your ideal prize be?
Ooh, I'm really hungry right now, so I really want some food. Maybe churros.
There is a churro van. There is a churro van, so you could totally win on churros.
I know, so close yet so far.
Well, just remember, everyone who subscribes is in the chance of winning a £30 champagne bar voucher. So if you're in the mood for winning something and you're not a rower, subscribe. So then you can get some cheeky champagne vouchers.
Yes. I mean, who doesn't want?
Exactly.
Who doesn't want champagne? £30 worth of champagne.
I'm just so competitive. I would literally want to win. You know the guess the name of the teddy, like things from when you were younger, or like a raffle, or anything like that.
Yes,
I'm a key
I totally feel you there.
Yeah, but it's, I think as well, like going back to like whether you want to win a tankard, whether you want to win cool stuff like. Oh, is it still? Can we still go? You keep talking. Oh, okay. Going back to just like tankard or, you know, a trophy or a medal. I think it's cool when you get like an engraved plate as well.
Ooh, that's fancy, yeah.
Yeah,
Because then it's like your name set in stone, kind of, you know?
Have you ever won anything like that? Never
not
got
something engraved, no. Medals, yes, but... Ooh, actually, maybe I have back in the day.
I've got a history prize engraved with my, you know, that's
a big
prize
flex
that
over
you
there.
really want. I've got a history prize engraved with my name on it.
I mean, who needs an Olympic medal when you have
yeah,
history prize?
Historian of the year.
I love that. I love that.
Oh my god. Yeah, who needs an Olympic medal?
Yeah, come on. Come on. When you can get a hip flask, I mean...
Yeah, hip flask. Right, so we've got some more race results in for you. 219, Open J18 double. Yarm School beat Tees Rowing Club by half a length.
Ooh.
And then race 215, Open Junior 15 double. Durham Arc beat Durham Schools by 2 lengths. Keep the wins coming, guys.
I'm sure they're trying.
Yeah,
they are trying.
It's exciting that we're getting on to like all the finals at the end of the day.
Yes.
Because I mean that's what's exciting. The finals.
Yes, the finals.
So.
You can see the real competitive spirit come out in the finals, can't you?
Well, something is really nice as well. A lot of the time at the finish, I don't think you really catch it on camera, but a lot of the time, even if you've lost, it's tradition in rowing to be like 3 cheers for the other crew, hip hip hooray,
that's
hip,
so
hip.
nice.
And then if you the losers tend to say that for the other boat first, and then the winning boat will then say it for the other boat.
That's so nice.
Just to really encourage like the friendly,
spirit,
friendly
the
competitive
spirit,
spirit. Because at the end of the day, like the thing that really brings everyone together is the love of rowing.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
the love of the sport in general that you play, and you should always be supportive of the people that you're against.
I guess that's kind of game recognizing game. I mean, if it's been a close race, you know that it could have been anyone who won it. Yeah, kind of recognizing
They
that.
always like. I always like it when I don't know if you're a tennis fan, but I like watching Wimbledon in particular, and they're always like hugging each other after their games after
That is
Wimbledon,
true,
and
yeah.
it's so nice to see.
It is
because,
really nice to see.
like, again, at the end of the day, everything that kind of reunites us all is that love of the sport.
Yes, I agree. I agree. We are waiting for the next race, I think.
Yeah, we've got one more race result. Ooh, 2 more. Cheeky. 178. Women's beginners 8+. Hill beat Butler / Chad's Composite by 1.5 length. Race 225. Open Junior 15 double. Doncaster Schools beat Durham School easily.
Ooh,
Easily.
cheeky word there.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm sure it was a hard race for both sides.
I'm sure they both put their effort into it.
They put their efforts in there. They tried their best.
But it's always hard when you see easily on there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But I mean, it happens.
Yeah.
It does happen.
It's okay. They will bounce back.
They will. They will.
Bounce back.
That'll be determination for the next race. They'll want to win now. But yeah, we also have 209 women's intermediate 8+. Collingwood beat Lancaster Uni by 1/4 length.
Oh, was that the really
that
close
was the
race
really
that we saw?
tight one?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yes.
There's some cheers from the landing from the bank for people going past. We've got a bit of a lull in the racing.
Yeah. But the enthusiasm is still here, even though it's coming to the end of the day.
Yeah, it's getting a bit colder now, but we still have some really keen people out.
Indeed.
And I think as well, like, especially those boats that have travelled up specifically for Durham Regatta, they're still here.
Yeah,
you know?
they are. Yeah.
I hope they've got a nice hotel to go home to at the end of the day.
It'd be good. I think they'd all have a good rest today.
Yeah,
they must be really tired.
If they've raced today, they have a hot bath, get home, have a big dinner.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. Tune into some Netflix, some Love Island, maybe.
Oh, Love Island.
I actually haven't been watching, so I don't really know what's happening.
But yeah, no. It'll be good for them to. It'll be good because they'll know, especially if they're not racing tomorrow and they've still got a race to do today. It'll all be over in about an hour, and I think that's always a relief for people to have.
Yep.
Like, have you ever competed in anything?
Yes.
Because volleyball.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have competed. It is hard when you're going through the whole day and having to stay on top of the schedule, on top of the games. Your mentality starts to waver a bit as you go throughout the day. But you always have your teammates.
Yeah, having
cheering
enough
on.
food as well.
Yes.
I feel like I just literally, I think I emptied the contents of the supermarket the other day as I just tried to buy all the food in the miraculous case that I would be racing all day.
Oh, it's okay. You're here commentating
I'm
on the
here.
races.
But yeah.
What's your go-to race day food?
Well, this morning, I always, if I want a really good session, it's always peanut butter on toast with banana on top,
Oh, I
or a
love that.
bagel.
I
It
love
doesn't
that.
have to be toast. It could be a toasted bagel.
Yeah.
We've got another result coming in. Race 223, Women's Junior 14, 8 Cox. Queen Elizabeth High School beat Hexam/Tyne Composite by half a length. And then race 221, Open J14 for Cox Quad. Hexam Tyne beat Bradford Grammar School by 4 lengths.
Wow.
That's an impressive amount of lengths.
That is
right
an impressive gap there.
Yeah, you can tell things are winding down, but we're still here.
Yes,
and
we are still here.
We
And
want to
you're
hear
still
from you.
here,
Yeah,
hopefully.
you're still here. Hello, everyone.
Please subscribe and like and comment down below what you've liked seeing throughout the day, and yeah, let us know what your favorite part was.
And we'll be here all day tomorrow as well. If there's anything you want us to talk about, if you want to be interviewed, if you want to be part of any of the segments that you've seen before, do you want to find out if you're smarter than an 11-year-old?
Yes.
Please let us know. We want to see if you're smarter than an 11-year-old.
We do. Test your knowledge with us.
Yeah, and we want to see what your Mr. and Mrs. Is like. And we want to interview you if you've got a race tomorrow.
Yes,
so
please
get
come
in
down
touch
here.
with us.
Yes.
Like, we are here for it. We want it. We want the footage. We want the content.
We want the content.
And
We
you
do
want the content too. So please message us if you need
Help
anything.
us help you.
Yeah, help us help you guys.
Um,
Yeah. There seems to be quite a big lull in the racing at the moment.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I think is this the longest one we've had? I don't know. We've had quite a few lulls.
Yeah, we've had a few lulls. Maybe there's something going on in the background.
Another
Maybe we
safety
don't
boat,
know.
maybe. Can't tell.
I can't quite see any races coming down, but everyone's still about.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose now what happened as well at the end of Division 1, we got to all the finals and everyone was still at the end of their races.
Oh my gosh.
And we were just waiting for them to travel back down right to the start. So I'm sure this is similarly what's happening. People are finishing their races and we're waiting for them to come back to the start for them to go right into their final.
I was just gonna ask, how is that coming all the way back down?
It's not too bad.
Okay.
I mean, you just need to make sure that you're out of the way of the incoming boats. I wouldn't quite like to be caught in the middle of a quick 8 or anything like that. You just got to make sure your steering's good. But it's easier because you're not racing at that
That's
point.
true.
You're just trying to like stroll along, and there's so many other boats in front of you as well that you just need to make sure that you're not banging into each other.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fair enough.
But, yeah.
But having to go right into a final right after you just done
Yeah.
your race, that's difficult. That sounds
It's-
hard.
Yeah. I think there was quite a couple in this morning who literally just had to stay on the water, and they might have been on the water for maybe an hour or two,
Wow.
depending on how long their wait time was. And yeah, they just had to go straight into it.
Oh,
It's
wow.
it's sometimes just what happens, but it's
the
luckily
rowing life.
it's a lot of short bursts, so of energy. I think a lot of people, like, I always make sure I have water in the boat. You
Can you
put
fit like snacks in there?
yeah, you can. Some people, I remember really at the end of one of my races, someone just brought out a packet of jelly babies.
I love that.
Yeah, and
I love
passing
that.
them down the boat.
Thinking
We've
ahead.
got some single sculls coming along. The action is right back at us. It looks like it's Leeds versus Tees, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah.
I can't quite tell.
It's not quite a
Oh,
close
maybe.
race.
I
There
think
is
it
a
might
big
be
gap.
Chesley. It's Chesley Street versus Leeds, and it looks like Chesley Street is powering ahead.
Yeah, Leeds trailing a little bit here.
Although he's doing a final push to make sure that he can try and get in there.
Yeah, you
But
can
it's-
try and see him.
Chesley Street's
yeah.
looking behind him, seeing how far he has to go. No, that's the excruciating part. It's like you're at the last bit. You're so tired. You want the lactic
Yeah.
acid has built up in your muscles, and you're really desperate to just get this thing over with.
Just get over the line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's such a joy when it comes to racing. Like I remember trying to get novices into rowing, and I was there like, just wait until you have your first race. Just wait until you have your first race. Like, it's the best feeling ever. And loads of people, I think, I mean, a lot of people say that rowing's a bit of a cult. I think it's like what really makes people stay is the fact that the racing is just so much fun.
That's true.
It's incredibly good.
Yeah. We are going to a creative segment, guys. So,
stay tuned to that.
Yeah, stay tuned. It should be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. It should be really good. Like, I hope you've been enjoying the creative segments we've been showing for you at the moment.
Yes, our team has been working very hard to give them to you.
But
sorry, we are just awaiting instruction on what.
We currently have a single sculls race at the moment, and we are being
ushered away.
We are being ushered away.
Yes, but please stay tuned. We do have a creative segment coming up soon, and the racing should. We should go back to the racing soon, but stay tuned for more commentary from us.
Oh. We've got another race coming up the river.
The sun's back out.
Stuff. Yeah, the sun is back out.
Oh, and it's back down again.
We've got a Cox 4, I believe, coming up the river at the moment. Pushing through to the finish.
2 key races, so keep going.
Pushing through to the finish right now. It looks like it's Leeds versus York City currently.
Oh, it does seem like
it's Chad's versus York University.
Ooh,
Come on,
very
guys.
Close. It is very close. They are neck and neck here.
We've got 2 Coxes and a bow loader as well. That's hard when you can't see the technique that's happening in front of you.
Ooh.
You just got to really focus on that finish line. But we have Chad's coming through, really pushing into the finish now.
Just pulling ahead?
Yeah, they are.
Trying to create a gap as much as
York
possible.
City's trying to fight for that finish at the end there. Coming up to Bass Bridge, but it looks like St. Chad's is just pulling through and
just inching
forward.
And
they're still trying their hardest, but it looks like St. Chad's is first round the corner.
We will await the race results as they come in.
We've got another boat coming through. Big cheers on the rank side.
The enthusiasm is still going,
yeah? The enthusiasm is still here.
Ooh, it is a close race, I think.
It's a close one. It looks, well, some red blades coming up, but it looks like it could be a Chesterley Street boat. 228, Women's Junior 18, quad sculls. Oh, it's Queen Elizabeth High School on racecourse side.
Ooh.
And then Doncaster School. 2 schools there.
They seem very competitive. They seem eager. They want this.
Getting competitive from a young age, really.
Yeah.
But they're pushing through.
A 3/4 length.
3/4 length lead. They've got some really nice matching. They've got some really nice matching headwear right there. Do you know what?
Yeah.
They've got pink visors. Pink visors.
The visors are
Lots
back.
of pink visors.
Haven't seen bucket hats in a while.
I think wearing matching outfits makes you quicker.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting take.
Matching outfit. It just looks. I mean, like it just gives you that confidence.
Exactly.
What is it like? Fix up, look sharp. You know. Like,
yeah, exactly. Show up to win. You know, that
you
kind of
show
thing.
you show up to win.
Exactly.
We've got some double sculls coming back up the river as well.
Yes. Yes, indeed. More exciting racing. Another close race here. Is it Doncaster? It is not Doncaster.
It
My bad.
looks as they both looking strong. It's Durham Schools versus Hexam, and Durham Schools are pulling through.
They are well ahead now.
Currently, they are ahead of Hexam with a strong lead, strong decisive lead.
Yes, indeed.
But you know, none of the racers should feel disheartened today because they've put in their all. They've really trained for this. They've worked really hard for this. And like, it'd been a shame for them to be disappointed with themselves because at the end of the day, like we said before, anything can be learned from.
Yes, exactly.
Like, just because it's a loss, it doesn't mean that there's nothing.
There's nothing to learn.
Yeah, there's nothing to learn from
Indeed,
it.
yeah.
That nothing happened, you know?
Yes.
We've got race 224 coming up, Tees and Durham School.
Just
Although
waiting for that race to start.
I can see them off in the far corner.
Up at the start, we have a round of the Open Junior 14 Cox Squads featuring.
We have the Open Junior 14, Chesley Street, Yarm School on the other side.
Another junior.
Another junior
race.
crew. Another junior crew.
Are they on their way? I think they
are. They are on their way. Do you know, their blade work isn't looking the tidiest, but they're making their way up. They're juniors. They got a lot to learn.
Yes, they got time. They got time.
I think it's really satisfying when you, again, like when we were looking at those Elite 8s going past, when you see everything come together, everything's in time.
Everything's
like,
synchronized.
Yeah, yeah.
The blade
it's just,
work is clean.
Yeah, it's so nice to see that.
I agree.
They're looking nice.
Are they? I can't tell. Are they quite close? Is this quite close
no,
race?
I think it's a decidable lead. They're really pushing through. You can hear their coxes calling out to them, telling them to keep going.
Encouraging them, pushing them forward.
Yeah. And you know what? It must be hard being at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like, you've waited all day. All your friends are like, all your friends might have already raced and you're just there. You're just there. You've been waiting all day. And now they finally have their moment to shine. And it's just great to see.
Yes, yes it is. Ooh, the Cox really working hard here.
Yeah, Chesley Street are coming. They're coming, but their Cox. Their Cox really working hard to make sure that they keep going. At the top of the course, we have an Open Junior 14 double. We've got Bradford Grammar School versus Tyne Amateur Rowing Club.
Ooh. Is this another junior?
I think it's a junior versus Amateur Rowing Club. Oh, we have some results coming in. We have the result of 2:17 Open Beginner 4+ Chads beat York Uni by 1 length. Shout out to them.
Ooh, shout out to Chads, indeed.
We have 2:10 Open J18 Chesley Street beat Queen Elizabeth High School 2 lengths. And 2:26 Open Elite Single Durham Arc beat Sheffield City by 4 lengths. Impressive,
Ooh.
nice. We love a 4-length win.
We've seen quite a few 4-length wins today.
Yeah, there's been some really impressive wins.
Ooh, the wind is picking up a bit. I think it's making it a bit harder maybe for the
the wind's
rowers out
really
there.
picking up now. I think it's definitely not making anything easier for all the crews that are out there today. I know, I'm definitely glad that I was rowing in the morning so the wind wasn't as bad as it was today.
I mean, the wind really does make it hard for them to keep a straight line, I guess, when they're racing.
Yeah, it's really hard, and I think this double is really feeling it at the moment, which is a shame. That it's really becoming difficult for them.
Yep, I just saw one of them look behind.
Yeah, they're looking behind, seeing
gap.
what the difference is. You know, they've really shout out to all the boats that are trying their hardest out there, because it's not the best conditions at the moment. And they're working really, really hard.
Exactly. So congratulations to everyone out there who competed through the ups and downs of today's weather.
You might want to stick around because we've got an interesting segment coming up. I won't say anything more than that. I think this needs to be a surprise for you. Do you know what? I think you should request more of these tomorrow.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah. I think you're gonna like this. And if you want to nominate one of your friends for this particular segment, you really should. I think.
Please give them a shout out.
Even you could nominate your enemies for this one. Ooh. That might be more entertaining for you.
Ooh, a bit cheeky there.
Cheeky. Yeah. I won't say any more, but you'll be finding out soon enough. But as the rowing continues, race 198 has just started. We have Lancaster University versus Sheffield University. Battle of the
Lancaster and
universities.
Sheffield.
Right.
We are cutting away to the studio.
We're cutting live to the studio, and you won't want to miss this one.
Just one though, just one. We're here with another segment right now called Capture Amelia's Heart. The aim of this game is to win me over by using your very best chat-up lines. And whoever doesn't capture my heart, well, they're going to get a pie to the face. Let the games begin.
We're here filming Durham Regatta today, Amelia. I want to flow down the river of love with you.
Did it hurt when you fell from heaven into this rowing boat?
Wow.
So is Luke.
You're holding plates there, I see. Well, I want to take you out for the best meal you've ever had.
Nice, nice, nice.
I want to take you out for an Amelia.
Oh.
My name is Amelia, if those at home didn't catch that.
So you're a presenter for PalTV. I want to present my heart to you.
Oh, that was nice. That was really sweet.
Thank you.
You look lovely, and I'd really love to take you out on a date. Going plain and simple with that one.
I don't think that's classed as a pickup line.
You're wearing a wristband. I wish I could band my heart around yours.
I love the way you plaited your hair, Amelia. Maybe I could plait your hair another time together and kind of call that a date.
Luke's excited because he knows
That's
things are way better.
I see we're in the sun today, Amelia. I'd happily stand in the pouring rain for 12 hours for you.
I thought that was going in a different direction for a second.
Wow, Amelia, you're dressed in white. You look like an angel. I love angels.
Are you still going?
I just felt like I needed to say that's the end of the pickup.
Sometimes boats capsize on the river, but there's no cap on the size of my love for you, Amelia.
Way, that was...
Come on.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
Are you going to want that one, Ollie Bell?
He isn't.
He's not.
Luke was absolutely flummoxed.
The pie must be edging closer to his face. Just a bit, right?
I think you might be right there.
Oh. Under pressure, Ollie.
You really should be touching my heart as my boyfriend.
I mean, if I have to, I can try and put another one together.
Maybe we can give you some thinking time. Luke, have you got one up your sleeve?
Oh, so I'm just going for a double whammy. This is going to be a knockout against Ollie. However, I am also flummoxed by myself. I mean, I've never used a pickup line before, and now I'm 5 lines into my pickup line career, and I'm starting to get grey hairs as a result. We're filming boats on the river today, Amelia. I would drown for you. Can't top that, Ollie.
I'm sad because I can tell that a pie is going to be smashing into my face in like a minute.
How much longer do we have on this segment?
I could keep going all night with these pickup lines, to be honest. I don't know if Ollie can, though.
Hey, okay, I've got one.
Oh, Ollie Bell has one.
There's grass over there. I'd love to go on a walk with you on that grass.
If anyone watching would like to drop a pick-up line in the comment section, please do. Clearly, Ollie's running out of ideas.
He is.
Don't forget to hit the subscribe button as well whilst you're at it.
Yeah, for more of Ollie Bell. Not that you'd want that. He's
I wouldn't necessarily
losing
use
this
that as a
one.
selling
So
point of PalTV, right?
I see you're holding the plates with your hands. If you weren't, I'd be holding those hands.
Oh, nice one. Well, I think we've got time for one more pick-up line, Ollie Bell.
Let me just think for a few seconds. Seconds. Amelia, I'm running out of seconds on this segment, but I hopefully never run out of seconds looking into your eyes.
Aww.
Wow.
Okay, well, I think both of you should lower your mics now, just in case. You don't want any cream on the mics. The winner of this segment is Luke Powers. That means...
Come on, yes! Come on, yes! Loser! Loser! No. Come on! Here we go.
Thanks for watching.
Hello, and welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, guys. I'm sure you.
Come on.
Friends and enemies for that segment.
Yes, please.
We
wanna
want
see
to
more
pie
people get pied in the
everyone.
face.
Like, I know I certainly want to pie people off. That came,
Me too.
Yeah.
Imagine pieing off the people that beat you in a race, though.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That would
If
be
you,
fun.
if you've got two people or like two crews willing to pie each other, we need that kind of content on our live stream. So, I think you guys should. I think you should nominate your crews. I think you should nominate your enemies.
Ooh, yes, or maybe a partner if you're in a double.
Yeah, if you're in a double, if you want to pie one of your doubles, I think you should.
Yes, please come down tomorrow to get pied in the face, and yeah.
But first of all, we just want to thank you guys so far for tuning into the live stream all day. Let us know what time you've been listening from. It'd be really cool to see what really piqued your interest. Yeah, what made you think yes, I'm gonna tune into a live stream of a regatta by PalTV all day.
Yes, and also remember we are streaming all day tomorrow as well, from 8 a.m. all the way to the end of the day. So please tune in tomorrow as well to see all the live action, all the exciting races.
Yeah, and it's long course tomorrow, which means crashes. I mean, that should
More
be
drama.
reason alone to tune in. All the crashes tomorrow morning and afternoon. I'm sure there'll be very experienced crews who will be fine, but there has been a couple times where we've had an instance where there has been some crashes, and it is entertaining to see.
Indeed. What are the key challenges you think compared to today that the rowers will face tomorrow?
Obviously, one of them is rowing through Elvet, but it is longer, so
the stamina, I suppose.
Yeah, making sure that your stamina's good, because you're gonna feel real tired. But if you think about people who look tired at the end of the 700 meters, think about how tired they're gonna be at the end of the 1,200 meters.
Oh my gosh, I can only imagine.
So you need to make sure that. I think that's when, like, just making sure that you feel, rested tonight. When you feel like you've had a good amount of food, you've really got to power yourself through, basically. And I think the 1,200 meter long course it's going to be interesting to see how people fare.
Will the rowers today? Will most of them be rowing the long course tomorrow?
Some of them might be. You're allowed to enter one boat from each division, so you theoretically could be racing, like, depending on how many heats there are, you could be racing 12 times this weekend if you make it to the final of each division within your boat. So that's a lot of racing. I certainly know I wouldn't want to do that amount of racing. But yeah, you can enter each division once. So there's quite a few people actually that ended up being in the final of Division 1 that were then freaking out about missing their race in Division 2.
Oh no!
And they had to, but it was fine. They just had to make sure that they told their opposition that they might be a bit late.
Got it.
Okay. This is a nice sport. We all respect each other. So you just need to talk to
With the delays today, I'm sure everything's fine. In the
Yeah,
end.
with the delays, I'm sure people managed to get to their race still.
Yes, exactly.
So they would have been fine. It would be a shame if they missed out just because they were racing in
Oh,
another
no.
race.
No.
You would have been like, we're still committed, but we just can't get out on time because of the delays.
Yeah. Do you prefer doing the long course or 700 meters?
700 meters.
Yeah.
I would not, if I was steering, if somebody else was steering, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if I was steering, I would not want to go through Albert Bridge. We have a race result here, 228 Women's Junior 18 for X. Queen Elizabeth High School beat Doncaster Schools by 1 length. Wow. And then we have race 224 Open J18 doubles. Durham School beat Tees Rowing Club by 3 lengths.
Ooh.
Another impressive win there.
Yes.
We've got some
we've got a
rowing again.
race.
Yeah, we've got some race coming. A race coming down.
A close race, it looks like.
Yeah, it is looking close. I believe that's Queen Elizabeth, maybe versus Tyne. Hopefully, we'll confirm that with you in a second.
Yes, we will confirm that once.
But
we
it
have
is,
the
it's neck and neck as they go through. They're really pushing through at the end.
Is this a junior race, you think?
So coming
They do
down the
look quite
course
young.
is race 241.
It's race
This is
241.
the final of the women's junior
It's the
15
final
Cox
of the
squad.
women's junior 15 Cox squad. We've
Wow,
got Queen
look at them
Elizabeth. Yes, Queen Elizabeth versus Tyne. Yeah,
You got
that's
it
right.
right.
I got it right.
Oh, they're
Oh,
very
it's neck
close.
and neck, but it looks like Queen Elizabeth is just pushing ahead right
They
now.
are inching forward, aren't they?
Yeah, they're just going over that.
Can they maintain this lead though, going through to the end?
It'll
of
be
this
interesting. They've got to get through Bass Bridge, but at the moment it's Queen Elizabeth pulling through. We've got another race result coming in. Race 231, Open Junior 14 for Kirk Squad. Yarm School beat Chesley Street by 3 lengths.
Congratulations to them. Ooh, but this race is still going, and it is very close.
It's getting close
gonna
because
come to the end,
Tyne
isn't it?
have pushed forward a bit. It's neck and neck. It's half a length over Tyne currently to Queen Elizabeth Schools.
Wow.
Oh, and they will be feeling it. This will be their 3rd race.
Oh, wow.
3rd race within the Division 2.
Wow. They've been going at it all day.
They're heading towards the finish now, and hopefully we'll have a result soon for that final. It's exciting. We're getting the finals in now.
Yes.
These are the people, the best of the best, you know.
Yes. Yes, you can see the quality of the races right now. They're very close. Everyone's quite close, neck and neck.
We've got another result. Race 234, Open Junior 14 double. Tyne Arc beat Bradford Grammar easily. Easily again. That word.
Ooh.
That will haunt them for the rest of their days. No, it should not. It shouldn't. We've got Yarm School coming against DU Devs, I believe. Or it might be Durham School or Devs. Hopefully we'll get that confirmed for you soon, but it's definitely Yarm School. And Yarm School are currently ahead.
Yeah, Yarm School are pulling forward. They are very synchronized.
It is. It's Yarm School over DU Devs.
Yarm
Ooh,
School,
that's not good for DU Devs.
Yeah, Yarm School is very. They have
Although
a very good rhythm.
DU Devs are pushing a bit for that last little bit.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether they will make it.
Yeah, they're trying to close the gap, but I'm not sure how much time they will have to kind of pull forward.
We have more race results coming in. Race 198, Open Intermediate 4+. Lancaster University beat Sheffield City by 1 length. And race 216, Open Beginner 4. University College beat Collingwood by 1 length.
University College, that's Castle.
Castle.
That is Castle. For anyone listening.
Yeah, for anyone who's not ingrained in the college lifestyle, that is the Castle vote. That might be easier to know who it is. So the Durham Uni versus Yarm School was the elite Cox quad. We're hoping we'll have a result for that soon, but it was very close.
Yes.
But it looked like Yarm were ahead, but we can't call it just yet.
Yes, we will update you once we get the race results in. We are anxiously waiting for it to come through.
We got a next race flying down the river. I presume it's another final because we are in the final races of the day, so therefore they are the finals. It's exciting. It's
Yes,
good.
I'm excited.
It looks like a coxed floor. What boat have we got?
On course coming now, we have race 239.
Oh, I see one.
Race
starting
239.
College versus St John's College.
It's St John's versus. I didn't quite catch the
Final of the women's maiden fours.
Finals of the women's
maiden fours.
Certainly the crew from St
This
John's.
is not as close
Having
as
a
the
better
others
look at
that
the
we've
moment,
seen.
crew on the race course
The
side.
crowd is really going wild. There's a lot of cheers. I'm not sure if you can hear them from the live stream.
It's St John's that are coming in behind. Is it St John's versus St John's? Maybe it is. It is. It's St John's versus St John's. Oh my God, that's a hard one out for you there. I would not want to be the other. I would not want to be the losing St John's boat against
No,
another
me
St
neither.
John's boat. That is.
Me neither.
That is brutal.
That is brutal.
Especially because you're friends.
Yeah.
Like like that's just hard. If I would not want to be in that race. Yeah, it is a good day for St. John's College hard though.
You have one winner, one loser, but at the same time,
Yeah,
they're both in the final.
exactly. It's a 1-2 finish.
Yeah, exactly.
We've got some single sculls coming through. Oh, we've just heard that Castle beat Collingwood by 4 lengths.
4
nice.
lengths?
4 lengths, wow.
College winners of the women's college maiden fours.
We've got some scullers coming through. It's Yarm School versus... maybe, I'm not quite sure what, but Yarm School are ahead and they are pushing forward.
They are powering through, aren't
They are powering through, they can see that they're ahead, always a nice bonus. And we've got some quads coming through.
School is about a length and a half lead.
Yep, so as we mentioned, Yarm School are in the lead for that race.
And here we have the quads coming through. Fairly close.
Yeah, fairly close, I was going to say.
Open beginners sculling race for the TH Winton Trophy presentation.
It looks, it's Tyne versus Durham
from
Schools.
Yarm
And it is neck and neck at the moment. You cannot call it.
And a presentation prize for whoever wins. That's exciting. Sounds exciting.
I mean, everyone loves a prize. I know I do. It was the final of the women's elite that have just gone
That should be a
past.
good one.
By Durham School at the time.
It is a close race. It is a close race, as we can see.
We've got some more double sculls coming. Not double sculls, apologies. Single sculls coming through.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
Yeah,
It's been a long day.
I think the fact that I woke up at 6 a.m. is hitting me now.
Yeah, finally hitting you.
Yeah.
It's okay. There are 2 rowers out there on the
Yeah,
water.
yeah.
Just not in the same boat.
Not in the same boat. It's single sculls coming through. Ooh. Boat 287 versus 282.
There's a big gap here.
It's race 237.
Quite a big gap.
Yeah.
Beg your pardon, this is not race 237.
Shout out to Johns, they just won.
Yes.
What's your name?
First and second.
Matt. Shout out to Matt for making a shout out, Johns.
Congratulations.
The Durham School Scholar's got a length and a half lead as he comes into the final part of the race. The Open Junior 15 sculling race.
Wow.
Why?
We're just waiting for that race to begin.
If you're still out there, listening, watching, give us a comment. Let us know. Have you been enjoying our coverage of the regatta? Are you feeling the excitement that we have right now?
Are you feeling the hype?
Yeah. Are you feeling the hype? Do you want to see some more content tomorrow? Do you want to see more pies in the face?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. We have 77 people still watching out there. And we want to know if you've been enjoying your day. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you to those 77 people.
Subscribe if you haven't already.
Yes, please do. Get all your friends to
Why
subscribe.
haven't you done so already?
Yes. If
You're in the
watching and
chance
you're
of
not
a
subscribed.
£30 champagne bar prize.
Yeah.
A voucher. That's the word I was looking for. It's
I
been
got
a
you.
long day.
I got your back. I got you.
You know that you want that champagne bar back. If maybe you should enter if you're racing and you want to win your race and the champagne bar. That it could be your celebration out.
Yeah, double win.
Yeah, get a double win. Get the champagne bar voucher and your win at Durham Regatta.
Or
You
just the
can drink
champagne-
from your tankard.
Ooh.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Life
that's an idea.
changing,
That's an idea.
mind blowing. It will be fantastic, and that is why you should subscribe to PalTV. Not only for the fantastic content that we provide constantly throughout the year, but also because of the champagne bar voucher.
Yes, who doesn't love champagne?
What year are you in?
I'm in second year.
Oh, so you won't have got sprayed at the end of your degree?
No.
Yeah.
Did you?
I did.
How was that?
With Prosecco though, not with champagne,
Oh.
sadly. My friends, I don't want to fork out on some champagne to spray people.
Fair enough, fair enough. But I mean, the effect is still there.
Exactly. And it's been a great day out here. Maybe you want to spray your friends with champagne. That's also an option.
Which is why you should subscribe.
Yeah,
to get
so
that
you can get the
champagne
champagne voucher. It's a big tradition in the rowing world to make sure that you're constantly being sprayed by champagne or prosecco. I know I would want to be if I was winning. It's a rite of passage. It's like with the Formula One we were talking about.
Yes,
In the break
exactly.
we were talking about Formula One. You know, you got to have some serious champagne spraying skills if you're a Formula One driver.
Exactly, and I suppose a rower as well.
Yeah,
With
they do that at
spray
the end of
tanks.
the Oxford boat race as well.
Ooh.
I know.
Something to look out for.
Has anyone thrown their cocks in the water yet? That's also a tradition. If you've won a race, I want to know if you've thrown your cocks in the water. Can we also get a video of that? Because we would absolutely love that.
Yes,
That would be so
please.
much fun.
Yes, please.
Let us know. We've got another final coming up.
Off the start, we have race 229.
Race 229.
Race 229.
Race
The women's 8.
Ooh, another 8 race.
I know, loving that.
Exciting.
Between, we're waiting with anticipation here. Oh, we have another race result. Race 241, women's junior 15 for Cox Quad. Queen Elizabeth High School beat Tyne Arc by 1 length. Shout out to them.
Congratulations. Congratulations to everyone who won.
Shout out to Mary's, they're just coming
229 on
past
the
me
course,
now.
women's beginners 8
You guys did great.
on
Yes,
race course at
good
Lancaster
job,
University
good
and
job.
on Pillar Woods and Leonard School Boat Club. The semi-final of the women's beginners 8.
We've got the women's final here, women's 8.
Ooh, it looks like a close race. Not a lot in it. We just heard. Very close.
Lancaster University. They've got a very short lead, but it's tight. It's neck and neck.
It is very tight.
It's Lancaster University.
And Hillbeat? Is it
They
Hillbeat?
said Hillbeat, but I don't believe it's Hillbeat. It's not a Hillbeat.
It doesn't look like a Hillbeat.
No, it does not look like a. It looks like. I mean, it looks like Collingwood.
Really good 8th race here, race
It is
229.
very
but
close
it's,
though.
but I don't think it is. Women's beginners 8. Lancaster Uni on race course. Leonard, St. Leonard's. Oh, there we go.
My bad.
There's no, I think he said St. Hildenbeat as well.
They're very close though.
Yeah, nothing in it. It's that last final push.
Ooh, you can see the technique, the blade work as well. It's
Yeah.
very, very precise.
You can really see it. Even though they're a beginner crew, they've really been putting in the hours for this.
Yeah.
We've got another race
Definitely.
result coming in. Race 240, Women's Elite 4. Yarm School beat Durham University Boat Club by 1 3/4 lengths.
Congratulations, Yarm School.
We've got another boat lined up at the start line.
More exciting racing to
Hopefully
come.
Gonna be racing down this river soon. Ha ha ha.
But if anyone has any cool rowing puns, please put them in the chat.
Yeah, send us your rowing puns. I want to hear some fun rowing puns. We got a race result for race 239, women's maiden 4+. St. John's College beat St. John's College easily. Race 233, open beginner single, Yarm School beat Durham School by 3 lengths. Nice.
3 lengths.
Shout out to all them.
Sizable lead there for them to
Shout out to all those people who are having their race last. I mean, that's got to be a long wait.
Indeed.
But you know what? We're ending the show with a bang. We're ending the show with your race. So you guys should be excited.
Yes.
You're the last thing that all these amazing people are going to see today.
Yes, all your friends and family watching are very excited to see you race.
I know I am.
Me too.
Ooh,
Me
it
too.
looks like a slow start.
Ooh, that's quite difficult.
It looks like a slow start on the far side in this 8. Maybe something went wrong. I'm not quite sure, but it seems to be a considerable distance between them. It's the women's beginners 8. Ooh. On race course we have Yarm School. And it's Hill Bead. So Hill Bead, I'm not sure if something went wrong there for them, because it seemed like they were really close to the side, and they're trying to come back against Yarm School, but I don't know. I don't know if they have them in it. Yeah. It's going to be a decent one. It's a decent shift if they're going to want to get back in place. I can see all the Hill B people on their landing stage. They're waiting in anticipation to see where that final's going to go.
Waiting to cheer their
friends on.
they're
really they're silent at the moment. I think
they start cheering soon.
Yeah, I think they're feeling the defeat for them. Aww. Even though the race isn't over yet, you don't know. They could really pull through. But hello, we're back on here. But it's you can hear the cheers now. But it is Yarm School that seem to be really ahead.
Pulling ahead.
It's a decisive lead against Hillbead. But you know, the Hillbead support is still so strong from the banks, which is what we like to see.
Yes, we can hear the Hillbead supporters all the way from here. So shout out to them.
Yeah, shout out to Hillbead for showing up for their college all day. We have another result, race 246, Women's Elite 4, Tyne Arc beat Durham School by 1 length. Congratulations to them.
Hillbead still going.
Hillbead are going for it as much as they can.
Yeah, they appear to be a bit out of rhythm with each other.
Yeah, it must be so hard. I feel like you feel really defeated.
Yeah.
Even though the race isn't even finished yet, just because you're behind, and you're behind by such amount.
Yeah.
It must be really hard to spur yourself to continue on forward.
Exactly. Ooh, we have another race coming up.
Hillbead are even they're taking away the sofas.
Oh, Hillbead are packing up.
They're packing away. They know that their day is done.
Oh, we will see them hopefully tomorrow though.
We've got the single sculls coming through now. Really pushing through there. Hillbead have just pulled through to the finish now on their last race. But now we have the single skull. They are powering down that river.
Yeah, it looks quite close actually.
It does look quite close. I think it's Tyne versus Collingwood potentially.
Ooh.
So in this final of the Open Intermediate
Skulls.
This is a final as well.
Oh, I think it's Grey versus Tyne. Grey College versus Grey School.
Yep, you're right, it is Grey College.
Tyne is starting to pull away on this lead.
But Grey College is not giving up.
It is close. It is close.
Yeah, it is very close. We can see supporters running down the river, supporting their team,
all their friends are running around. We want to know, how are you supporting your crews? How are you supporting your friends? Is it through watching this live stream? Is it through being here? Is it through giving them a shout out? Please comment below if you want to give your crew a shout out.
Please let us know down below in the comments.
We have another race set of results coming through. 233 Open Beginner Single, Yarm School beat Durham School by 3 lengths. 246 Women's Elite 4, Tyne Arc beat Durham School by 1 length. 235 Open Junior 15 Single, Durham School beat Lancaster Schools by 2 lengths. 229 Women's Beginner 8, Lancaster Uni beat St Leonard's School by half a length. And lastly, 218, Women's Beginners 8, Yarm School beat Hillbeat easily.
Easily. Ooh.
Easily.
That word again.
We love that word.
We have another race underway, I think.
Well, whilst the
Women's
ice cream
Beginners
trucks might be leaving, we are still here, making sure that you have all the content that you need for this.
Through the sun and the rain.
Yes, definitely through the sun and the rain.
Yeah, it is starting to rain a little bit.
It's starting to spit a bit, but you know what? We're still here,
We are
and we still
dedicated.
want to give you some content.
Yes, we are dedicated to giving you content.
We've got the last couple of races coming up.
Yes, please
nice
stick around.
finals. These are the exciting ones. I mean, all of it's exciting, but these are the really exciting ones.
Yes, they are. These are the final races.
Is there
of the day.
anyone you know racing in these finals? Do you want to give them a shout out? Do you want to wish them good luck? Please comment below if you do.
Yes, please let us know. We are just waiting for the rest of the races to get underway as it starts to rain a little bit.
The camera gets an umbrella. We stay on in the rain.
The dedication, guys. The dedication.
We've got
Ooh, another race underway.
We've got another race underway. I believe that's Dark Masters men versus, I want to say, T's men.
Ooh, it's quite
racing
close.
through. It's close, but T's is just ahead.
They are pulling away.
T's are doing a last push before the finish under the bridge, and it's looking like T's are gonna lead going into.
I don't know. I don't want to say this is a decisive lead because I think Dark are trying to close the gap a little bit.
They're trying to close the gap,
yeah,
but I don't think they will.
Goals was a win for Gray over time. The verdict too late.
No.
Many congratulations.
It looks like Dark aren't going to come back from that, unfortunately.
We will let you know all the results as soon as we can.
Exactly. We are here for you, and we want to provide you with all the cool content.
Yes, all the coolest content. Please stick around.
Stick around. We'll have some more results coming soon.
For race 241. Pease versus Durham.
I feel like you on the sofa.
Heading across the line, maybe half a length lead over Durham Amateur Rowing Club.
We are just watching the river. There's nothing
It
going
seems
on
to
at
be
the
there's
moment.
a bit of a loo, is that the word? In the low in the racing.
Oh.
I don't know what word I was.
Oh my gosh, there's a rainbow. Can you see that?
There is a rainbow. Do you know what? Rainbows are shining out on us today.
I think that's good luck, right?
That's good luck for whoever's racing next. For both of the racers. Maybe they'll both be happy with their race performance.
Hopefully.
Which they should be, because they have done fantastic. And
we are wrapping up. We are cutting to studio right now. Enjoy
So
this
stay
new
tuned
segment.
for the next segment.
Hello everybody. If you've been watching for more than about 15-20 minutes, then you last would have seen me with cream pie all over my face. It was not nice. It was actually horrendous. It was as a result of me using terrible pickup lines on my girlfriend Amelia, and this man
I
right
use
here,
fantastic ones.
he found a raw talent for just generating pickup lines on the spot that were phenomenal. So naturally I lost and got a cream pie smashed into my face. So that was unpleasant. I now have an opportunity to get my own back. And that is by doing my classic PalTV, it's vintage Ollie Bell segment. Are you smarter than an 11-year-old? And Luke, if Luke does not get the right answers, he will be getting a pie in the face. So I'm going to get right into it. First question, what city is known as the City of Love?
City of Love. Well, after the pickup line contest, Paris.
That is absolutely correct. Yeah, we're going to start off fairly easy. But
That was Are You Smarter Than a 4-year-old right there.
Okay, we'll see who ends up with egg on their face or pie on their face.
It'll be me.
Which US state is the largest?
Oh, you can't just whip that one out. It's the second question. I'm gonna go for Alaska.
Oh my God, you did it!
There we go. Come on.
I didn't expect you to
There's
get
no
that
one
right.
holding up a map behind the camera. That was legit. Here we go.
You might have someone
Come
in
on,
your ear.
You're running out of questions now, aren't you, Ollie?
Okay, we'll go
No, you didn't plan for this one.
We'll We'll go to a cultural one. Who was the winner of American Idol Season 1 in 2002? Try doing that. Try getting that one.
I mean, 11 years old. It's 2022. What 11-year-old was alive then?
Pride comes
This
before
isn't
a
fair.
fall, doesn't
This
it?
wasn't, I mean,
Doesn't it?
What 11-year-old can teleport to 2002? I'm going to guess Jackson Sanchez.
Absolutely not.
No.
It was Kelly Clarkson.
Oh, no.
How do you not know
Well-
that one? So, I think that's a guaranteed pie in the face, but we may as well ask a few more.
Keep going.
Just because I've got them in my locker.
Yeah.
What is the name of Shakespeare's shortest tragedy? And as an English student, you should know this.
I'm going to go for Macbeth.
Yeah, you smashed it, actually. You've done really well there.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you, Ollie. Thank you, Ollie.
Do you know which astrological sign symbol?
A crab. That'll be the crab star sign.
Yeah, is that your final answer?
It's going to have to be.
The answer's Cancer.
Are you one of those people who read your horoscopes, Ollie? Oh, it's going to be a good day for me today because the guy says this in the newspaper.
Well, the person who gave me a custard pie to the face earlier is one of those people.
Oh, okay,
Amelia.
there you go.
I'm not.
So
but
in dodgy company, are we? Okay.
Do you know what? I'm just trying to pick out of the ones we've already prepared which ones are the best.
I already know my fate, though.
That is true.
That is true.
I
It's
can see them
non-negotiable. The pie is being assembled as we speak.
It is absolutely being assembled. But do you know in what year Barbie came out?
Barbie, yeah, I mean, like 1954.
Oh, you were very, very close.
What was it?
Year 1959.
1959. Oh, because all 11-year-olds were alive then. I think this happening, isn't it? Ollie?
Yeah,
This is a
I think
moment of
we're
truth.
getting signals.
It's a moment of truth. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right. Yeah, do you feel big now, Ollie? Do you feel big?
Luke, this is your absolute comeuppance. Let me just place it on my hand. There we go. Luke, be prepared to meet your face. Oh. I'm so pleased. I'm so smug. This is a smug face.
What was your favourite head race or regatta that you took part in when you were in Durham?
I always liked the boat race with Newcastle because they were Newcastle, but they weren't very good at the time. We used to absolutely smash them. But that was fun. I think the Eights Head was fun purely because it was like, you know, you're going into a much bigger pool. There was something that kind of taught me a lot that I enjoyed at the time, kind of. But it was the sculling series. I don't know whether the sculling series is still on, but basically you would just go around, you know, Stockton and Berwick and the Tees and various places and scull, and then there was an award for whoever was the top sculler within, and that was when I was in my third year, when I was starting to get into sculling and my single. So I love that, putting a boat on the car and driving around and turning up at venues that I knew nothing about. I think there's like, you know, the Durham Regatta was cool as well because it was your, you know, it's your home lake, your home river, sorry. So that was a lot of fun. I think, yeah, and all of it. I love competing, right? I love that feeling of sitting on the start line of you know, going through the mental preparation and getting yourself into peak performance. And you know, there's some really kind of cool, fun memories like Durham Regatta, like crashing into people and hitting the bank, and the guy that I was rowing would get thrown out of the boat and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, it was fun.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome back to our studio space. Luke is off now getting all washed up and deep-eyed, which is great. We has got a bit of a summary segment here. We're just going to talk through what's happened today, what you guys can expect tomorrow, tuning in from all around the world, and we really hope you'll continue to do so. So yeah, what have we had so far today in terms of creative stuff?
Yeah, so just want to say thank you so much for tuning in, and please do tune in tomorrow. All the creative segments that we've done today, we hope that you've really enjoyed them, and there's so many more coming tomorrow as well. We've seen lovers, we've seen friends battle it out to win their games. We've seen Ollie being pied because clearly he did not capture my heart. We've seen Luke being pied because he's not smarter than an 11-year-old, and it was really, really good fun. But do watch tomorrow as well.
Absolutely, and that's been the creative stuff that we've had for you in the studio. We've also had many interviews with some really impressive people. Hopefully you've been enjoying the VTs as well, but we're all here for one main thing, and that is the rowing. So guys, how would you summarise today, day one of Durham Regatta 2022?
Exciting. It's been very exciting, hasn't it? We've seen a lot of close races, especially in the finals. We've seen a lot of high quality races as well. We've just seen St. John's beat St. John's.
Yeah.
So that was exciting.
Wow.
It's been a really good day. Like the schedule, it's been a bit chaotic with what's been going on, but it's been great. You know, a lot of people are putting on a lot of hard work over the season for rowing, and a lot of people at PalTV are putting an amazing amount of work for us to be able to do this right now. And I think it's really nice to see where all that hard work has gone into. I think everyone has rowed fantastically today. It's been good. We've only had one capsize, which is impressive, especially when you see people in singles, and the wind is not helping anyone at the moment. But everyone's done really well, and everyone should be really proud of themselves.
Yeah, and for those of us who are maybe a little bit less in the know about rowing, sort of what would be the sort of expectation for tomorrow with that longer course? I think it's making sure that you have a really good warm-up before you're racing. You know, it's a 1,200 metre course, whereas today was 700 metres. I think it's really just making sure that you've got that endurance and you've warmed up well enough. You've got to have a good breakfast. A good breakfast is always, I mean, it is called breakfast. You've got to have a really good first meal of the day to make sure that you've got that energy. You've got to have some kind of like slow burning carbs that will kind of see you through the rest of the day. I always recommend a bagel. I love a bagel. Not sponsored.
Peanut butter and banana on a bagel is really good. And I think as well, that's when, I mean, we've already had some minor collisions today. You know, there's been quite a few people going into the banks, and if you think people can do that on the straight, wait until you see them going through the arches tomorrow. It's going to be interesting. There always seems to be quite a lot of crashes when it comes to going through Elvet. Hopefully everyone will be safe, but hopefully we'll also see some fun crashes.
Wow, so tomorrow does look like it's going to be a very exciting day, so definitely do tune in tomorrow as well.
I'm just noticing we've got quite the crowd behind us. Now, what you guys at home can't see is that most of the riverbank has started to empty out now, but seemingly it's the place to sit right behind us. I mean, we've got all the people arriving with their picnics. Clearly, yeah, we're getting a good
look at
salmon.
that.
Absolutely top class. There we go. So all of the #1 followers are behind us, but do make sure that you drop in tomorrow as well. Now, I'm having a look back. I can't see any more boats coming down the river. Can you guys
No, neither
see
can
any?
I can't.
Not for now.
Well,
Not for now.
I can see one moving into position, so we're pretty much reaching the final races now.
We've got some results that have come in the past couple of minutes. So we've got the race 214 Open Junior 13 4 Cox Quad. Chesterley Street beat Durham School easily. Never want to hear that at the end. Race 243 Open Intermediate Single Grey College beat Tyne Arc by 2 lengths. And race 207 Open Intermediate Single Tyne Arc beat Durham School.
There you go, there's the top results. Now that's another one just starting, so I'm sure somewhere over here a bubble will appear, or you're going to cut away from our lovely faces and you're going to be able to see all the action on the river now. The weather is absolutely perfect now. The wind's died down. It's almost ideal conditions. Now the one thing they've got to contend with is this direct sun, which is great for our studio space, but when you're rowing into the sun, I guess that's the cox's responsibility, right? Keeping the navigation going.
It depends. If they're not cox, then a lot of people wear these visors. Cool visors. Bucket hats, you know, bucket hats have been quite trendy.
So yeah, you just got to wear the right headgear, basically. Make sure that you're covering the sun.
Yeah, so looking at the river now, we're going on, we've got those boats coming down, pacing it through. The synchronisation on them just perfect. Coming past the Hillview boathouse now. What are we thinking, guys?
It looks really good. I mean, this is when we see that it's clearly at the highest level of what it is. It looks like it's dark junior gals versus Queen Elizabeth, I believe.
Yeah, and it does seem to be quite a close race as well.
It might be tight. It might be tees. Oh, it's
a final.
It's Yarm School versus tees, and it looks like tees are pulling ahead.
Ooh, tees are getting away with it. They are pulling ahead. They are creating a sizable gap.
You can really start to see the tiredness of the day setting in at the moment.
I feel like that doesn't hinder the quality of the races, though.
No, they both look fantastic out there.
They do, yeah.
And just think, in a matter of seconds, that will be their day done.
Ah, how exciting for them.
I know. It'll be a long day, and some of them might even be racing tomorrow, but at least they know that today is done. Yes. And that's half of their Durham Regatta journey done.
Oh, it's been quite a long day, but I feel like it went by quite fast.
Yeah, I've enjoyed my day. Have you enjoyed your day?
Yeah, I had fun. Had a fun day today. Lots of exciting rowing, lots of exciting things happening.
Always is. PalTV delivers. What can I say? I've got the next race racing down the course.
Another final, I presume?
It's neck and neck at the moment.
Ooh, it is very close.
Oh, we just have another result coming in. Race 222, Open Junior 14 double. Sheffield City beat Queen Elizabeth.
Congratulations to Sheffield.
And 249, Open J13's quad. Chesterley Street beat Sunderland City easily.
Easily. Ooh, congratulations to Chesterley Street.
It looks like it's.
This race is very.
It's Collingwood
very
College
close.
versus Tyne in the final of the 8. And it is close.
It is very intense. You can see
it's hard to know who is going to beat who in this last race. Well, last race for them. It is neck and neck, and it's hard to call who it is.
Yes, I was just going to say that. It is very hard to call who's going to win that. We will update you with the results as soon as we can.
This is the final of the Open 8 events for the Winter Trans Trophy. Here we go. It is Tyne versus Collingwood, and it comes in the finish. That's almost too close to call.
It's too close to call right now for that race. Collingwood versus Tyne. Who's going to win? We'll hopefully have that down for you soon. We just have the results of 236, Women's J16's double. Tees Rowing Club beat St Leonard's School. And we have a double scull final making their way down. It looks like Berwick Arc.
Ooh.
I rode for Berwick when I...
Oh, did you?
Yeah, only for a summer, because it's my local club when I'm at home.
Oh, nice.
And they are pushing ahead. It was Tyne over Collingwood in that Open 8 final.
They just pulled through.
That was a good race. That was neck and neck. But back to the double sculls. It's Berwick Arc.
They're pulling ahead.
Open Elite double sculls. It's Lancaster University versus Berwick, and Berwick are ahead by a sizable amount. They're looking sharp and finishing sharp. We have another race result, 236 Women's J16's double. Tees Rowing Club beat St Leonard's School. And then we have race 232 Women's Junior 16's double. Chesterley Street Arc / Tyne United Composite beat Durham School by 2 lengths. Congratulations. We've got a single sculls final coming up along the river. You know what, they're pushing their hardest. It's that last race. It's neck and neck at the moment.
I can really see the energy that's going into this. You can see them trying to put their all, trying to finish the race strong, finish the day strong on a good note. It is very close though.
Oh, we're having a last push from Chesterley Street.
Wow,
making sure
them.
You can see the effort in that boat. That boat is jolting from his pushes as he comes into the finish at Bass Bridge.
Another Open Junior race. Chesterley Street versus Queen Elizabeth High School.
Chesterley Street is trying to keep his lead as he goes past Bath's Bridge.
Only a third of the length lead though. No way to tell who's going to win this one.
Yeah, we've got some double skulls coming through. And it's again neck and neck. You can tell that these are the finals because these is top quality racing going on right now.
They are indeed.
It looks like it's Dark versus Doncaster in this last final race.
Oh, I like their uniforms.
Yeah,
Both the
they
teams
have a
very
funky,
nice
funky little stripe, don't they?
Yeah. They are. We can still see the crowds pulling ahead. Crowds cheering.
Basically, I'll tap you in. Just stand on air and commentate.
We're still talking through this bit. Okay. We're still going. Oh. So, double skulls are going right. They're passing Bath's Bridge right now, and it is a close race. Okay.
If you guys are on camera as well, and then
that we've seen.
We hope that you've enjoyed everything that's happened today. It's been fantastic.
There.
Well, everybody, that's all from us here on PalTV today, live from Durham Regatta 2022. How have we found it, guys? Good? Yeah. We really hope that you tune in tomorrow. Maybe not straight at 8 AM if you need a bit of a line after today's activities, but make sure you join us on the stream tomorrow. There's loads of prizes to be won. There's loads of activities to be involved. If you're coming down here, make sure to come and say hi to us. But for now, that's all from us here live at the regatta. Thank you for watching, guys. You've been watching PalTV.